On the 12th we made sail from Christmas Harbour, retracing our way to the westward, and leaving Marian's Island, one of Crozet's group, on the larboard, we afterward passed Prince Edward's Island, leaving it also on our left, then steering more to the northward made in 15 days the islands of Tristan d'Acunha in latitude 37 degrees 8 S, longitude 12 degrees 8 W. This group, now so well known, and which consists of 3 circular islands, was first discovered by the Portuguese and was visited afterward by the Dutch in 1643, and by the French in 1767. The 3 islands together form a triangle and are distant from each other about 10 miles, there being fine open passages between the land in all of them. Is very high, especially in Tristan d'Acunha, properly so called. This is the largest of the group, being 15 miles in circumference, and so elevated that it can be seen in clear weather at the distance of 80 or 90 miles. A part of the land toward the north rises more than 1,000 feet perpendicularly from the sea. Tableland at this height extends back nearly to the center of the island, and from this tableland arises a lofty cone like that of Tenerife. The lower half of this cone is clothed with trees of good size, but the upper region is barren rock, usually hidden among the clouds, and covered with snow during the greater part of the year. There are no shoals or other dangers about the island, the shores being remarkably bold, and the water deep. On the northwestern coast is a bay with a beach of black sand, where a landing with boats can be easily effected, provided there be a southerly wind. Plenty of excellent water may here be readily procured, also cod and other fish may be taken with hook and line. The next island in point of size, and the most westwardly of the group, is that called the Inaccessible. Its precise situation is 37 degrees 17 S, latitude longitude 12 degrees 24 W. It is 7 or 8 miles in circumference, and on all sides presents a forbidding and precipitous aspect. Its top is perfectly flat, and the whole region is sterile, nothing growing upon it, except a few stunted shrubs. Nightingale Island, the smallest and most southerly, is in latitude 37 degrees 26 S, longitude 12 degrees 12 W. Off its southern extremity is a high ledge of rocky islets. A few also of a similar appearance are seen to the northeast. The ground is irregular and sterile, and a deep valley partially separates it. The shores of these islands abound in the proper season with sea lions, sea elephants, the hare and fur seal, together with a great variety of oceanic birds. Whales are also plenty in their vicinity, owing to the ease with which these various animals were here formerly taken. The group has been much visited since its discovery. The Dutch and French frequented it at a very early period. In 1790, Captain Patton, of the ship Industry of Philadelphia, made Tristan d'Acunha, where he remained 7 months, from August 1790 to April 1791, for the purpose of collecting sealskins. In this time, he gathered no less than 5,600, and says that he would have had no difficulty in loading a large ship with oil in 3 weeks. Upon his arrival, he found no quadrupeds, with the exception of a few wild goats. The island now abounds with all our most valuable domestic animals, which have been introduced by subsequent navigators. I believe it was not long after Captain Patton's visit that Captain Colquhoun of the American brig Betsy touched at the largest of the islands. For the purpose of refreshment, he planted onions, potatoes, cabbages, and a great many other vegetables, an abundance of all which is now to be met with. In 1811, a Captain Haywood in the Nereus visited Tristan. He found there 3 Americans who were residing upon the island to prepare sealskins and oil. One of these men was named Jonathan Lambert, and he called himself the sovereign of the country. He had cleared and cultivated about 60 acres of land, and turned his attention to raising the coffee plant and sugar cane with which he had been furnished by the American minister at Rio Janeiro. This settlement, however, was finally abandoned, and in 1817 the islands were taken possession of by the British government, who sent a detachment for that purpose from the Cape of Good Hope. They did not, however, retain them long, but upon the evacuation of the country as a British possession, 2 or 3 English families took up their residence there independently of the government. On the 25th of March, 1824, the Berwick Captain Geoffrey from London to Van Diemen's Land arrived at the place, where they found an Englishman of the name of Glass, formerly a corporal in the British artillery. he claimed to be supreme governor of the islands, and had under his control 21 men and 3 women. He gave a very favorable account of the salubrity of the climate and of the productiveness of the soil. The population occupied themselves chiefly in collecting seal skins and sea elephant oil, with which they traded to the Cape of Good Hope Glass. Owning a small schooner at the period of our arrival, the governor was still a resident, but his little community had multiplied, there being 56 persons upon Tristan, besides a smaller settlement of 7 on Nightingale Island. We had no difficulty in procuring almost every kind of refreshment, which we required: sheep, hogs, bullocks, rabbits, poultry, goats, fish in great variety, and vegetables were abundant, having come to anchor close in with the large island in 18 fathoms. We took all we wanted on board very conveniently. Captain Guy also purchased of glass 500 sealskins and some ivory. We remained here a week, during which the prevailing winds were from the northward and westward, and the weather somewhat hazy. On the 5th of November, we made sail to the southward and westward, with the intention of having a thorough search for a group of islands called the Auroras, respecting whose existence a great diversity of opinion has existed. These islands are said to have been discovered as early as 1762 by the commander of the ship Aurora. In 1790, Captain Manuel de Orvido, in the ship Princess, belonging to the Royal Philippine Company, sailed, as he asserts, directly among them in 1790. 4. The Spanish corvette Atrevida went with the determination of ascertaining their precise situation, and in a paper published by the Royal Hydrographical Society of Madrid in the year 1809, the following language is used respecting this expedition. The corvette Atrevida practiced in their immediate vicinity, from the 21st to the 27th of January, all the necessary observations, and measured by chronometers the difference of longitude between these islands and the port of Soledad in the Manillas. The islands are 3, they are very nearly in the same meridian. The center one is rather low, and the other 2 may be seen at 9 leagues distance. The observations made on board the Atrevida give the following results. As the precise situation of each island, the most northern is in latitude 52 degrees 37 24 S, longitude 47 degrees 43 15 W. The middle one in latitude 53 degrees 240 S, longitude 47 degrees 55 15 W, and the most southern in latitude 53 degrees 15 22 S, longitude 47 degrees 57 15 W. On the 27th of January, 1820, Captain James Weddell of the British Navy sailed from Staten Land, also in search of the Auroras. He reports that, having made the most diligent search, and passed not only immediately over the spots indicated by the commander of the Atrevida, but in every direction throughout the vicinity of these spots, he could discover no indication of land. These conflicting statements have induced other navigators to look out for the islands, and strange to say, while some have sailed through every inch of sea where they are supposed to lie without finding them, there have been not a few who declare positively that they have seen them, and even been close in with their shores. It was Captain Guy's intention to make every exertion within his power to settle the question so oddly in dispute. 3. We kept on our course between the south and west with variable weather until the 20th of the month, when we found ourselves on the debated ground, being in latitude 53 degrees 15 S, longitude 47 degrees 58 W. That is to say, very nearly upon the spot indicated as the situation of the most southern of the group. Not perceiving any sign of land, we continued to the westward of the parallel of 53 degrees south as far as the meridian of 50 degrees west. We then stood to the north as far as the parallel of 52 degrees south, when we turned to the eastward and kept our parallel by double altitudes morning and evening, and meridian altitudes of the planets and moon. Having thus gone eastwardly to the meridian of the western coast of Georgia, we kept that meridian until we were in the latitude from which we set out. We then took diagonal courses throughout the entire extent of sea circumscribed, keeping a lookout constantly at the masthead, and repeating our examination with the greatest care for a period of 3 weeks, during which the weather was remarkably pleasant and fair, with no haze whatsoever. Of course, we were thoroughly satisfied that whatever islands might have existed in this vicinity at any former period, no vestige of them remained at the present day, Since my return home, I find that the same ground was traced over with equal care in 1822 by Captain Johnson of the American schooner Henry, and by Captain Morrell in the American schooner Waspin, both cases with the same result as in our own. Chapter 16. It had been Captain Guy's original intention, after satisfying himself about the auroras, to proceed through the Strait of Magellan and up along the western coast of Patagonia, but information received at Tristan d'Acunha induced him to steer to the southward in the hope of falling in with some small islands said to lie about the parallel of 60 degrees S, longitude 41 degrees 20 W. In the event of his not discovering these lands he designed, should the season prove favorable, to push on toward the pole. Accordingly, on the 12th of December, we made sail in that direction. On the 18th, we found ourselves about the station indicated by glass, and cruised for 3 days in that neighborhood, without finding any traces of the islands he had mentioned. On the 21st, the weather being unusually pleasant, we again made sail to the southward, with the resolution of penetrating in that course as far as possible. Before entering upon this portion of my narrative, it may be as well, for the information of those readers who have paid little attention to the progress of discovery in these regions, to give some brief account of the very few attempts at reaching the southern pole which have hitherto been made. That of Captain Cook was the first of which we have any distinct account. In 1772, he sailed to the south in the Resolution, accompanied by Lieutenant Furneaux. In the Adventure in December, he found himself as far as the 58th parallel of south latitude, and in longitude 26 degrees 57 E. Here he met with narrow fields of ice, about 8 or 10 inches thick, and running northwest and southeast. This ice was in large cakes, and usually it was packed so closely that the vessel had great difficulty in forcing a passage. At this period Captain Cook, supposed from the vast number of birds to be seen, and from other indications that he was in the near vicinity of land, he kept on to the southward, the weather being exceedingly cold, until he reached the 64th parallel in longitude 38 degrees 14 E. Here he had mild weather with gentle breezes for 5 days, the thermometer being at 36. In January 1773, the vessels crossed the Antarctic Circle, but did not succeed in penetrating much farther, for upon reaching latitude 67 degrees 15, they found all farther progress impeded by an immense body of ice extending all along the southern horizon as far as the eye could reach. This ice was of every variety, and some large floes of it, miles in extent, formed a compact mass, rising 18 or 20 feet above the water, it being late in the season, and no hope entertained of rounding these obstructions. Captain Cook now reluctantly turned to the northward. In the November following, he renewed his search in the Antarctic. In latitude 59 degrees 40, he met with a strong current setting to the southward. In December, when the vessels were in latitude 67 degrees 30, longitude 142 degrees 54 W, the cold was excessive, with heavy gales and fog. Here also birds were abundant, the albatross, the penguin, and the peterel, especially in latitude 70 degrees 23. Some large islands of ice were encountered, and shortly afterward the clouds to the southward were observed to be of a snowy whiteness, indicating the vicinity of field ice. In latitude 71 degrees 10, longitude 106 degrees 54 W, the navigators were stopped as before by an immense frozen expanse, which filled the whole area of the southern horizon. The northern edge of this expanse was ragged and broken, so firmly wedged together as to be utterly impassable, and extending about a mile to the southward. Behind it, the frozen surface was comparatively smooth for some distance, until terminated in the extreme background by gigantic ranges of ice mountains, the one towering above the other. Captain Cook concluded that this vast field reached the southern pole, or was joined to a continent. Mr. J.N. Reynolds, whose great exertions and perseverance have at length succeeded in getting set on foot a national expedition, partly for the purpose of exploring these regions, thus speaks of the attempt of the Resolution. We are not surprised that Captain Cook was unable to go beyond 71 degrees 10, but we are astonished that he did attain that point on the meridian of 106 degrees 54 west longitude. Palmer's Land lies south of the Shetland latitude 6 to 4 degrees and tends to the southward and westward farther than any navigator has yet penetrated. Cook was standing for this land when his progress was arrested by the ice, which we apprehend must always be the case in that point, and so early in the season as the 6th of January, and we should not be surprised if a portion of the icy mountains described was attached to the main body of Palmer's Land, or to some other portions of land lying farther to the southward and westward. In 1803, Captains Krusenstern and Lisiowski were dispatched by Alexander of Russia for the purpose of circumnavigating the globe. In endeavoring to get south, they made no farther than 59 degrees 58, in longitude 70 degrees 15 W. They here met with strong currents setting eastwardly. Whales were abundant, but they saw no ice. In regard to this voyage, Mr. Reynolds observes that if Krusenstern had arrived where he did earlier in the season, he must have encountered ice. It was March when he reached the latitude specified. The winds prevailing, as they do from the southward and westward, had carried the floes, aided by currents, into that icy region bounded on the north by Georgia, east by Sandwich Land and the South Orkneys, and west by the South Shetland Islands. In 1822, Captain James Weddell of the British Navy, with 2 very small vessels, penetrated farther to the south than any previous navigator, and this too without encountering extraordinary difficulties. He states that although he was frequently hemmed in by ice before reaching the 7-Tiscond parallel, yet upon attaining it not a particle was to be discovered, and that upon arriving at the latitude of 74 degrees 15 no fields and only 3 islands of ice were visible. It is somewhat remarkable that although vast flocks of birds were seen and other usual indications of land, and although south of the Shetlands unknown coasts were observed from the masthead tending southwardly, Weddell discourages the idea of land existing in the polar regions of the south. On the 11th of January, 1823, Captain Benjamin Morrill of the American schooner Wasp sailed from Kerguelen's Land with a view of penetrating as far south as possible. On the 1st of February, he found himself in latitude 64 degrees 52 S, longitude 118 degrees 27 E. The following passage is extracted from his journal of that date. The wind soon freshened to an 11-knot breeze, and we embraced this opportunity of making to the west, being however convinced that the farther we went south beyond latitude 6 to 4 degrees, the less ice was to be apprehended. We steered a little to the southward until we crossed the Antarctic Circle, and were in latitude 69 degrees 15 E. In this latitude, there was no field ice and very few ice islands in sight. Under the date of March 14th, I find also this entry: the sea was now entirely free of field ice, and there were not more than a dozen ice islands in sight. At the same time, the temperature of the air and water was at least 13 degrees higher, more mild than we had ever found it. Between the parallels of 60 and 62 south, we were now in latitude 70 degrees 14 S, and the temperature of the air was 4 to 7, and that of the water 4 to 4. In this situation, I found the variation to be 14 degrees 27 easterly per azimuth. I have several times passed within the Antarctic Circle on different meridians, and have uniformly found the temperature both of the air and the water to become more and more mild the farther I advanced beyond the 6 to 5th degree of south latitude, and that the variation decreases in the same proportion, while north of this latitude, say between 60 and 65 south, we frequently had great difficulty in finding a passage for the vessel between the immense and almost innumerable ice islands, some of which were from 1 to 2 miles in circumference and more than 500 feet above the surface of the water. Being nearly destitute of fuel and water, and without proper instruments, it being also late in the season, Captain Morrill was now obliged to put back without attempting any further progress to the westward. Although an entirely open sea lay before him, he expresses the opinion that had not these overruling considerations obliged him to retreat, he could have penetrated, if not to the pole itself, at least to the 85th parallel. I have given his ideas respecting these matters somewhat at length, that the reader may have an opportunity of seeing how far they were borne out by my own subsequent experience. In 1830, One Captain Briscoe, in the employ of the Messrs. Enderby whaleship owners of London, sailed in the brig Lively for the South Seas, accompanied by the cutter Tula, on the 28th of February. Being in latitude 66 degrees 30 S, longitude 47 degrees 31 E, he descried land, and clearly discovered through the snow the black peaks of a range of mountains running east. He remained in this neighborhood during the whole of the following month, but was unable to approach the coast nearer than within 10 leagues, owing to the boisterous state of the weather, finding it impossible to make further discovery during this season. He returned northward to winter in Van Diemen's Land. In the beginning of 1832, he again proceeded southwardly, and on the 4th of February land was seen to the southeast, in latitude 67 degrees 15, longitude 69 degrees 29 W. This was soon found to be an island near the headland of the country he had first discovered. On the 21st of the month he succeeded in landing on the latter, and took possession of it in the name of William Roman IV, calling it Adelaide's Island, in honor of the English Queen, these particulars being made known to the Royal Geographical Society of London. The conclusion was drawn by that body that there is a continuous tract of land extending from 47 degrees 30 E to 69 degrees 29 W longitude, running the parallel of from 6 to 6 to 6 to 7 degrees south latitude. In respect to this conclusion, Mr. Reynolds observes in the correctness of it, we, by no means, concur, nor do the discoveries of Briscoe warrant any such indifference. It was within these limits that Weddell proceeded south on a meridian to the east of Georgia Sandwich Land, and the South Orkney and Shetland Islands. My own experience will be found to testify most directly to the falsity of the conclusion arrived at by the Society. These are the principal attempts which have been made at penetrating to a high southern latitude, and it will now be seen that there remained, previous to the voyage of the Jane, nearly 300 degrees of longitude, in which the Antarctic Circle had not been crossed at all. Of course, a wide field lay before us for discovery, and it was with feelings of most intense interest that I heard Captain Guy express his resolution of pushing boldly to the southward. Chapter 17. We kept our course southwardly for 4 days, after giving up the search for Glass Islands, without meeting with any ice at all. On the 26th at noon, we were in latitude 63 degrees 23 S, longitude 41 degrees 25 W. We now saw several large ice islands, and a floe of field ice, not, however, of any great extent. The winds generally blew from the southeast or the northeast, but were very light whenever we had a westerly wind, which was seldom. It was invariably attended with a rain squall. Every day we had more or less snow. The thermometer on the 27th stood at 35. January 1, 1828. This day we found ourselves completely hemmed in by the ice, and our prospects looked cheerless. Indeed, a strong gale blew during the whole forenoon from the northeast, and drove large cakes of the drift against the rudder and counter with such violence that we all trembled for the consequences. Toward evening, the gale still blowing with fury, a large field in front separated, and we were enabled, by carrying a press of sail, to force a passage through the smaller flakes into some open water beyond. As we approached this space, we took in sail by degrees, and having at length got clear lato under a single reefed foresail. January 2, we had now tolerably pleasant weather. At noon, we found ourselves in latitude 69 degrees 10 S, longitude 42 degrees 20 W. Having crossed the Antarctic Circle, very little ice was to be seen to the southward, although large fields of it lay behind us. This day we rigged some sounding gear using a large iron pot capable of holding 20 gallons and a line of 200 fathoms. We found the current setting to the north, about 1/4 mile per hour. The temperature of the air was now about 33 here. We found the variation to be 14 degrees 28 easterly per azimuth. January 5, we had still held on to the southward, without any very great impediments on this morning. However, being in latitude 73 degrees 15 E, longitude 42 degrees 10 W, we were again brought to stand by an immense expanse of firm ice. We saw nevertheless much open water to the southward, and felt no doubt of being able to reach it. Eventually standing to the eastward along the edge of the floe, we at length came to a passage of about a mile in width, through which we warped our way by sundown. The sea, in which we now were was thickly covered with ice islands, but had no field ice, and we pushed on boldly, as before the cold did not seem to increase, although we had snow very frequently, and now and then hail squalls of great violence. Immense flocks of the albatross flew over the schooner, this day going from southeast to northwest. January 7, the sea still remained pretty well open, so that we had no difficulty in holding on our course to the westward. We saw some icebergs of incredible size, and in the afternoon passed very near one whose summit could not have been less than 400 fathoms from the surface of the ocean. Its girth was probably at the base 3/4 of a league, and several streams of water were running from crevices in its sides. We remained in sight of this island 2 days, and then only lost it in a fog. January 10 early this morning, we had the misfortune to lose a man overboard. He was an American named Peter Vredenberg, a native of New York, and was one of the most valuable hands on board the schooner. In going over the bows his foot slipped, and he fell between 2 cakes of ice, never rising again at noon of this day. We were in latitude 78 degrees 30, longitude 40 degrees 15 W. The cold was now excessive, and we had hail squalls continually from the northward. Eastward in this direction, also we saw several more immense icebergs, and the whole horizon to the eastward appeared to be blocked up with field ice, rising in tiers one mass above the other. Some driftwood floated by during the evening, and a great quantity of birds flew over, among which were Nelly's peterels, albatrosses, and a large bird of a brilliant blue plumage. The variation here per azimuth was less than it had been previously to our passing the Antarctic Circle. January 12, our passage to the south again looked doubtful, as nothing was to be seen in the direction of the pole, but one apparently limitless floe backed by absolute mountains of ragged ice, one precipice of which arose frowningly above the other. We stood to the westward until the 14th in the hope of finding an entrance. January 14, this morning, we reached the western extremity of the field which had impeded us, and weathering it came to an open sea without a particle of ice. Upon sounding with 200 fathoms we here found a current setting southwardly at the rate of half a mile per hour. The temperature of the air was 4 to 7, that of the water 3 to 4. We now sailed to the southward, without meeting any interruption of moment, until the 16th, when at noon we were in latitude 81 degrees 21, longitude 42 degrees W. We here again sounded, and found a current setting still southwardly, and at the rate of 3/4 of a mile per hour. The variation per azimuth had diminished, and the temperature of the air was mild and pleasant, the thermometer being as high as 51. At this period not a particle of ice was to be discovered. All hands on board now felt certain of attaining the pole. January 17, this day was full of incident. Innumerable flights of birds flew over us from the southward, and several were shot from the deck. One of them, a species of pelican, proved to be excellent eating. About midday, a small floe of ice was seen from the masthead off the larboard bow, and upon it there appeared to be some large animal. As the weather was good and nearly calm, Captain Guy ordered out 2 of the boats to see what it was. Dirk Peters and myself accompanied the mate in the larger boat. Upon coming up with the floe we perceived that it was in the possession of a gigantic creature of the race of the Arctic bear, but far exceeding in size the largest of these animals. Being well armed, we made no scruple of attacking it. At once, several shots were fired in quick succession, the most of which took effect apparently in the head and body. Nothing discouraged, however, the monster threw himself from the ice and swam with open jaws to the boat, in which were Peters and myself. Owing to the confusion which ensued among us at this unexpected turn of the adventure, no person was ready immediately with second shot, and the bear had actually succeeded in getting half his vast bulk across our gunwale, and seizing one of the men by the small of his back, before any efficient means were taken to repel him in this extremity. Nothing but the promptness and agility of Peters saved us from destruction. Leaping upon the back of the huge beast, he plunged the blade of a knife behind the neck, reaching the spinal marrow. At a blow the brute tumbled into the sea lifeless, and without a struggle rolling over Peters. As he fell, the latter soon recovered himself, and a rope being thrown him, he secured the carcass before entering the boat. We then returned in triumph to the schooner, towing our trophy behind us. This bear, upon measurement, proved to be full 15 feet in his greatest length. His wool was perfectly white and very coarse, curling tightly. The eyes were of a blood red and larger than those of the Arctic bare, the snout also more rounded, rather resembling the snout of the bulldog. The meat was tender, but excessively rank and fishy, although the men devoured it with avidity and declared it excellent eating. Scarcely had we got our prize alongside when the man at the masthead gave the joyful shout of land on the starboard bow. All hands were now upon the alert, and a breeze springing up very opportunely from the northward and eastward, we were soon close in with the coast. It proved to be a low rocky islet of about a league in circumference, and altogether destitute of vegetation, if we except a species of prickly pear. In approaching it from the northward, a singular ledge of rock is seen projecting into the sea and bearing a strong resemblance to corded bales of cotton. Around this ledge to the westward is a small bay, at the bottom of which our boats effected a convenient landing. It did not take us long to explore every portion of the island, but with one exception, we found nothing worthy of our observation. In the southern extremity, we picked up near the shore, half buried in a pile of loose stones, a piece of wood, which seemed to have formed the prow of a canoe. There had been evidently some attempt at carving upon it, and Captain Guy fancied that he made out the figure of a tortoise, but the resemblance did not strike me very forcibly. Besides this prow, if such it were, we found no other token that any living creature had ever been here before. Around the coast, we discovered occasional small floes of ice, but these were very few. The exact situation of the islet, to which Captain Guy gave the name of Bennett's Islet in honor of his partner in the ownership of the schooner, is 82 degrees 50 S, latitude 42 degrees 20 W longitude. We had now advanced to the southward, more than 8 degrees farther than any previous navigators, and the sea still lay perfectly open before us. We found, too, that the variation uniformly decreased as we proceeded, and what was still more surprising, that the temperature of the air and latterly of the water became milder. The weather might even be called pleasant, and we had a steady but very gentle breeze, always from some northern point of the compass. The sky was usually clear, with now and then a slight appearance of thin vapor in the southern horizon. This, however, was invariably of brief duration. Two difficulties alone presented themselves to our view. We were getting short of fuel, and symptoms of scurvy had occurred among several of the crew. These considerations began to impress upon Captain Guy the necessity of returning, and he spoke of it frequently. For my own part, confident as I was of soon arriving at land of some description upon the course we were pursuing, and having every reason to believe from present appearances that we should not find it, the sterile soil met within the higher Arctic latitudes, I warmly pressed upon him the expediency of persevering at least for a few days longer in the direction we were now holding. So tempting an opportunity of solving the great problem in regard to an Antarctic continent had never yet been afforded to man, and I confess that I felt myself bursting with indignation at the timid, ill-timed suggestions of our commander. I believe, indeed, that what I could not refrain from saying to him on this head had the effect of inducing him to push on, while therefore I cannot but lament the most unfortunate and bloody events which immediately arose from my advice. I must still be allowed to feel some degree of gratification at having been instrumental, however remotely, in opening to the eye of science one of the most intensely exciting secrets which has ever engrossed its attention. Chapter 18. January 18. This morning, we continued to the southward, with the same pleasant weather as before. The sea was entirely smooth, the air tolerably warm, and from the northeast, the temperature of the water 53. We now again got our sounding gear in order, and with 150 fathoms of line, found the current setting toward the pole at the rate of a mile an hour. This constant tendency to the southward, both in the wind and current, caused some degree of speculation and even of alarm in different quarters of the schooner, and I saw distinctly that no little impression had been made upon the mind of Captain Guy. He was exceedingly sensitive to ridicule, however, and I finally succeeded in laughing him out of his apprehensions. The variation was now very trivial. In the course of the day, we saw several large whales of the right species, and innumerable flights of the albatross passed over the vessel. We also picked up a bush full of red berries like those of the hawthorn, and the carcass of a singular-looking land animal. It was 3 feet in length, and but 6 inches in height, with 4 very short legs, the feet armed with long claws of a brilliant scarlet, and resembling coral in substance. The body was covered with a straight silky hair, perfectly white. The tail was peaked like that of a rat, and about 1.5 feet long. The head resembled a cat's, with the exception of the ears, were flopped like the ears of a dog. The teeth were of the same brilliant scarlet as the claws. January 19, today, being in latitude 83 degrees, 20 longitude 43 degrees 5, W, the sea being of an extraordinarily dark color, we again saw land from the masthead, and upon a closer scrutiny found it to be one of a group of very large islands. The shore was precipitous, and the interior seemed to be well wooded, a circumstance which occasioned us great joy. In about 4 hours from our first discovering the land, we came to anchor in 10 fathoms sandy bottom a league from the coast, as a high surf, with strong ripples here and there, rendered a nearer approach of doubtful expediency. The 2 largest boats were now ordered out, and a party well armed, among whom were Peters and myself, proceeded to look for an opening in the reef, which appeared to encircle the island. After searching about for some time, we discovered an inlet which we were entering, when we saw 4 large canoes put off from the shore filled with men who seemed to be well armed. We waited for them to come up, and as they moved with great rapidity, they were soon within hail. Captain Guy now held up a white handkerchief on the blade of an oar, when the strangers made a full stop, and commenced a loud jabbering, all at once intermingled with occasional shouts, in which we could distinguish the words anamumu and lama lama. They continued this for at least half an hour, during which we had a good opportunity of observing their appearance. In the 4 canoes, which might have been 50 feet long and 5 broad, there were 110 savages. In all they were about the ordinary stature of Europeans, but of a more muscular and brawny frame, their complexion a jet black, with thick and long woolly hair. They were clothed in skins of an unknown black animal, shaggy and silky, and made to fit the body with some degree of skill, the hair being inside, except where turned out about the neck, wrists, and ankles. Their arms consisted principally of clubs of a dark and apparently very heavy wood. Some spears, however, were observed among them, headed with flint, and a few slings. The bottoms of the canoes were full of black stones, about the size of a large egg. When they had concluded their harangue, for it was clear they intended their jabbering, for such one of them, who seemed to be the chief, stood up in the prow of his canoe, and made signs for us to bring our boats alongside of him. This hint we pretended not to understand, thinking it the wiser plan to maintain, if possible, the interval between us, as their number more than quadrupled our own. Finding this to be the case, the chief ordered the 3 other canoes to hold back, while he advanced toward us with his own. As soon as he came up with us, he leaped on board the largest of our boats, and seated himself by the side of Captain Guy, pointing at the same time to the schooner, and repeating the word anamumu and lama lama. We now put back to the vessel, the 4 canoes following at a little distance. Upon getting alongside, the chief evinced symptoms of extreme surprise and delight, clapping his hands, slapping his thighs and breast, and laughing obstreperously. His followers behind joined in his merriment, and for some minutes the din was so excessive as to be absolutely deafening. Quiet being at length restored, Captain Guy ordered the boats to be hoisted up as a necessary precaution, and gave the chief, whose name we soon found to be Tuit, to understand that we could admit no more than 20 of his men on deck at one time. With this arrangement he appeared perfectly satisfied, and gave some directions to the canoes, when one of them approached, the rest remaining about 50 yards off. 20 of the savages now got on board, and proceeded to ramble over every part of the deck, and scramble about among the rigging, making themselves much at home, and examining every article with great inquisitiveness. It was quite evident that they had never before seen any of the white race, from whose complexion indeed they appeared to recoil. They believed the Jane to be a living creature, and seemed to be afraid of hurting it with the points of their spears, carefully turning them up. Our crew were much amused with the conduct of Tuit. In one instance, the cook was splitting some wood near the galley, and by accident struck his axe into the deck, making a gash of considerable depth. The chief immediately ran up, and pushing the cook on one side, rather roughly commenced a half-whine, half-howl, strongly indicative of sympathy in what he considered the sufferings of the schooner, patting and smoothing the gash with his hand, and washing it from a bucket of seawater which stood by. This was a degree of ignorance for which we were not prepared, and for my part, one could not help thinking some of it affected. When the visitors had satisfied, as well as they could, their curiosity in regard to our upper works, they were admitted below, when their amazement exceeded all bounds. Their astonishment now appeared to be far too deep for words, for they roamed about in silence, broken only by low ejaculations, the arms afforded them much food for speculation, and they were suffered to handle and examine them at leisure. I do not believe that they had the least suspicion of their actual use, but rather took them for idols, seeing the care we had of them and the attention with which we watched their movements. While handling them at the great guns, their wonder was redoubled. They approached them with every mark of the profoundest reverence, and all but forbore to examine them minutely. There were 2 large mirrors in the cabin, and here was the acme of their amazement. Tuit was the first to approach them, and he had got in the middle of the cabin, with his face to one and his back to the other, before he fairly perceived them. Upon raising his eyes and seeing his reflected self in the glass, I thought the savage would go mad, but upon turning short round to make a retreat, and beholding himself a second time in the opposite direction, I was afraid he would expire upon the spot. No persuasion could prevail upon him to take another look. Throwing himself upon the floor with his face buried in his hands, he remained thus until we were obliged to drag him upon deck. The whole of the savages were admitted on board in this manner, 20 at a time, Tuit being suffered to remain during the entire period. We saw no disposition to thievery among them, nor did we miss a single article after their departure throughout the whole of their visit. They evinced the most friendly manner. There were, however, some points in their demeanor which we found it impossible to understand. For example, we could not get them to approach several very harmless objects, such as the schooner's sails, an egg, an open book, or a pan of flour. We endeavored to ascertain if they had among them any articles which might be turned to account in the way of traffic, but found great difficulty in being comprehended. We made out, nevertheless, what greatly astonished us, that the islands abounded in the large tortoise of the Galapagos, one of which we saw in the canoe of Tuit. We saw also some biche de mer in the hands of one of the savages, who was greedily devouring it in its natural state. These anomalies, for they were such, when considered in regard to the latitude, induced Captain Guy to wish for a thorough investigation of the country, in the hope of making a profitable speculation in his discovery. For my own part, anxious as I was to know something more of these islands, I was still more earnestly bent on prosecuting the voyage to the southward without delay. We had now fine weather, but there was no telling how long it would last, and being already in the 85th parallel, with an open sea before us, a current setting strongly to the southward, and the wind fair, I could not listen with any patience to a proposition of stopping longer than was absolutely necessary for the health of the crew and the taking on board a proper supply of fuel and fresh provisions. I represented to the captain that we might easily make this group on our return and winter here, in the event of being blocked up by the ice. He at length came into my views, for in some way hardly known to myself, I had acquired much influence over him, and it was finally resolved that even in the event of our finding biche de mer, we should only stay here a week to recruit, and then push on to the southward. While we might accordingly, we made every necessary preparation, and under the guidance of Tuit, got the Jane through the reef in safety, coming to anchor about a mile from the shore, in an excellent bay completely landlocked on the southeastern coast of the main island, and in 10 fathoms of water, black sandy bottom. At the head of this bay there were 3 fine springs, we were told, of good water, and we saw abundance of wood in the vicinity. The 4 canoes followed us, in keeping, however, at a respectful distance. Tuit himself remained on board, and upon our dropping anchor, invited us to accompany him on shore and visit his village in the interior. To this Captain Guy consented, and 10 savages being left on board as hostages, a party of us 12 in all got in readiness to attend the chief. We took care to be well armed, yet without evincing any distrust. The schooner had her guns run out, her boarding nettings up, and every other proper precaution was taken to guard against surprise. Directions were left with the chief mate to admit no person on board during our absence, and in the event of our not appearing in 12 hours, to send the cutter with a swivel around the island in search of us. At every step we took inland, the conviction forced itself upon us that we were in a country differing essentially from any hitherto visited by civilized men. We saw nothing with which we had been formerly conversant. The trees resembled no growth of either the torrid, the temperate, or the northern frigid zones, and were altogether unlike those of the lower southern latitudes. We had already traversed the very rocks, were novel in their mass, their color, and their stratification, and the streams themselves utterly incredible, as it may appear, had so little in common with those of other climates that we were scrupulous of tasting them, and indeed had difficulty in bringing ourselves to believe that their qualities were purely those of nature. At a small brook, which crossed our path, the first we had reached to it, and his attendants halted to drink on account of the singular character of the water, we refused to taste it, supposing it to be polluted, and it was not until some time afterward we came to understand that such was the appearance of the streams throughout the whole group. I am at a loss to give a distinct idea of the nature of this liquid, and cannot do so without many words, although it flowed with rapidity in all declivities, where common water would do so, yet never, except when falling in a cascade, had it the customary appearance of limpidity. It was nevertheless, in point of fact, as perfectly limpid as any limestone water in existence, the difference being only in appearance at first sight, and especially in cases where little declivity was found. It bore resemblance, as regards consistency, to a thick infusion of gum arabic in common water. But this was only the least remarkable of its extraordinary qualities. It was not colorless, nor was it of any one uniform color, presenting to the eye as it flowed every possible shade of purple, like the hues of a changeable silk. This variation in shade was produced in a manner which excited as profound astonishment in the minds of our party as the mirror had done in the case of Tuit. Upon collecting a basinful and allowing it to settle thoroughly, we perceived that the whole mass of liquid was made up of a number of distinct veins, each of a distinct hue, that these veins did not commingle, and that their cohesion was perfect in regard to their own particles among themselves, and imperfect in regard to neighboring veins. Upon passing the blade of a knife athwart the veins, the water closed over it immediately as with us, and also in withdrawing it all traces of the passage of the knife were instantly obliterated. If, however, the blade was passed down accurately between the two veins, a perfect separation was effected, which the power of cohesion did not immediately rectify. The phenomena of this water formed the first definite link in that vast chain of apparent miracles with which I was destined to be at length encircled. Chapter 19. We were nearly 3 hours in reaching the village, it being more than 9 miles in the interior, and the path lying through a rugged country. As we passed along, the party of Tuit, the whole 110 savages of the canoes, was momentarily strengthened by smaller detachments of from 2 to 6 or 7, which joined us, as if by accident, at different turns of the road. There appeared so much of system in this that I could not help feeling distrust, and I spoke to Captain Guy of my apprehensions. It was now too late, however, to recede, and we concluded that our best security lay in evincing a perfect confidence in the good faith of Tuit. We accordingly went on, keeping a wary eye upon the maneuvers of the savages, and not permitting them to divide our numbers by pushing in between. In this way, passing through a precipitous ravine, we at length reached what we were told was the only collection of habitations upon the island. As we came in sight of them, the chief set up a shout, and frequently repeated the word clock clock, which we supposed to be the name of the village, or perhaps the generic name for villages. The dwellings were of the most miserable description imaginable, and unlike those of even the lowest of the savage races with which mankind are acquainted, were of no uniform plan. Some of them, and these we found, belonged to the Wampus or Yampus, the great men of the land, consisted of a tree cut down at about 4 feet from the root, with a large black skin thrown over it, and hanging in loose folds upon the ground under this. The savage nestled. Others were formed by means of rough limbs of trees, with the withered foliage upon them, made to recline at an angle of 4 to 5 degrees, against a bank of clay, heaped up without regular form, to the height of 5 or 6 feet. Others again were mere holes dug in the earth perpendicularly, and covered over with similar branches, these being removed when the tenant was about to enter, and pulled on again when he had entered. A few were built among the forked limbs of trees, as they stood, the upper limbs being partially cut through so as to bend over upon the lower, thus forming thicker shelter from the weather. The greater number, however, consisted of small shallow caverns, apparently scratched in the face of a precipitous ledge of dark stone resembling fuller's earth, with which 3 sides of the village were bounded. At the door of each of these primitive caverns was a small rock, which the tenant carefully placed before the entrance upon leaving his residence, For what purpose I could not ascertain, as the stone itself was never of sufficient size to close up more than a third of the opening. This village, if it were worthy of the name, lay in a valley of some depth, and could only be approached from the southward, the precipitous ledge of which I have already spoken, cutting off all access in other directions. Through the middle of the valley ran a brawling stream of the same magical-looking water which has been described. We saw several strange animals about the dwellings, all appearing to be thoroughly domesticated. The largest of these creatures resembled our common hog in the structure of the body and snout. The tail, however, was bushy, and the legs slender as those of the antelope. Its motion was exceedingly awkward and indecisive, and we never saw it attempt to run. We noticed also several animals very similar in appearance, but of a greater length of body and covered with a black wool. There were a great variety of tame fowls running about, and these seemed to constitute the chief food of the natives. To our astonishment, we saw black albatross among these birds in a state of entire domestication, going to sea periodically for food, but always returning to the village as a home and using the southern shore in the vicinity as a place of incubation. There they were joined by their friends, the pelicans, as usual, but these latter never followed them to the dwellings of the savages. Among the other kinds of tame fowls were ducks, differing very little from the canvasback of our own country, black gannets, and a large bird, not unlike the buzzard in appearance, but not carnivorous of fish. There seemed to be a great abundance. We saw during our visit a quantity of dried salmon, rock cod, blue dolphins, mackerel, blackfish, skate, conger, eels, elephantfish, mullets, soles, parrotfish, leatherjackets, gurnards, hake, flounders, paracutas, and innumerable other varieties. We noticed, too, that most of them were similar to the fish about the group of Lord Auckland Islands, in a latitude as low as 51 degrees south, the Galapago. Tortoise was also very plentiful. We saw but few wild animals, and none of a large size or of a species with which we were familiar. One or two serpents of a formidable aspect crossed our path, but the natives paid them little attention, and we concluded that they were not venomous. As we approached the village with Tuit and his party, a vast crowd of the people rushed out to meet us with loud shouts, among which we could only distinguish the everlasting Anamumu and Lama Lama. We were much surprised at perceiving that, with one or two exceptions, these newcomers were entirely naked, and skins being used only by the men of the canoes. All the weapons of the country seemed also to be in the possession of the latter, for there was no appearance of any among the villagers. There were a great many women and children, the former not altogether wanting in what might be termed personal beauty. They were straight, tall, and well-formed, with a grace and freedom of carriage not to be found in civilized society. Their lips, however, like those of the men, were thick and clumsy, so that even when laughing the teeth were never disclosed. Their hair was of a finer texture than that of the males. Among these naked villagers there might have been 10 or 12 who were clothed like the party of Tuit in dresses of black skin, and armed with lances and heavy clubs. These appeared to have great influence among the rest, and were always addressed by the title Wampu. These two were the tenants of the black skin palaces. That of Tuit was situated in the center of the village, and was much larger and somewhat better constructed than others of its kind. The tree which formed its support was cut off at a distance of 12 feet or thereabouts from the root, and there were several branches left just below the cut, these serving to extend the covering, and in this way prevent its flapping about the trunk. The covering, too, which consisted of 4 very large skins fastened together with wooden skewers, was secured at the bottom with pegs driven through it, and into the ground. The floor was strewed with a quantity of dry leaves by way of carpet. To this hut we were conducted with great solemnity, and as many of the natives crowded in after us as possible. Tuit seated himself on the leaves and made signs that we should follow his example. This we did, and presently found ourselves in a situation peculiarly uncomfortable, if not indeed critical. We were on the ground, 12 in number, with the savages, as many as 40, sitting on their hams so closely around us that if any disturbance had arisen, we should have found it impossible to make use of our arms, or indeed to have risen to our feet. The pressure was not only inside the tent, but outside, where probably was every individual on the whole island, the crowd being prevented from trampling us to death only by the incessant exertions and vociferations of Tuit. Our chief security lay, however, in the presence of Tuit himself among us, and we resolved to stick by him closely as the best chance of extricating ourselves from the dilemma, sacrificing him immediately upon the first appearance of hostile design. After some trouble, a certain degree of quiet was restored when the chief addressed us in a speech of great length, and very nearly resembling the one delivered in the canoes, with the exception that the Anamumus were now somewhat more strenuously insisted upon than the Lama-Lamas. We listened in profound silence until the conclusion of this harangue, when Captain Guy replied by assuring the chief of his eternal friendship and goodwill, concluding what he had to say by a present of several strings of blue beads and a knife at the former. The monarch, much to our surprise, turned up his nose with some expression of contempt, but the knife gave him the most unlimited satisfaction, and he immediately ordered dinner. This was handed into the tent over the heads of the attendants, and consisted of the palpitating entrails of a species of unknown animal, probably one of the slim-legged hogs, which we had observed in our approach to the village. Seeing us at a loss how to proceed, he began by way of setting us an example to devour yard after yard of the enticing food, until we could positively stand it no longer, and evinced such manifest symptoms of rebellion of stomach as inspired His Majesty with a degree of astonishment only inferior to that brought about by the looking-glasses. We declined, however, partaking of the delicacies before us, and endeavored to make him understand that we had no appetite whatever, having just finished a hearty dejeuner. When the monarch had made an end of his meal, we commenced a series of cross-questioning in every ingenious manner we could devise, with a view of discovering what were the chief productions of the country, and whether any of them might be turned to profit. At length, he seemed to have some idea of our meaning, and offered to accompany us to a part of coast, where he assured us the biche de mer, pointing to a specimen of that animal, was to be found in great abundance. We were glad of this early opportunity of escaping from the oppression of the crowd, and signified our eagerness to proceed. We now left the tent, and accompanied by the whole population of the village, followed the chief to the southeastern extremity of the island, nor far from the bay where our vessel lay at anchor. We waited here for about an hour, until the 4 canoes were brought around by some of the savages to our station, the whole of our party. Then, getting into one of them, we were paddled along the edge of the reef before mentioned, and of another still farther out, where we saw a far greater quantity of biche de mer than the oldest seamen among us had ever seen in those groups of the lower latitudes most celebrated for this article of commerce. We stayed near these reefs only long enough to satisfy ourselves that we could easily load a dozen vessels with the animal, if necessary, when we were taken alongside the schooner, and parted with Tuit, after obtaining from him a promise that he would bring us, in the course of 24 hours, as many of the canvas-back ducks and Galapagos tortoises as his canoes would hold. In the whole of this adventure, we saw nothing in the demeanor of the natives calculated to create suspicion, with the single exception of the systematic manner in which their party was strengthened during our route from the schooner to the village. Chapter 20. The chief was as good as his word, and we were soon plentifully supplied with fresh provisions. We found the tortoises as fine as we had ever seen, and the ducks surpassed our best species of wild fowl, being exceedingly tender, juicy, and well-flavored. Besides these, the savages brought us, upon our making them comprehend our wishes, a vast quantity of brown celery and scurvy grass, with a canoe-load of fresh fish, and some dried. The celery was a treat indeed, and the scurvy grass proved of incalculable benefit in restoring those of our men who had shown symptoms of disease. In a very short time, we had not a single person on the sick list. We had also plenty of other kinds of fresh provisions, among which may be mentioned a species of shellfish resembling the mussel in shape, but with the taste of an oyster. Shrimps too, and prawns were abundant, and albatross, and other birds' eggs with dark shells. We took in too a plentiful stock of the flesh of the hog, which I have mentioned before. Most of the men found it a palatable food, but I thought it fishy and otherwise disagreeable. In return for these good things, we presented the natives with blue beads, brass trinkets, nails, knives, and pieces of red cloth. They being fully delighted in the exchange, we established a regular market on shore, just under the guns of the schooner, where our barterings were carried on with every appearance of good faith. and a degree of order which their conduct at the village of Clock had not led us to expect from the savages. Matters went on thus very amicably for several days, during which parties of the natives were frequently on board the schooner and parties of our men, frequently on shore, making long excursions into the interior, and receiving no molestation whatever, finding the ease with which the vessel might be loaded with bitch demur owing to the friendly disposition of the islanders, and the readiness with which they would render us assistance in collecting it. Captain Guy resolved to enter into negotiations with Tuit for the erection of suitable houses in which to cure the article, and for the services of himself and tribe in gathering as much as possible, while he himself took advantage of the fine weather to prosecute his voyage to the southward. Upon mentioning this project to the chief, he seemed very willing to enter into an agreement. A bargain was accordingly struck perfectly satisfactory to both parties, by which it was arranged that, after making the necessary preparations, such as laying off the proper grounds, erecting a portion of the buildings, and doing some other work in which the whole of our crew would be required, the schooner should proceed on her route, leaving 3 of her men on the island to superintend the fulfillment of the project and instruct the natives in drying the bitch demur. In regard to terms, these were made to depend upon the exertions of the savages in our absence. They were to receive a stipulated quantity of blue beads, knives, red cloth, and so forth, for every certain number of pickles of the bitch demur, which should be ready on our return. A description of the nature of this important article of commerce and the method of preparing it may prove of some interest to my readers, and I can find no more suitable place than this for introducing an account of it. The following comprehensive notice of the substance is taken from a modern history of a voyage to the South Seas. It is that mollusca from the Indian seas which is known to commerce by the French name bouche demur, a nice morsel from the sea. If I am not much mistaken, the celebrated Cuvier calls it Gasteropta pulmonifera. It is abundantly gathered in the coasts of the Pacific Islands, and gathered especially for the Chinese market, where it commands a great price, perhaps as much as their much-decayed-off edible birds' nests, which are properly made up of the gelatinous matter picked up by a species of swallow from the body of these mollusci. They have no shell, no legs, nor any prominent part, except an absorbing and an excretory opposite organs, but by their elastic wings like caterpillars or worms they creep in shallow waters, in which when low they can be seen by a kind of swallow, the sharp bill of which inserted in the soft animal draws a gummy and filamentous substance, which by drying can be wrought into the solid walls of their nest, hence the name of Gasteropta pulmonifera. This mollusca is oblong and of different sizes from 3 to 18 inches in length, and I have seen a few that were not less than 2 feet long. They were nearly round, a little flattish on one side, which lies next to the bottom of the sea, and they are from 1 to 8 inches thick. They crawl up into shallow water at particular seasons of the year, probably for the purpose of gendering, as we often find them in pairs. It is when the sun has the most power on the water, rendering it tepid, that they approach the shore, and they often go up into places so shallow that on the tides receding they are left dry, exposed to the beat of the sun. But they do not bring forth their young in shallow water, as we never see any of their progeny, and full-grown ones are always observed coming in from deep water. They feed principally on that class of zoophytes which produce the coral. The bitch demur is generally taken in 3 or 4 feet of water, after which they are brought on shore and split at one end with a knife, the incision being 1 inch or more according to the size of the mollusca. Through this opening, the entrails are forced out by pressure, and they are much like those of any other small tenant of the deep. The article is then washed, and afterward boiled to a certain degree, which must not be too much or too little. They are then buried in the ground for 4 hours, then boiled again for a short time, after which they are dried either by the fire or the sun. Those cured by the sun are worth the most, but where 1 pickle 13 pounds can be cured that way, I can cure 30 pickles by the fire. When once properly cured, they can be kept in a dry place for 2 or 3 years without any risk, but they should be examined once in every few months, say 4 times a year, to see if any dampness is likely to affect them. The Chinese, as before stated, consider bitch demur a very great luxury, believing that it wonderfully strengthens and nourishes the system, and renews the exhausted system of the immoderate voluptuary. The first quality commands a high price in Canton, being worth $90. A pickle, the second quality, $75, the third $50, the fourth $30, the fifth $20, the sixth $12, the seventh $8, and the eighth $4. Small cargoes, however, will often bring more in Manila, Singapore, and Batavia. An agreement having been thus entered into, we proceeded immediately to land everything necessary for preparing the buildings, and clearing the ground. A large flat space near the eastern shore of the bay was selected, where there was plenty of both wood and water, and within a convenient distance of the principal reefs, on which the biche de mer was to be procured. We now all set to work in good earnest, and soon, to the great astonishment of the savages, had felled a sufficient number of trees for our purpose, getting them quickly in order for the framework of the houses, which in 2 or 3 days were so far under way that we could safely trust the rest of the work to the 3 men whom we intended to leave behind. These were John Carson, Alfred Harris, and Peterson, all natives of London, I believe, who volunteered their services in this respect. By the last of the month, we had everything in readiness for departure. We had agreed, however, to pay a formal visit of leave-taking to the village, and Tuit insisted so pertinaciously upon our keeping the promise that we did not think it advisable to run the risk of offending him by a final refusal. I believe that not one of us had at this time the slightest suspicion of the good faith of the savages. They had uniformly behaved with the greatest decorum, aiding us with alacrity in our work, offering us their commodities frequently without price, and never in any instance pilfering a single article, although the high value they set upon the goods we had with us was evident by the extravagant demonstrations of joy always manifested upon our making them a present. The women especially were most obliging in every respect, and upon the whole we should have been the most suspicious of human beings had we entertained a single thought of perfidy on the part of a people who treated us so well. A very short while sufficed to prove that this apparent kindness of disposition was only the result of a deeply laid plan for our destruction, and that the islanders, for whom we entertained such inordinate feelings of esteem, were among the most barbarous, subtle, and bloodthirsty wretches that ever contaminated the face of the globe. It was on the 1st of February that we went on shore for the purpose of visiting the village, although, as said, before we entertained not the slightest suspicion. Still, no proper precaution was neglected. 6 men were left in the schooner, with instructions to permit none of the savages to approach the vessel during our absence under any pretense whatever, and to remain constantly on deck. The boarding nettings were up, the guns double-shotted with grape and canister, and the swivels loaded with canisters of musket balls. She lay with her anchor apeak about a mile from the shore, and no canoe could approach her in any direction without being distinctly seen, and exposed to the full fire of our swivels immediately. The 6 men being left on board our shore party consisted of 32 persons. In all we were armed to the teeth, having with us muskets, pistols, and cutlasses. Besides, each had a long kind of seaman's knife, somewhat resembling the bowie knife now so much used throughout our western and southern country. 100 of the black-skin warriors met us at the landing for the purpose of accompanying us on our way. We noticed, however, with some surprise, that they were now entirely without arms, and upon questioning Tuit in relation to this circumstance, he merely answered that mati non we pa pas, meaning that there was no need of arms where all were brothers. We took this in good part and proceeded. We had passed the spring and rivulet of which I before spoke, and were now entering upon a narrow gorge leading through the chain of soapstone hills among which the village was situated. This gorge was very rocky and uneven, so much so that it was with no difficulty we scrambled through it on our first visit to Clock Clock. The whole length of the ravine might have been 1.5 miles, or probably 2 miles. It wound in every possible direction through the hills, having apparently formed at some remote period the bed of a torrent. In no instance, proceeding more than 20 yards without an abrupt turn, the sides of this dell would have averaged, I am sure, 70 or 80 feet in perpendicular altitude throughout the whole of their extent, and in some portions they arose to an astonishing height, overshadowing the pass so completely that but little of the light of day could penetrate. The general width was about 40 feet, and occasionally it diminished so as not to allow the passage of more than 5 or 6 persons abreast. In short, there could be no place in the world better adapted for the consummation of an ambuscade, and it was no more than natural that we should look carefully to our arms as we entered upon it. When I now think of our egregious folly, the chief subject of astonishment seems to be that we should have ever ventured under any circumstances so completely into the power of unknown savages as to permit them to march both before and behind us in our progress through this ravine. Yet such was the order we blindly took up, trusting foolishly to the force of our party, the unarmed condition of Tuit and his men, the certain efficacy of our firearms, whose effect was yet a secret to the natives, and more than all, to the long-sustained pretension of friendship kept up by these infamous wretches. 5 or 6 of them went on before as if to lead the way, ostentatiously busying themselves in removing the larger stones and rubbish from the path. Next came our own party. We walked closely together, taking care only to prevent separation. Behind followed the main body of the savages, observing unusual order and decorum. Dirk Peters, a man named Wilson, Allan, and myself were on the right of our companions, examining, as we went along, the singular stratification of the precipice, which overhung us. A fissure in the soft rock attracted our attention. It was about wide enough for one person to enter without squeezing, and extended back into the hills some 18 or 20 feet, in a straight course sloping afterward to the left. The height of the opening, as far as we could see into it from the main gorge, was perhaps 60 or 70 feet. There were 1 or 2 stunted shrubs growing from the crevices, bearing a species of filbert, which I felt some curiosity to examine, and pushed in briskly for that purpose, gathering 5 or 6 of the nuts at a grasp, and then hastily retreating. As I turned, I found that Peters and Allan had followed me. I desired them to go back, as there was not room for 2 persons to pass, saying they should have some of my nuts. They accordingly turned, and were scrambling back, Allan being close to the mouth of the fissure, when I was suddenly aware of a concussion resembling nothing I had ever before experienced, and which impressed me with a vague conception, if indeed I then thought of anything, that the whole foundations of the solid globe were suddenly rent asunder, and that the day of universal dissolution was at hand. Chapter 21. As soon as I could collect my scattered senses, I found myself nearly suffocated and groveling in utter darkness among a quantity of loose earth, which was also falling upon me heavily in every direction, threatening to bury me entirely. Horribly alarmed at this idea, I struggled to gain my feet, and at last succeeded. I then remained motionless for some moments, endeavoring to conceive what had happened to me, and where I was. Presently I heard a groan just at my ear, and afterward the smothered voice of Peters calling to me for aid in the name of God. I scrambled 1 or 2 paces forward, when I fell directly over the head and shoulders of my companion, who I soon discovered was buried in a loose mass of earth as far as his middle, and struggling desperately to free himself from the pressure, I tore the dirt from around him with all the energy I could command, and at length succeeded in getting him out. As soon as we sufficiently recovered from our fright and surprise to be capable of conversing rationally, we both came to the conclusion that the walls of the fissure in which we had ventured had, by some convulsion of nature, or probably from their own weight, caved in overhead, and that we were consequently lost, forever. Being thus entombed alive for a long time, we gave up supinely to the most intense agony and despair, such as cannot be adequately imagined by those who have never been in a similar position. I firmly believed that no incident ever occurring in the course of human events is more adapted to inspire the supremeness of mental and bodily distress than a case like our own of living inhumation, the blackness of darkness which envelops the victim, the terrific oppression of lungs, the stifling fumes from the damp earth, unite with the ghastly considerations that we are beyond the remotest confines of hope, and that such is the allotted portion of the dead, to carry into the human heart a degree of appalling awe and horror not to be tolerated, never to be conceived. At length Peters proposed that we should endeavor to ascertain precisely the extent of our calamity and grope about our prison. It being barely possible, he observed that some opening might yet be left us for escape. I caught eagerly at this hope, and arousing myself to exertion, attempted to force my way through the loose earth. Hardly had I advanced a single step before a glimmer of light became perceptible enough to convince me that at all events we should not immediately perish for want of air, we now took some degree of heart, and encouraged each other to hope for the best, having scrambled over a bank of rubbish, which impeded our farther progress in the direction of the light. We found less difficulty in advancing and also experienced some relief from the excessive oppression of lungs which had tormented us. Presently, we were enabled to obtain a glimpse of the objects around, and discovered that we were near the extremity of the straight portion of the fissure, where it made a turn to the left. A few struggles more, and we reached the bend, when to our inexpressible joy there appeared a long seam or crack, extending upward a vast distance, generally at an angle of about 4 to 5 degrees. Although sometimes much more precipitous, we could not see through the whole extent of this opening, but as a good deal of light came down it, we had little doubt of finding at the top of it, if we could by any means reach the top, a clear passage into the open air. I now called to mind that 3 of us had entered the fissure from the main gorge, and that our companion Allan was still missing. We determined at once to retrace our steps and look for him. After a long search and much danger from the farther caving in of the earth above us, Peters at length cried out to me that he had hold of our companion's foot, and that his whole body was deeply buried beneath the rubbish, beyond the possibility of extricating him. I soon found that what he said was too true, and that of course life had been long extinct with sorrowful hearts. Therefore we left the corpse to its fate, and again made our way to the bend. The breadth of the seam was barely sufficient to admit us, and after 1 or 2 ineffectual efforts at getting up, we began once more to despair. I have before said that the chain of hills through which ran the main gorge was composed of a species of soft rock, resembling soapstone. The sides of the cleft we were now attempting to ascend were of the same material, and so excessively slippery, being wet, that we could get but little foothold upon them, even in their least precipitous parts. In some places, where the ascent was nearly perpendicular, the difficulty was of course much aggravated, and indeed, for some time we thought insurmountable. We took courage, however, from despair, and what by dint of cutting steps in the soft stone with our bowie knives, and swinging at the risk of our lives to small projecting points of a harder species of slaty rock, which now and then protruded from the general mass, we at length reached a natural platform from which was perceptible a patch of blue sky at the extremity of a thickly wooded ravine. Looking back now, with somewhat more leisure at the passage through which we had thus far proceeded, we clearly saw from the appearance of its sides that it was of late formation, and we concluded that the concussion, whatever it was, which had so unexpectedly overwhelmed us, had also at the same moment laid open this path for escape. Being quite exhausted with exertion, and indeed so weak that we were scarcely able to stand or articulate, Peters now proposed that we should endeavor to bring our companions to the rescue by firing the pistols which still remained in our girdles. The muskets, as well as cutlasses, had been lost among the loose earth at the bottom of the chasm. Subsequent events proved that had we fired, we should have sorely repented it, but luckily a half suspicion of foul play had by this time arisen in my mind, and we forbore to let the savages know of our whereabouts. After having reposed for about an hour, we pushed on slowly up the ravine, and had gone no great way before we heard a succession of tremendous yells. At length, we reached what might be called the surface of the ground, for our path hitherto, since leaving the platform, had lain beneath an archway of high rock and foliage at a vast distance overhead. With great caution we stole to a narrow opening through which we had a clear sight of the surrounding country, when the whole dreadful secret of the concussion broke upon us in one moment, and at one view. The spot from which we looked was not far from the summit of the highest peak in the range of the soapstone hills. The gorge, in which our party of 32 had entered, ran within 50 feet to the left of us, but for at least 100 yards, the channel or bed of this gorge was entirely filled up with the chaotic ruins of more than 1,000,000 tons of earth and stone that had been artificially tumbled within it. The means by which the vast mass had been precipitated were not more simple than evident, for sure traces of the murderous work were yet remaining in several spots along the top of the eastern side of the gorge. We were now on the western. Might be seen stakes of wood driven into the earth in these spots. The earth had not given way, but throughout the whole extent of the face of the precipice from which the mass had fallen, it was clear from marks left in the soil resembling those made by the drill of the rock blaster, that stakes similar to those we saw standing had been inserted at not more than a yard apart for the length of perhaps 300 feet, and ranging at about 10 feet back from the edge of the gulf. Strong cords of grapevine were attached to the stakes still remaining on the hill, and it was evident that such cords had also been attached to each of the other stakes. I have already spoken of the singular stratification of these soapstone hills, and the description just given of the narrow and deep fissure through which we effected our escape from inhumation will afford a further conception of its nature. This was such that almost every natural convulsion would be sure to split the soil into perpendicular layers or ridges running parallel with one another, and a very moderate exertion of art would be sufficient for effecting the same purpose of this stratification. The savages had availed themselves to accomplish their treacherous ends. There can be no doubt that by the continuous line of stakes, a partial rupture of the soil had been brought about, probably to the depth of 1 or 2 feet, when by means of a savage pulling at the end of each of the cords, these cords being attached to the tops of the stakes and extending back from the edge of the cliff, a vast leverage power was obtained capable of hurling the whole face of the hill upon a given signal into the bosom of the abyss. Below, the fate of our poor companions was no longer a matter of uncertainty. We alone had escaped from the tempest of that overwhelming destruction. We were the only living white men upon the island. Chapter 22. Our situation, as it now appeared, was scarcely less dreadful than when we had conceived ourselves entombed. Forever we saw before us no prospect but that of being put to death by the savages, or of dragging out a miserable existence in captivity among them. We might, to be sure, conceal ourselves for a time from their observation among the fastnesses of the hills, and as a final resort in the chasm from which we had just issued, but we must either perish in the long polar winter through cold and famine, or be ultimately discovered in our efforts to obtain relief. The whole country around us seemed to be swarming with savages. Crowds, of whom we now perceived had come over from the islands to the southward on flat rafts, doubtless with a view of lending their aid in the capture and plunder of the Jane. The vessel still lay calmly at anchor in the bay, those on board being apparently quite unconscious of any danger awaiting them. How we longed at that moment to be with them, either to aid in effecting their escape, or to perish with them in attempting a defense. We saw no chance even of warning them of their danger, without bringing immediate destruction upon our own heads. With but a remote hope of benefit to them, a pistol fired might suffice to apprise them that something wrong had occurred, but the report could not possibly inform them that their only prospect of safety lay in getting out of the harbor forthwith. It could not tell them that no principles of honor now bound them to remain, that their companions were no longer among the living. Upon hearing the discharge, they could not be more thoroughly prepared to meet the foe who were now getting ready to attack than they already were, and always had been no good therefore, and infinite harm would result from our firing, and after mature deliberation we forbore. Our next thought was to attempt to rush toward the vessel, to seize one of the 4 canoes which lay at the head of the bay, and endeavor to force a passage on board. But the utter impossibility of succeeding in this desperate task soon became evident. The country, as I said before, was literally swarming with the natives, skulking among the bushes and recesses of the hills, so as not to be observed from the schooner in our immediate vicinity especially, and blockading the sole path by which we could hope to attain the shore at the proper point, was stationed the whole party of the black-skin warriors, with Tuat at their head, and apparently only waiting for some reinforcement to commence his onset upon the Jane. The canoes, too, which lay at the head of the bay, were manned with savages, unarmed it is true, but who undoubtedly had arms within reach. We were forced therefore, however unwillingly, to remain in our place of concealment, mere spectators of the conflict which presently ensued. In about half an hour, we saw some 60 or 70 rafts or flatboats without riggers filled with savages, and coming round the southern bight of the harbor, they appeared to have no arms except short clubs and stones, which lay in the bottom of the rafts. Immediately afterward, another detachment, still larger, appeared in an opposite direction, and with similar weapons. The 4 canoes, too, were now quickly filled with natives, starting up from the bushes at the head of the bay, and put off swiftly to join the other parties, thus in less time than I have taken to tell it. And as if by magic, the Jane saw herself surrounded by an immense multitude of desperadoes evidently bent upon capturing her at all hazards. That they would succeed in so doing could not be doubted for an instant. The 6 men left in the vessel, however resolutely they might engage in her defense, were altogether unequal to the proper management of the guns, or in any manner to sustain a contest at such odds. I could hardly imagine that they would make resistance at all. But in this was deceived, for presently I saw them get springs upon the cable and bring the vessel's starboard broadside to bear upon the canoes, which by this time were within pistol range, the rafts being nearly a quarter of a mile to windward owing to some cause unknown, but most probably to the agitation of our poor friends at seeing themselves in so hopeless a situation. The discharge was an entire failure. Not a canoe was hit, or a single savage injured. The shots striking short and ricocheting over their heads, the only effect produced upon them was astonishment at the unexpected report and smoke, which was so excessive that for some moments I almost thought they would abandon their design entirely and return to the shore, and this they would most likely have done had our men followed up their broadside by a discharge of small arms, in which, as the canoes were now so near at hand, they could not have failed in doing some execution sufficient at least to deter this party from a farther advance, until they could have given the rafts also a broadside. But in place of this, they left the canoe party to recover from their panic, and by looking about them to see that no injury had been sustained, while they flew to the larboard to get ready for the rafts. The discharge to larboard produced the most terrible effect. The star and double-headed shot of the large guns cut 7 or 8 of the rafts completely asunder, and killed perhaps 30 or 40 of the savages outright, while 100 of them at least were thrown into the water. The most of them dreadfully wounded. The remainder, frightened out of their senses, commenced at once a precipitate retreat, not even waiting to pick up their maimed companions, who were swimming about in every direction, screaming and yelling for aid. This great success, however, came too late for the salvation of our devoted people. The canoe party were already on board the schooner, to the number of more than 150, the most of them having succeeded in scrambling up the chains and over the boarding netting even before the matches had been applied to the larboard guns. Nothing now could withstand their brute rage. Our men were borne down, at once overwhelmed, trodden under foot, and absolutely torn to pieces in an instant. Seeing this, the savages on the rafts got the better of their fears and came up in shoals to the plunder in 5 minutes. The Jane was a pitiable scene indeed of havoc and tumultuous outrage. The decks were split open and ripped up, the cordage sails and everything movable on deck demolished, as if by magic, while by dint of pushing at the stern, towing with the canoes, and hauling at the sides as they swam in thousands around the vessel, the wretches finally forced her on shore, the cable having been slipped, and delivered her over to the good offices of Tuit, who during the whole of the engagement had maintained, like a skillful general, his post of security and reconnaissance among the hills, but now that the victory was completed to his satisfaction, condescended to scamper down with his warriors of the black skin and become a partaker in the spoils. Tuit's descent left us at liberty to quit our hiding place and reconnoiter the hill in the vicinity of the chasm. At about 50 yards from the mouth of it, we saw a small spring of water, at which we slaked the burning thirst that now consumed us. Not far from the spring, we discovered several of the filbert bushes which I mentioned before. Upon tasting the nuts, we found them palatable and very nearly resembling in flavor the common English filbert. We collected our hats full, immediately deposited them within the ravine, and returned for more. While we were busily employed in gathering these, a rustling in the bushes alarmed us, and we were upon the point of stealing back to our covert, when a large black bird of the bittern species strugglingly and slowly arose above the shrubs. I was so much startled that I could do nothing, but Peters had sufficient presence of mind to run up to it before it could make its escape, and seize it by the neck. Its struggles and screams were tremendous, and we had thoughts of letting it go lest the noise should alarm some of the savages who might be still lurking in the neighborhood. A stab with a bowie knife, however, at length brought it to the ground, and we dragged it into the ravine, congratulating ourselves that at all events we had thus obtained a supply of food enough to last us for a week. We now went out again to look about us, and ventured a considerable distance down the southern declivity of the hill, but met with nothing else which could serve us for food. We therefore collected a quantity of dry wood, and returned seeing one or two large parties of the natives on their way to the village laden with the plunder of the vessel, and who we were apprehensive might discover us in passing beneath the hill. Our next care was to render our place of concealment as secure as possible, and with this object we arranged some brushwood over the aperture which I have before spoken of, as the one through which we saw the patch of blue sky. On reaching the platform from the interior of the chasm, we left only a very small opening just wide enough to admit of our seeing the bay without the risk of being discovered from below. Having done this, we congratulated ourselves upon the security of the position, for we were now completely excluded from observation as long as we chose to remain within the ravine itself and not venture out upon the hill. We could perceive no traces of the savages having ever been within this hollow, but indeed, when we came to reflect upon the probability that the fissure through which we attained it had been only just now created by the fall of the cliff opposite, and that no other way of attaining it could be perceived, we were not so much rejoiced at the thought of being secure from molestation as fearful lest there should be absolutely no means left us for descent. We resolved to explore the summit of the hill thoroughly when a good opportunity should offer. In the meantime, we watched the motions of the savages through our loophole. They had already made a complete wreck of the vessel and were now preparing to set her on fire. In a little while, we saw the smoke ascending in huge volumes from her main hatchway, and shortly afterward, a dense mass of flame burst up from the forecastle, the rigging masts, and what remained of the sails caught immediately, and the fire spread rapidly along the decks. Still, a great many of the savages retained their stations about her, hammering with large stones, axes, and cannon balls at the bolts, and other iron and copper work on the beach, and in canoes and rafts. There were not less altogether in the immediate vicinity of the schooner than 10,000 natives, besides the shoals of them who, laden with booty, were making their way inland and over to the neighboring islands. We now anticipated a catastrophe, and were not disappointed. First of all, there came a smart shock which we felt as distinctly where we were as if we had been slightly galvanized, but unattended with any visible signs of an explosion. The savages were evidently startled, and paused for an instant from their labors and yellings. They were upon the point of recommencing, when suddenly a mass of smoke puffed up from the decks, resembling a black and heavy thundercloud. Then, as if from its bowels, arose a tall stream of vivid fire, to the height, apparently, of a quarter of a mile. Then there came a sudden circular expansion of the flame. Then the whole atmosphere was magically crowded in a single instant with a wild chaos of wood and metal and human limbs. And lastly came the concussion in its fullest fury, which hurled us impetuously from our feet, while the hills echoed and reached the tumult, and a dense shower of the minutest fragments of the ruins tumbled headlong in every direction around us. The havoc among the savages far exceeded our utmost expectation, and they had now indeed reaped the full and perfect fruits of their treachery. Perhaps 1,000 perished by the explosion, while at least an equal number were desperately mangled. The whole surface of the bay was literally strewn with the struggling and drowning wretches, and on shore matters were even worse. They seemed utterly appalled by the suddenness and completeness of their discomfiture, and made no efforts at assisting one another. At length, we observed a total change in their demeanor. From absolute stupor, they appeared to be all at once aroused to the highest pitch of excitement, and rushed wildly about, going to and from a certain point on the beach, with the strangest expressions of mingled horror, rage, and intense curiosity depicted on their countenances, and shouting at the top of their voices, "Tekalili, tekalili." Presently we saw a large body go off into the hills, whence they returned in a short time carrying stakes of wood. These they brought to the station where the crowd was the thickest, which now separated so as to afford us a view of the object of all this excitement. We perceived something white lying upon the ground, but could not immediately make out what it was. At length we saw that it was the carcass of the strange animal with the scarlet teeth and claws, which the schooner had picked up at sea on the 18th of January. Captain Guy had had the body preserved for the purpose of stuffing the skin and taking it to England. Remember, he had given some directions about it just before our making the island, and it had been brought into the cabin and stowed away in one of the lockers. It had now been thrown on shore by the explosion, but why it had occasioned so much concern among the savages was more than we could comprehend. Although they crowded around the carcass at a little distance, None of them seemed willing to approach it closely by, and the men with the stakes drove them in a circle around it. And no sooner was this arrangement completed than the whole of the vast assemblage rushed into the interior of the island with loud screams of "Tekalili, Tekalili." Chapter 23. During the 6 or 7 days immediately following, we remained in our hiding place upon the hill, going out only occasionally. And then, with the greatest precaution for water and filberts, we had made a kind of penthouse on the platform, furnishing it with a bed of dry leaves, and placing in it 3 large flat stones, which served us for both fireplace and table. We kindled a fire without difficulty by rubbing 2 pieces of dry wood together, the one soft, the other hard. The bird we had taken in such good season proved excellent eating, although somewhat tough. It was not an oceanic fowl, but a species of bittern with jet black and grisly plumage and diminutive wings. In proportion to its bulk, we afterwards saw 3 of the same kind in the vicinity of the ravine, apparently seeking for the one we had captured. But as they never alighted, we had no opportunity of catching them. As long as this fowl lasted, we suffered nothing from our situation, but it was now entirely consumed, and it became absolutely necessary that we should look out for provision. The filberts would not satisfy the cravings of hunger, afflicting us too with severe gripings of the bowels, and if freely indulged in with violent headache. We had seen several large tortoises near the seashore to the eastward of the hill, and perceived they might be easily taken if we could get at them without the observation of the natives. It was resolved, therefore, to make an attempt at descending. We commenced by going down the southern declivity, which seemed to offer the fewest difficulties, but had not proceeded 100 yards before, as we had anticipated from appearances on the hilltop, our progress was entirely arrested by a branch of the gorge in which our companions had perished. We now passed along the edge of this for about 1/4 of a mile, when we were again stopped by a precipice of immense depth, and not being able to make our way along the brink of it, we were forced to retrace our steps by the main ravine. We now pushed over to the eastward, but with precisely similar fortune. After an hour's scramble, at the risk of breaking our necks, we discovered that we had merely descended into a vast pit of black granite with fine dust at the bottom, and whence the only egress was by the rugged path in which we had come down. Toiling again up this path, we now tried the northern edge of the hill. Here we were obliged to use the greatest possible caution in our maneuvers, as the least indiscretion would expose us to the full view of the savages in the village. We crawled along, therefore, on our hands and knees, and occasionally were even forced to throw ourselves at full length, dragging our bodies along by means of the shrubbery. In this careful manner we had proceeded but a little way when we arrived at a chasm far deeper than any we had yet seen, and leading directly into the main gorge. Thus our fears were fully confirmed, and we found ourselves cut off entirely from access to the world below. Thoroughly exhausted by our exertions, we made the best of our way back to the platform, and throwing ourselves upon the bed of leaves, slept sweetly and soundly for some hours. For several days after this fruitless search, we were occupied in exploring every part of the summit of the hill, in order to inform ourselves of its actual resources. We found that it would afford us no food, with the exception of the unwholesome filberts and a rank species of scurvy grass, which grew in a little patch of not more than 4 rods square, and would be soon exhausted. On the 15th of February, as near as I can remember, there was not a blade of this left, and the nuts were growing scarce. Our situation, therefore, could hardly be more lamentable. 5 On the 16th, we again went round the walls of our prison in hope of finding some avenue of escape, but to no purpose. We also descended the chasm, in which we had been overwhelmed, with the faint expectation of discovering through this channel some opening to the main ravine. Here, too, we were disappointed, although we found and brought up with us a musket. On the 17th, we set out with the determination of examining more thoroughly the chasm of black granite into which we had made our way in the first search. We remembered that one of the fissures in the sides of this pit had been but partially looked into, and we were anxious to explore it, although with no expectation of discovering here any opening. We found no great difficulty in reaching the bottom of the hollow as before, and were now sufficiently calm to survey it with some attention. It was indeed one of the most singular-looking places imaginable. and we could scarcely bring ourselves to believe it altogether the work of nature. The pit from its eastern to its western extremity was about 500 yards in length, when all its windings were threaded the distance from east to west in a straight line, not being more, I should suppose, having no means of accurate examination, than 40 or 50 yards upon first descending into the chasm, that is to say, for 100 feet downward from the summit of the hill. The sides of the abyss bore little resemblance to each other, and apparently had at no time been connected, the one surface being of the soapstone and the other of marl, granulated with some metallic matter. The average breadth or interval between the two cliffs was probably here 60 feet, but there seemed to be no regularity of formation. Passing down, however, beyond the limits spoken of, the interval rapidly contracted, and the sides began to run parallel, although for some distance farther they were still dissimilar in their material and form of surface. Upon arriving within 50 feet of the bottom, a perfect regularity commenced. The sides were now entirely uniform in substance, in color, and in lateral direction, the material being of very black and shining granite, and the distance between the two sides at all points facing each other exactly 20 yards. The precise formation of the chasm will be best understood by means of a delineation taken upon the spot, for I had luckily with me a pocketbook and pencil, which I preserved with great care through a long series of subsequent adventure, and to which I am indebted for memoranda of many subjects, which would otherwise have been crowded from my remembrance. This figure, no figures in text, gives the general outlines of the chasm, without the minor cavities, in the sides of which there were several, each cavity having a corresponding protuberance. Opposite the bottom of the gulf was covered to the depth of 3 or 4 inches, with a powder almost impalpable, beneath which we found a continuation of the black granite. To the right, at the lower extremity, will be noticed the appearance of a small opening. This is the fissure alluded to above, and to examine which more minutely than before was the object of our second visit. We now pushed into it with vigor, cutting away a quantity of brambles which impeded us, and removing a vast heap of sharp flints, somewhat resembling arrowheads in shape. We were encouraged to persevere, however, by perceiving some little light proceeding from the farther end. We at length squeezed our way for about 30 feet, and found that the aperture was a low and regularly formed arch, having a bottom of the same impalpable powder as that in the main chasm. A strong light now broke upon us, and turning a short bend, we found ourselves in another lofty chamber, similar to the one we had left in every respect but longitudinal form. Its general figure is here given. The total length of this chasm, commencing at the opening and proceeding round the curve B to the extremity D, is 550 yards. At C, we discovered a small aperture similar to the one through which we had issued from the other chasm, and this was choked up in the same manner with brambles and a quantity of the white arrowhead flints. We forced our way through it, finding it about 40 feet long, and emerged into a third chasm. This too was precisely like the first, except in its longitudinal shape, which was thus. We found the entire length of the third chasm 320 yards. At the point was an opening about 6 feet wide, and extending 15 feet into the rock, where it terminated in a bed of marl, there being no other chasm beyond. As we had expected, we were about leaving this fissure, into which very little light was admitted, when Peters called my attention to a range of singular-looking indentures in the surface of the marl, forming the termination of the cul-de-sac. With a very slight exertion of the imagination, the left or most northern of these indentures might have been taken for the intentional, although rude, representation of a human figure standing erect with outstretched arm. The rest of them bore also some little resemblance to alphabetical characters, and Peters was willing, at all events, to adopt the idle opinion that they were really such. I convinced him of his error, finally, by directing his attention to the floor of the fissure, where among the powder we picked up piece by piece several large flakes of the marl, which had evidently been broken off by some convulsion from the surface where the indentures were found, and which had projecting points exactly fitting the indentures, thus proving them to have been the work of nature. After satisfying ourselves that these singular caverns afforded us no means of escape from our prison, we made our way back dejected and dispirited to the summit of the hill. Nothing worth mentioning occurred during the next 24 hours, except that in examining the ground to the eastward of the third chasm, we found two triangular holes of great depth, and also with black granite sides into these holes. We did not think it worthwhile to attempt descending, as they had the appearance of mere natural wells without outlet. They were each about 20 yards in circumference, and their shape as well as relative position in regard to the third chasm is shown in Figure 5 image. Chapter 24. On the 20th of the month, finding it altogether impossible to subsist any longer upon the filberts, the use of which occasioned us the most excruciating torment, we resolved to make a desperate attempt at descending the southern declivity of the hill. The face of the precipice was here of the softest species of soapstone, although nearly perpendicular throughout its whole extent, a depth of 150 feet at the least, and in many places even overarching. After a long search, we discovered a narrow ledge about 20 feet below the brink of the gulf. Upon this Peters contrived to leap, with what assistance I could render him by means of our pocket handkerchiefs tied together. With somewhat more difficulty, I also got down, and we then saw the possibility of descending the whole way by the process in which we had clambered up from the chasm when we had been buried by the fall of the hill, that is, by cutting steps in the face of the soapstone with our knives. The extreme hazard of the attempt can scarcely be conceived, but as there was no other resource, we determined to undertake it. Upon the ledge where we stood there grew some filbert bushes, and to one of these we made fast an end of our rope of handkerchiefs, the other end being tied round Peter's waist. I lowered him down over the edge of the precipice until the handkerchiefs were stretched tight. He now proceeded to dig a deep hole in the soapstone, as far in as 8 or 10 inches, sloping away the rock above to the height of a foot or thereabout, so as to allow of his driving, with the butt of a pistol, a tolerably strong peg into the leveled surface. I then drew him up for about 4 feet, when he made a hole similar to the one below, driving in a peg as before, and having thus a resting place for both feet and hands, I now unfastened the handkerchiefs from the bush, throwing him the end, which he tied to the peg in the uppermost hole, letting himself down gently to a station about 3 feet lower than he had yet been, that is, to the full extent of the handkerchiefs. Here he dug another hole and drove another peg. He then drew himself up so as to rest his feet in the hole just cut, taking hold with his hands upon the peg in the one above it. Was now necessary to untie the handkerchiefs from the topmost peg, with the view of fastening them to the second, and here he found that an error had been committed in cutting the holes at so great a distance apart. However, after 1 or 2 unsuccessful and dangerous attempts at reaching the knot, having to hold on with his left hand while he labored to undo the fastening with his right, he at length cut the string, leaving 6 inches of it affixed to the peg. Tying the handkerchiefs now to the second peg, he descended to a station below the third, taking care not to go too far down. By these means which I should never have conceived of myself, and for which we were indebted altogether to Peter's ingenuity and resolution, my companion finally succeeded, with the occasional aid of projections in the cliff, in reaching the bottom without accident. It was some time before I could summon sufficient resolution to follow him, but I did at length attempt it. Peters had taken off his shirt before descending, and this, with my own, formed the rope necessary for the adventure. After throwing down the musket found in the chasm, I fastened this rope to the bushes and let myself down rapidly, striving by the vigor of my movements to banish the trepidation which I could overcome in no other manner. This answered sufficiently well for the first 4 or 5 steps, but presently I found my imagination growing terribly excited by thoughts of the vast depths yet to be descended, and the precarious nature of the pegs and soapstone holes, which were my only support. It was in vain I endeavored to banish these reflections, and to keep my eyes steadily bent upon the flat surface of the cliff before me. The more earnestly I struggled not to think, the more intensely vivid became my conceptions, and the more horribly distinct at length arrived that crisis of fancy, so fearful in all similar cases, the crisis in which we began to anticipate the feelings with which we shall falto picture to ourselves the sickness and dizziness, and the last struggle and the half-swoon, and the final bitterness of the rushing and headlong descent. And now I found these fancies creating their own realities, and all imagined horrors crowding upon me. In fact, I felt my knees strike violently together, while my fingers were gradually but certainly relaxing their grasp. There was a ringing in my ears, and I said, "This is my knell of death," and now I was consumed with the irrepressible desire of looking below. I would not confine my glances to the cliff, and with a wild, indefinable emotion, half of horror, half of a relieved oppression, I threw my vision far down into the abyss. For one moment, my fingers clutched convulsively upon their hold, while with the movement, the faintest possible idea of ultimate escape wandered like a shadow through my mind, and the next my whole soul was pervaded with a longing to fall, a desire, a yearning, a passion utterly uncontrollable. I let go at once my grasp upon the peg, and turning half round from the precipice, remained tottering for an instant against its naked face. But now there came a spinning of the brain, a shrill-sounding and phantom voice screamed within my ears. A dusky, fiendish, and filmy figure stood immediately beneath me, and sighing I sunk down with a bursting heart and plunged within its arms. I had swooned, and Peters had caught me. As I fell, he had observed my proceedings from his station at the bottom of the cliff, and perceiving my imminent danger, had endeavored to inspire me with courage by every suggestion he could devise, although my confusion of mind had been so great as to prevent my hearing what he said or being conscious that he had even spoken to me at all. At length, seeing me totter, he hastened to ascend to my rescue, and arrived just in time for my preservation. Had I fallen with my full weight, the rope of linen would inevitably have snapped, and I should have been precipitated into the abyss. As it was, he contrived to let me down gently so as to remain suspended without danger, until animation returned. This was in about 15 minutes. On recovery, my trepidation had entirely vanished. I felt a new being, and with some little further aid from my companion, reached the bottom also in safety. We now found ourselves not far from the ravine which had proved the tomb of our friends, and to the southward of the spot where the hill had fallen. The place was one of singular wildness, and its aspect brought to my mind the descriptions given by travelers of those dreary regions marking the site of degraded Babylon, not to speak of the ruins of the disrupted cliff, which formed a chaotic barrier in the vista to the northward. The surface of the ground in every other direction was strewn with huge tumuli, apparently the wreck of some gigantic structures of art, although in detail no semblance of art could be detected. Scoria were abundant, and large shapeless blocks of the black granite, intermingled with others of marl 6, and both granulated with metal of vegetation. There were no traces whatsoever throughout the whole of the desolate area. Within sight, several immense scorpions were seen, and various reptiles not elsewhere to be found in the high latitudes. As food was our most immediate object, we resolved to make our way to the seacoast, distant not more than half a mile, with a view of catching turtles, several of which we had observed from our place of concealment on the hill. We had proceeded some 100 yards, threading our route cautiously between the huge rocks and tumuli, when upon turning a corner, 5 savages sprung upon us from a small cavern, felling Peters to the ground with a blow from a club. As he fell, the whole party rushed upon him to secure their victim, leaving me time to recover from my astonishment. I still had the musket, but the barrel had received so much injury in being thrown from the precipice that I cast it aside as useless, preferring to trust my pistols, which had been carefully preserved. In order with these, I advanced upon the assailants, firing one after the other in quick succession. 2 savages fell, and one who was in the act of thrusting a spear into Peters sprung to his feet. Without accomplishing his purpose, my companion being thus released, we had no further difficulty. He had his pistols also, but prudently declined using them, confiding in his great personal strength, which far exceeded that of any person I have ever known. Seizing a club from one of the savages who had fallen, he dashed out the brains of the 3 who remained, killing each instantaneously with a single blow of the weapon, and leaving us completely masters of the field. So rapidly had these events passed that we could scarcely believe in their reality, and were standing over the bodies of the dead in a species of stupid contemplation, when we were brought to recollection by the sound of shouts in the distance. It was clear that the savages had been alarmed by the firing, and that we had little chance of avoiding discovery. To regain the cliff, it would be necessary to proceed in the direction of the shouts, and even should we succeed in arriving at its base, we should never be able to ascend it without being seen. Our situation was one of the greatest peril, and we were hesitating in which path to commence a flight, when one of the savages whom I had shot and supposed dead sprang briskly to his feet, and attempted to make his escape. We overtook him, however, before he had advanced many paces, and were about to put him to death, when Peters suggested that we might derive some benefit from forcing him to accompany us in our attempt to escape. We therefore dragged him with us, making him understand that we would shoot him if he offered resistance in a few minutes. He was perfectly submissive and ran by our sides as we pushed in among the rocks, making for the seashore. So far, the irregularities of the ground we had been traversing hid the sea, except at intervals from our sight, and when we first had it fairly in view, it was perhaps 200 yards distant. As we emerged into the open beach, we saw to our great dismay an immense crowd of the natives pouring from the village, and from all visible quarters of the island, making toward us with gesticulations of extreme fury and howling like wild beasts. We were upon the point of turning upon our steps and trying to secure a retreat among the fastnesses of the rougher ground, when I discovered the bows of 2 canoes projecting from behind a large rock, which ran out into the water. Toward these we now ran with all speed, and reaching them found them unguarded, and without any other freight than 3 of the large Galapagos turtles, and the usual supply of paddles for 60 rowers. We instantly took possession of one of them, and forcing our captive on board, pushed out to sea with all the strength we could command. We had not made, however, more than 50 yards from the shore before we became sufficiently calm to perceive the great oversight of which we had been guilty in leaving the other canoe in the power of the savages, who by this time were not more than twice as far from the beach as ourselves, and were rapidly advancing to the pursuit. No time was now to be lost. Our hope was at best a forlorn one, but we had none other. It was very doubtful whether, with the utmost exertion, we could get back in time to anticipate them in taking possession of the canoe. But yet there was a chance that we might save ourselves if we succeeded, while not to make the attempt was to resign ourselves to inevitable butchery. The canoe was modeled with the bow and stern alike, and in place of turning it around, we merely changed our position in paddling. As soon as the savages perceived this, they redoubled their yells as well as their speed, and approached with inconceivable rapidity. We pulled, however, with all the energy of desperation, and arrived at the contested point before more than one of the natives had attained it. This man paid dearly for his superior agility, Peters shooting him through the head with a pistol. As he approached the shore, the foremost among the rest of his party were probably some 20 or 30 paces distant. As we seized upon the canoe, we at first endeavored to pull her into the deep water beyond the reach of the savages, but finding her too firmly aground, and there being no time to spare, Peters, with 1 or 2 heavy strokes from the butt of the musket, succeeded in dashing out a large portion of the bow, and of one side. We then pushed off 2 of the natives. By this time had got hold of our boat, obstinately refusing to let go, until we were forced to dispatch them with our knives. We were now clear off, and making great way out to see. The main body of the savages, upon reaching the broken canoe, set up the most tremendous yell of rage and disappointment conceivable. In truth, from everything I could see of these wretches, they appeared to be the most wicked, hypocritical, vindictive, bloodthirsty, and altogether fiendish race of men upon the face of the globe. It is clear we should have had no mercy had we fallen into their hands. They made a mad attempt at following us in the fractured canoe, but finding it useless again, vented their rage in a series of hideous vociferations, and rushed up into the hills. We were thus relieved from immediate danger, but our situation was still sufficiently gloomy. We knew that 4 canoes of the kind we had were at one time in the possession of the savages, and were not aware of the fact, afterward ascertained from our captive, that 2 of these had been blown to pieces in the explosion of the Jane Guy. We calculated, therefore, upon being yet pursued, as soon as our enemies could get round to the bay distant about 3 miles where the boats were usually laid up. Fearing this, we made every exertion to leave the island behind us, and went rapidly through the water, forcing the prisoner to take a paddle. In about half an hour, when we had gained probably 5 or 6 miles to the southward, a large fleet of the flat-bottomed canoes or rafts was seen to emerge from the bay, evidently with the design of pursuit. Presently, they put back, despairing to overtake us. Chapter 25. We now found ourselves in the wide and desolate Antarctic Ocean, in a latitude exceeding 84 degrees in a frail canoe, and with no provision but the 3 turtles, the long polar winter too, could not be considered as far distant, and it became necessary that we should deliberate well upon the course to be pursued. There were 6 or 7 islands in sight, belonging to the same group, and distant from each other about 5 or 6 leagues, but upon neither of these had we any intention to venture in coming from the northward. In the Jane Guy we had been gradually leaving behind us the severest regions of ice-thighs, however little it may be in accordance with the generally received notions respecting the Antarctic, was a fact experience would not permit us to deny. To attempt, therefore, getting back would be folly, especially at so late a period of the season. Only one course seemed to be left open for hope. We resolved to steer boldly to the southward, where there was at least a probability of discovering other lands, and more than a probability of finding a still milder climate. So far we had found the Antarctic, like the Arctic Ocean, peculiarly free from violent storms or immoderately rough water, but our canoe was at best of frail structure although large, and we set busily to work with a view of rendering her as safe as the limited means in our possession would admit. The body of the boat was of no better material than bark of a tree, unknown. The ribs were of a tough osier, well adapted to the purpose for which it was used. We had 50 feet room from stem to stern, from 4 to 6 in breadth, and in depth throughout 4 feet and a half. The boats, thus differing vastly in shape from those of any other inhabitants of the Southern Ocean with whom civilized nations are acquainted, we never did believe them the workmanship of the ignorant islanders who owned them, and some days after this period discovered by questioning our captive that they were in fact made by the natives of a group to the southwest of the country, where we found them having fallen accidentally into the hands of our barbarians. What we could do for the security of our boat was very little indeed. Several wide rents were discovered near both ends, and these we contrived to patch up with pieces of woolen jacket. With the help of the superfluous paddles, of which there were a great many, we erected a kind of framework about the bow, so as to break the force of any seas which might threaten to fill us in that quarter. We also set up 2 paddle blades for masts, placing them opposite each other, one by each gunwale, thus saving the necessity of a yard to these masts. We attached a sail made of our shirtstowing, this with some difficulty, as here we could get no assistance from our prisoner whatever, although he had been willing enough to labor in all the other operations. The sight of the linen seemed to affect him in a very singular manner. He could not be prevailed upon to touch it or go near it, shuddering when we attempted to force him, and shrieking out technically. Having completed our arrangements in regard to the security of the canoe, we now set sail to the south-southeast for the present, with the view of weathering the most southerly of the group in sight. This being done, we turned the bow full to the southward. The weather could by no means be considered disagreeable. We had a prevailing and very gentle wind from the northward, a smooth sea and continual daylight. No ice whatever was to be seen, nor did I ever see one particle of this after leaving the parallel of Bennett's Islet. Indeed, the temperature of the water was here far too warm for its existence in any quantity. Having killed the largest of our tortoises, and obtained from him not only food, but a copious supply of water, we continued on our course without any incident of moment for perhaps 7 or 8 days, during which period we must have proceeded a vast distance to the southward, as the wind blew constantly with us, and a very strong current set continually in the direction we were pursuing. March 1st, 7 many unusual phenomena now indicated that we were entering upon a region of novelty and wonder. A high range of light gray vapor appeared constantly in the southern horizon, flaring up occasionally in lofty streaks, now darting from east to west, now from west to east, and again presenting level and uniform summit. In short, having all the wild variations of the aurora borealis. The average height of this vapor, as apparent from our station, was about 25 degrees. The temperature of the sea seemed to be increasing momentarily, and there was a very perceptible alteration in its color. March 2d. Today, by repeated questioning of our captive, we came to the knowledge of many particulars in regard to the island of the massacre, its inhabitants and customs. But with these, how can I now detain the reader? I may say, however, that we learned there were 8 islands in the group, that they were governed by a common king named Salman, who resided in one of the smallest of the islands, that the black skins forming the dress of the warriors came from an animal of huge size to be found only in a valley near the court of the king that the inhabitants of the group fabricated. No other boats than the flat-bottomed rafts, the 4 canoes being all of the kind in their possession, and these having been obtained by mere accident from some large island in the southwest that his own name was knew not that he had no knowledge of Bennett's isletand, that the appellation of the island he had left was Tsalal. The commencement of the words Tsalman and Tsalal was given with a prolonged hissing sound, which we found it impossible to imitate even after repeated endeavors, and which was precisely the same with the note of the black bittern we had eaten up on the summit of the hill. March 3d. The heat of the water was now truly remarkable, and in color was undergoing a rapid change, being no longer transparent, but of a milky consistency, and hue in our immediate vicinity it was usually smooth, never so rough as to endanger the canoe, but we were frequently surprised at perceiving to our right and left at different distances sudden and extensive agitations of the surface. These we at length noticed were always preceded by wild flickerings in the region of vapor to the southward. March 4th. Today, with the view of widening our sail, the breeze from the northward dying away perceptibly, I took from my coat pocket a white handkerchief. Nunu was seated at my elbow, and the linen accidentally flaring in his face, he became violently affected with convulsions. These were succeeded by drowsiness and stupor, and low murmurings of tekalili tekalili. March 5th. The wind had entirely ceased, but it was evident that we were still hurrying on to the southward under the influence of a powerful current, and no, indeed, it would seem reasonable that we should experience some alarm at the turn. Events were tacking, but we felt none. The countenance of Peters indicated nothing of this nature, although it wore at times an expression I could not fathom. The polar winter appeared to be coming on, but coming without its terrors. I felt a numbness of body and mingled dreaminess of sensation, but this was all. March 6th. The gray vapor had now arisen many more degrees above the horizon, and was gradually losing its grayness of tint. The heat of the water was extreme, even unpleasant to the touch, and its milky hue was more evident than ever. Today, a violent agitation of the water occurred very close to the canoe. It was attended, as usual, with a wild flaring up of the vapor at its summit, and a momentary division at its base. A fine white powder, resembling ashes but certainly not such, fell over the canoe and over a large surface of the water as the flickering died away among the vapor, and the commotion subsided in the sea. Nunu now threw himself on his face in the bottom of the boat, and no persuasions could induce him to arise. March 7th. This day we questioned Nunu concerning the motives of his countrymen in destroying our companions, but he appeared to be too utterly overcome by terror to afford us any rational reply. He still obstinately lay in the bottom of the boat, and upon reiterating the questions as to the motive, made use only of idiotic gesticulations, such as raising with his forefinger the upper lip, and displaying the teeth which lay beneath it. These were black. We had never before seen the teeth of an inhabitant of Tsalal. March 8th. Today there floated by us one of the white animals whose appearance upon the beach at Tsalal had occasioned so wild a commotion among the savages. I would have picked it up, but there came over me a sudden listlessness, and I forbore. The heat of the water still increased, and the hand could no longer be endured within it. Peters spoke little, and I knew not what to think of his apathy. Nunu breathed, and no more. March 9th. The whole ashy material fell now continually around us, and in vast quantities. The range of vapor to the southward had arisen prodigiously in the horizon, and began to assume more distinctness of form. I can liken it to nothing but a limitless cataract rolling silently into the sea from some immense and far distant rampart in the heaven. The gigantic curtain ranged along the whole extent of the southern horizon. It emitted no sound. March 21st. A sullen darkness now hovered above us, but from out the milky depths of the ocean a luminous glare arose, and stole up along the bulwarks of the boat. We were nearly overwhelmed by the white ashy shower which settled upon us and upon the canoe, but melted into the water as it fell. The summit of the cataract was utterly lost in the dimness and the distance, yet we were evidently approaching it with a hideous velocity. At intervals there were visible in it wide, yawning but momentary rents, and from out these rents within which was a chaos of flitting and indistinct images, there came rushing and mighty but soundless winds, tearing up the enkindled ocean in their course. March 22d. The darkness had materially increased, relieved only by the glare of the water thrown back from the white curtain before us. Many gigantic and pallidly white birds flew continuously now from beyond the veil, and their scream was the eternal tekalilias. They retreated from our vision. Hereupon Nunu stirred in the bottom of the boat. Upon touching him, we found his spirit departed, and now we rushed into the embraces of the cataract, where a chasm threw itself open to receive us. But there arose in our pathway a shrouded human figure, very far larger in its proportions than any dweller among men, and the hue of the skin of the figure was of the perfect whiteness of the snow. Note: the circumstances connected with the late sudden and distressing death of Mr. Pym are already well known to the public through the medium of the daily press. It is feared that the few remaining chapters which were to have completed his narrative, and which were retained by him, while the above were in type for the purpose of revision, have been irrecoverably lost through the accident by which he perished himself. This, however, may prove not to be the case, and the papers, if ultimately found, will be given to the public. No means have been left untried to remedy the deficiency. The gentleman whose name is mentioned in the preface, and who from the statement there made might be supposed able to fill the vacuum, has declined the task thys for satisfactory reasons connected with the general inaccuracy of the details afforded. Him and his disbelief in the entire truth of the latter portions of the narration Peters, from whom some information might be expected, is still alive and a resident of Illinois, but cannot be met with at present. He may hereafter be found, and will no doubt afford material for a conclusion of Mr. Pym's account. The loss of 2 or 3 final chapters, for there were but 2 or 3, is the more deeply to be regretted, as it cannot be doubted they contained matter relative to the pole itself, or at least to regions in its very near proximity, and as to the statements of the author in relation to these regions may shortly be verified or contradicted by means of the governmental expedition now preparing for the Southern Ocean. On one point in the narrative, some remarks may well be offered, and it would afford the writer of this appendix much pleasure if what he may here observe should have a tendency to throw credit in any degree upon the very singular pages now published. We allude to the chasms found in the island of Tsalal, and to the whole of the figures upon pages 24,547 of the printed edition. Note: no figures were included with this text. Mr. Pym has given the figures of the chasms without comment, and speaks decidedly of the indentures found at the extremity of the most easterly of these chasms as having but a fanciful resemblance to alphabetical characters, and in short as being positively not such. This assertion is made in a manner so simple and sustained by a species of demonstration, so conclusive, viz., the fitting of the projections of the fragments found among the dust into the indentures upon the wall, that we are forced to believe the writer in earnest, and no reasonable reader should suppose otherwise. But as the facts in relation to all the figures are most singular, especially when taken in connection with statements made in the body of the narrative, it may be as well to say a word or two concerning them all, this too the more especially as the facts in question have beyond doubt escaped the attention of Mr. Poe. Figure 1, then Figure 2, Figure 3, and Figure 5, when conjoined with one another in the precise order which the chasms themselves presented, and when deprived of the small lateral branches or arches, which it will be remembered served only as a means of communication between the main chambers, and were of totally distinct character, constitute an Ethiopian verbal root, to be shadowants, all the inflections of shadow or darkness. In regard to the left or most northwardly of the indentures, in Figure 4, it is more than probable that the opinion of Peters was correct, and that the hieroglyphical appearance was really the work of art, and intended as the representation of a human form. The delineation is before the reader, and he may or may not perceive the resemblance suggested, but the rest of the indentures afford strong confirmation of Peters' idea. The upper range is evidently the Arabic verbal root to be white, whence all the inflections of brilliancy and whiteness. The lower range is not so immediately perspicuous. The characters are somewhat broken and disjointed. Nevertheless, it cannot be doubted that in their perfect state they formed the full Egyptian, word the region of the south, it should be observed that these interpretations confirm the opinion of Peters in regard to the most northwardly of the figures, the arm is outstretched toward the south. Conclusions such as these open a wide field for speculation and exciting conjecture. They should be regarded perhaps in connection with some of the most faintly detailed incidents of the narrative, although in no visible manner is this chain of connection complete. Tekelili was the cry of the affrighted natives of Tsalal upon discovering the carcass of the white animal picked up at sea. This also was the shuddering exclamatives of Tsalal upon discovering the carcass of the white materials in possession of Mr. Pym. This also was the shriek of the swift-flying white and gigantic birds, which issued from the vapory white curtain of the south. Nothing white was to be found at Tsalal, and nothing otherwise in the subsequent voyage to the region beyond. It is not impossible that Tsalal, the appellation of the island of the chasms, may be found upon minute philological scrutiny to betray either some alliance with the chasms themselves, or some reference to the Ethiopian characters so mysteriously written in their windings. I have graven it within the hills, and my vengeance upon the dust within the rock. Notes to the 3rd volume. 1. Whaling vessels are usually fitted with iron oiltanksui. The Grampus was not. I have never been able to ascertain. 2. The case of the brig Polly of Boston is one so much in point, and her fate in many respects so remarkably similar to our own, that I cannot forbear alluding to it. Here this vessel of 130 tons burden sailed from Boston with a cargo of lumber and provisions for Santa Croix on the 12th of December, 1811, under the command of Captain Casno. There were 8 souls on board, besides the captain's mate, 4 seamen, and the cook, together with a Mr. Hunt and a Negro girl belonging to him. On the 15th, having cleared the shoal of Georges, she sprung a leak in a gale of wind from the southeast, and was finally capsized, but the masts going by board. She afterward righted. They remained in this situation without fire, and with very little provision for the period of 191 days, from December the 15th to June the 20th, when Captain Casno and Samuel Badger, the only survivors, were taken off the wreck by the fame of Hull Captain Featherstone. Bound home from Rio Janeiro, when picked up they were in latitude 28 degrees and longitude 13 degrees W, having drifted above 2,000 miles on the 9th of July. The fame fell in with the brig Dramero Captain Perkins, who landed the 2 sufferers in Kennebec. The narrative, from which we gather these details, ends in the following words. It is natural to inquire how they could float such a vast distance upon the most frequented part of the Atlantic, and not be discovered all this time. They were passed by more than a dozen sail, one of which came so nigh them that they could distinctly see the people on deck and on the rigging looking at them. But to the inexpressible disappointment of the starving and freezing men, they stifled the dictates of compassion, hoisted sail, and cruelly abandoned them to their fate. 3. Among the vessels which at various times have professed to meet with the Auroras may be mentioned the ship San Miguel in 1769, the ship Aurora in 1774, the brig Pearl in 1779, and the ship Dolors in 1790. They all agree in giving the mean latitude 53 degrees south. For the terms morning and evening, which I have made use of to avoid confusion in my narrative as far as possible, must not of course be taken in their ordinary sense. For a long time past, we had had no night at all, the daylight being continual. The dates throughout are according to nautical time, and the bearing must be understood as per compass. I would also remark in this place that I cannot, in the first portion of what is here written, pretend to strict accuracy in respect to dates or latitudes and longitudes, having kept no regular journal, until after the period of which this first portion treats. In many instances, I have relied altogether upon memory. 5. This day was rendered remarkable by our observing in the south several huge wreaths of the grayish vapor I have spoken of. 6. The marl was also black. Indeed, we noticed no light-colored substances of any kind upon the island. 7. For obvious reasons, I cannot pretend to strict accuracy in these dates. They are given principally with a view to perspicity of narrative, and as set down in my pencil memorandum. Ligeia, and the will therein lieth, which dieth not, who knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigor. For God is but a great will pervading all things, by nature of its intentness man doth not yield himself to the angels, nor unto death, utterly save only through the weakness of his feeble will. Joseph Glanville. I cannot for my soul remember how, when, or even precisely where I first became acquainted with the Lady Lygia. Long years have since elapsed, and my memory is feeble through much suffering, or perhaps I cannot now bring these points to mind, because in truth the character of my beloved, her rare learning, her singular yet placid cast of beauty, and the thrilling and enthralling eloquence of her low musical language made their way into my heart by paces so steadily and stealthily progressive that they have been unnoticed and unknown. Yet I believe that I met her first and most frequently in some large old decaying city near the Rhine of her family. I have surely heard her speak. That it is of a remotely ancient date cannot be doubted. Lygia, buried in studies of a nature more than all else adapted to deaden impressions of the outward world, it is by that sweet word alone be. Lygia, that I bring before mine eyes in fancy the image of her who is no more, and now, while I write, a recollection flashes upon me that I have never known the paternal name of her who was my friend and my betrothed, and who became the partner of my studies, and finally the wife of my bosom. Was it a playful charge on the part of my Lygia, or was it a test of my strength of affection that I should institute no inquiries upon this point? Or was it rather a caprice of my own, a wildly romantic offering on the shrine of the most passionate devotion? I but indistinctly recall the fact itself. What wonder that I have utterly forgotten the circumstances which originated or attended it. And indeed, if ever that spirit which is entitled Roman Sif, ever she the wan and the misty-winged Ashtophet of idolatrous Egypt presided, as they tell, over marriages illumined, then most surely she presided over mine. There is one dear topic, however, on which my memory fails me not. It is the person of Lygia. In stature she was tall, somewhat slender, and in her latter days even emaciated. I would in vain attempt to portray the majesty, the quiet ease of her demeanor, or the incomprehensible lightness and elasticity of her footfall. She came and departed as a shadow. I was never made aware of her entrance into my closed study, save by the dear music of her low, sweet voice, as she placed her marble hand upon my shoulder. In beauty of face, no maiden ever equaled her. It was the radiance of an opium dream, an airy and spirit-lifting vision, more wildly divine than the fantasies which hovered about the slumbering souls of the daughters of Delos. Yet her features were not of that regular mold which we have been falsely taught to worship in the classical labors of the heathen. There is no exquisite beauty, says Bacon. Lord Verulam, speaking truly, of all the forms and genera of beauty, without some strangeness in the proportion. Yet, although I saw that the features of Lygia were not of a classic regularity, although I perceived that her loveliness was indeed exquisite, and felt that there was much of strangeness pervading it, yet I have tried in vain to detect the irregularity, and to trace home my own perception of the strange. I examined the contour of the lofty and pale forehead. It was faultless, show cold, indeed that word, when applied to a majesty so divineth skin, rivaling the purest ivory, the commanding extent, and repose, the gentle prominence of the regions above the temples, and then the raven black, the glossy, the luxuriant and natural curling tresses, setting forth the full force of the Homeric epithet. Hyacinthine, I looked at the delicate outlines of the Noson nowhere, but in the graceful medallions of the Hebrews had I beheld a similar perfection. There were the same luxurious smoothness of surface, the same scarcely perceptible tendency to the aquiline, the same harmoniously curved nostrils, speaking the free spirit I regarded. Sweet mouth, here was indeed the triumph of all things heaven-lithe, magnificent turn of the short upper lip, soft, voluptuous slumber of the under dimples which sported, and the color which spoketh, teeth glancing back with a brilliancy almost startling every ray of the holy light which fell upon them in her serene and placid, yet most exultingly radiant of all smiles. I scrutinized the formation of the chin, and here too I found the gentleness of breadth, the softness and the majesty, the fullness and the spirituality of the Greek contour, which the god Apollo revealed, but in a dream to Cleomenes, the son of the Athenian. And then I peered into the large eyes of Lygia. For eyes we have no models in the remotely antique. It might have been, too, that in these eyes of my beloved lay the secret to which Lord Verulam alludes. They were, I must believe, far larger than the ordinary eyes of our own race. They were even fuller than the fullest of the gazelle eyes, of the tribe of the Valley of Nerjahad, yet it was only at intervalson moments of intense excitement that this peculiarity became more than slightly noticeable in Ligeia, and at such moments was her beauty in my heated fancy. Thus it appeared perhaps beauty of beings either above or apart from the earth beauty of the fabulous Houri of the Turk. The hue of the orbs was the most brilliant of black, and far over them hung jetty lashes of great length, the brows slightly irregular in outline. Had the same tint, the strangeness, however, which I found in the eyes, was of a nature distinct from the formation, or the color, or the brilliancy of the features, and must after all be referred to the expression a word of no meaning, behind whose vast latitude of mere sound we entrench our ignorance of so much of the spiritual. The expression of the eyes of Ligeia, how for long hours have I pondered upon it, how have I through the whole of a midsummer night struggled to fathom it. What was it that something more profound than the well of Democritus which lay far within the pupils of my beloved? What was it I was possessed with a passion to discover those eyes, those large, those shining, those divine orbs? They became to me twin stars of Leda, and I to them devoutest of astrologers. There is no point among the many incomprehensible anomalies of the science of mind more thrillingly exciting than the fact never, I believe, noticed in the schools that, in our endeavors to recall to memory something long forgotten, we often find ourselves upon the very verge of remembrance, without being able in the end to remember. And thus how frequently, in my intense scrutiny of Ligeia's eyes, have I felt approaching the full knowledge of their expression, felt it approaching it not quite be meaninged, so at length entirely depart, and strange, O strangest mystery of all I found in the commonest objects of the universe, a circle of analogies to that expression. I mean to say that subsequently to the period when Ligeia's beauty passed into my spirit, there dwelling, as in a shrine, I derived from many existences in the material world, a sentiment such as I felt always aroused within me by her large and luminous orbs. Yet not the more could I define that sentiment, or analyze, or even steadily view it. I recognized it, let me repeat, sometimes in the survey of a rapidly growing vinine, the contemplation of a moth, a butterfly, a chrysalis, a stream of running water. I have felt it in the ocean, in the falling of a meteor. I have felt it in the glances of unusually aged people. And there are one or two stars in heaven, on especially a star of the sixth magnitude, double and changeable, to be found near the large star in Lyra, in a telescopic scrutiny of which I have been made aware of the feeling I have been filled with it by certain sounds from stringed instruments, and not unfrequently by passages from books. Among innumerable other instances, I well remember something in a volume of Joseph Glanville, which perhaps merely from its quaintness, who shall say, never failed to inspire me with the sentiment and the will therein lieth, which dieth not, who knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigor. For God is but a great will pervading all things. By nature of its intentness man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death utterly, save only through the weakness of his feeble length of years, and subsequent reflection have enabled me to trace indeed some remote connection between this passage in the English moralist and a portion of the character of Ligeia. An intensity in thought, action, or speech was possibly in her a result, or at least an index, of that gigantic volition which during our long intercourse failed to give other and more immediate evidence of its existence. Of all the women whom I have ever known, she, the outwardly calm, the ever-placid Ligeia, was the most violently a prey to the tumultuous vultures of stern passion, and of such passion I could form no estimate save by the miraculous expansion of those eyes, which at once so delighted and appalled me, the almost magical melody, modulation, distinctness, and placidity of her very low voice, and by the fierce energy rendered doubly effective by contrast with her manner of utterance of the wild words which she habitually uttered. I have spoken of the learning of Ligeia. It was immense, such as I have never known in woman. In the classical tongues was she deeply proficient, and as far as my own acquaintance extended in regard to the modern dialects of Europe, I have never known her at fault, indeed, upon any theme of the most admired, because simply the most abstruse of the boasted erudition of the Academy, have I ever found Ligeia at fault. How singularly, how thrillingly, this one point in the nature of my wife has forced itself at this late period only upon my attention. I said her knowledge was such as I have never known in woman, but where breathes the man who has traversed, and successfully, all the wide areas of moral, physical, and mathematical. Science I saw not then, what I now clearly perceive, that the acquisitions of Ligeia were gigantic, were astounding. Yet I was sufficiently aware of her infinite supremacy to resign myself with a childlike confidence to her guidance through the chaotic world of metaphysical investigation, at which I was most busily occupied during the earlier years of our marriage. With how vast a triumph, with how vivid a delight, with how much of all that is ethereal in hope, did I feel as she bent over me in studies, but little sought but less known that delicious vista, by slow degrees, expanding before me, down whose long, gorgeous, and all untrodden path I might at length pass onward to the goal of a wisdom too divinely precious, not to be forbidden. How poignant then must have been the grief with which after some years I beheld my well-grounded expectations take wings to themselves and fly away without Ligeia. I was but as a child groping benighted her presence, her readings alone rendered vividly luminous the many mysteries of the transcendentalism, in which we were immersed, wanting the radiant luster of her eyes. Letters lambent and golden grew duller than Saturnian lead, and now those eyes shone less and less frequently upon the pages over which I pored. Ligeia grew Roman 99, the wild eyes blazed with a too glorious effulgence. The pale fingers became of the transparent waxen hue of the grave, and the blue veins upon the lofty forehead swelled and sank impetuously with the tides of the gentle emotion. I saw that she must die, and I struggled desperately in spirit with the grim Azrael, and the struggles of the passionate wife were too. My astonishment, even more energetic than my own, there had been much in her stern nature to impress me with the belief that to her death would have come without its terrors. But not so. Words are impotent to convey any just idea of the fierceness of resistance with which she wrestled with the shadow. I groaned in anguish at the pitiable spectacle. I would have soothed, I would have reasoned, but in the intensity of her wild desire for life, but for life, solace and reason were the uttermost folly. Yet not until the last instance, amid the most convulsive writhings of her fierce spirit, was shaken the external placidity of her demeanor. Her voice grew more gentle, grew more low. Yet I would not wish to dwell upon the wild meaning of the quietly uttered words. My brain reeled as I hearkened entranced to a melody more than mortalto, assumptions and aspirations which mortality had never before known. That she loved me, I should not have doubted, and I might have been easily aware that in a bosom such as hers love would have reigned no ordinary passion. But in death only was I fully impressed with the strength of her affection. For long hours, detaining my hand, would she pour out before me the overflowing of a heart whose more than passionate devotion amounted to idolatry. How had I deserved to be so blessed by such confession show? Had I deserved to be so cursed with the removal of my beloved in the hour of her making them? But upon this subject I cannot bear to dilate. Let me say only that in Ligeia's more than womanly abandonment to love, alas, all unmerited, all unworthily bestowed, I at length recognized the principle of her longing with so wildly earnest a desire for the life which was now fleeing so rapidly away. It is this wild longing, it is this eager vehemence of desire for life, but for life, that I have no power to portray, no utterance capable of expressing. At high noon of the night in which she departed, beckoning me peremptorily to her side, she bade me repeat certain verses composed by herself not many days before I obeyed her. They were these: Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng, bewinged, bedight in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theatre to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly. Mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings. Invisible woe, that motley drama, be sure, it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth in to the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin, and horror the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writheth with mortal pangs. The mimes become its food, and the seraphs sob at vermin fangs. In human gore imbued, out are the lights out all, and over each quivering form, the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero the conqueror worm. O God, half shrieked Lygia, leaping to her feet and extending her arms aloft with a spasmodic movement, as I made an end of these lines. O God, O divine Father, shall these things be undeviatingly social, this conqueror be not once conquered? Are we not part and parcel in thee? How knoweth the mysteries of the will with its vigor man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death, utterly save only through the weakness of his feeble will. And now, as if exhausted with emotion, she suffered her white arms to fall and returned solemnly to her bed of death. And as she breathed her last sighs, there came mingled with them a low murmur from her lips. I bent to them my ear, and distinguished again the concluding words of the passage in Glanville: man doth not yield him to the angels, nor unto death, utterly save only through the weakness of his feeble. She died, and I, crushed into the very dust with sorrow, could no longer endure the lonely desolation of my dwelling in the dim and decaying city. By the Rhine I had no lack of what the world calls wealth. Lygia had brought me far more, very far more, than ordinarily falls to the lot of mortals. After a few months, therefore, of weary and aimless wandering, I purchased and put in some repair an abbey, which I shall not name, in one of the wildest and least frequented portions of fair England. The gloomy and dreary grandeur of the building, the almost savage aspect of the domain, the many melancholy and time-honored memories connected with both, had much in unison with the feelings of utter abandonment which had driven me into that remote and unsocial region of the country. Yet, although the external abbey, with its verdant decay hanging about it, suffered but little alteration, I gave way, with a childlike perversity and perchance with a faint hope of alleviating my sorrows, to a display of more than regal magnificence. Within, for such follies even in childhood, I had imbibed a taste, and now they came back to me, as if in the dotage of grief. Alas, I feel how much even of incipient madness might have been discovered in the gorgeous and fantastic draperies, in the solemn carvings of Egypt, in the wild cornices and furniture, in the bedlam patterns of the carpets of tufted gold. I had become a bounden slave in the trammels of opium and my labors, and my orders had taken a coloring from my dreams. But these absurdities I must not pause to detail. Let me speak only of that one chamber ever accursed, whither, in a moment of mental alienation, I led from the altar as my Brideas, the successor of the unforgotten Lygiath, fair-haired and blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Tremaine. There is no individual portion of the architecture and decoration of that bridal chamber which is not now visibly before me, where were the souls of the haughty family of the bride, when through thirst of gold they permitted to pass the threshold of an apartment so bedecked a maiden, and a daughter so beloved. I have said that I minutely remember the details of the chamber, yet I am sadly forgetful on topics of deep moment, and here there was no system, no keeping in the fantastic display to take hold upon the memory. The room lay in a high turret of the castellated abbey, was pentagonal in shape, and of capacious size, occupying the whole southern face of the pentagon. Was the sole window an immense sheet of unbroken glass, from Venetia single pane, and tinted of a leaden hue, so that the rays of either the sun or moon passing through it fell with a ghastly luster on the objects within. Over the upper portion of this huge window extended the trellis-work of an aged vine, which clambered up the massy walls of the turret. The ceiling, of gloomy-looking oak, was excessively lofty, vaulted, and elaborately fretted with the wildest and most grotesque specimens of a semi-Gothic, semi-Druidical device. From out the most central recess of this melancholy vaulting depended by a single chain of gold, with long links, a huge censer of the same metal, Saracenic in pattern, and with many perforations so contrived that there writhed in and out of them, as if endued with a serpent vitality, a continual succession of parti-colored fires. Some few ottomans and golden candelabra of Eastern figure were in various stations about, and there was the couch, tubertal couch, an Indian model and low, and sculptured of solid ebony, with a pall-like canopy above in each of the angles of the chamber, stood on end a gigantic sarcophagus of black granite from the tombs of the kings over against Luxor, with their aged lids full of immemorial sculpture. But in the draping of the apartment lay, alas, the chief fantasy of all the lofty walls, gigantic in height, even unproportionably so, hung from summit to foot in vast folds, with a heavy and massive-looking tapestry of a material which was found alike as a carpet on the floor, as a covering for the ottomans, and the ebony bed as a canopy for the bed. And as the gorgeous volutes of the curtains, which partially shaded the window, the material was the richest cloth of gold. It was spotted all over at irregular intervals with arabesque figures about a foot in diameter, and wrought upon the cloth in patterns of the most jetty black. But these figures partook of the true character of the arabesque, only when regarded from a single point of view, by a contrivance now common and indeed traceable to a very remote period of antiquity. They were made changeable in aspect. To one entering the room, they bore the appearance of simple monstrosities, but upon a farther advance this appearance gradually departed, and step by step, as the visitor moved his station in the chamber, he saw himself surrounded by an endless succession of the ghastly forms, which belong to the superstition of the Norman, or arise in the guilty slumbers of the monk. The phantasmagoric effect was vastly heightened by the artificial introduction of a strong continual current of wind behind the draperis, giving a hideous and uneasy animation to the in halls such as Thessine, a bridal chamber such as this I passed with the Lady of Tremaine. The unhallowed hours of the first month of our marriage passed them with but little disquietude, that my wife dreaded the fierce moodiness of my temper, that she shunned me and loved me but little. Could not help perceiving, but it gave me rather pleasure than otherwise. I loathed her with a hatred belonging more to demon than to man. My memory flew back, oh, with what intensity of regret, to Lygia, the beloved, the august, the beautiful, the entombed. I reveled in recollections of her purity, of her wisdom, of her lofty, her ethereal nature, of her passionate, her idolatrous love. Now, then did my spirit fully and freely burn with more than all the fires of her own, in the excitement of my opium dreams, for I was habitually fettered in the shackles of the drug. I would call aloud upon her name during the silence of the night, or among the sheltered recesses of the glens by day, as if through the wild eagerness, the solemn passion, the consuming ardor of my longing for the departed, I could restore her to the pathway she had abandoned, could it be forever upon the earth. About the commencement of the second month of the marriage, the Lady Rowena was attacked with sudden illness, from which her recovery was slow. The fever which consumed her rendered her nights uneasy, and in her perturbed state of half-slumber she spoke of sounds and of motions in and about the chamber of the turret, which I concluded had no origin save in the distemper of her fancy, or perhaps in the phantasmagoric influences of the chamber itself. She became at length convalescent, finally well, yet but a brief period elapsed ere a second more violent disorder again threw her upon a bed of suffering, and from this attack her frame at all times feeble, never altogether recovered. Her illnesses were after this epoch of alarming character, and of more alarming recurrence, defying alike the knowledge and the great exertions of her physicians, with the increase of the chronic disease, which had thus apparently taken too sure hold upon her constitution to be eradicated by human means. I could not fail to observe a similar increase in the nervous irritation of her temperament, and in her excitability by trivial causes of fear. She spoke again, and now more frequently and pertinaciously, of the sounds of the slight sounds and of the unusual motions among the tapestries to which she had formerly alluded. One night near the closing in of September, she pressed this distressing subject with more than usual emphasis upon my attention. She had just awakened from an unquiet slumber, and I had been watching with feelings half of anxiety, half of vague terror, the workings of her emaciated countenance. I sat by the side of her ebony bed upon one of the ottomans of India. She partly arose and spoke in an earnest low whisper of sounds which she then heard, but which I could not hear, off motions which she then saw, but which I could not perceive. The wind was rushing hurriedly behind the tapestries, and I wished to show her what, let me confess it, I could not all believe that those almost inarticulate breathings and those very gentle variations of the figures upon the wall were but the natural effects of that customary rushing of the wind, but a deadly pallor overspreading her face, had proved to me that my exertions to reassure her would be fruitless. She appeared to be fainting, and no attendants were within call. I remembered where was deposited a decanter of light wine, which had been ordered by her physicians, and hastened across the chamber to procure it. But as I stepped beneath the light of the censer, two circumstances of a startling nature attracted my attention. I had felt that some palpable, although invisible object had passed lightly by my person, and I saw that there lay upon the golden carpet, in the very middle of the rich luster thrown from the censer, a shadow, a faint, indefinite shadow of angelic aspect, such as might be fancied for the shadow of a shade. But I was wild with the excitement of an immoderate dose of opium, and heeded these things but little, nor spoke of them to Rowena. Having found the wine, I recrossed the chamber, and poured out a gobletful, which I held to the lips of the fainting lady. She had now partially recovered, however, and took the vessel herself, while I sank upon an ottoman near me, with my eyes fastened upon her person. It was then that I became distinctly aware of a gentle footfall upon the carpet and near the couch, and in a second thereafter, as Rowena was in the act of raising the wine to her lips, I saw, or may have dreamed, that I saw fall within the goblet, as if from some invisible spring in the atmosphere of the room, 3 or 4 large drops of a brilliant and ruby-colored fluid. If this I saw not so Rowena, she swallowed the wine unhesitatingly, and I forbore to speak to her of a circumstance which must after all I considered have been but the suggestion of a vivid imagination, rendered morbidly active by the terror of the lady, by the opium, and by the hour. Yet I cannot conceal it from my own perception that immediately subsequent to the fall of the rubber drops, a rapid change for the worse took place in the disorder of my wife, so that on the third subsequent night the hands of her menials prepared her for the tomb, and on the fourth I sat alone with her shrouded body in that fantastic chamber which had received her. As my bride, wild visions, opium-engendered, flitted shadowlike before me, I gazed with unquiet eye upon the sarcophagi in the angles of the room, upon the varying figures of the drapery, and upon the writhing of the parti-colored fires in the censer overhead. My eyes then fell, as I called to mind the circumstances of a former night, to the spot beneath the glare of the censer, where I had seen the faint traces of the shadow. It was there, however, no longer, and breathing with greater freedom, I turned my glances to the pallid and rigid figure upon the bed. Then rushed upon me 1,000 memories of Ligeond, then came back upon my heart with the turbulent violence of a flood, the whole of that unutterable woe with which I had regarded her. Thus enshrouded, the night waned, and still, with a bosom full of bitter thoughts of the one only and supremely beloved, I remained gazing upon the body of Rowena. It might have been midnight, or perhaps earlier or later, for I had taken no note of time, when a sob, low, gentle, but very distinct, startled me from my reverie. I felt that it came from the bed of ebonite, bed of death. I listened in an agony of superstitious terror, but there was no repetition of the sound. I strained my vision to detect any motion in the corpse, but there was not the slightest perceptible. Yet I could not have been deceived. I had heard the noise, however faint, and my soul was awakened within me. I resolutely and perseveringly kept my attention riveted upon the body. Many minutes elapsed before any circumstance occurred tending to throw light upon the mystery. At length, it became evident that a slight, a very feeble and barely noticeable tinge of color had flushed up with it. The cheeks and along the sunken small veins of the eyelids through a species of unutterable horror and awe for which the language of mortality has no sufficiently energetic expression. I felt my heart cease to beat, my limbs grow rigid where I sat, yet a sense of duty finally operated to restore my self-possession. I could no longer doubt that we had been precipitate in our preparations, that Rowena still lived. It was necessary that some immediate exertion be made, yet the turret was altogether apart from the portion of the abbey tenanted by the servants. There were none within call. I had no means of summoning them to my aid, without leaving the room for many minutes, and this I could not venture to do. I therefore struggled alone in my endeavors to call back the spirit ill hovering in a short period. It was certain, however, that a relapse had taken place. The color disappeared from both eyelid and cheek, leaving a wanness even more than that of marble. The lips became doubly shriveled and pinched up in the ghastly expression of death. a repulsive clamminess, and coldness overspread rapidly the surface of the body, and all the usual rigorous illness immediately supervened. I fell back with a shudder upon the couch, from which I had been so startlingly aroused, and again gave myself up to passionate waking visions of Ligeia. An hour thus elapsed, when could it be possible, I was a second time aware of some vague sound issuing from the region of the bed. I listened in extremity of horror. The sound came agonite, was a sigh rushing to the corpse. I distinctly saw a tremor upon the lips. In a minute afterward they relaxed, disclosing a bright line of the pearly teeth. Amazement now struggled in my bosom, with the profound awe which had hitherto reigned there alone. I felt that my vision grew dim, that my reason wandered, and it was only by a violent effort that I at length succeeded in nerving myself to the task which duty thus once more had pointed out. There was now a partial glow upon forehead and upon the cheek and throat. A perceptible warmth pervaded the whole frame. There was even a slight pulsation at the heart. The lady lived, and with redoubled ardor I betook myself to the task of restoration. I chafed and bathed the temples and the hands, and used every exertion which experience and no little medical reading could suggest, but in vain. Suddenly the color fled, the pulsation ceased, the lips resumed the expression of the dead, and in an instant afterward the whole body took upon itself the icy chilliness, the livid hue, the intense rigidity, the sunken outline, and all the loathsome peculiarities of that which has been for many days a tenant of the tomb. And again I sunk into visions of Ligeia. Again, what marvel that I shudder while I write? Again there reached my ears a low sob from the region of the ebony bed. But why shall I minutely detail the unspeakable horrors of that night? Why shall I pause to relate how time after time, until near the period of the grey dawn, this hideous drama of revivification was repeated, how each terrific relapse was only into a sterner and apparently more irredeemable death, how each agony wore the aspect of a struggle with some invisible foe, and how each struggle was succeeded by I know not what of wild change in the personal appearance of the corpse. Let me hurry to a conclusion. The greater part of the fearful night had worn away, and she who had been dead once again stirred, and now more vigorously than hitherto, although arousing from a dissolution more appalling in its utter hopelessness than any I had long ceased to struggle or to move, and remained sitting rigidly upon the ottoman, a helpless prey to a whirl of violent emotions, of which extreme awe was perhaps the least terrible, the least consuming. The corpse, I repeat, stirred, and now more vigorously than before. The hues of life flushed up with unwonted energy into the countenance, limbs relaxed, and save that the eyelids were yet pressed heavily together, and that the bandages and draperies of the grave still imparted their charnel character to the figure, I might have dreamed that Rowena had indeed shaken off utterly the fetters of death. But if this idea was not even then altogether adopted, I could at least doubt no longer, when arising from the bed, tottering with feeble steps, with closed eyes, and with the manner of one bewildered in a dream, the thing that was enshrouded advanced boldly and palpably into the middle of the apartment. I trembled not, I stirred not, for a crowd of unutterable fancies connected with the air, the stature, the demeanor of the figure rushing hurriedly through my brain, had paralyzed, had chilled me into stone. I stirred not, but gazed upon the apparition. There was a mad disorder in my thoughts, a tumult unappeasable. Could it indeed be the living Rowena who confronted me? Could it indeed be Rowena, at all fair-haired, the blue-eyed Lady Rowena Trevanion of Tremaine? Why should I doubt it? The bandage lay heavily about the mouth, but then might it not be the mouth of the breathing Lady of Tremaine? And the cheeks there were the roses, as in her noon of life's. These might indeed be the fair cheeks of the living Lady of Tremaine, and the chin with its dimples, as in health, might it not be hers? But had she then grown taller since her malady? What inexpressible madness seized me with that thought? One bound, and I had reached her feet. Shrinking from my touch, she let fall from her head, unloosened the ghastly cerements which had confined it, and there streamed forth into the rushing atmosphere of the chamber huge masses of long and disheveled hair. It was blacker than the raven wings of the midnight, and now slowly opened the eyes of the figure which stood before me. Here then, at least, I shrieked aloud. Can I never be mistaken? These are the full, and the black, and the wild eyes of my lost love, of the Lady Ligeia. Morle itself by itself solely one everlasting and single. Plato simpos. With a feeling of deep yet most singular affection, I regarded my friend Morla thrown by accident into her society. Many years ago my soul, from our first meeting, burned with fires it had never before known. But the fires were not of eros, and bitter and tormenting to my spirit was the gradual conviction that I could in no manner define their unusual meaning or regulate their vague intensity. Yet we met, and fate bound us together at the altar, and I never spoke of passion nor thought of love. She, however, shunned society, and attaching herself to me alone, rendered me happy. It is a happiness to wonder, it is a happiness to dream. Morla's erudition was profound. As I hoped to live, her talents were of no common order. Her powers of mind were gigantic, I felt this, and in many matters became her pupil. I soon, however, found that perhaps on account of her Presburg education, she placed before me a number of those mystical writings which are usually considered the mere dross of the early German literature. These, for what reason I could not imagine, were her favorite and constant study, and that in process of time they became my own, should be attributed to the simple but effectual influence of habit and example. In all this, if I err not, my reason had little to do. My convictions, or I forget myself, were in no manner acted upon by the ideal, nor was any tincture of the mysticism which I read to be discovered, unless I am greatly mistaken, either in my deeds or in my thoughts. Persuaded of this, I abandoned myself implicitly to the guidance of my wife, and entered with an unflinching heart into the intricacies of her studies. And then, when poring over forbidden pages, I felt a forbidden spirit enkindling within. Mewed Morla, place her cold hand upon my own, and rake up from the ashes of a dead philosophy some low singular words, whose strange meaning burned themselves in upon my memory. And then hour after hour would I linger by her side, and dwell upon the music of her voice, until at length its melody was tainted with terror, and there fell a shadow upon my soul, and I grew pale and shuddered inwardly at those two unearthly tones. And thus joy suddenly faded into horror, and the most beautiful became the most hideous, as Hinnon became Gehenna. It is unnecessary to state the exact character of those disquisitions, which, growing out of the volumes I have mentioned, formed for so long a time almost the sole conversation of Morla and myself. By the learned, in what might be termed theological morality, they will be readily conceived, and by the unlearned they would at all events be little understood. The wild pantheism of Fichte, the modified Palagonedia of the Pythagoreans, and above all the doctrines of identity as urged by Schelling, were generally the points of discussion, presenting the most of beauty to the imaginative Morla. That identity which is termed personal, Mr. Locke, I think, truly defines to consist in the saneness of rational being, and since by person we understand an intelligent essence having reason, and since there is a consciousness which always accompanies thinking, it is this which makes us all to be that which we call ourselves, thereby distinguishing us from other beings that think, and giving us our personal identity. But the principium individuationis, the notion of that identity which at death is, or is not lost forever, was to me at all times a consideration of intense interest, not more from the perplexing and exciting nature of its consequences than from the marked and agitated manner in which Morla mentioned them. But indeed the time had now arrived when the mystery of my wife's manner oppressed me as a spell. I could no longer bear the touch of her wan fingers, nor the low tone of her musical language, nor the luster of her melancholy eyes. And she knew all this, but did not upbraid. She seemed conscious of my weakness or my folly, and smiling called it fate. She seemed also conscious of a cause to me unknown for the gradual alienation of my regard, but she gave me no hint or token of its nature. Yet was she woman, and pined away daily. In time the crimson spot settled steadily upon the cheek, and the blue veins upon the pale forehead became prominent, and one instant my nature melted into pity, but in next I met the glance of her meaning eyes. And then my soul sickened, and became giddy with the giddiness of one who gazes downward into some dreary and unfathomable abyss. Shall I then say that I longed with an earnest and consuming desire for the moment of Morla's decease? I did, but the fragile spirit clung to its tenement of clay for many days, for many weeks and irksome months, until my tortured nerves obtained the mastery over my mind, and I grew furious through delay, and with the heart of a fiend cursed the days and the hours and the bitter moments which seemed to lengthen and lengthen as her gentle life declined like shadows in the dying of the day. But one autumnal evening, when the winds lay still in heaven, Morla called me to her bedside. There was a dim mist over all the earth, and a warm glow upon the waters, and amid the rich October leaves of the forest, a rainbow from the firmament had surely fallen. "It is a day of days," she said, as I approached a day of all days, either to live or die. "It is a fair day for the sons of earth and life, more fair for the daughters of heaven and death." I kissed her forehead, and she continued, "I am dying, yet shall I live. Morla, the days have never been when thou couldst love me, but her whom in life thou didst abhor, in death thou shalt adore. Morla, I repeat that I am dying, but within me is a pledge of that affection how little which thou didst feel for me, Morla. And when my spirit departs, shall the child live thee child and mine, Morla's, but thy days shall be days of sorrow, that sorrow which is the most lasting of impressions, as the cypress is the most enduring of trees. For the hours of thy happiness are over, and joy is not gathered twice in a life, as the roses of peacedom twice in a year. Thou shalt no longer then play the ta'en with time, but being ignorant of the myrtle and the vine, thou shalt bear about with thee thy shroud on the earth, as do the Moslemin at Mecca." "Morla," I cried, "Morla, how knowest thou this?" But she turned away her face upon the pillow, and a slight tremor coming over her limbs, she thus died, and I heard her voice no more. Yet as she had foretold her child, to which in dying she had given birth, which breathed not, until the mother breathed no more, her child, a daughter, lived, and she grew strangely in stature and intellect, and was the perfect resemblance of her who had departed, and I loved her with a love more fervent than I had believed it possible to feel for any denizen of earth. But ere long the heaven of this pure affection became darkened, and gloom and horror and grief swept over it in clouds. I said the child grew strangely in stature and intelligence. Strange, indeed, was her rapid increase in bodily size, but terrible, oh terrible, were the tumultuous thoughts which crowded upon me while watching the development of her mental being. Could it be otherwise, when I daily discovered in the conceptions of the child the adult powers and faculties of the woman, when the lessons of experience fell from the lips of infancy, and when the wisdom or the passions of maturity I found hourly gleaming from its full and speculative eye? When I say all this became evident to my appalled senses, when I could no longer hide it from my soul, nor throw it off from those perceptions which trembled to receive it, to be wondered at that suspicions of a nature fearful and exciting crept in upon my spirit, or that my thoughts fell back aghast upon the wild tales and thrilling theories of the entombed Morla. I snatched from the scrutiny of the world a being whom destiny compelled me to adore, and in the rigorous seclusion of my home watched with an agonizing anxiety over all which concerned the beloved. And as years rolled away, and I gazed day after day upon her holy and mild and eloquent face, and pored over her maturing form day after day, did I discover new points of resemblance in the child to her mother. The melancholy and the dead and hourly grew darker, these shadows of similitude, and more full and more definite and more perplexing and more hideously terrible in their aspect. For that her smile was like her mother's I could bear, but then I shuddered at its too perfect identity. That her eyes were like Morla's I could endure, but then they too often looked down into the depths of my soul with Morla's own intense and bewildering meaning, and in the contour of the high forehead, and in the ringlets of the silken hair, and in the wan fingers which buried themselves therein, and in the sad musical tones of her speech, and above Allan the phrases and expressions of the dead on the lips of the loved, and the living I found food for consuming thought and horror for a worm that would not die. Thus passed away 2 lustre of her life, and as yet my daughter remained nameless upon the earth. My child and my love were the designations usually prompted by a father's affection, and the rigid seclusion of her days precluded all other intercourse. Morla's name died with her at her death. Of the mother I had never spoken to the daughter. It was impossible to speak. Indeed, during the brief period of her existence, the latter had received no impressions from the outward world, save such as might have been afforded by the narrow limits of her privacy. But at length the ceremony of baptism presented to my mind in its unnerved and agitated condition, a present deliverance from the terrors of my destiny, and at the baptismal font I hesitated for a name and many titles of the wise and beautiful of old. And modern times of my own and foreign lands came thronging to my lips, with many, many fair titles of the gentle, and the happy, and the good. What prompted me then to disturb the memory of the buried dead? What demon urged me to breathe that sound which in its very recollection was wont to make ebb the purple blood in torrents from the temples to the heart? What fiend spoke from the recesses of my soul when amid those dim aisles, and in the silence of the night, I whispered within the ears of the holy man the syllables Morla? What more than fiend convulsed the features of my child, and overspread them with hues of death, as starting at that scarcely audible sound, she turned her glassy eyes from the earth to heaven, and falling prostrate on the black slabs of our ancestral vault, responded, "I am here." Distinct, coldly, calmly distinct, fell those few simple sounds within my ear, and thence like molten lead rolled hissingly into my brain. Years may pass away, but the memory of that epoch never, nor was I indeed ignorant of the flowers, and the vinebutt, the hemlock, and the cypress overshadowed me night and day, and I kept no reckoning of time or place, and the stars of my fate faded from heaven, and therefore the earth grew dark, and its figures passed by me like flitting shadows, and among them all I beheld only Morla. The winds of the firmament breathed but one sound within my ears, and the ripples upon the sea murmured evermore, Morla. But she died, and with my own hands I bore her to the tomb, and I laughed with a long and bitter laugh, as I found no traces of the first in the charnel where I laid the second, Morla. A Tale of the Ragged Mountains. During the fall of the year 1827, while residing near Charlottesville, Virginia, I casually made the acquaintance of Mr. Augustus Bedloe. This young gentleman was remarkable in every respect, and excited in me a profound interest and curiosity. I found it impossible to comprehend him either in his moral or his physical relations of his family. I could obtain no satisfactory account. Whence he came I never ascertained, even about his age, although I call him a young gentleman. There was something which perplexed me in no little degree. He certainly seemed young, and he made a point of speaking about his youth, yet there were moments when I should have had little trouble in imagining him 100 years of age. But in no regard was he more peculiar than in his personal appearance. He was singularly tall and thin, he stooped much, his limbs were exceedingly long, and emaciated. His forehead was broad and low, his complexion was absolutely bloodless, his mouth was large and flexible, and his teeth were more wildly uneven, although sound, than I had ever before seen teeth in a human head. The expression of his smile, however, was by no means unpleasing as might be supposed, but it had no variation whatever. It was one of profound melancholy, of a phaseless and unceasing gloom. His eyes were abnormally large and round like those of a cat. Pupils, too, upon any accession or diminution of light, underwent contraction or dilation, just such as is observed in the feline tribe in moments of excitement. The orbs grew bright to a degree almost inconceivable, seeming to emit luminous rays not of a reflected, but of an intrinsic luster, as does a candle or the sun, yet their ordinary condition was so totally vapid, filmy, and dull as to convey the idea of the eyes of a long-interred corpse. These peculiarities of person appeared to cause him much annoyance, and he was continually alluding to them in a sort of half-explanatory, half-apologetic strain, which, when I first heard it, impressed me very painfully. I soon, however, grew accustomed to it, and my uneasiness wore off. It seemed to be his design rather to insinuate than directly to assert that physically he had not always been what he was, that a long series of neuralgic attacks had reduced him from a condition of more than usual personal beauty to that which I saw for many years past. He had been attended by a physician named Templeton, an old gentleman, perhaps 70 years of age, whom he had first encountered at Saratoga, and from whose attention, while there, he either received or fancied that he received great benefit. The result was that Bedloe, who was wealthy, had made an arrangement with Dr. Templeton, by which the latter, in consideration of a liberal annual allowance, had consented to devote his time and medical experience exclusively to the care of the invalid. Dr. Templeton had been a traveler in his younger days, and at Paris had become a convert in great measure to the doctrines of Mesmer. It was altogether by means of magnetic remedies that he had succeeded in alleviating the acute pains of his patient, and this success had very naturally inspired the latter with a certain degree of confidence in the opinions from which the remedies had been educed. The doctor, however, like all enthusiasts, had struggled hard to make a thorough convert of his pupil, and finally so far gained his point as to induce the sufferer to submit to numerous experiments. By a frequent repetition of these, a result had arisen which of late days has become so common as to attract little or no attention, but which at the period of which I write had very rarely been known in America. I mean to say that between Dr. Templeton and Bedloe there had grown up little by little a very distinct and strongly marked rapport or magnetic relation. I am not prepared to assert, however, that this rapport extended beyond the limits of the simple sleep-reducing power, but this power itself had attained great intensity at the first attempt to induce the magnetic somnolency. The mesmerist entirely failed in the fifth or sixth. He succeeded very partially, and after long continued effort only at the 12th was the triumph complete. After this, the will of the patient succumbed rapidly to that of the physician, so that when I first became acquainted with the two, sleep was brought about almost instantaneously by the mere volition of the operator, even when the invalid was unaware of his presence. It is only now in the year 1845, when similar miracles are witnessed daily by thousands, that I dare venture to record this apparent impossibility as a matter of serious fact. The temperature of Bedloe was in the highest degree sensitive, excitable, enthusiastic. His imagination was singularly vigorous and creative, and no doubt it derived additional force from the habitual use of morphine, which he swallowed in great quantity, and without which he would have found it impossible to exist. It was his practice to take a very large dose of it immediately after breakfast each morning, rather immediately after a cup of strong coffee, for he ate nothing in the forenoon, and then set forth alone, or attended only by a dog, upon a long ramble among the chain of wild and dreary hills that lie westward and southward of Charlottesville, and are there dignified by the title of the Ragged Mountains. Upon a dim, warm, misty day toward the close of November, and during the strange interregnum of the seasons which in America is termed the Indian summer, Mr. Bedloe departed as usual for the hills. The day passed, and still he did not return. About 8 o'clock at night, having become seriously alarmed at his protracted absence, we were about setting out in search of him, when he unexpectedly made his appearance in health, no worse than usual, and in rather more than ordinary spirits. The account which he gave of his expedition and of the events which had detained him was a singular one indeed. "You will remember," said he, "that it was about 9 in the morning when I left Charlottesville. I bent my steps immediately to the mountains, and about 10 entered a gorge which was entirely new to me. I followed the windings of this pass with much interest. The scenery, which presented itself on all sides, although scarcely entitled to be called grand, had about it an indescribable, and to me a delicious aspect of dreary desolation. Solitude seemed absolutely virgin. I could not help believing that the green sods and the grey rocks upon which I trod had been trodden never before by the foot of a human being, so entirely secluded, and in fact inaccessible, except through a series of accidents, is the entrance of the ravine, that it is by no means impossible that I was indeed the first adventurer, the very first and sole adventurer, who had ever penetrated its recesses. The thick and peculiar mist or smoke, which distinguishes the Indian summer, and which now hung heavily over all objects, served no doubt to deepen the vague impressions which these objects created. So dense was this pleasant fog that I could at no time see more than a dozen yards of the path before me. This path was excessively sinuous, and as the sun could not be seen, I soon lost all idea of the direction in which I journeyed. In the meantime, the morphine had its customary effect, that of enduing all the external world with an intensity of interest, in the quivering of a leaf, in the hue of a blade of grass, in the shape of a treflin, the humming of a bee, in the gleaming of a dewdrop, the breathing of the wind, in the faint odors that came from the forest. There came a whole universe of suggestion, a gay and motley train of rhapsodical and immethodical thought. Busied in this, I walked on for several hours, during which the mist deepened around me to so great an extent that at length I was reduced to an absolute groping of the way, and now an indescribable uneasiness possessed me, species of nervous hesitation and tremor. I feared to tread, lest I should be precipitated into some abyss. I remembered two strange stories told about these ragged hills, and of the uncouth and fierce races of men who tenanted their groves and caverns. A thousand vague fancies oppressed and disconcerted me, fancies, the more distressing because vague. Very suddenly my attention was arrested by the loud beating of a drum. My amazement was of course extreme. A drum in these hills was a thing unknown. I could not have been more surprised at the sound of the trump of the archangel, but a new and still more astounding source of interest and perplexity arose. There came a wild rattling or jingling sound, as if of a bunch of large keys, and upon the instant, a dusk-visaged and half-naked man rushed past me with a shriek. He came so close to my person that I felt his hot breath upon my face. He bore in one hand an instrument composed of an assemblage of steel rings, and shook them vigorously as he ran. Scarcely had he disappeared in the mist before, panting after him with open mouth and glaring eyes, there darted a huge beast. I could not be mistaken in its character. It was a hyena. The sight of this monster rather relieved than heightened my terrors, for I now made sure that I dreamed, and endeavored to arouse myself to waking consciousness. I stepped boldly and briskly forward. I rubbed my eyes. I called aloud. I pinched my limbs. A small spring of water presented itself to my view, and here, stooping, I bathed my hands and my head and neck. This seemed to dissipate the equivocal sensations which had hitherto annoyed me. I arose, as I thought, a new man, and proceeded steadily and complacently on my unknown way. At length, quite overcome by exertion and by a certain oppressive closeness of the atmosphere, I seated myself beneath a tree. Presently there came a feeble gleam of sunshine, and the shadow of the leaves of the tree fell faintly but definitely upon the grass. At this shadow I gazed wonderingly for many minutes. Its character stupefied me with astonishment. I looked upward. The tree was a palm. I now arose hurriedly, and in a state of fearful agitation, for the fancy that I dreamed would serve me no longer. I felt that I had perfect command of my senses, and these senses now brought to my soul a world of novel and singular sensation. The heat became all at once intolerable. A strange odor loaded the breeze. A low continuous murmur, like that arising from a full but gently flowing river, came to my ears, intermingled with the peculiar hum of multitudinous human voices. While I listened, in an extremity of astonishment, which I need not attempt to describe, a strong and brief gust of wind bore off the incumbent fog, as if by the wand of an enchanter. I found myself at the foot of a high mountain, and looking down into a vast plain through which wound a majestic river. On the margin of this river stood an eastern-looking city, such as we read of in the Arabian tales, but of a character even more singular than any there described. From my position, which was far above the level of the town, I could perceive its every nook and corner, as if delineated on a map. The streets seemed innumerable, and crossed each other irregularly in all directions, but were rather long winding alleys than streets, and absolutely swarmed with inhabitants. The houses were wildly picturesque. On every hand was a wilderness of balconies, of verandas, of minarets, of shrines, and fantastically carved oriels. Bazaars abounded, and in these were displayed rich wares in infinite variety and profusion: silks, muslins, the most dazzling cutlery, the most magnificent jewels and gems. Besides these things were seen on all sides banners and palanquins, litters with stately dames, close-filled elephants, gorgeously caparisoned idols, grotesquely hewn drums, banners and gongs, spears, silver and gilded maces. And amid the crowd and the clamor and the general intricacy and confusion, amid the million of black and yellow men, turbaned and robed, and of flowing beard, there roamed a countless multitude of holy filleted bulls, while vast legions of the filthy but sacred ape clambered, chattering and shrieking, about the cornices of the mosques, or clung to the minarets and oriels. From the swarming streets to the banks of the river there descended innumerable flights of steps leading to bathing places, while the river itself seemed to force a passage with difficulty through the vast fleets of deeply burthened ships that far and wide encountered its surface. Beyond the limits of the city arose, in frequent majestic groups, the palm and the cocoa, with other gigantic and weird trees of vast age. And here and there might be seen a field of rice, the thatched hut of a peasant, a tank, a stray temple, a gypsy camp, or a solitary graceful maiden taking her way with a pitcher upon her head to the banks of the magnificent river. You will say now, of course, that I dreamed, but not so. What I saw, what I heard, what I felt, what I thought had about it, nothing of the unmistakable idiosyncrasy of the dream. All was rigorously self-consistent. At first doubting that I was really awake, I entered into a series of tests, which soon convinced me that I really was now when one dreams, and in the dream suspects that he dreams. The suspicion never fails to confirm itself, and the sleeper is almost immediately aroused. Thus Novalis errs not in saying that we are near waking when we dream, that we dream had the vision occurred to me as I describe it without my suspecting it as a dream, then a dream it might absolutely have been, but occurring as it did and suspected and tested as it was, I am forced to class it among other phenomena. In this, I am not sure that you are wrong, observed Dr. Templeton, but proceed. You arose and descended into the city. I arose, continued Bedloe, regarding the doctor with an air of profound astonishment. I arose, as you say, and descended into the city. On my way I fell in with an immense populace crowding through every avenue, all in the same direction, and exhibiting in every action the wildest excitement. Very suddenly, and by some inconceivable impulse, I became intensely imbued with personal interest in what was going on. I seemed to feel that I had an important part to play without exactly understanding what it was. Against the crowd which environed me, however, I experienced a deep sentiment of animosity. I shrank from amid them, and swiftly, by a circuitous path, reached and entered the city. Here all was the wildest tumult and contention. A small party of men clad in garments half Indian, half European, and officered by gentlemen in a uniform partly British, were engaged at great odds with the swarming rabble of the alleys. I joined the weaker party, arming myself with the weapons of a fallen officer, and fighting I knew not whom with the nervous ferocity of despair. We were soon overpowered by numbers, and driven to seek refuge in a species of kiosk. Here we barricaded ourselves, and for the present were secure from a loophole near the summit of the kiosk. I perceived a vast crowd in furious agitation surrounding and assaulting a gay palace that overhung the river. Presently, from an upper window of this place, there descended an effeminate-looking person by means of a string made of the turbans of his attendants. A boat was at hand in which he escaped to the opposite bank of the river. And now a new object took possession of my soul. I spoke a few hurried but energetic words to my companions, and having succeeded in gaining over a few of them to my purpose, made a frantic sally from the kiosk. We rushed amid the crowd that surrounded it. They retreated at first before us, they rallied, fought madly, and retreated again. In the meantime, we were borne far from the kiosk, and became bewildered and entangled among the narrow streets of tall overhanging houses, into the recesses of which the sun had never been able to shine. The rabble pressed impetuously upon us, harassing us with their spears, and overwhelming us with flights of arrows. These latter were very remarkable, and resembled in some respects the writhing crease of the Malay. They were made to imitate the body of a creeping serpent, and were long and black with a poisoned barb. One of them struck me upon the right temple. I reeled and fell. An instantaneous and dreadful sickness seized me. I struggled, I gasped, I died. You will hardly persist, now said I, smiling, that the whole of your adventure was not a dream. You are not prepared to maintain that you are dead. When I said these words, I of course expected some lively sally from Bedloe in reply, but to my astonishment he hesitated, trembled, became fearfully pallid, and remained silent. I looked toward Templeton. He sat erect and rigid in his chair, his teeth chattered, and his eyes were starting from their sockets. Proceed, he at length said hoarsely to Bedloe. For many minutes, continued the latter, my sole sentiment, me sole feeling was that of darkness and nonentity, with the consciousness of death. At length, there seemed to pass a violent and sudden shock through my soul, as if of electricity. With it came the sense of elasticity, and of light. This latter I felt, not saw. In an instant I seemed to rise from the ground, but I had no bodily, no visible, audible, or palpable presence. The crowd had departed, the tumult had ceased, the city was in comparative repose. Beneath me lay my corpse with the arrow in my temple, the whole head greatly swollen and disfigured. But all these things I felt, not saw. I took interest in nothing. Even the corpse seemed a matter in which I had no concern. Volition I had none, but appeared to be impelled into motion, and flitted buoyantly out of the city, retracing the circuitous path by which I had entered it, when I had attained that point of the ravine in the mountains at which I had encountered the hyena, I again experienced a shock, as of a galvanic battery. The sense of weight of volition of substance returned. I became my original self, and bent my steps eagerly homeward, but the past had not lost the vividness of the realland. Not now, even for an instant, can I compel my understanding to regard it as a dream. Nor was it, said Templeton, with an air of deep solemnity, yet it would be difficult to say how otherwise it should be termed. Let us suppose only that the soul of the man of today is upon the verge of some stupendous psychical discoveries. Let us content ourselves with this supposition. For the rest, I have some explanation to make. Here is a watercolor drawing, which I should have shown you before, but which an unaccountable sentiment of horror has hitherto prevented me from showing. We looked at the picture which he presented. I saw nothing in it of an extraordinary character, but its effect upon Bedloe was prodigious. He nearly fainted as he gazed, and yet it was but a miniature portrait, a miraculously accurate one, to be sure of his own very remarkable features. At least this was my thought as I regarded it. You will perceive, said Templeton, the date of this picture rate is here scarcely visible in this corner. 1780. In this year was the portrait taken. It is the likeness of a dead friend, a Mr. Oldetto, whom I became much attached at Calcutta during the administration of Warren Hastings. I was then only 20 years old. When I first saw you, Mr. Bedloe, at Saratoga, it was the miraculous similarity which existed between yourself and the painting which induced me to accost you, to seek your friendship, and to bring about those arrangements which resulted in my becoming your constant companion. In accomplishing this point, I was urged partly, and perhaps principally, by a regretful memory of the deceased, but also in part by an uneasy and not altogether horrorless curiosity respecting yourself. In your detail of the vision, which presented itself to you amid the hills, you have described with the minutest accuracy the Indian city of Benares upon the Holy River, the riots, the combat, the massacre, or the actual events of the insurrection of Chait Singh, which took place in 1780, when Hastings was put in imminent peril of his life. The man escaping by the string of turbans was Chait Singh himself. The party in the kiosk were sepoys and British officers headed by Hastings. Of this party I was one, and did all I could to prevent the rash and fatal sally of the officer who fell in the crowded alleys by the poisoned arrow of a Bengali. That officer was my dearest friend. It was Oldeb. You will perceive by these manuscripts here the speaker produced a notebook, in which several pages appeared to have been freshly written, that at the very period in which you fancied these things amid the hills, I was engaged in detailing them upon paper here at home. In about a week after this conversation, the following paragraphs appeared in a Charlottesville paper. We have the painful duty of announcing the death of Mr. Augustus Bedloe, a gentleman whose amiable manners and many virtues have long endeared him to the citizens of Charlottesville. Mr. B, for some years past, has been subject to neuralgia, which has often threatened to terminate fatally, but this can be regarded only as the mediate cause of his decease. The proximate cause was one of especial singularity. In an excursion to the Ragged Mountains a few days since, a slight cold and fever were contracted, attended with great determination of blood to the head. To relieve this, Dr. Templeton resorted to topical bleeding leeches were applied to the temples. In a fearfully brief period the patient died, when it appeared that in the jar containing the leeches had been introduced by accident one of the venomous vermicular sangsues which are now and then found in the neighboring ponds. This creature fastened itself upon a small artery in the right temple. Its close resemblance to the medicinal lech caused the mistake to be overlooked until too late. N.B. The poisonous sangsu of Charlottesville may always be distinguished from the medicinal leech by its blackness, and especially by its writhing or vermicular motions, which very nearly resemble those of a snake. I was speaking with the editor of the paper in question upon the topic of this remarkable accident, when it occurred to me to ask how it happened that the name of the deceased had been given as Bedloe. I presume, I said, you have authority for this spelling, but I have always supposed the name to be written with an E at the end. Authoritino, he replied, it is a mere typographical error. The name is Bedloe with an E all the world over, and I never knew it to be spelt otherwise in my life. Then said I mutteringly, as I turned upon my heel, then indeed has it come to pass that one truth is stranger than any fiction for Bedloe, without the what is it, but Oldeb conversed, and this man tells me that it is a typographical error. The spectacles. Many years ago, it was the fashion to ridicule the idea of love at first sight, but those who think not less than those who feel deeply have always advocated its existence. Modern discoveries, indeed, in what may be termed ethical magnetism or magnetosthetics, render it probable that the most natural and consequently the truest and most intense of the human affections are those which arise in the heart, as if by electric sympathy. In a word, that the brightest and most enduring of the psychal fetters are those which are riveted by a glance. The confession I am about to make will add another to the already almost innumerable instances of the truth of the position. My story requires that I should be somewhat minute. I am still a very young manot, yet 22 years of age. My name at present is a very usual and rather plebeian one, Simpson. I say at present, for it is only lately that I have been so called, having legislatively adopted this surname within the last year in order to receive a large inheritance left me by a distant male relative, Adolphus Simpson. Esq. The bequest was conditioned upon my taking the name of the testator's family, not the Christian name. My Christian name is Napoleon Bonaparte, or more properly, these are my first and middle appellations. I assumed the name Simpson with some reluctance, as in my true patronym Froissart I felt a very pardonable pride, believing that I could trace a descent from the immortal author of the Chronicles. While on the subject of names, by the by, I may mention a singular coincidence of sound. Attending the names of some of my immediate predecessors, my father was a Monsieur Froissart of Paris. His wife, me mother, whom he married at 15, was a Mademoiselle Croissart, eldest daughter of Croissart, the banker, whose wife, again being only 16 when married, was the eldest daughter of one Victor Voissart. Monsieur Voissart, very singularly, had married a lady of similar name, Mademoiselle Moissart. She, too, was quite a child when married, and her mother, also Madame Moissart, was only 14 when led to the altar. These early marriages are usual in France. Here, however, are Moissart, Voissart, Croissart, and Froissart, all in the direct line of descent. My own name, though, as I say, became Simpson by act of legislature, and with so much repugnance on my part that at one period I actually hesitated about accepting the legacy, with the useless and annoying proviso attached. As to personal endowments, I am by no means deficient. On the contrary, I believe that I am well made, and possess what 9/10 of the world would call a handsome face. In height, I am 5 feet 11. My hair is black and curling. My nose is sufficiently good. My eyes are large and gray, and although in fact they are weak to a very inconvenient degree, still no defect in this regard would be suspected from their appearance. The weakness itself, however, has always much annoyed me, and I have resorted to every remedy short of wearing glasses. Being youthful and good-looking, I naturally dislike these, and have resolutely refused to employ them. I know nothing, indeed, which so disfigures the countenance of a young person, or so impresses every feature with an air of demureness, if not altogether of sanctimoniousness, and of age. An eyeglass, on the other hand, has a savor of downright foppery and affectation. I have hitherto managed as well as I could without either, but something too much of these merely personal details, which after all are of little importance. I will content myself with saying in addition that my temperament is sanguine, rash, ardent, enthusiastic, and that all my life I have been a devoted admirer of the women. One night last winter, I entered a box at the P Theatre in company with a friend, Mr. Talbot. It was an opera night, and the bills presented a very rare attraction, so that the house was excessively crowded. We were in time, however, to obtain the front seats, which had been reserved for us, and into which with some little difficulty we elbowed our way. For 2 hours my companion, who was a musical fanatico, gave his undivided attention to the stage, and in the meantime I amused myself by observing the audience, which consisted in chief part of the very elite of the city. Having satisfied myself upon this point, I was about turning my eyes to the prima donna, when they were arrested and riveted by a figure in one of the private boxes which had escaped my observation. If I live 1,000 years, I can never forget the intense emotion with which I regarded this figure. It was that of a female, the most exquisite I had ever beheld. The face was so far turned toward the stage that for some minutes I could not obtain a view of it, but the form was divine. No other word can sufficiently express its magnificent proportion, and even the term divine seems ridiculously feeble as I write it. The magic of a lovely form in woman's necromancy of female gracefulness was always a power which I had found it impossible to resist, but here was grace personified, incarnate, the beau ideal of my wildest and most enthusiastic visions. The figure, almost all of which the construction of the box permitted to be seen, was somewhat above the medium height, and nearly approached without positively reaching the majestic. Its perfect fullness and tournure were delicious. The head, of which only the back was visible, rivaled in outline that of the Greek Psyche, and was rather displayed than concealed by an elegant cap of gaze Aryan, which put me in mind of the ventum textilum of Apuleius. The right arm hung over the balustrade of the box and thrilled every nerve of my frame with its exquisite symmetry. Its upper portion was draperied by one of the loose open sleeves now in fashion. This extended but little below the elbow. Beneath it was worn and under one of some frail material close-fitting, and terminated by a cuff of rich lace, which fell gracefully over the top of the hand, revealing only the delicate fingers, upon one of which sparkled a diamond ring, which I at once saw was of extraordinary value. The admirable roundness of the wrist was well set off by a bracelet which encircled it, and which also was ornamented and clasped by a magnificent aigrette of jewel-stilling in words that could not be mistaken, at once of the wealth and fastidious taste of the wearer. I gazed at this queenly apparition for at least half an hour, as if I had been suddenly converted to stone, and during this period I felt the full force and truth of all that has been said or sung concerning love at first sight. My feelings were totally different from any which I had hitherto experienced in the presence of even the most celebrated specimens of female loveliness, and unaccountable, and what I am compelled to consider a magnetic sympathy of soul for soul, seemed to rivet not only my vision, but my whole powers of thought and feeling upon the admirable object before me. I saw, I felt, I knew that I was deeply, madly, irrevocably in love, and this even before seeing the face of the person beloved. So intense, indeed, was the passion that consumed me, that I really believe it would have received little if any abatement had the features, yet unseen, proved of merely ordinary character. So anomalous is the nature of the only true love, of the love at first sight, and so little really dependent is it upon the external conditions which only seem to create and control it. While I was thus wrapped in admiration of this lovely vision, a sudden disturbance among the audience caused her to turn her head partially toward me, so that I beheld the entire profile of the face. Its beauty even exceeded my anticipations, and yet there was something about it which disappointed me without my being able to tell exactly what it was. I said disappointed, but this is not altogether the word. My sentiments were at once quieted and exalted. They partook less of transport and more of calm enthusiasm, of enthusiastic repose. This state of feeling arose perhaps from the Madonna-like and matronly air of the face, and yet I at once understood that it could not have arisen entirely from this. There was something else, some mystery, which I could not develop, some expression about the countenance, which slightly disturbed me, while it greatly heightened my interest. In fact, I was just in that condition of mind which prepares a young and susceptible man for any act of extravagance. Had the lady been alone, I should undoubtedly have entered her box and accosted her at all hazards, but fortunately she was attended by two companions, a gentleman and a strikingly beautiful woman, to all appearance a few years younger than herself. I revolved in my mind 1,000 schemes by which I might obtain hereafter an introduction to the elder lady, or for the present, at all events, a more distinct view of her beauty. I would have removed my position to one nearer her own, but the crowded state of the theatre rendered this impossible, and the stern decrees of fashion had of late imperatively prohibited the use of the opera glass in a case such as this. Even had I been so fortunate as to have one with me, but I had not, and was thus in despair. At length I bethought me of applying to my companion. "Talbot," I said, "you have an opera glass, let me have it." "An opera glass? No hat, do you suppose? I would be doing with an opera glass. Here, he turned impatiently toward the stage. But Talbot, I continued, pulling him by the shoulder, listen to me. Do you see the stage box the Rano, the next? Did you ever behold as lovely a woman? She is very beautiful, no doubt, he said. I wonder who she can be. Why in the name of all that is angelic don't you know who she is? Not to know her argues yourself, unknown. She is the celebrated Madame Lalande, beauty of the day par excellence, and the talk of the whole town, immensely wealthy to a widow, and a great match has just arrived from Paris. Do you know her? Yes, I have the honor. Will you introduce me? Assuredly, with the greatest pleasure. When shall it be? Tomorrow at 1, I will call upon you at B.S. Very good, and now do hold your tongue if you can. In this latter respect, I was forced to take Talbot's advice, for he remained obstinately deaf to every further question or suggestion, and occupied himself exclusively for the rest of the evening with what was transacting upon the stage. In the meantime, I kept my eyes riveted on Madame Lalande, and at length had the good fortune to obtain a full front view of her face. It was exquisitely lovely, as of course my heart had told me before, even had not Talbot fully satisfied me upon the point, but still, the unintelligible something disturbed me. I finally concluded that my senses were impressed by a certain air of gravity, sadness, or still more properly of weariness, which took something from the youth and freshness of the countenance, only to endow it with a seraphic tenderness and majesty, and thus, of course, to my enthusiastic and romantic temperament, with an interest tenfold. While I thus feasted my eyes, I perceived at last, to my great trepidation, by an almost imperceptible start on the part of the lady, that she had become suddenly aware of the intensity of my gaze. Still, I was absolutely fascinated, and could not withdraw it even for an instant. She turned aside her face, and again I saw only the chiseled contour of the back portion of the head. After some minutes, as if urged by curiosity to see if I was still looking, she gradually brought her face again around, and again encountered my burning gaze. Her large dark eyes fell instantly, and a deep blush mantled her cheek. But what was my astonishment at perceiving that she not only did not a second time avert her head, but that she actually took from her girdle a double eyeglass, elevated it, adjusted it, and then regarded me through it intently and deliberately for the space of several minutes. Had a thunderbolt fallen at my feet, I could not have been more thoroughly astounded, only not offended or disgusted in the slightest degree, although an action so bold in any other woman would have been likely to offend or disgust. But the whole thing was done with so much quietude, so much nonchalance, so much repose, with so evident an air of the highest breeding, in short, that nothing of mere effrontery was perceptible, and my sole sentiments were those of admiration and surprise. I observed that upon her first elevation of the glass, she had seemed satisfied with a momentary inspection of my person, and was withdrawing the instrument, when, as if struck by a second thought, she resumed it, and so continued to regard me with fixed attention for the space of several minutes, for 5 minutes, at the very least, I am sure. This action, so remarkable in an American theater, attracted very general observation, and gave rise to an indefinite movement or buzz among the audience, which for a moment filled me with confusion, but produced no visible effect upon the countenance of Madame Lalande. Having satisfied her curiosity, if such it was, she dropped the glass, and quietly gave her attention again to the stage, her profile now being turned toward myself. As before, I continued to watch her unremittingly, although I was fully conscious of my rudeness in so doing. Presently I saw the head slowly and slightly change its position, and soon I became convinced that the lady, while pretending to look at the stage, was in fact attentively regarding myself. It is needless to say what effect this conduct on the part of so fascinating a woman had upon my excitable mind. Having thus scrutinized me for perhaps a quarter of an hour, the fair object of my passion addressed the gentleman who attended her, and while she spoke I saw distinctly by the glances of both that the conversation had reference to myself. Upon its conclusion, Madame Lalande again turned toward the stage, and for a few minutes seemed absorbed in the performance. At the expiration of this period, however, I was thrown into an extremity of agitation by seeing her unfold, for for the second time the eyeglass which hung at her side fully confront me, as before, and disregarding the renewed buzz of the audience survey me from head to foot with the same miraculous composure which had previously so delighted and confounded my soul. This extraordinary behavior, by throwing me into a perfect fever of excitement tinto, an absolute delirium of love, served rather to embolden than to disconcert me in the mad intensity of my devotion. I forgot everything but the presence and the majestic loveliness of the vision which confronted my gaze, watching my opportunity. When I thought the audience were fully engaged with the opera, I at length caught the eyes of Madame Lalande, and upon the instant made a slight but unmistakable bow. She blushed very deeply, then averted her eyes then slowly, and cautiously looked around, apparently to see if my rash action had been noticed, then leaned over toward the gentleman who sat by her side. I now felt a burning sense of the impropriety I had committed, and expected nothing less than instant exposure, while a vision of pistols upon the morrow floated rapidly and uncomfortably through my brain. I was greatly and immediately relieved, however, when I saw the lady merely hand the gentleman a playbill without speaking, but the reader may form some feeble conception of my astonishment, of my profound amazement, me delirious bewilderment of heart and soul, when instantly afterward, having again glanced furtively around, she allowed her bright eyes to set fully and steadily upon my own, and then, with a faint smile disclosing a bright line of her pearly teeth, made two distinct, pointed, and unequivocal affirmative inclinations of the head. It is useless, of course, to dwell upon my joy, upon my transport, upon my illimitable ecstasy of heart. If ever man was mad with excess of happiness, it was myself at that moment. I loved. This was my first love, so I felt it to be. It was love supreme, indescribable. It was love at first sight. And at first sight, too, it had been appreciated and returned. Yes, returned. How and why should I doubt it for an instant? What other construction could I possibly put upon such conduct on the part of a lady so beautiful, so wealthy evidently, so accomplished of, so high-breeding of, so lofty a position in society, in every regard so entirely respectable, as I felt assured was Madame Lalande? Yes, she loved me, returned the enthusiasm of my love, with an enthusiasm as blind, as uncompromising, as uncalculating, as abandoned, as utterly unbounded as my own. These delicious fancies and reflections, however, were now interrupted by the falling of the drop curtain. The audience arose, and the usual tumult immediately supervened. Quitting Talbot abruptly, I made every effort to force my way into closer proximity with Madame Lalande. Having failed in this on account of the crowd, I at length gave up the chase and bent my steps homeward, consoling myself for my disappointment in not having been able to touch even the hem of her robe, by the reflection that I should be introduced by Talbot in due form upon the morrow. This morrow at last came, that is to say, a day finally dawned upon a long and weary night of impatience, and then the hours until one were snail-paced, dreary, and innumerable. But even Stamboul, it is said, shall have an end, and there came an end to this long delay. The clock struck. As the last echo ceased, I stepped into B.S. and inquired for Talbot. Out, said the footman. Talbot's own. Out, I replied, staggering back half a dozen paces. Let me tell you, my fine fellow, that this thing is thoroughly impossible and impracticable. Mr. Talbot is not out. What do you mean? Nothing, sir, only Mr. Talbot is not in, that's all. He rode over to S. immediately after breakfast and left word that he would not be in town again for a week. I stood petrified with horror and rage. I endeavored to reply, but my tongue refused its office. At length, I turned on my heel, livid with wrath, and inwardly consigning the whole tribe of the Talbots to the innermost regions of Erebus. It was evident that my considerate friend Il Fanatico had quite forgotten his appointment with myself, had forgotten it as soon as it was made. At no time was he a very scrupulous man of his word. There was no help for it, so smothering my vexation as well as I could, I strolled moodily up the street, propounding futile inquiries about Madame Lalande to every male acquaintance I met by report. She was known, I found, to all too many by sight, but she had been in town only a few weeks, and there were very few, therefore, who claimed her personal acquaintance. These few, being still comparatively strangers, could not or would not take the liberty of introducing me through the formality of a morning call, while I stood thus in despair, conversing with a trio of friends upon the all-absorbing subject of my heart, it so happened that the subject itself passed by. As I lived there, she is cried one. Surprisingly beautiful, exclaimed a second. An angel upon earth, ejaculated a third. I looked, and in an open carriage, which approached us passing slowly down the street, sat the enchanting vision of the opera, accompanied by the younger lady who had occupied a portion of her box. Her companion also wears remarkably well, said the one of my trio, who had spoken first. Astonishingly, said the second, still quite a brilliant air, but art will do wonders upon my word. She looks better than she did at Paris 5 years ago, a beautiful woman still, don't you think so, Froissart Simpson, I mean? Still, said I, and why shouldn't she be, but compared with her friend, she is as a rushlight to the evening star, a glowworm to Antares. Ha ha ha, he Simpson, you have an astonishing tact at making discoveries original ones, I mean, and here we separated, while one of the trio began humming a gay vaudeville of which I caught only the lines. Ninon, ninon, ninon a bars ninon de el enclos. During this little scene, however, one thing had served greatly to console me, although it fed the passion by which I was consumed. As the carriage of Madame Lalande rolled by our group, I had observed that she recognized me, and more than this, she had blessed me by the most seraphic of all imaginable smiles, with no equivocal mark of the recognition. As for an introduction, I was obliged to abandon all hope of it, until such time as Talbot should think proper to return from the country. In the meantime, I perseveringly frequented every reputable place of public amusement, and at length at the theatre, where I first saw her, I had the supreme bliss of meeting her and of exchanging glances with her once again. This did not occur, however, until the lapse of a fortnight. Every day in the interim, I had inquired for Talbot at his hotel, and every day had been thrown into a spasm of wrath by the everlasting not come home yet of his footman. Upon the evening in question, therefore, I was in a condition little short of madness. Madame Lalande, I had been told, was a Parisian, had lately arrived from Paris. Might she not suddenly return before Talbot came back, and might she not be thus lost to me forever? The thought was too terrible to bear, since my future happiness was at issue. I resolved to act with a manly decision. In a word, upon the breaking up of the play, I traced the lady to her residence, noted the address, and the next morning sent her a full and elaborate letter in which I poured out my whole heart. I spoke boldly, freely. In a word, I spoke with passion. I concealed nothing, even of my weakness. I alluded to the romantic circumstances of our first meet in Jeven, to the glances which had passed between us. I went so far as to say that I felt assured of her love, while I offered this assurance and my own intensity of devotion as two excuses for my otherwise unpardonable conduct. As a third, I spoke of my fear that she might quit the city before I could have the opportunity of a formal introduction. I concluded the most wildly enthusiastic epistle ever penned with a frank declaration of my worldly circumstances, off my affluence seemed, with an offer of my heart and of my hand. In an agony of expectation, I awaited the reply. After what seemed the lapse of a century, it came. Yes, actually came. Romantic as all this may appear, I really received a letter from Madame Lalande, beautiful, the wealthy, the idolized Madame Lalande. Her Aisher magnificent eyes had not belied her noble heart. Like a true Frenchwoman, as she was, she had obeyed the frank dictates of her reason, the generous impulses of her nature, despising the conventional pruderies of the world. She had not scorned my proposals. She had not sheltered herself in silence. She had not returned my letter unopened. She had even sent me in reply one penned by her own exquisite fingers. It ran thus: Monsieur Simpson will pardon me for not compose de beautiful tongue of his country, so well as might it is only de late dat I am arrive, and not yet ave du opportunite for toltedier. Vid dis apology for the manière, I will now say dat hellas Monsieur Simpson ave guess, but de too true need, I say de more hellas, am I not ready speak de too moche. Eugenie Lalande. This noble-spirited note I kissed 1,000,000 times, and committed no doubt on its account 1,000 other extravagances that have now escaped my memory still Talbot, would not return alas, could he have formed even the vaguest idea of the suffering his absence had occasioned his friend, would not his sympathizing nature have flown immediately to my relief. Still, however, he came not, I wrote, he replied, he was detained by urgent business but would shortly return, he begged me not to be impatient, to moderate my transports, to read soothing books, to drink nothing stronger than hock, and to bring the consolations of philosophy to my aid. The fool, if he could not come himself, why in the name of everything rational could he not have enclosed me a letter of presentation? I wrote him again, entreating him to forward one forthwith. My letter was returned by that footman, with the following endorsement in pencil: the scoundrel had joined his master in the country. Left S yesterday, for parts unknown, did not say whereer, when be back, so thought best to return letter, knowing your handwriting, and as how you is always more or less in a hurry. Yours sincerely, Stubbs. After this, it is needless to say that I devoted to the infernal deities both master and valet, but there was little use in anger, and no consolation at all in complaint. But I had yet a resource left in my constitutional audacity. Hitherto it had served me well, and I now resolved to make it avail me to the end. Besides, after the correspondence which had passed between us, what act of mere informality could I commit within bounds that ought to be regarded as indecorous by Madame Lalande? Since the affair of the letter, I had been in the habit of watching her house, and thus discovered that about twilight it was her custom to promenade, attended only by a negro in livery, in a public square, overlooked by her windows. Here, amid the luxuriant and shadowing groves, in the grey gloom of a sweet midsummer evening, I observed my opportunity and accosted her. The better to deceive the servant in attendance, I did this with the assured air of an old and familiar acquaintance. With a presence of mind truly Parisian, she took the cue at once, and to greet me held out the most bewitchingly little of hands. The valet at once fell into the rear, and now, with hearts full to overflowing, we discoursed long and unreservedly of our love. As Madame Lalande spoke English even less fluently than she wrote it, our conversation was necessarily in French. In this sweet tongue, so adapted to passion, I gave loose to the impetuous enthusiasm of my nature, and with all the eloquence I could command besought her to consent to an immediate marriage. At this impatience she smiled. She urged the old story of decorum, that bugbear which deters so many from bliss, until the opportunity for bliss has forever gone by. I had most imprudently made it known among my friends. She observed that I desired her acquaintancethus, that I did not possess it. Thus again there was no possibility of concealing the date of our first knowledge of each other, and then she adverted with a blush to the extreme recency of this date. To wed immediately would be improper, would be indecorous, would be outré. All this she said with a charming air of naivete which enraptured while it grieved and convinced me. She went even so far as to accuse me laughingly of rashness, of imprudence. She bade me remember that I really even knew not who she was, what were her prospects, her connections, her standing in society. She begged me, but with a sigh, to reconsider my proposal, and termed my love an infatuation, will owe the whisper fancy or fantasy of the moment, a baseless and unstable creation, rather of the imagination than of the heart. These things she uttered as the shadows of the sweet twilight gathered darkly and more darkly around Usand. Then, with a gentle pressure of her fairy-like hand, overthrew in a single sweet instant all the argumentative fabric she had reared. I replied as best I could, as only a true lover can. I spoke at length and perseveringly of my devotion, of my passion, of her exceeding beauty, and of my own enthusiastic admiration. In conclusion, I dwelt with a convincing energy upon the perils that encompass the course of love, that course of true love that never did run smooth, and thus deduced the manifest danger of rendering that course unnecessarily long. This latter argument seemed finally to soften the rigor of her determination. She relented, but there was yet an obstacle, she said, which she felt assured I had not properly considered. This was a delicate point for a woman to urge, especially so in mentioning it. She saw that she must make a sacrifice of her feelings. Still, for me, every sacrifice should be made. She alluded to the topic of age. Was I fully aware of the discrepancy between us, that the age of the husband should surpass by a few years 7 by 15 or 20, age of the wife was regarded by the world as admissible and indeed as even proper, but she had always entertained the belief that the years of the wife should never exceed in number those of the husband. A discrepancy of this unnatural kind gave rise too frequently, alas, to a life of unhappiness. Now she was aware that my own age did not exceed 22, and I, on the contrary, perhaps, was not aware that the years of my Eugenie extended very considerably beyond that sum. About all this, there was a nobility of soul, a dignity of candor which delighted, which enchanted, which eternally riveted my chains. I could scarcely restrain the excessive transport which possessed me. My sweetest Eugenie, I cried, what is all this, about which you are discoursing? Your years surpass, in some measure, my own. But what then? The customs of the world are so many conventional follies to those who love as ourselves. In what respect differs a year from an hour? I am 22, you say. Granted, indeed, you may as well call me at once 23. Now you yourself, my dearest Eugenie, can have numbered no more have numbered no more than thanthan. Here I paused for an instant in the expectation that Madame Lalande would interrupt me by supplying her true age, but a Frenchwoman is seldom direct, and has always, by way of answer to an embarrassing query, some little practical reply of her own. In the present instance, Eugenie, who for a few moments past had seemed to be searching for something in her bosom, at length let fall upon the grass a miniature, which I immediately picked up and presented to her. "Keep it," she said, with one of her most ravishing smiles, "keep it for my sake, for the sake of her whom it too flatteringly represents. Besides, upon the back of the trinket, you may discover, perhaps, the very information you seem to desire. It is now, to be sure, growing rather dark, but you can examine it at your leisure in the morning. In the meantime, you shall be my escort home. Tonight my friends are about holding a little musical levee. I can promise you, too, some good singing. We French are not nearly so punctilious as you Americans, and I shall have no difficulty in smuggling you in the character of an old acquaintance." With this she took my arm, and I attended her home. The mansion was quite a fine one, and I believe furnished in good taste. Of this latter point, however, I am scarcely qualified to judge, for it was just dark as we arrived, and in American mansions of the better sort lights seldom, during the heat of summer, make their appearance at this, the most pleasant period of the day. In about an hour after my arrival, to be sure, a single shaded solar lamp was lit in the principal drawing-room, and this apartment, I could thus see, was arranged with unusual good taste and even splendor. But 2 other rooms of the suite, and in which the company chiefly assembled, remained during the whole evening in a very agreeable shadow. This is a well-conceived custom, giving the party at least a choice of light or shade, and one which our friends over the water could not do better than immediately adopt. The evening thus spent was unquestionably the most delicious of my life. Madame Lalande had not overrated the musical abilities of her friends, and the singing I here heard I had never heard excelled in any private circle out of Vienna. The instrumental performers were many and of superior talents. The vocalists were chiefly ladies, and no individual sang less than well. At length, upon a peremptory call from Madame Lalande, she arose at once without affectation or demur from the chaise longue upon which she had sat by my side, and, accompanied by 1 or 2 gentlemen and her female friend of the opera, repaired to the piano. In the main drawing-room I would have escorted her myself, but felt that under the circumstances of my introduction to the house I had better remain unobserved. Where I was thus deprived of the pleasure of seeing, although not of hearing, her sing. The impression she produced upon the company seemed electrical, but the effect upon myself was something even more. I know not how adequately to describe it. It arose in part, no doubt, from the sentiment of love with which I was imbued, but chiefly from my conviction of the extreme sensibility of the singer. It is beyond the reach of art to endow either air or recitative with more impassioned expression than was hers. Her utterance of the romance in Othelloth tone with which she gave the words "Sul mio sasso" in the Capuletti eyes ringing in my memory, yet her lower tones were absolutely miraculous. Her voice embraced 3 complete octaves, extending from the contralto D to the D upper soprano, and though sufficiently powerful to have filled the San Carlos, executed with the minutest precision every difficulty of vocal composition, ascending and descending scales, cadences, or fioriture. In the final of the Somnambula, she brought about a most remarkable effect at the words "A non ginge human pensiero." Al contento ond, io son piena. Here in imitation of Malibran, she modified the original phrase of Bellini so as to let her voice descend to the tenor G, when by a rapid transition, she struck the G above the treble stave, springing over an interval of 2 octaves. Upon rising from the piano, after these miracles of vocal execution, she resumed her seat by my side, when I expressed to her in terms of the deepest enthusiasm my delight at her performance of my surprise. I said nothing, and yet was I most unfeignedly surprised, for a certain feebleness, or rather a certain tremulous indecision of voice in ordinary conversation, had prepared me to anticipate that in singing she would not acquit herself with any remarkable ability. Our conversation was now long, earnest, uninterrupted, and totally unreserved. She made me relate many of the earlier passages of my life, and listened with breathless attention to every word of the narrative. I concealed nothing, felt that I had a right to conceal nothing from her confiding affection, encouraged by her candor upon the delicate point of her age. I entered with perfect frankness not only into a detail of my many minor vices, but made full confession of those moral, and even of those physical infirmities, the disclosure of which, in demanding so much higher a degree of courage, is so much surer an evidence of love. I touched upon my college indiscretions, upon my extravagances, upon my carousels, upon my debts, upon my flirtations. I even went so far as to speak of a slightly hectic cough, with which at one time I had been troubled, of a chronic rheumatism, of a twinge of hereditary gout, and, in conclusion, of the disagreeable and inconvenient, but hitherto carefully concealed weakness of my eyes. Upon this latter point, said Madame Lalande laughingly, you have been surely injudicious in coming to confession, for without the confession, I take it for granted that no one would have accused you of the crime. By the by, she continued, have you any recollection? And here I fancied that a blush, even through the gloom of the apartment, became distinctly visible upon her cheek. Have you any recollection, mon cher ami, of this little ocular assistant, which now depends from my neck? As she spoke, she twirled in her fingers the identical double eyeglass, which had so overwhelmed me with confusion at the opera. Full well as do I remember it, I exclaimed, pressing passionately the delicate hand, which offered the glasses for my inspection. They formed a complex and magnificent toy, richly chased and filigreed and gleaming with jewels, which even in the deficient light I could not help perceiving were of high value. Eh bien, mon ami, she resumed with a certain empressement of manner that rather surprised me. Eh bien, mon ami, you have earnestly besought of me a favor which you have been pleased to denominate priceless. You have demanded of me my hand upon the morrow. Should I yield to your entreaties, and I may add to the pleadings of my own bosom, would I not be entitled to demand of you a very little boon in return? Name it, I exclaimed with an energy that had nearly drawn upon us the observation of the company, and restrained by their presence alone from throwing myself impetuously at her feet. Name it, my beloved, my Eugenie, my own, name it, but alas, it is already yielded ere named. You shall conquer, then, mon ami, said she, for the sake of the Eugenie whom you love, this little weakness, which you have at last confessed is weakness more moral than physical, and which, let me assure you, is so unbecoming the nobility of your real nature, so inconsistent with the candor of your usual character, and which, if permitted further control, will assuredly involve you sooner or later in some very disagreeable scrape. You shall conquer for my sake this affectation, which leads you, as you yourself acknowledge, to the tacit or implied denial of your infirmity of vision. For this infirmity you virtually deny in refusing to employ the customary means for its relief. You will understand me to say, then, that I wish you to wear spectacles. Hush, you have already consented to wear them for my sake. You shall accept the little toy which I now hold in my hand, and which, though admirable as an aid to vision, is really of no very immense value as a gem. You perceive that by a trifling modification, it can be adapted to the eyes in the form of spectacles, or worn in the waistcoat pocket. As an eyeglass, it is in the former mode, however, and habitually, that you have already consented to wear it for my sake. This request must, I confess, it confused me in no little degree, but the condition with which it was coupled rendered hesitation, of course, a matter altogether out of the question. It is done, I cried with all the enthusiasm that I could muster at the moment, it is donut, is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake tonight. I wear this dear eyeglass as an eyeglass, and upon my heart, but with the earliest dawn of that morning, which gives me the pleasure of calling you wife, I will place it upon my noson there, where it ever afterward in the less romantic and less fashionable, but certainly in the more serviceable form which you desire. Our conversation now turned upon the details of our arrangements for the morrow. Talbot, I learned from my betrothed, had just arrived in town. I was to see him at once, and procure a carriage. The soiree would scarcely break up before 2, and by this hour the vehicle was to be at the door, when in the confusion occasioned by the departure of the company, Madame Roman 50 could easily enter it unobserved. We were then to call at the house of a clergyman, who would be in waiting there. Be married, drop Talbot, and proceed on a short tour to the east, leaving the fashionable world at home to make whatever comments upon the matter it thought best. Having planned all this, I immediately took leave and went in search of Talbot, but on the way I could not refrain from stepping into a hotel for the purpose of inspecting the miniature, and this I did by the powerful aid of the glasses. The countenance was a surpassingly beautiful one, those large luminous eyes, that proud Grecian nose, those dark luxuriant curls. Ah, said I exultingly to myself, this is indeed the speaking image of my beloved. I turned the reverse, and discovered the words Eugenie Lalande, aged 27 years and 7 months. I found Talbot at home, and proceeded at once to acquaint him with my good fortune. He professed excessive astonishment, of course, but congratulated me most cordially, and proffered every assistance in his power. In a word, we carried out our arrangement to the letter, and at 2 in the morning, just 10 minutes after the ceremony, I found myself in a close carriage with Madame Lalande, with Mrs. Simpson, I should say, and driving at a great rate out of town in a direction northeast by north-half-north. It had been determined for us by Talbot that as we were to be up all night, we should make our first stop at a village about 20 miles from the city, and there get an early breakfast and some repose before proceeding upon our route. At 4 precisely, therefore, the carriage drew up at the door of the principal inn. I handed my adored wife out, and ordered breakfast forthwith. In the meantime, we were shown into a small parlor, and sat down. It was now nearly, if not altogether, daylight, and as I gazed enraptured at the angel by my side, the singular idea came all at once into my head that this was really the very first moment since my acquaintance with the celebrated loveliness of Madame Lalande that I had enjoyed a near inspection of that loveliness by daylight at all. And now, mon ami, said she, taking my hand, and so interrupting this train of reflection, and now, mon cher ami, since we are indissolubly one, since I have yielded to your passionate entreaties, and performed my portion of our agreement, I presume you have not forgotten that you also have a little favor to bestow, a little promise, which it is your intention to keep. Ah, let me see, let me remember. Yes, full easily do I call to mind the precise words of the dear promise you made to Eugenie last night. Listen, you spoke thus, it is donut, is most cheerfully agreed. I sacrifice every feeling for your sake tonight. I wear this dear eyeglass as an eyeglass, and upon my heart, but with the earliest dawn of that morning, which gives me the privilege of calling you wife, I will place it upon my noson there, where it ever afterward in the less romantic and less fashionable, but certainly in the more serviceable form, which you desire. These were the exact words, my beloved husband, were they not? They were. I said, you have an excellent memory, and assuredly, my beautiful Eugenie, there is no disposition on my part to evade the performance of the trivial promise. They imply, see, behold, they are becoming rather rare, they not? And here, having arranged the glasses in the ordinary form of spectacles, I applied them gingerly in their proper position, while Madame Simpson, adjusting her cap and folding her arms, sat bolt upright in her chair in a somewhat stiff and prim, and indeed in a somewhat undignified position. Goodness gracious me, I exclaimed almost at the very instant that the rim of the spectacles had settled upon my nose. My goodness gracious me, what can be the matter with these glasses? And taking them quickly off, I wiped them carefully with a silk handkerchief and adjusted them again. But if in the first instance there had occurred something which occasioned me surprise, in the second, this surprise became elevated into astonishment, and this astonishment was profound, was extreme indeed. I may say it was horrific. What in the name of everything hideous did this mean? Could I believe my eyes? Could it that? Was the question, was that rouge and with those were those. Wrinkles upon the visage of Eugenie Lalande, and O Jupiter, and every one of the gods and goddesses little and big what had become of her teeth. I dashed the spectacles violently to the ground, and leaping to my feet stood erect, in the middle of the floor confronting Mrs. Simpson, with my arms set akimbo and grinning and foaming, but at the same time utterly speechless with terror and with rage. Now I have already said that Madame Eugenie Lalande is to say Simpson spoke the English language, but very little better than she wrote it, and for this reason she very properly never attempted to speak it upon ordinary occasions, but rage will carry a lady to any extreme, and in the present care it carried Mrs. Simpson to the very extraordinary extreme of attempting to hold a conversation in a tongue that she did not altogether understand. "Well, monsieur," said she, after surveying me in great apparent astonishment for some moments, "well, monsieur, and vat de matter? Now is it de dance of de Saint Idas, dat you ave, if not like me vat for vi by de pig in the poke?" "You wretch," said I, catching my breath, "you villainous old hag. Agolim not so ver ol, after all me not one single day more, dan de 82. 82, I ejaculated, staggering to the wally to 200,000 baboons. The miniature said 27 years and 7 months. To be sure that is so ver true, but den de portrait has been take for de 55 year. Then, I go marry my second husband, Monsieur Lalande. At dat time, I had de portrait take for my daughter by my first husband, Monsieur Moissart. Moissart, said Roman, one yes, Moissart, said she, mimicking my pronunciation, which, to speak the truth, was none of the bestand, vat you know about de Moissart. Nothing, you old fright, know nothing about him at all, only I had an ancestor of that name once upon a time. Dat name and vat you ave for say to dat name tis ver gut name, and so is Voissart, dat is ver gut name too. My daughter Mademoiselle Moissart, she marry von Monsieur Voissarten de name, is but ver respectable name. Moissart, I exclaimed, and Voissart, why what is it you mean? That I mean Moissart and Voissart, and for the matter of dat, I mean Croissart and Froissart too, if I only think proper to mean it. My daughter's daughter Mademoiselle Voissart, she marry von Monsieur Croissart, and den again my daughter's granddaughter Mademoiselle Croissart, she marry von Monsieur Froissart, and I suppose you say dat is not von ver respectable name. Froissart, said I, beginning to faint. Why, surely you don't say Moissart and Voissart and Croissart and Froissart? Yes, she replied, leaning fully back in her chair and stretching out her lower limbs at great length. Yes, Moissart and Voissart and Croissart and Froissart. But Monsieur Froissart, he vas von ver big vat you call fool, vas von ver great big dance like yourselfer, he left la belle France, for come to dis stupid. Emmerich ven he get here he went, and ave von ver stupid son, so I hear do, I not yet have ad de place here, to meet vid him neither me, nor my companion de Madame Stephanie Lalande. He is named Napoleon Bonaparte Froissart, and I suppose you say dat too, is not von ver respectable name. Either the length or the nature of this speech had the effect of working up Mrs. Simpson into a very extraordinary passion indeed, and as she made an end of it with great labor, she jumped up from her chair, like somebody bewitched dropping upon the floor, an entire universe of bustle. As she jumped once upon her feet, she gnashed her gums, brandished her arms, rolled up her sleeves, shook her fist in my face, and concluded the performance by tearing the cap from her head, and with it an immense wig of the most valuable and beautiful black hair, the whole of which she dashed upon the ground with a yell, and there trampled, and danced a fandango upon it, in an absolute ecstasy and agony of rage. Meantime I sank aghast into the chair which she had vacated. Moissart and Voissart, I repeated thoughtfully, as she cut one of her pigeon wings, and Croissart and Froissart, as she completed another. Moissart and Voissart and Croissart and Napoleon Bonaparte Froissart. We, you ineffable old serpent, that's med I hear, that's meher, I screamed at the top of my voice, that's me, I am Napoleon Bonaparte Froissart, and if I haven't married my great-great-grandmother, I wish I may be everlastingly confounded. Madame Eugenie Lalande quasi Simpson, formerly Moissart, was in sober fact my great-great-grandmother in her youth. She had been beautiful, and even at 82 retained the majestic height, the sculptural contour of head, the fine eyes, and the Grecian nose of her girlhood, by the aid of these, of pearl powder, of rouge, of false hair, false teeth, and false tournure, as well as of the most skilful modistes of Paris, she contrived to hold a respectable footing among the beauties en pied passes of the French metropolis in this respect. Indeed, she might have been regarded as little less than the equal of the celebrated Ninon de l'Enclos. She was immensely wealthy, and being left for the second time a widow without children, she bethought herself of my existence in America, and for the purpose of making me her heir, paid a visit to the United States in company with a distant and exceedingly lovely relative of her second husband, Sir Madame Stephanie Lalande. At the opera, my great-great-grandmother's attention was arrested by my notice, and upon surveying me through her eyeglass, she was struck with a certain family resemblance to herself. Thus interested, and knowing that the heir she sought was actually in the city, she made inquiries of her party respecting me. The gentleman who attended her knew my person, and told her who I was. The information thus obtained induced her to renew her scrutiny, and this scrutiny it was which so emboldened me that I behaved in the absurd manner already detailed. She returned my bow, however, under the impression that by some odd accident I had discovered her identity when deceived by my weakness of vision and the arts of the toilet. In respect to the age and charms of the strange lady, I demanded so enthusiastically of Talbot, who she was, he concluded, that I meant the younger beauty as a matter of course, and so informed me with perfect truth that she was the celebrated widow Madame Lalande. In the street next morning, my great-great-grandmother encountered Talbot, an old Parisian acquaintance, and the conversation very naturally turned upon myself. My deficiencies of vision were then explained, for these were notorious, although I was entirely ignorant of their notoriety, and my good old relative discovered, much to her chagrin, that she had been deceived in supposing me aware of her identity, and that I had been merely making a fool of myself in making open love in a theatre to an old woman unknown. By way of punishing me for this imprudence, she concocted with Talbot a plot he purposely kept out of my way to avoid giving me the introduction. My street inquiries about the lovely widow Madame Lalande were supposed to refer to the younger lady, of course, and thus the conversation with the three gentlemen whom I encountered shortly after leaving Talbot's hotel will be easily explained, as also their allusion to Ninon de l'Enclos. I had no opportunity of seeing Madame Lalande closely during daylight, and at her musical soirée my silly weakness in refusing the aid of glasses effectually prevented me from making a discovery of her age. When Madame Lalande was called upon to sing, the younger lady was intended, and it was she who arose to obey the call, my great-great-grandmother, to further the deception arising. At the same moment, and accompanying her to the piano in the main drawing-room, had I decided upon escorting her thither. It had been her design to suggest the propriety of my remaining where I was, but my own prudential views rendered this unnecessary. The songs which I so much admired, and which so confirmed my impression of the youth of my mistress, were executed by Madame Stephanie Lalande. The eyeglass was presented by way of adding a reproof to the hoax's sting, to the epigram of the deception. Its presentation afforded an opportunity for the lecture upon affectation, with which I was so especially edified. It is almost superfluous to add that the glasses of the instrument as worn by the old lady had been exchanged by her for a pair better adapted to my years. They suited me, in fact, to a T. The clergyman who merely pretended to tie the fatal knot was a boon companion of Talbot's, and no priest. He was an excellent whip, however, and having doffed his cassock to put on a greatcoat, he drove the hack which conveyed the happy couple out of town. Talbot took a seat at his side. The two scoundrels were thus in at the death, and through a half-open window of the back parlor of the inn, amused themselves in grinning at the denouement of the drama. I believe I shall be forced to call them both out. Nevertheless, I am not the husband of my great-great-grandmother, and this is a reflection which affords me infinite relief, but I am the husband of Madame Lalande, of Madame Stephanie Lalande, whom my good old relative, besides making me her sole heir, when she if she ever doches been at the trouble of concocting me a match. In conclusion, I am done forever with billets doux, and am never to be met without spectacles. King Peste. A tale containing an allegory. The gods do bear, and will allow in kings, the things which they abhor in rascal roots. Buckhurst's tragedy of Ferex and Porrex. About 12 o'clock one night in the month of October, and during the chivalrous reign of the third Edward, two seamen belonging to the crew of the Free and Easy, a trading schooner plying between Sluys and the Thames, and then at anchor in that river, were much astonished to find themselves seated in the taproom of an alehouse in the parish of St. Andrew's, London, which alehouse bore for sign the portraiture of a jolly tar. The room, although ill-contrived, smoke-blackened, low-pitched, and in every other respect agreeing with the general character of such places at the period, was nevertheless, in the opinion of the grotesque groups scattered here and there within it, sufficiently well adapted to its purpose. Of these groups, our two seamen formed, I think, the most interesting, if not the most conspicuous. The one who appeared to be the elder, and whom his companion addressed by the characteristic appellation of Legs, was at the same time much the taller of the two. He might have measured 6 feet and a half, and an habitual stoop in the shoulders seemed to have been the necessary consequence of an altitude so enormous. Superfluities in height were, however, more than accounted for by deficiencies in other respects. He was exceedingly thin, and might, as his associates asserted, have answered, when drunk, pennant at the masthead, or when sober have served for a jibboom. But these jests, and others of a similar nature, had evidently produced at no time any effect upon the cachinnatory muscles of the tar. With high cheekbones, a large hawk-nose, retreating chin, fallen under jaw, and huge, protruding white eyes, the expression of his countenance, although tinged with a species of dogged indifference to matters and things in general, was not the less utterly solemn and serious beyond all attempts at imitation or description. The younger seaman was in all outward appearance the converse of his companion. His stature could not have exceeded 4 feet. A pair of stumpy bow-legs supported his squat, unwieldy figure, while his unusually short and thick arms, with no ordinary fists at their extremities, swung off dangling from his sides, like the fins of a sea turtle. Small eyes, of no particular color, twinkled far back in his head. His nose remained buried in the mass of flesh, which enveloped his round, full, and purple face, and his thick upper lip rested upon the still thicker one beneath with an air of complacent self-satisfaction, much heightened by the owner's habit of licking them at intervals. He evidently regarded his tall shipmate with a feeling half wondrous, half quizzical, and stared up occasionally in his face, as the red setting sun stares up at the crags of Ben Nevis. Various and eventful, however, had been the peregrinations of the worthy couple in and about the different taffhouses of the neighborhood during the earlier hours of the night. Funds, even the most ample, are not always everlasting, and it was with empty pockets our friends had ventured upon the present hostelry. At the precise period, then, when this history properly commences, Legs and his fellow Hugh Tarpaulin sat each with both elbows resting upon the large oaken table in the middle of the floor, and with a hand upon either cheek, they were eyeing from behind a huge flagon of unpaid-for humming stuff the portentous words "no chalk," which, to their indignation and astonishment, was scored over the doorway by means of that very mineral, whose presence they purported to deny, not that the gift of deciphering written characters, a gift among the commonalty of that day, considered little less cabalistical than the art of inditing, could, in strict justice, have been laid to the charge of either disciple of the sea. But there was, to say the truth, a certain twist in the formation of the lettersome, indescribable leelurch, about the whole, which foreboded, in the opinion of both seamen, a long run of dirty weather, and determined them at once, in the allegorical words of Legs himself, to pump ship, clew up all sail, and scud before the wind. Having accordingly disposed of what remained of the ale, and looped up the points of their short doublets, they finally made a bolt for the street, although Tarpaulin rolled twice into the fireplace, mistaking it for the door. Yet their escape was at length happily effected, and, half after 12 o'clock, found our heroes ripe for mischief, and running for life down a dark alley in the direction of St. Andrew's Stair, hotly pursued by the landlady of the Jolly Tar. At the epoch of this eventful tale, and periodically for many years before and after, all England, but more especially the metropolis, resounded with the fearful cry of plague. The city was in a great measure depopulated, and, in those horrible regions in the vicinity of the Thames, where amid the dark, narrow, and filthy lanes and alleys, the demon of disease was supposed to have had his nativity, or terror and superstition were alone to be found stalking abroad. By authority of the king, such districts were placed under ban, and all persons forbidden under pain of death to intrude upon their dismal solitude. Yet neither the mandate of the monarch nor the huge barriers erected at the entrances of the streets, nor the prospect of that loathsome death which with almost absolute certainty overwhelmed the wretch, whom no peril could deter from the adventure, prevented the unfurnished and untenanted dwellings from being stripped by the hand of nightly rapine of every article, such as iron, brass, or leadwork, which could in any manner be turned to a profitable account. Above all, it was usually found upon the annual winter opening of the barriers that locks, bolts, and secret cellars had proved but slender protection to those rich stores of wines and liquors, which in consideration of the risk and trouble of removal, many of the numerous dealers having shops in the neighborhood had consented to trust during the period of exile to so insufficient a security. But there were very few of the terror-stricken people who attributed these doings to the agency of human hands. Pest spirits, plague goblins, and fever demons were the popular imps of mischief, and tales, so blood-chilling, were hourly told that the whole mass of forbidden buildings was at length enveloped in terror, as in a shroud, and the plunderer himself was often scared away by the horrors his own depreciations had created, leaving the entire vast circuit of prohibited district to gloom, silence, pestilence, and death. It was by one of the terrific barriers already mentioned, and which indicated the region beyond to be under the pestban, that in scrambling down an alley legs, and the worthy Hugh Tarpaulin found their progress suddenly impeded to return, was out of the question, and no time was to be lost, as their pursuers were close upon their heels. With thoroughbred seamen to clamber up the roughly fashioned plankwork was a trifle, and maddened with the twofold excitement of exercise and liquor, they leaped unhesitatingly down within the enclosure, and holding on their drunken course, with shouts and yellings, were soon bewildered in its noisome and intricate recesses. Had they not indeed been intoxicated beyond moral sense, their reeling footsteps must have been palsied by the horrors of their situation. The air was cold and misty. The paving stones, loosened from their beds, lay in wild disorder amid the tall rank grass which sprang up around the feet, and ankles. Fallen houses choked up the streets. The most fetid and poisonous smells everywhere prevailed, and, by the aid of that ghastly light which even at midnight never fails to emanate from a vapory and pestilential atmosphere, might be discerned lying in the bypaths and alleys, or rotting in the windowless habitations, the carcass of many a nocturnal plunderer arrested by the hand of the plague in the very perpetration of his robbery. But it lay not in the power of images or sensations or impediments such as these to stay the course of men who, naturally brave, and at that time especially brimful of courage and of humming stuff, would have reeled as straight as their condition might have permitted undauntedly into the very jaws of death. Onward, still onward, stalked the grim legs, making the desolate solemnity echo and reecho with yells like the terrific war-whoop of the Indian. And onward, still onward, rolled the dumpy Tarpaulin, hanging on to the doublet of his more active companion, and far surpassing the latter's most strenuous exertions in the way of vocal music, by bull-roarings in basso from the profundity of his stentorian lungs. They had now evidently reached the stronghold of the pestilence. Their way at every step or plunge grew more noisome, and more horrible. The paths more narrow, and more intricate. Huge stones and beams, falling momently from the decaying roofs above them, gave evidence by their sullen and heavy descent of the vast height of the surrounding houses, and while actual exertion became necessary to force a passage through frequent heaps of rubbish, it was by no means seldom that the hand fell upon a skeleton or rested upon a more fleshly corpse. Suddenly, as the seamen stumbled against the entrance of a tall and ghastly-looking building, a yell more than usually shrill from the throat of the excited legs was replied to from within in a rapid succession of wild laughter-like and fiendish shrieks, nothing daunted. At sounds which of such a nature at such a time, and in such a place, might have curdled the very blood in hearts less irrevocably on fire, the drunken couple rushed headlong against the door, burst it open, and staggered into the midst of things with a volley of curses. The room within which they found themselves proved to be the shop of an undertaker, but an open trapdoor in a corner of the floor, near the entrance, looked down upon a long range of wine cellars, whose depths the occasional sound of bursting bottles proclaimed to be well stored with their appropriate contents, in the middle of the room stood a table, in the center of which again arose a huge tub of what appeared to be punch bottles of various wines and cordials, together with jugs, pitchers, and flagons of every shape and quality, were scattered profusely upon the board. Around it, upon coffin trestles, was seated a company of 6. This company I will endeavor to delineate one by one. Fronting the entrance, and elevated a little above his companions, sat a personage who appeared to be the president of the table. His stature was gaunt and tall, and legs was confounded to behold in him a figure more emaciated than himself. His face was as yellow as saffron, but no feature excepting one alone was sufficiently marked to merit a particular description. This one consisted in a forehead so unusually and hideously lofty as to have the appearance of a bonnet or crown of flesh superadded upon the natural head. His mouth was puckered and dimpled into an expression of ghastly affability, and his eyes, as indeed the eyes of all at table, were glazed over with the fumes of intoxication. This gentleman was clothed from head to foot in a richly embroidered black silk velvet pall, wrapped negligently around his form after the fashion of a Spanish cloak. His head was stuck full of sable hirsa plumes, which he nodded to and fro with a jaunty and knowing air, and in his right hand he held a huge human thighbone, with which he appeared to have been just knocking down some member of the company for a song. Opposite him, and with her back to the door, was a lady of no whit the less extraordinary character. Although quite as tall as the person just described, she had no right to complain of his unnatural emaciation. She was evidently in the last stage of a dropsy, and her figure resembled nearly that of the huge puncheon of October beer, which stood with the head driven in close by her side in a corner of the chamber. Her face was exceedingly round, red, and full, and the same peculiarity, or rather want of peculiarity, attached itself to her countenance, which I before mentioned in the case of the president. That is to say, only one feature of her face was sufficiently distinguished to need a separate characterization. Indeed, the acute tarpaulin immediately observed that the same remark might have applied to each individual person of the party, every one of whom seemed to possess a monopoly of some particular portion of physiognomy. With the lady in question, this portion proved to be the mouth, commencing at the right ear. It swept with a terrific chasm to the left the short pendants, which she wore in either auricle, continually bobbing into the aperture. She made, however, every exertion to keep her mouth closed and look dignified in a dress consisting of a newly starched and ironed shroud coming up close under her chin, with a crimpled ruffle of cambric muslin. At her right hand sat a diminutive young lady, whom she appeared to patronize. This delicate little creature, in the trembling of her wasted fingers, in the livid hue of her lips, and in the slight hectic spot which tinged her otherwise leaden complexion, gave evident indications of a galloping consumption. An air of extreme haut ton, however, pervaded her whole appearance. She wore, in a graceful and dignified manner, a large and beautiful winding sheet of the finest India lawn. Her hair hung in ringlets over her neck. A soft smile played about her mouth, but her nose, extremely long, thin, sinuous, flexible, and pimpled, hung down far below her under lip, and in spite of the delicate manner in which she now and then moved it to one side or the other with her tongue, gave to her countenance a somewhat equivocal expression. Over against her, and upon the left of the dropsical lady, was seated a little puffy, wheezing, and gouty old man, whose cheeks reposed upon the shoulders of their owner like two huge bladders of a Porto wine, with his arms folded, and with one bandaged leg deposited upon the table. He seemed to think himself entitled to some consideration. He evidently prided himself much upon every inch of his personal appearance, but took more especial delight in calling attention to his gaudy-colored surtout. This, to say the truth, must have cost him no little money, and was made to fit him exceedingly well, being fashioned from one of the curiously embroidered silken covers appurtening to those glorious escutcheons which in England and elsewhere are customarily hung up in some conspicuous place upon the dwellings of departed aristocracy. Next to him, and at the right hand of the president, was a gentleman in long white hose and cotton drawers. His frame shook in a ridiculous manner with a fit of what Tarpaulin called the horrors. His jaws, which had been newly shaved, were tightly tied up by a bandage of muslin, and his arms, being fastened in a similar way at the wrists, prevented him from helping himself freely to the liquors upon the table. a precaution rendered necessary, in the opinion of Legs, by the peculiarly sottish and wine-bibbing cast of his visage, a pair of prodigious ears, nevertheless, which it was no doubt found impossible to confine towered away into the atmosphere of the apartment, and were occasionally pricked up in a spasm at the sound of the drawing of a cork. Fronting him sixthly, and lastly, was situated a singularly stiff-looking personage, who, being afflicted with paralysis, must, to speak seriously, have felt very ill at ease in his unaccommodating habiliments. He was habited somewhat uniquely in a new and handsome mahogany coffin, its top or headpiece pressed upon the skull of the wearer, and extended over it in the fashion of a hood, giving to the entire face an air of indescribable interest. Armholes had been cut in the sides for the sake not more of elegance than of convenience, but the dress nevertheless prevented its proprietor from sitting as erect as his associates, and as he lay reclining against his trestle at an angle of 4 to 5 degrees, a pair of huge goggle eyes rolled up their awful whites towards the ceiling in absolute amazement at their own enormity. Before each of the party lay a portion of a skull, which was used as a drinking cup. Overhead was suspended a human skeleton by means of a rope tied round one of the legs, and fastened to a ring in the ceiling, the other limb, confined by no such fetter, stuck off from the body at right angles, causing the whole loose and rattling frame to dangle and twirl about at the caprice of every occasional puff of wind which found its way into the apartment. In the cranium of this hideous thing lay quantity of ignited charcoal, which threw a fitful but vivid light over the entire scene, while coffins and other wares appertaining to the shop of an undertaker were piled high up around the room, and against the windows, preventing any ray from escaping into the street. At sight of this extraordinary assembly, and of their still more extraordinary paraphernalia, our two seamen did not conduct themselves with that degree of decorum which might have been expected. Legs, leaning against the wall near which he happened to be standing, dropped his lower jaw still lower than usual, and spread open his eyes to their fullest extent, while Hugh Tarpaulin, stooping down so as to bring his nose upon a level with the table, and spreading out a palm upon either knee, burst into a long, loud, and obstreperous roar of very ill-timed and immoderate laughter. Without, however, taking offense at behavior so excessively rude, the tall president smiled very graciously upon the intruders, nodded to them in a dignified manner with his head of sable plumage, and, arising, took each by an arm, and led him to a seat, which some others of the company had placed in the meantime for his accommodation. Legs, to all this, offered not the slightest resistance, but sat down as he was directed, while the gallant Hugh, removing his coffin trestle from its station near the head of the table, to the vicinity of the little consumptive lady in the winding sheet, plumped down by her side in high glee, and pouring out a scull of red wine, quaffed it to their better acquaintance. But at this presumption, the stiff gentleman in the coffin seemed exceedingly nettled, and serious consequences might have ensued had not the president, rapping upon the table with his truncheon, diverted the attention of all present to the following speech. It becomes our duty, upon the present happy occasion. Avast there, interrupted Legs, looking very serious. Avast there a bit, I say, and tell us who the devil ye all are, and what business ye have here rigged off like the foul fiends, and swilling the snug blue ruin stowed away for the winter by my honest shipmate, Will Wimble the undertaker. At this unpardonable piece of ill-breeding, all the original company half started to their feet, and uttered the same rapid succession of wild fiendish shrieks which had before caught the attention of the seamen. The president, however, was the first to recover his composure, and at length, turning to Legs, with great dignity recommenced. Most willingly will we gratify any reasonable curiosity on the part of guests, so illustrious unbidden though they be. Know then that in these dominions I am monarch, and here rule with undivided empire under the title of King Pest the First. This apartment, which you no doubt profanely suppose to be the shop of Will Wimble the undertaker, a man whom we know not, and whose plebeian appellation has never before this night thwarted our royal earthigh's apartment, I say, is the dais chamber of our palace, devoted to the councils of our kingdom, and to other sacred and lofty purposes. The noble lady who sits opposite is Queen Pest, our serene consort. The other exalted personages whom you behold are all of our family, and wear the insignia of the blood royal under the respective titles of His Grace, the Archduke Pest Iphorus His Grace, the Duke Pest Ilential His Grace, the Duke Tem Pest and Her Serene Highness the Archduchess Anna Pest. As regards, continued he, your demand of the business upon which we sit here in council, we might be pardoned for replying that it concerns alone our own private and regal interest, and is in no manner important to any other than ourself, but in consideration of those rights to which as guests and strangers you may feel yourselves entitled, we will furthermore explain that we are here this night prepared by deep research and accurate investigation to examine, analyze, and thoroughly determine the indefinable spirit, incomprehensible qualities, and nature of those inestimable treasures of the palate, the wines, ales, and liqueurs of this goodly metropolis, by so doing to advance not more our own designs than the true welfare of that unearthly sovereign whose reign is over us all, whose dominions are unlimited, and whose name is death. Whose name is Davy Jones, ejaculated Tarpaulin, helping the lady by his side to a scull of liqueur, and pouring out a second for himself. Profane varlet, said the president, now turning his attention to the worthy Hugh. Profane and execrable wretch, we have said that in consideration of those rights, which even in thy filthy person we feel no inclination to violate, we have condescended to make reply to thy rude and unseasonable inquiries. We nevertheless, for your unhallowed intrusion upon our councils, believe it our duty to mulct thee and thy companion in each a gallon of black strafaving, imbibed which to the prosperity of our kingdom at a single draught, and, upon your bended knee, shall be forthwith free either to proceed upon your way or remain, and be admitted to the privileges of our table, according to your respective and individual pleasures. It would be a matter of utter impossibility, replied Legs, whom the assumptions and dignity of King Pest I had evidently inspired some feelings of respect, and who arose and steadied himself by the table as he spoke. It would please your majesty be a matter of utter impossibility to stow away in my hold even 1/4 part of the same liquor which your majesty has just mentioned, to say nothing of the stuffs placed on board in the forenoon by way of ballast, and not to mention the various ales and liqueurs shipped this evening at different seaports. I have at present a full cargo of humming stuff taken in and duly paid for at the sign of the Jolly Tar. You will therefore, please your majesty, be so good as to take the will for the deed, for by no manner of means either can I or will I swallow another drop, least of all a drop of that villainous bilgewater that answers to the name of black strap. Belay that, interrupted Tarpaulin, astonished not more at the length of his companion's speech than at the nature of his refusal. Belay that, you lubber, and I say, Legs, none of your palaver. My hull is still light, although I confess you yourself seem to be a little tough-heavy. And as for the matter of your share of the cargo, why, rather than raise a squall, I would find stowage room for it myself. This proceeding, interposed the president, is by no means in accordance with the terms of the mulct or sentence, which is in its nature median, and not to be altered or recalled. The conditions we have imposed must be fulfilled to the letter, and that without a moment's hesitation, in failure of which fulfillment we decree that you do here be tied neck and heels together, and duly drowned as rebels in yon hogshead of October. Sentencia righteous, and just sentencia glorious, decrea most worthy and upright, and holy condemnation, shouted the Pest family altogether. The king elevated his forehead into innumerable wrinkles. The gouty little old man puffed like a pair of bellows. The lady of the winding sheet waved her nose to and fro. The gentleman in the cotton drawers pricked up his ears. She of the shroud gasped like a dying fish, and he of the coffin looked stiff and rolled up his eyes. Chuckled Tarpaulin, without heeding the general excitation. Hi, was saying, said he, I was saying, when Mr. King Pest poked in his marlinspike, that as for the matter of 2 or 3 gallons more or less of black strap, it was a trifle to a tight seaboat like myself, not overstowed, but when it comes to drinking the health of the devil whom God assoils ye, and going down upon my marrow bones to his ill-favored majesty there, whom I know as well as I know myself to be a sinner, to be nobody in the whole world, but Tim Hurligurly, the stager player, it's quite another guess sort of a thing, and utterly and altogether past my comprehension. He was not allowed to finish this speech in tranquility. At the name Tim Hurligurly, the whole assembly leaped from their named seats. Treason, shouted His Majesty King Pest I. Treason, said the little man, with the gout. Treason, screamed the Archduchess on a pest. Treason, muttered the gentleman, with his jaws tied up. Treason, growled he of the coffin. Treason, treason, shrieked Her Majesty of the mouth, and seizing by the hinder part of his breeches the unfortunate tarpaulin, who had just commenced pouring out for himself a scull of liqueur, she lifted him high into the air, and let him fall without ceremony into the huge open puncheon of his beloved ale, bobbing up and down for a few seconds like an apple in a bowl of toddy. He at length finally disappeared amid the whirlpool of foam, which in the already effervescent liquor his struggles easily succeeded in creating. Not tamely, however, did the tall seaman behold the discomfiture of his companion jostling King, pest through the open trap. The valiant legs slammed the door down upon him with an oath, and strode towards the center of the room, here tearing down the skeleton, which swung over the table. He laid it about him with so much energy and good will that as the last glimpses of light died away within the apartment, he succeeded in knocking out the brains of the little gentleman, with the gout rushing then with all his force against the fatal hogshead full of October ale and Hugh tarpaulin. He rolled it over and over. In an instant out burst a deluge of liquor so fierce, impetuoso, overwhelming that the room was flooded from wall to wall. The loaded table was overturned, trestles were thrown upon their backs, tub of punch into the fireplace, and the ladies into hysterics. Piles of death furniture floundered about, jugs, pitchers, and carboys mingled promiscuously in the melee, and wicker flagons encountered desperately with bottles of junk. The man with the horrors was drowned upon the spot. The little stiff gentleman floated off in his coffin, and the victorious legs seizing by the waist, the fat lady in the shroud rushed out with her into the street, and made a beeline for the free and easy, followed under easy sail by the redoubtable Hugh tarpaulin, who, having sneezed 3 or 4 times, panted and puffed after him with the Archduchess on a pest. 3 Sundays in a week. You hard-headed, dunder-headed, obstinate, rusty, crusty, musty, fusty old savage, said I in fancy one afternoon to my grand uncle Rumgajon, shaking my fist at him in imagination. Only in imagination. The fact is, some trivial discrepancy did exist just then between what I said and what I had not the courage to say, between what I did and what I had half a mind to do. The old porpoise, as I opened the drawing-room door, was sitting with his feet upon the mantelpiece, and a bumper of port in his paw, making strenuous efforts to accomplish the ditty. Rumpley's ton, ver vidi. Vidi ton, ver plines. My dear uncle, said I, closing the door gently and approaching him with the blandest of smiles, you are always so very kind and considerate, and have evinced your benevolence in so very many ways that I feel I have only to suggest this little point to you once more to make sure of your full acquiescence. Hem, said he, good boy, go on. I am sure, my dearest uncle, you confounded old rascal, that you have no design really seriously to oppose my union with Kate. This is merely a joke of yours. I know her. Ha ha, how very pleasant you are at times. Ha ha ha, said he, curse you, yes. To be sure, of course, I knew you were jesting now, uncle. All that Kate and myself wish at present is that you would oblige us with your advice as regards the time you know uncline short. When will it be most convenient for yourself that the wedding shall come off, you know? Come off, you scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Better wait till it goes on. Ha ha ha, he hi hi he ho 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 hoo hoo. That's good, oh, that's capital, such a wit. But all we want just now, you know, uncle, is that you would indicate the time precisely. Ah, precisely. Yes, uncle, that is, if it would be quite agreeable to yourself. Wouldn't it answer, Bobby, if I were to leave it at random some time within a year or so? For example, must I say precisely? If you please, uncle, precisely. Well then, Bobby, my boy, a fine fellow, arrant yousins, you will have the exact time. I'll oblige you for once. Dear uncle. Hush, sir, drowning my voice. I'll oblige you for once. You shall have my consent, and the plum, we mustn't forget the plum. Let me see, when shall it be? Today's Sunday, isn't it? Well then, you shall be married precisely. Now mind, when 3 Sundays come together in a week, do you hear me, sir? What are you gaping at? I say you shall have Kate and her plum when 3 Sundays come together in a week, but not till then, you young scapegrace, not till then, if I die for it. You know me, I'm a man of my word, no be off here." He swallowed his bumper of port, while I rushed from the room in despair. A very fine old English gentleman was my granduncle Rumgudgeon, but unlike him of the song, he had his weak points. He was a little pursy, pompous, passionate, semicircular somebody, with a red nose, a thick skull, a long purse, and a strong sense of his own consequence. With the best heart in the world, he contrived, through a predominant whim of contradiction, to earn for himself among those who only knew him superficially the character of a curmudgeon. Like many excellent people, he seemed possessed spirit of tantalization, which might easily, at a casual glance, have been mistaken for malevolence. To every request a positive no was his immediate answer. But in the end, the long and the were exceedingly few requests which he refused. Against all attacks upon his purse, he made the most sturdy defense, but the amount extorted from him at last was generally in direct ratio with the length of the siege, and the stubbornness of the resistance. In charity no one gave more liberally or with a worse grace. For the fine arts, and especially for the belles lettres, he entertained a profound contempt. With this he had been inspired by Casimir Perier, whose pert little query, "A qua un poet est il bon," he was in the habit of quoting with a very droll pronunciation as the ne plus ultra of logical wit. Thus my own inkling for the Muses had excited his entire displeasure. He assured me one day, when I asked him for a new copy of Horace, that the translation of poeta nascitur non fit was a nasty poet for nothing fit. A remark which I took in high dudgeon. His repugnance to the humanities had also much increased of late by an accidental bias in favor of what he supposed to be natural science. Somebody had accosted him in the street, mistaking him for no less a personage than Dr. Double Roman 50D, the lecturer upon quack physics. This set him off at a tangent, and just at the epoch of this story for story, it is getting to be, after all, my granduncle Rumgudgeon was accessible and pacific only upon points which happened to chime in with the caprioles of the hobby he was riding. For the rest, he laughed with his arms and legs, and his politics were stubborn and easily understood. He thought with hoarsely that the people have nothing to do with the laws but to obey them. I had lived with the old gentleman all my life. My parents, in dying, had bequeathed me to him as a rich legacy. I believe the old villain loved me as his own child nearly, if not quite as well as he loved Kate, but it was a dog's existence that he led me after all from my first year. Until my 5th he obliged me with very regular floggings from 5 to 15. He threatened me hourly with the house of correction from 15 to 20. Not a day passed in which he did not promise to cut me off with a shilling. I was a sad dog, it is true, but then it was a part of my nature, a point of my faith in Kate. However, I had a firm friend, and I knew it. She was a good girl, and told me very sweetly that I might have her plum and all whenever I could badger my granduncle Rumgudgeon into the necessary consent. Poor girl, she was barely 15, and without this consent, her little amount in the funds was not commutable until 5 immeasurable summers had dragged their slow length along. What then to do at 15 or even at 21? For I had now passed my 5th Olympiad. 5 years in prospect are very much the same as 500 in vain. We besieged the old gentleman with importunities. Here was a piece de resistance, as Messieurs Eudes and Carme would say, which suited his perverse fancy to a T. It would have stiffed the indignation of Job himself to see how much like an old mouser he behaved to us too. Poor wretched little mice, in his heart he wished for nothing more ardently than our union. He had made up his mind to this all along. In fact, he would have given £10,000 from his own pocket. Kate's plum was her own, if he could have invented anything like an excuse for complying with our very natural wishes. But then we had been so imprudent as to broach the subject ourselves. Not to oppose it under such circumstances, I sincerely believe, was not in his power. I have said already that he had his weak points, but in speaking of these, I must not be understood as referring to his obstinacy, which was one of his strong points. Assurement cn et pas sa foible. When I mention his weakness, I have allusion to a bizarre, old womanish superstition which beset him. He was great in dreams, portents, et id genus omni of rigmarole. He was excessively punctilious, too, upon small points of honor, and after his own fashion was a man of his word. Beyond doubt, this was in fact one of his hobbies, the spirit of his vows. He made no scruple of setting at naught. But the letter was a bond inviolable. Now, it was this latter peculiarity in his disposition of which Kate's ingenuity enabled us one fine day, not long after our interview in the dining room, to take a very unexpected advantage, and having thus, in the fashion of all modern bards and orators exhausted in prolegomena, all the time at my command, and nearly all the room at my disposal, I will sum up in a few words what constitutes the whole pith of the story. It happened then so, the fates ordered it that among the naval acquaintances of my betrothed were two gentlemen who had just set foot upon the shores of England, after a year's absence each in foreign travel. In company with these gentlemen, my cousin and I preconcertedly paid Uncle Rumgudgeon a visit on the afternoon of Sunday, October the 10th, just 3 weeks after the memorable decision which had so cruelly defeated our hopes. For about half an hour, the conversation ran upon ordinary topics, but at last we contrived quite naturally to give it the following turn. Capt. Pratwell, I have been absent just 1 year today, as I live let me see yes thighs, is October the 10th, you remember Mr. Rumgudgeon. I called this day year to bid you goodbye, and by the way it does seem something like a coincidence, does it not, that our friend Captain Smitherton here has been absent exactly a year, also a year today. Smitherton, yes, just 1 year to a fraction. You will remember, Mr. Rumgudgeon, that I called with Capt. Prattle on this very day last year to pay my parting respects. Uncle, yes, I remember it very well, very queer. Indeed, both of you gone just 1 year, a very strange coincidence, indeed, just what Dr. Double Roman 50D would denominate an extraordinary concurrence of events, Dr. Dub. Kate interrupting, to be sure, Papa, it is something strange, but then Captain Pratt and Captain Smitherton didn't go altogether the same route, and that makes a difference, you know. Uncle, I don't know any such thing, you hussy, how should I? I think it only makes the matter more remarkable, Dr. Double Roman 50D. Kate, why, Papa, Captain Pratt went round Cape Horn, and Captain Smitherton doubled the Cape of Good Hope. Uncle, precisely, one went east, and the other went west, you jade, and they both have gone quite round the world, by Dr. Double Roman 50D. Myself, hurriedly, Captain Pratt, you must come and spend the evening with us. Tomorrow you and Smitherton, you can tell us all about your voyage, and we'll have a game of whist, and Pratt, whist, my dear fellow, you forget tomorrow will be Sunday some other evening. Kate, oh no, Phi Roberts, not quite so bad as that, today's Sunday. Pratt, I beg both your pardons, but I can't be so much mistaken. I know tomorrow's Sunday because Smitherton, much surprised, what are you all thinking about? Wasn't yesterday Sunday, I should like to know. All yesterday, indeed, you are out. Uncle, today's Sunday, I say, don't I know. Pratt, oh, not tomorrow's Sunday. Smitherton, you are all made, very one of you. I am as positive that yesterday was Sunday as I am that I sit upon this chair. Kate, jumping up eagerly, I see it all, Papa. This is a judgment upon you about you know what, let me alone, and I'll explain it all in a minute. It's a very simple thing. Indeed, Captain Smitherton says that yesterday was Sunday, so it was he is right, Cousin Bobby and Uncle. And I say that today is Sunday, so it is we are right. Captain Pratt maintains that tomorrow will be Sunday, so it will he is right too. The fact is we are all right, and thus 3 Sundays have come together in a week. Smitherton, after a pause, by Pratt, Kate, has us completely what fools we too are, Mr. Rumgudgeon. The matter stands thus: the earth, you know, is 24,000 miles in circumference. Now, this globe of the earth turns upon its own axis revolvespins round these 24,000 miles of extent, going from west to east, in precisely 24 hours. Do you understand, Mr. Rumgudgeon? Uncle, to be sure, Dr. Dub. Smitherton, drowning his voice, well, sir, that is at the rate of 1,000 miles per hour. Now suppose that I sail from this position 1,000 miles east, of course. I anticipate the rising of the sun here at London by just 1 hour. I see the sun rise 1 hour before you do, proceeding in the same direction. Yet another 1,000 miles. I anticipate the rising by 2 hours, another 1,000, and I anticipate it by 3 hours, and so on, until I go entirely round the globe and back to this spot, when, having gone 24,000 miles east, I anticipate the rising of the London sun by no less than 24 hours. That is to say, I am a day in advance of your time, understand? Uncle, but double Roman 50d. Smitherton speaking very loud. Captain Pratt, on the contrary, when he had sailed 1,000 miles west of this position, was an hour, and when he had sailed 24,000 miles west, was 24 hours, or 1 day behind the time at London. Thus with me yesterday was Sunday, thus with you today is Sunday, and thus with Pratt tomorrow will be Sunday. And what is more, Mr. Rumgudgeon, it is positively clear that we are all right, for there can be no philosophical reason assigned why the idea of one of us should have preference over that of the other. Uncle, my Icewell Catewell bebithers is a judgment upon me, as you say, but I am a man of my word, mark, that you shall have her boy plum. And all, when you please, done up, by Jove, 3 Sundays, all in a row. Ill go and take double Roman 50d's opinion upon that. Volume 4. The Devil in the Belfry. What Arklog is it told saying? Everybody knows in a general way that the finest place in the world is, alas, wast Dutch borough of Vondervottimitis, yet as it lies some distance from any of the main roads, being in a somewhat out-of-the-way situation, there are perhaps very few of my readers who have ever paid it a visit. For the benefit of those who have not, therefore, it will be only proper that I should enter into some account of it, and this is indeed the more necessary, as with the hope of enlisting public sympathy in behalf of the inhabitants, I design here to give a history of the calamitous events which have so lately occurred within its limits. No one who knows me will doubt that the duty thus self-imposed will be executed to the best of my ability, with all that rigid impartiality, all that cautious examination into facts and diligent collation of authorities, which should ever distinguish him who aspires to the title of historian. By the united aid of medals, manuscripts, and inscriptions, I am enabled to say positively that the borough of Vondervottimitis has existed from its origin in precisely the same condition which it at present preserves. Of the date of this origin, however, I grieve that I can only speak with that species of indefinite definiteness which mathematicians are at times forced to put up with in certain algebraic formulae. The date, I may thus say, in regard to the remoteness of its antiquity, cannot be less than any assignable quantity whatsoever. Touching the derivation of the name Vondervottimitis, I confess myself with sorrow equally at fault among a multitude of opinions upon this delicate point, some acute, some learned, some sufficiently the reverse. I am able to select nothing which ought to be considered satisfactory. Perhaps the idea of Grogswig, nearly coincident with that of Crowdaplenties, to be cautiously preferred. It runs Vondervottimitis, Vonderliege, Dondervottimitis quays, Unblatzes, Obselpro Blitzen. This derivative, to say the truth, is still countenanced by some traces of the electric fluid evident on the summit of the steeple of the house of the town council. I do not choose, however, to commit myself on a theme of such importance, and must refer the reader desirous of information to the Oratiunculi de Rebus Praetor Veteris of Dunderguts. See also Blunderbuzzard de Derivationibus, pp. 27–5010, folio Gothic edit, red and black character catchword, and no cipher, wherein consult also marginal notes in the autograph of Stuffenpuff, with the sub-commentaries of Grunton Gazelle. Notwithstanding the obscurity which thus envelops the date of the foundation of Vondervottimitis and the derivation of its name, there can be no doubt, as I said before, that it has always existed, as we find it at this epoch. The oldest man in the borough can remember not the slightest difference in the appearance of any portion of it, and indeed the very suggestion of such a possibility is considered an insult. The site of the village is in a perfectly circular valley, about 1/4 of a mile in circumference, and entirely surrounded by gentle hills, over whose summit the people have never yet ventured to pass. For this they assign the very good reason that they do not believe there is anything at all on the other side. Round the skirts of the valley, which is quite level and paved throughout with flat tiles, extends a continuous row of 60 little houses. These, having their backs on the hills, must look, of course, to the center of the plain, which is just 60 yards from the front door of each dwelling. Every house has a small garden before it, with a circular path, a sundial, and 24 cabbages. The buildings themselves are so precisely alike that one can in no manner be distinguished from the other owing to the vast antiquity. The style of architecture is somewhat odd. but it is not for that reason the less strikingly picturesque. They are fashioned of hard-burned little bricks, red, with black ends so that the walls look like a chessboard upon a great scale. The gables are turned to the front, and there are cornices as big as all the rest of the house over the eaves. And over the main doors, the windows are narrow and deep, with very tiny panes, and a great deal of sash on the roof is a vast quantity of tiles, with long curly ears. The woodwork throughout is of a dark hue, and there is much carving about it, with but a trifling variety of pattern, for time out of mind. The carvers of Vondervottemitis have never been able to carve more than 2 objects, a timepiece and a cabbage, but these they do exceedingly well, and intersperse them with singular ingenuity wherever they find room for the chisel. The dwellings are as much alike inside as out, and the furniture is all upon one plan. The floors are of square tiles, the chairs and tables of black-looking wood, with thin crooked legs and puppy feet. The mantelpieces are wide and high, and have not only timepieces and cabbages sculptured over the front, but a real timepiece which makes a prodigious ticking on the top in the middle, with a flower pot containing a cabbage standing on each extremity. By way of outrider between each cabbage and the timepiece again is a little China man having a large stomach, with a great round hole in it, through which is seen the dial plate of a watch. Fireplaces are large and deep, with fierce crooked-looking fire-dogs. There is constantly a rousing fire, and a huge pot over it full of sauerkraut and pork, to which the good woman of the house is always busy in attending. She is a little fat old lady with blue eyes and a red face, and wears a huge cap like a sugar loaf ornamented with purple and yellow ribbons. Her dress is of orange-colored linsey-woolsey, made very full behind, and very short in the waist-end, indeed very short in other respects, not reaching below the middle of her leg. This is somewhat thick, and so are her ankles, but she has a fine pair of green stockings to cover them. Her shoes of pink leather are fastened each with a bunch of yellow ribbons puckered up in the shape of a cabbage in her left hand. She has a little heavy Dutch watch in her right. She wields a ladle for the sauerkraut and pork by her side. There stands a fat tabby cat with a gilt torrepieder tied to its tail, which the boys have there fastened by way of a quiz. The boys themselves are all 3 of them in the garden attending the pig. They are each 2 feet in height. They have 3-cornered cocked hats, purple waistcoats reaching down to their thighs, buckskin, knee breeches, red stockings, heavy shoes with big silver buckles, long surtout coats with large buttons of mother Rothbull. Each 2 has a pipe in his mouth and a little dumpy watch in his right hand. He takes a puff and a look, and then a look and a puff. The pig, which is corpulent and lazy, is occupied now in picking up the stray leaves that fall from the cabbages, and now in giving a kick behind at the gilt repeater, which the urchins have also tied to his tail, in order to make him look as handsome as the cat. Right at the front door, in a high-backed, leather-bottomed armed chair with crooked legs and puppy feet like the tables, is seated the old man of the house himself. He is an exceedingly puffy little old gentleman with big circular eyes and a huge double chin. His dress resembles that of the boysen. I need say nothing farther about it. All the difference is that his pipe is somewhat bigger than theirs, and he can make a greater smoke like them. He has a watch, but he carries his watch in his pocket. To say the truth, he has something of more importance than a watch to attend. Toned. What that is I shall presently explain. He sits with his right leg upon his left knee, wears a grave countenance, and always keeps one of his eyes at least resolutely bent upon a certain remarkable object in the center of the play. This object is situated in the steeple of the house of the town council. The town council are all very little, round, oily, intelligent men with big saucer eyes and fat double chins, and have their coats much longer and their shoebuckles much bigger than the ordinary inhabitants of Vondervottemitis. Since my sojourn in the borough, they have had several special meetings and have adopted these 3 important resolutions: that it is wrong to alter the good old course of things, that there is nothing tolerable out of Vondervottemitis, and that we will stick by our clocks and our cabbages. Above the session room of the council is the steeple, and in the steeple is the belfry, where exists, and has existed time out of mind, the pride and wonder of the Villigeth great clock of the borough of Vondervottemitis. And this is the object to which the eyes of the old gentlemen are turned who sit in the leather-bottomed armchairs. The great clock has 7 faces in each of the 7 sides of the steeple, so that it can be readily seen from all quarters. Its faces are large and white, and its hands heavy and black, there is a belfryman whose sole duty is to attend to it. But this duty is the most perfect of sinecures, for the clock of Vondervottimides was never yet known to have anything the matter with it. Until lately, the bare supposition of such a thing was considered heretical from the remotest period of antiquity to which the archives have reference. The hours have been regularly struck by the big bell, and indeed the case was just the same with all the other clocks and watches in the borough. Never was such a place for keeping the true time. When the large clapper thought proper to say 12 o'clock, all its obedient followers opened their throats simultaneously and responded like a very echo. In short, the good burghers were fond of their sauerkraut, but then they were proud of their clocks. All people who hold sinecure offices are held in more or less respect, and as the belfryman of Vondervottimides has the most perfect of sinecures, he is the most perfectly respected of any man in the world. He is the chief dignitary of the borough, and the very pigs look up to him with a sentiment of reverence. His coat tail is very far longer, his pipe, his shoebuckles, his eyes, and his stomach very far bigger than those of any other old gentleman in the village. And as to his chin, it is not only double but triple. I have thus painted the happy estate of Vondervottimides. Alas, that so fair a picture should ever experience a reverse. There has been long a saying among the wisest inhabitants that no good can come from over the hills, and it really seemed that the words had in them something of the spirit of prophecy. It wanted 5 minutes of noon on the day before yesterday, when there appeared a very odd-looking object. On the summit of the ridge of the eastward, such an occurrence, of course, attracted universal attention, and every little old gentleman who sat in a leather-bottomed armchair turned one of his eyes with a stare of dismay upon the phenomenon, still keeping the other upon the clock in the steeple. By the time that it wanted only 3 minutes to noon, the droll object in question was perceived to be a very diminutive, foreign-looking young man. He descended the hills at a great rate, so that everybody had soon a good look at him. He was really the most finicky little personage that had ever been seen in Vondervottimides. His countenance was of a dark snuff color, and he had a long hooked nose, eyes, a wide mouth, and an excellent set of teeth, which latter he seemed anxious of displaying, as he was grinning from ear to ear. What with mustachios and whiskers, there was none of the rest of his face to be seen. His head was uncovered, and his hair neatly done up in papillotes. His dress was a tight-fitting, swallow-tailed black coat, from one of whose pockets dangled a vast length of white handkerchief, black kerseymere, knee-breeches, black stockings, and stumpy-looking pumps, with huge bunches of black satin ribbon for bows. Under one arm he carried a huge chapedebras, under the other a fiddle nearly 5 times as big as himself. In his left hand was a gold snuff-box, from which, as he capered down the hill, cutting all manner of fantastic steps, he took snuff incessantly, with an air of the greatest possible self-satisfaction. God bless Meher was a sight for the honest burghers of Vondervottimides. To speak plainly, the fellow had, in spite of his grinning, an audacious and sinister kind of face, and as he curveted right into the village, the old stumpy appearance of his pumps excited no little suspicion, and many a burgher who beheld him that day would have given a trifle for a peep beneath the white cambric handkerchief which hung so obtrusively from the pocket of his swallow-tailed coat. But what mainly occasioned a righteous indignation was that the scoundrelly popinjay, while he cut a fandango here and a whirligig, there did not seem to have the remotest idea in the world of such a thing as keeping time in his steps. The good people of the borough had scarcely a chance, however, to get their eyes thoroughly open, when just as it wanted half a minute of noon, the rascal bounced, as I say, right into the midst of them, gave a chasses here and a balances there, and then, after a pirouette and a pas de zephyr, pigeon-winged himself right up into the belfry of the house of the town council, where the wonder-stricken belfryman sat smoking in a state of dignity and dismay. But the little chap seized him at once by the nose, gave it a swing, and a pull, clapped the big chapedebras upon his head, knocked it down over his eyes and mouth, and then, lifting up the big fiddle, beat him with it so long and so soundly that, what with the belfryman being so fat and the fiddle being so hollow, you would have sworn that there was a regiment of double-bass drummers all beating the devil's tattoo up in the belfry of the steeple of Vondervottimides. There is no knowing to what desperate act of vengeance this unprincipled attack might have aroused the inhabitants, but for the important fact that it now wanted only half a second of noon, the bell was about to strike, and it was a matter of absolute and preeminent necessity that everybody should look well at his watch. It was evident, however, that just at this moment the fellow in the steeple was doing something that he had no business to do with the clock. But as it now began to strike, nobody had any time to attend to his maneuvers, for they had all to count the strokes of the bell as it sounded. "One," said the clock. Van echoed every little old gentleman in every leather-bottomed armchair in Vondervatimitis. Van said his watch, also Van said the watch of his vrouw, and Van said the watches of the boys, and the little gilt repeaters on the tails of the cat and pig. "Two," continued the big bell, and "do," repeated all the repeaters. "3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, said the bell. "Driver 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, answered the others. 11, said the big one. 11, assented the little ones. 12, said the bell. 12, they replied, perfectly satisfied, and dropping their voices. "Und 12, it is said, all the little old gentlemen putting up their watches, but the big bell had not done with them yet. 13, said he. "Der Teufel," gasped the little old gentlemen, turning pale, dropping their pipes, and putting down all their right legs from over their left knees. "Der Teufel," groaned, "they 13 Main, Gothic is 13 o'clock." Why attempt to describe the terrible scene which ensued? All Vondervatimitis flew at once into a lamentable state of uproar. "Wat is kumd to Main," Pelly roared, "all the boys I've been hungry for dis hour." "Wat is comedy to Main Kraut," screamed all the vrouws, "it has been done to rags for this hour." "Wat is kumd to Main Pipe," swore all the little old gentlemen Donder and Blitzen, "it has been smoked out for dis hour," and they filled them up again in a great rage, and sinking back in their armchairs, puffed away so fast and so fiercely that the whole valley was immediately filled with impenetrable smoke. Meantime the cabbages all turned very red in the face, and it seemed as if old Nick himself had taken possession of everything in the shape of a timepiece. The clocks carved upon the furniture took to dancing as if bewitched, while those upon the mantelpieces could scarcely contain themselves for fury, and kept such a continual striking of 13, and such a frisking and wriggling of their pendulums, as was really horrible to see, but worse than all, neither the cats nor the pigs could put up any longer with the behavior of the little repeaters tied to their tails, and resented it by scampering all over the place, scratching and poking and squeaking and screeching and caterwauling and squalling, and flying into the faces and running under the petticoats of the people, and creating altogether the most abominable din and confusion which it is possible for a reasonable person to conceive. And to make matters still more distressing, the rascally little scapegrace in the steeple was evidently exerting himself to the utmost every now and then one might catch a glimpse of the scoundrel through the smoke. There he sat in the belfry, upon the belfryman, who was lying flat upon his back in his teeth. The villain held the bell rope, which he kept jerking about with his head, raising such a clatter that my ears ring again. Even to think of it, on his lap lay the big fiddle, at which he was scraping out of all time and tune, with both hands, making a great show, the nincompoop of playing Judy O'Flanagan and Paddy O'Rafferty. Affairs being thus miserably situated, I left the place in disgust, and now appeal for aid to all lovers of correct time and fine kraut. Let us proceed in a body to the borough, and restore the ancient order of things in Vondervatimitis by ejecting that little fellow from the steeple. Lionizing. All people went upon their 10 toes in wild wonderment. Bishop Hole's satires. I am, that is to say, I was a great man, but I am neither the author of Junius, nor the man in the mask, for my name, I believe, is Robert Jones, and I was born somewhere in the city of Fumfudge. The first action of my life was the taking hold of my nose with both hands. My mother saw this, and called me a genius. Me father wept for joy, and presented me with a treatise on nosology. This I mastered before I was breeched. I now began to feel my way in the science, and soon came to understand that provided a man had a nose sufficiently conspicuous, he might by merely following it arrive at a lionship. But my attention was not confined to theories alone. Every morning, I gave my proboscis a couple of pulls and swallowed a half-dozen of drams. When I came of age, my father asked me one day if I would step with him into his study. "My son," said he, when we were seated, "what is the chief end of your existence?" "My father," I answered, "it is the study of nosology." "And what, Robert," he inquired, "is nosology?" "Sir," I said, "it is the science of noses." "And can you tell me," he demanded, "what is the meaning of a nose?" "A nose, my father," I replied, greatly softened, "has been variously defined by about 1,000 different authors. Here, I pulled out my watch. It is now noon or thereabouts. We shall have time enough to get through with them all before midnight to commence. Then the nose, according to Bartholinus, is that protuberance that, bump that, excrescence that." "Will do, Robert," interrupted the good old gentleman. "I am thunderstruck at the extent of your information. I am positive upon my soul." Here he closed his eyes and placed his hand upon his heart. "Come here." He took me by the arm. "Your education may now be considered as finished. It is high time you should scuffle for yourself, and you cannot do a better thing than merely follow your nose. So here he kicked me downstairs and out of the door. So get out of my house, and God bless you." As I felt within me the divine afflatus, I considered this accident rather fortunate than otherwise. I resolved to be guided by the paternal advice. I determined to follow my nose. I gave it a pull or two upon the spot, and wrote a pamphlet on nosology forthwith. All Fudge was in an uproar. "Wonderful genius," said the Quarterly. "Superb physiologist," said the Westminster. "Clever fellow," said the Foreign. "Fine writer," said the Edinburgh. "Profound thinker," said the Dublin. "Great man," said Bentley. "Divine soul," said Fraser. "One of us," said Blackwood. "Who can he be?" said Mrs. Bass Blue. "What can he be?" said Big Miss Bass Blue. "Where can he be?" said Little Miss Bass Blue. But I paid these people no attention wherever I just stepped into the shop of an artist. The Duchess of Blesme-Soul was sitting for her portrait. The Marquis of Sonde was holding the Duchess Poodle. The Earl of Thisend that was flirting with her salts, and His Royal Highness of Touch-Me-Not was leaning upon the back of her chair. I approached the artist and turned up my nose. "Oh, beautiful," sighed her grace. "Oh, my," lisped the Marquis. "Oh, shocking," groaned the Earl. "Oh, abominable," growled His Royal Highness. "What will you take for it?" asked the artist. "For his nose," shouted her grace. £1,000, said I, sitting down. £1,000, inquired the artist musingly. £1,000, said Roman, one beautiful, said he, entranced. £1,000, said Roman one. Do you warrant it? He asked, turning the nose to the light. I do, said I, blowing it well. Is it quite original? He inquired, touching it with reverence. Humph, said I, twisting it to one side. Has no copy been taken? He demanded, surveying it through a microscope. None, said I, turning it up. Admirable, he ejaculated, thrown quite off his guard by the beauty of the maneuver. £1,000, said Roman, £1,000, said he. Precisely, said Roman, £1,000, said he. Just so, said Roman, one, you shall have them, said he. What a piece of virtu! So he drew me a cheque upon the spot, and took a sketch of my nose. I engaged rooms in Jermyn Street, and sent Her Majesty the 99th edition of the Nosology, with a portrait of the proboscis. That sad little rake, the Prince of Wales, invited me to dinner. We were all lions and researchers. There was a modern Platonist. He quoted Porphyry, Iamblichus, Plotinus, Proclus, Hierocles, Maximus, Tyrius, and Syrianus. There was a human perfectibility man. He quoted Turgot, Price, Priestley, Condorcet, de Stael, and the ambitious student in ill health. There was Sir Positive Paradox. He observed that all fools were philosophers, and that all philosophers were fools. There was Aestheticus Ethics. He spoke of fire unity, and atoms bipart, and pre-existent soul affinity, and discord primitive intelligence, and homomeria. There was Theologos Theology. He talked of Eusebius and Arianus heresy, and the council of nice Pusiism and consubstantialism, homousios and homoioisios. There was fricassee from the Rocher de Cancale. He mentioned muriton of red-tongue cauliflowers with velout sauce, veal à la Saint Meniholt, marinade à la Saint Florentin, and orange jellies en marsakes. There was Bibulus Obumper. He touched upon Latour and Markbrunnen, upon Moussa and Chambertin, upon Richburg and St. George, upon Haubrey and Leonville and Medoc, upon Barrack and Prainec, upon Grave, upon Sautern, upon Lafitte, and upon St. Pere. He shook his head at Clos de Vaugiot, and told with his eyes shut the difference between sherry and Amontillado. There was Signor Tintontintino from Florence. He discoursed of Cimabue, Arpino, Carpaccio, and Argustinuf, the gloom of Caravaggio, of the amenity of Albano, of the colors of Titian, of the frowns of Rubens, and of the waggeries of Jan Steen. There was the president of the Fumfudge University. He was of opinion that the moon was called Bendis in Thrace, Bubastes in Egypt, Diane in Rome, and Artemis in Greece. There was a Grand Turk from Stamboul. He could not help thinking that the angels were horses' cocks, and bulls, that somebody in the sixth heaven had 70,000 heads, and that the earth was supported by a sky-blue cow with an incalculable number of green horns. There was Delphinus Polyglot. He told us what had become of the 83 lost tragedies of Hylas, of the 54 orations of Issus, of the 391 speeches of Lysias, of the 180 treatises of Theophrastus, of the 8th book, of the conic sections, of Apollonius, of Pindar's hymns and dithyrambics, and of the 45 tragedies of Homer Jr. There was Ferdinand Fitz Fossilis Feldspar. He informed us all about internal fires and tertiary formations, about aeriforms, fluidiforms, and solidiforms, about quartz and marl, about schist and schorl, about gypsum and trap, about talc and calc, about blende and hornblende, about micaslate and puddingstone, about syenite and lepidolite, about hematite and tremolite, about antimony and chalcedony, about manganese, and whatever you please. There was myself. I spoke of myself, of myself, of nosology, of my pamphlet, and of myself. I turned up my nose, and I spoke of myself. Marvelous clever man, said the prince. Superb, said his guests, and next morning, her grace of Blesme's soul paid me a visit. Will you go to Almac's, pretty creature, she said, tapping me under the chin. Upon honor, said Roman one nose, and all she asked. As I live, I replied. Here then is a card, my life, shall I say you will be there? Dear Duchess, with all my heart. Pshaw, Nabat, with all your nose. Every bit of it, my love, said I, so I gave it a twist or two, and found myself at Almac's. The rooms were crowded to suffocation. He is coming, said somebody on the staircase. He is coming, said somebody farther up. He is coming, said somebody farther still. He has come, exclaimed the Duchess. He has come, the little lover, and seizing me firmly by both hands, she kissed me thrice upon the nose. A marked sensation immediately ensued. Diavolo, cried Count Capricornutti. Dios guarda, muttered Don Stilecha. Mil tonneras, ejaculated the Prince de Grenouille. Towson Teufel, growled the Elector of Bloodenough. It was not to be borne. I grew angry. I turned short upon Bloodenough. Sir, said I to him, you are a baboon. Sir, he replied, after a pause, Donner unblitzen. This was all that could be desired. We exchanged cards at Chalk Farm the next morning. I shot off his nose and then called upon my friends. Bantez, said the first. Fool, said the second. Dolt, said the third. As, said the fourth. Ninny, said the fifth. Noodle, said the sixth. Be off, said the seventh. At all this I felt mortified, and so called upon my father. Father, I asked, what is the chief end of my existence? My son, he replied, it is still the study of nosology, but in hitting the Elector upon the nose you have overshot your mark. You have a fine nose, it is true, but then Bloodenough has none, you are damned, and he has become the hero of the day. I grant you that in Fumfudge the greatness of a lion is in proportion to the size of his proboscis, but good heavens, there is no competing with a lion who has no proboscis at all. Zing a paragrabu. As it is well known that the wise men came from the East, and as Mr. Tachango Bullethead came from the East, it follows that Mr. Bullethead was a wise man, and if collateral proof of the matter be needed here, we have it Mr. B was an editor irascibility was his sole foible, for in fact the obstinacy of which men accused him was anything but his foible, since he justly considered it his forte. It was his strong pointhize virtue, and it would have required all the logic of a Brownson to convince him that it was anything else. I have shown that Tachango Bullethead was a wise man, and the only occasion on which he did not prove infallible was when, abandoning that legitimate home for all wise men, the East, he migrated to the city of Alexander the Greatnopolis, or some place of a similar title out west. I must do him the justice to say, however, that when he made up his mind finally to settle in that town, it was under the impression that no newspaper, and consequently no editor, existed in that particular section of the country. In establishing the teapot, he expected to have the field all to himself. I feel confident he never would have dreamed of taking up his residence in Alexander the Greatnopolis had he been aware that in Alexander the Greatnopolis there lived a gentleman named John Smith, if I rightly remember, who for many years had there quietly grown fat in editing and publishing the Alexander the Greatnopolis Gazette. It was solely therefore on account of having been misinformed that Mr. Bullethead found himself in Alex. Suppose we call it Nopolis for short, but as he did find himself there, he determined to keep up his character for firmness, and remain. He did, and he did more. He unpacked his press type, etc., etc., rented an office exactly opposite to that of the Gazette, and on the third morning after his arrival, issued the first number of the Alexanthet, is to say of the Nopolis Tea Poters. Nearly, as I can recollect, this was the name of the new paper. The leading article, I must admit, was brilliant, not to say severe. It was especially bitter about things in general, and as for the editor of the Gazette, he was torn all to pieces. In particular, some of Bullethead's remarks were really so fiery that I have always since that time been forced to look upon John Smith, who is still alive, in the light of a salamander. I cannot pretend to give all the teapot's paragraphs verbatim, but one of them runs thus. Oh yes, oh we perceive, oh no doubt the editor over the way is a genius, oh my, oh goodness gracious, what is this world coming to, oh tempora, oh Moses. A philippic at once so caustic and so classical alighted like a bombshell among the hitherto peaceful citizens of Nopolis. Groups of excited individuals gathered at the corners of the streets. Every one awaited with heartfelt anxiety the reply of the dignified Smith. Next morning it appeared as follows. We quote from the teapot of yesterday the subjoined paragraph. Oh yes, oh we perceive, oh no doubt, oh my, oh goodness, oh tempora, oh Moses. Why the fellow is all oh, that accounts for his reasoning in a circle, and explains why there is neither beginning nor end to him nor to anything he says. We really do not believe the vagabond can write a word that hasn't an O in it. Wonder if this owing is a habit of his. Bytheby, he came away from down east in a great hurry. Wonder if he owes as much there as he does here. Oh, it is pitiful. The indignation of Mr. Bullethead at these scandalous insinuations I shall not attempt to describe on the Eelskinin principle. However, he did not seem to be so much incensed at the attack upon his integrity as one might have imagined. It was the sneer at his style that drove him to desperation. What, Tachango Bullethead not able to write a word without an O in it? He would soon let the jackanapes see that he was mistaken. Yes, he would let him see how much he was mistaken. The puppy Tachango Bullethead of Frigpondium would let Mr. John Smith perceive that he Bullethead could indict, if it so pleased him, a whole paragraph, a whole articline, which that contemptible vowel should not answer, not even answer, make its appearance. But Notha would be yielding a point to the said John Smith. He Bullethead would make no alteration in his style to suit the caprices of any Mr. Smith in Christendom perish. So vile a thought, the O forever, he would persist in the O. He would be as Awi could be. Burning with the chivalry of this determination, the great Tachango in the next teapot came out merely with this simple but resolute paragraph in reference to this unhappy affair. The editor of the teapot has the honor of advising the editor of the Gazette that he, the teapot, will take an opportunity in tomorrow morning's paper of convincing him, the Gazette, that he the teapot both can and will be his own master, as regards style the teapot, intending to show him the Gazette the supreme, and indeed the withering contempt with which the criticism of him, the Gazette, inspires the independent bosom of him, the teapot, by composing for the especial gratification of him, the Gazette, a leading article of some extent, in which the beautiful voweled emblem of eternity it, so offensive to the hyper-exquisite delicacy of him, the Gazette shall most certainly not be avoided, by his the Gazette's most obedient humble servant the teapot, so much for Buckingham. In fulfillment of the awful threat, thus darkly intimated, rather than decidedly enunciated the great Bullethead, turning a deaf ear to all entreaties for copy, and simply requesting his foreman to go to the DL, when he the foreman assured him the teapot that it was high time to go to press, turning a deaf ear to everything I say, the great Bullethead sat up, until daybreak, consuming the midnight oil, and absorbed in the composition of the really unparalleled paragraph which follows. So ho, John, how now told you, so you know don't crow another time before you're out of the woods. Does your mother know you're out? Oh no, no, sir. Go home at once now, John, to your odious old woods of Concord. Go home to your woods, old Algo. You want po, John, don't do, so you've got to go, you know, so go at once. And don't go slow, for nobody owns, you hear, you know, oh John, if you don't go, you're no homono. You're only a fowl, an owl, a cow, a sow, a dull, a pole, a poor old good-for-nothing tonabuddy log, dog, hog, or frog. Come out of a Concord bog, cool, no cool, do be cool, you fool, none of your crowing, old cock. Don't frown, sodden, don't hollow, nor howl, nor growl, nor bow, oh good Lord John, how you do look, told you, so you know, but stop rolling your goose of an old pole about so and go, and drown your sorrows in a bowl. Exhausted very naturally, by so stupendous an effort, the great Tachango could attend to nothing farther. That night, firmly, composedly, yet with an air of conscious power, he handed his MS to the devil in waiting, and then, walking leisurely home, retired with ineffable dignity to bed. Meantime, the devil, to whom the copy was entrusted, ran upstairs to his case in an unutterable hurry, and forthwith made a commencement at setting the MS up. In the first place, of courses, the opening word was so made a plunge into the capital S hole, and came out in triumph with a capital S. Elated by this success, he immediately threw himself upon the little O box with a blindfold impetuosity, but who shall describe his horror when his fingers came up without the anticipated letter in their clutch? Who shall paint his astonishment and rage at perceiving, as he rubbed his knuckles, that he had been only thumping them to no purpose against the bottom of an empty box? Not a single little O was in the little O hole, and glancing fearfully at the capital O partition, he found that, to his extreme terror, in a precisely similar predicament, awestricken, his first impulse was to rush to the foreman. Sir, said he, gasping for breath, I can't never set up nothing without no arse. What do you mean by that? Growled the foreman, who was in a very ill humor at being kept so late. Why, sir, there bean't an O in the office, neither a big un, nor a little un. What the DL has become of all that were in the case? I don't know, sir, said the boy, but one of them GZ devils is been prowling bout here all night, and I spect he's gone and cabbaged 'em every one. Dod rot him, I haven't a doubt of it, replied the foreman, getting purple with rage. But I tell you what you do, Bob, that's a good boy, you go over the first chance you get, and hook every one of their is, and DN them their izzards. Just so, replied Bob with a wink and a frown. Ill be into let em know a thing or two, but in the meantime, that air paragrab muse go in tonight, you know, else there'll be the DL to pay, and not a bit of pitch hot, interrupted the foreman with a deep sigh and an emphasis on the bit. Is it a long paragraph, Bob? Shouldn't call it a worry long paragraph, said Bob. Ah, well then, do the best you can with it, we must get to press, said the foreman, who was over head and ears in work. Just stick in some other letter, for oh, nobody's going to read the fellow's trash anyhow. Very well, replied Bob, here goes it. And off he hurried to his case, muttering, as he went, considerable vel them air expressions particular for a man as doesn't swore, so is to gouge out all their eyes A and DN, all their gizzards vel. This here's the chap, as is just able for to do it. The fact is, that although Bob was but 12 years old and 4 feet high, he was equal to any amount of fight in a small way. The exigency here described is by no means of rare occurrence in printing offices, and I cannot tell how to account for it, but the fact is indisputable that when the exigency does occur, it almost always happens that X is adopted as a substitute for the letter deficient. The true reason, perhaps, is that X is rather the most superabundant letter in the cases, or at least was so in the old times long enough to render the substitution in question an habitual thing with printers. As for Bob, he would have considered it heretical to employ any other character in a case of this kind than the X to which he had been accustomed. "I shall have to X this air paragraph," said he to himself, as he read it over in astonishment, "but it's just about the awfulest awi paragraph I ever did see, so X it he did unflinchingly, and to press it went Z." Next morning, the population of Nopolis were taken all aback by reading in the teapot the following extraordinary leader. SX HX JXHN HXW NXW TXLD XU SX XU KNXW DXNT CRXW Angster time Bifsre XU Zot XF the WXXDS DZS XR MX the KNXW XU Zot XH NX NXSX GX HXME at XNC NXW JXHN TX XR XDixus XLD WXXDS XF CXNCXRD GX HXME TX XR WXXDS XLD XWLGX XUWXNT XH PXH PXH JXHN DXNT DX SX XUVGXT TX GX XUKNXW SX GX at XNCE and DXNT GX SLXW FXR NXBXDY XWNS XUHERE XUKNXW XH JXHN 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 if XU DXNT GX XUR NX HXMXNX XUR XNLY FXWL and XWL a CXW SXW a DXLL a PXLL a PXXR XLD GXXD FXRNX ThinkSync60 LXG DXG HXG XR FRXG CXME ZUT XF a CXNCXRD BXG CXXL NXW CXXL DX BCXXL XU FXXL NXNE XF XR CRX Swing XLD CXCK DXNT FRXWN SX DXNT DXNT HXLLX NXR HXWL NXR GRXWL NXR BXWWXWWXW GXXD LXRD JXHN HXW XU DX LXXK TXLD XU SX XU KNXW but STXB RXLing XR GXXSE XF and XLD PXLL UBSUT SX and GX and DRXWN XR SXRRXWS in a BXWL. The uproar occasioned by this mystical and cabalistical article is not to be conceived. The first definite idea entertained by the populace was that some diabolical treason lay concealed in the hieroglyphics, and there was a general rush to Bullethead's residence for the purpose of riding him on a rail. But that gentleman was nowhere to be found. He had vanished, no one could tell how, and not even the ghost of him has ever been seen since. Unable to discover its legitimate object, the popular fury at length subsided, leaving behind it, by way of sediment, quite a medley of opinion about this unhappy affair. One gentleman thought the whole an excellent joke. Another said that indeed Bullethead had shown much exuberance of fancy. A third admitted him eccentric, but no more. A fourth could only suppose it, the Yankees designed to express in a general way his exasperation. Say rather to set an example to posterity, suggested a fifth. That Bullethead had been driven to an extremity was clear to all, and in fact, since that editor could not be found, there was some talk about lynching the other one. The more common conclusion, however, was that the affair was simply extraordinary and inexplicable. Even the town mathematician confessed that he could make nothing of so dark a problem. X everybody knew was an unknown quantity, but in this case, as he properly observed, there was an unknown quantity of Roman 10, the opinion of Bob the Devil, who kept dark about his having Z. The paragraph did not meet with so much attention as I think it deserved, although it was very openly and very fearlessly expressed. He said that for his part, he had no doubt about the matter at all, that it was a clear case, that Mr. Bullethead never could be persuaded fur to drink like other folks, but vas continually svigging that air blessed XXX ale, and as a natural consequence, it just puffed him up savage, and made him X-cross in the extreme. Metzengerstein. Pestes eram vivis moriens, tua mors ero. Martin Luther. Horror and fatality have been stalking abroad in all ages. Why then give a date to this story? I have to tell, let it suffice to say, that at the period of which I speak, there existed in the interior of Hungary a settled although hidden belief in the doctrines of the metempsychosis of the doctrines themselves, that is of their falsity or of their probability I say nothing. I assert, however, that much of our incredulity, as La Brière says, of all our unhappiness vient de ni pouvoir etre seuls one. But there are some points in the Hungarian superstition which were fast verging to absurdity. The Hungarians differed very essentially from their Eastern authorities. For example, the soul, said the former, I give the words of an acute and intelligent Parisian demura, quan seul fois dans, uncor sensible au restune cheval unchin, unham meme nest, quella ressemblance plus tangible de ces animox. The families of Berlifitzing and Metzengerstein had been at variance for centuries. Never before were two houses so illustrious mutually embittered by hostility, so deadly. The origin of this enmity seems to be found in the words of an ancient prophecy: a lofty name shall have a fearful fall, when as the rider over his horse, the mortality of Metzengerstein shall triumph over the immortality of Berlifitzing. To be sure, the words themselves had little or no meaning, but more trivial causes have given rise and that no long while ago to consequences equally eventful besides. The estates, which were contiguous, had long exercised a rival influence in the affairs of a busy government. Moreover, near neighbors are seldom friends, and the inhabitants of the castle Berlifitzing might look from their lofty buttresses into the very windows of the palace Metzengerstein. Least of all had the more than feudal magnificence thus discovered a tendency to allay the irritable feelings of the less ancient and less wealthy Berlifitzings. What wonder then that the words, however silly, of that prediction should have succeeded in setting and keeping at variance two families already predisposed to quarrel by every instigation of hereditary jealousy. The prophecy seemed to implied anything of final triumph on the part of the already more powerful house, and was of course remembered with the more bitter animosity by the weaker and less influential. Wilhelm Count Berlifitzing, although loftily descended, was at the epoch of this narrative an infirm and doting old man, remarkable for nothing but an inordinate and inveterate personal antipathy to the family of his rival, and so passionate a love of horses and of hunting that neither bodily infirmity, great age, nor mental incapacity prevented his daily participation in the dangers of the chase. Frederick Baron Metzengerstein was, on the other hand, not yet of age. His father, the minister G, died young. His mother, the Lady Mary, followed him quickly after. Frederick was at that time in his 15th year. In a city 15 years are no long period. A child may be still a child in his third lustrum, but in a wilderness so magnificent a wilderness as that old principality, 15 years have a far deeper meaning. From some peculiar circumstances attending the administration of his father, the young baron, at the decease of the former, entered immediately upon his vast possessions. Such estates were seldom held before by a nobleman of Hungary. His castles were without number. The chief, in point of splendor and extent, was the Chateau Metzengerstein. The boundary line of his dominions was never clearly defined, but his principal park embraced a circuit of 50 miles. Upon the succession of a proprietor so young, with a character so well known, to a fortune so unparalleled, little speculation was afloat in regard to his probable course of conduct, and indeed, for the space of 3 days, the behavior of the heir out-Heroded Herod, and fairly surpassed the expectations of his most enthusiastic admirers. Shameful, debaucheries, flagrant treacheries, and heard of atrocities gave his trembling vassals quickly to understand that no servile submission on their part, no punctilios of conscience on his own, were thenceforward to prove any security against the remorseless fangs of a petty Caligula. On the night of the 4th day, the stables of the castle Berlifitzing were discovered to be on fire, and the unanimous opinion of the neighborhood added the crime of the incendiary to the already hideous list of the baron's misdemeanors and enormities. But during the tumult occasioned by this occurrence, the young nobleman himself sat apparently buried in meditation in a vast and desolate upper apartment of the family palace of Metzengerstein. The rich, although faded, tapestry hangings which swung gloomily upon the walls represented the shadowy and majestic forms of 1,000 illustrious ancestors, here Richmond priests and pontifical dignitaries, familiarly seated with the autocrat, and the sovereign put a veto on the wishes of a temporal king, or restrained with the fiat of papal supremacy, the rebellious scepter of the archenemy there, the dark tall statures of the princes Metzengerstein, their muscular warcoursers, plunging over the carcasses of fallen foes, startled the steadiest nerves with their vigorous expression. And here again the voluptuous and swan-like figures of the dames of days gone by floated away in the mazes of an unreal dance to the strains of imaginary melody. But as the Baron listened, or affected to listen, to the gradually increasing uproar in the stables of Berlifitzing, perhaps pondered upon some more novel, some more decided act of audacity, his eyes became unwittingly riveted to the figure of an enormous and unnaturally colored horse represented in the tapestry as belonging to a Saracen ancestor of the family of his rival. The horse itself, in the foreground of the design, stood motionless and statue-like, while farther back its discomfited rider perished by the dagger of a Metzengerstein. On Frederick's lip arose a fiendish expression as he became aware of the direction which his glance had, without his consciousness, assumed. Yet he did not remove it. On the contrary, he could by no means account for the overwhelming anxiety which appeared falling like a pall upon his senses. It was with difficulty that he reconciled his dreamy and incoherent feelings with the certainty of being awake. The longer he gazed, the more absorbing became the spell, the more impossible did it appear that he could ever withdraw his glance from the fascination of that tapestry. But the tumult, without becoming suddenly more violent with a compulsory exertion, he diverted his attention to the glare of ruddy light thrown full by the flaming stables upon the windows of the apartment. The action, however, was but momentary. His gaze returned mechanically to the wall. To his extreme horror and astonishment, the head of the gigantic steed had in the meantime altered its position. The neck of the animal, before arched, as if in compassion over the prostrate body of its lord, was now extended at full length in the direction of the Baron. The eyes, before invisible, now wore an energetic and human expression, while they gleamed with a fiery and unusual red, and the distended lips of the apparently enraged horse left in full view his gigantic and disgusting teeth. Stupefied with terror, the young nobleman tottered to the door. As he threw it open, a flash of red light, streaming far into the chamber, flung his shadow with a clear outline against the quivering tapestry, and he shuddered to perceive that shadow as he staggered a while upon the threshold, assuming the exact position and precisely filling up the contour of the relentless and triumphant murderer of the Saracen Berlifitzing. To lighten the depression of his spirits, the Baron hurried into the open air. At the principal gate of the palace, he encountered 3 equerries with much difficulty, and at the imminent peril of their lives, they were restraining the convulsive plunges of a gigantic and fury-colored horse. "Whose horse? Where did you get him?" demanded the youth in a querulous and husky tone of voice, as he became instantly aware that the mysterious steed in the tapestried chamber was the very counterpart of the furious animal before his eyes. "He is your own property, sire," replied one of the equerries. "At least, he is claimed by no other owner. We caught him flying, all smoking and foaming with rage, from the burning stables of the castle Berlifitzing, supposing him to have belonged to the old Count's stud of foreign horses. We led him back as an estray, but the grooms there disclaim any title to the creature, which is strange, since he bears evident marks of having made a narrow escape from the flames. The letters W Roman 5B are also branded very distinctly on his forehead," interrupted a second equerry. "I supposed them, of course, to be the initials of Wilhelm von Berlifitzing, but all at the castle are positive in denying any knowledge of the horse." "Extremely singular," said the young Baron with a musing air, and apparently unconscious of the meaning of his words. "He is, as you say, a remarkable horse, a prodigious horse. Although, as you very justly observe, of a suspicious and untractable character. Let him be mine, however," he added, after a pause. "Perhaps a rider like Frederick of Metzengerstein may tame even the devil from the stables of Berlifitzing." "You are mistaken, my lord. The horse, as I think we mentioned, is not from the stables of the Count. If such had been the case, we know our duty better than to bring him into the presence of a noble of your family." "True," observed the Baron dryly, and at that instant a page of the bedchamber came from the palace with a heightened color and a precipitate step. He whispered into his master's ear an account of the sudden disappearance of a small portion of the tapestry, in an apartment which he designated, entering at the same time into particulars of a minute and circumstantial character. But from the low tone of voice in which these latter were communicated, nothing escaped to gratify the excited curiosity of the equerries. The young Frederick, during the conference, seemed agitated by a variety of emotions. He soon, however, recovered his composure, and an expression of determined malignancy settled upon his countenance as he gave peremptory orders that a certain chamber should be immediately locked up, and the key placed in his own possession. "Have you heard of the unhappy death of the old hunter Berlifitzing?" said one of his vassals to the Baron, as after the departure of the page, the huge steed which that nobleman had adopted as his own plunged and curveted with redoubled fury down the long avenue which extended from the chateau to the stables of Metzengerstein. "No," said the Baron, turning abruptly toward the speaker. "Dead, say you? It is indeed true, my lord, and to a noble of your name will be, I imagine, no unwelcome intelligence." A rapid smile shot over the countenance of the listener. "How died he?" "In his rash exertions to rescue a favorite portion of his hunting stud. He has himself perished miserably in the flames." "Indeed," ejaculated the Baron, as if slowly and deliberately impressed with the truth of some exciting idea. "Indeed," repeated the vassal. "Shocking," said the youth calmly, and turned quietly into the chateau. From this date, a marked alteration took place in the outward demeanor of the dissolute young Baron Frederick von Metzengerstein. Indeed, his behavior disappointed every expectation, and proved little in accordance with the views of many a maneuvering mamma, while his habits and manner still less than formerly offered anything congenial with those of the neighboring aristocracy. He was never to be seen beyond the limits of his own domain, and in this wide and social world was utterly companionless, unless, indeed, that unnatural, impetuous, and fury-colored horse, which he henceforward continually bestrode, had any mysterious right to the title of his friend. Numerous invitations on the part of the neighborhood for a long time, however, periodically came in. "Will the Baron honor our festivals with his presence? Will the Baron join us in a hunting of the boar? Metzengerstein does not hunt. Metzengerstein will not attend," were the haughty and laconic answers. These repeated insults were not to be endured by an imperious nobility. Such invitations became less cordial, less frequent. In time, they ceased altogether. The widow of the unfortunate Count Berlifitzing was even heard to express a hope that the Baron might be at home when he did not wish to be at home, since he disdained the company of his equals, and ride when he did not wish to ride, since he preferred the society of a horse. This, to be sure, was a very silly explosion of hereditary pique, and merely proved how singularly unmeaning our sayings are apt to become when we desire to be unusually energetic. The charitable, nevertheless, attributed the alteration in the conduct of the young nobleman to the natural sorrow of a son for the untimely loss of his parents, forgetting, however, his atrocious and reckless behavior during the short period immediately succeeding that bereavement. Some there were indeed who suggested a too haughty idea of self-consequence and dignity. Others, again, among them may be mentioned the family physician, did not hesitate in speaking of morbid melancholy and hereditary ill health, while dark hints of a more equivocal nature were current among the multitude. Indeed, the Baron's perverse attachment to his lately acquired charger, an attachment which seemed to attain new strength from every fresh example of the animal's ferocious and demon-like propensities, at length became, in the eyes of all reasonable men, a hideous and unnatural fervor. In the glare of noonat, the dead hour of night and sickness, or in health and calm, or in tempest, young Metzengerstein seemed riveted to the saddle of that colossal horse, whose intractable audacities so well accorded with his own spirit. There were circumstances, moreover, which, coupled with late events, gave an unearthly and portentous character to the mania of the rider, and to the capabilities of the steed. The space passed over in a single leap had been accurately measured, and was found to exceed, by an astounding difference, the wildest expectations of the most imaginative. The Baron, besides, had no particular name for the animal, although all the rest in his collection were distinguished by characteristic appellations. His stable, too, was appointed at a distance from the rest, and with regard to grooming and other necessary offices, none but the owner in person had ventured to officiate or even to enter the enclosure of that particular stall. It was also to be observed that although the 3 grooms who had caught the steed as he fled from the conflagration at Berlifitzing had succeeded in arresting his course by means of a chain bridle and noose, no one of the 3 could with any certainty affirm that he had during that dangerous struggle or at any period thereafter actually placed his hand upon the body of the beast. Instances of peculiar intelligence in the demeanor of a noble and high-spirited horse are not to be supposed capable of exciting unreasonable attention, especially among men who, daily trained to the labors of the chase, might appear well acquainted with the sagacity of a horse. But there were certain circumstances which intruded themselves perforce upon the most skeptical and phlegmatic, and it is said there were times when the animal caused the gaping crowd who stood around to recoil in horror from the deep and impressive meaning of his terrible stamp times, when the young Metzengerstein turned pale and shrunk away from the rapid and searching expression of his earnest and human-looking eye. Among all the retinue of the Baron, however, none were found to doubt the ardor of that extraordinary affection which existed on the part of the young nobleman for the fiery qualities of his horse, at least none but an insignificant and misshapen little page, whose deformities were in everybody's way, and whose opinions were of the least possible importance. If his ideas are worth mentioning at all, had the effrontery to assert that his master never vaulted into the saddle without an unaccountable and almost imperceptible shudder, and that, upon his return from every long-continued and habitual ride, an expression of triumphant malignity distorted every muscle in his countenance. One tempestuous night, Metzengerstein, awaking from a heavy slumber, descended like a maniac from his chamber, and mounting in hot haste, bounded away into the mazes of the forest. An occurrence so common attracted no particular attention, but his return was looked for with intense anxiety on the part of his domestics, when after some hours' absence the stupendous and magnificent battlements of the Chateau Metzengerstein were discovered crackling and rocking to their very foundation under the influence of a dense and livid mass of ungovernable fire. As the flames, when first seen, had already made so terrible a progress that all efforts to save any portion of the building were evidently futile, the astonished neighborhood stood idly around in silent and pathetic wonder. But a new and fearful object soon riveted the attention of the multitude, and proved how much more intense is the excitement wrought in the feelings of a crowd by the contemplation of human agony than that brought about by the most appalling spectacles of inanimate matter. Up the long avenue of aged oaks, which led from the forest to the main entrance of the Chateau Metzengerstein, a steed bearing an unbonneted and disordered rider was seen leaping with an impetuosity which outstripped the very demon of the tempest. The career of the horseman was indisputably, on his own part, uncontrollable. The agony of his countenance, the convulsive struggle of his frame, gave evidence of superhuman exertion, but no sound save a solitary shriek escaped from his lacerated lips, which were bitten through and through in the intensity of terror. One instant, and the clattering of hoofs resounded sharply and shrilly above the roaring of the flames and the shrieking of the Winsenather, and clearing at a single plunge the gateway and the moat, the steed bounded far up the tottering staircases of the palace, and with its rider disappeared amid the whirlwind of chaotic fire. The fury of the tempest immediately died away, and a dead calm sullenly succeeded. A white flame still enveloped the building like a shroud, and streaming far away into the quiet atmosphere shot forth a glare of preternatural light, while a cloud of smoke settled heavily over the battlements in the distinct colossal figure of a horse. The system of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather. During the autumn of 18, while on a tour through the extreme southern provinces of France, my route led me within a few miles of a certain maison de sant, or private madhouse, about which I had heard much in Paris from my medical friends. As I had never visited a place of the kind, I thought the opportunity too good to be lost, and so proposed to my traveling companion a gentleman, with whom I had made casual acquaintance a few days before, that we should turn aside for an hour or so and look through the establishment. To this he objected, pleading haste in the first place, and in the second, a very usual horror at the sight of a lunatic. He begged me, however, not to let any mere courtesy towards himself interfere with the gratification of my curiosity, and said that he would ride on leisurely so that I might overtake him during the day, or at all events during the next. As he bade me good-bye, I bethought me that there might be some difficulty in obtaining access to the premises, and mentioned my fears on this point. He replied that in fact, unless I had personal knowledge of the superintendent, Monsieur Maillard, or some credential in the way of a letter, a difficulty might be found to exist, as the regulations of these private madhouses were more rigid than the public hospital laws. For himself, he added, he had some years since made the acquaintance of Maillard, and would so far assist me as to ride up to the door and introduce me, although his feelings on the subject of lunacy would not permit of his entering the house. I thanked him, and turning from the main road, we entered a grass-grown bypath, which in half an hour nearly lost itself in a dense forest, clothing the base of a mountain. Through this dank and gloomy wood we rode some 2 miles when the maison descent came in view. It was a fantastic chateau, much dilapidated, and indeed scarcely tenantable through age and neglect. Its aspect inspired me with absolute dread, and checking my horse, I half resolved to turn back. I soon, however, grew ashamed of my weakness and proceeded. As we rode up to the gateway, I perceived it slightly open, and the visage of a man peering through. In an instant afterward, this man came forth, accosted my companion by name, shook him cordially by the hand, and begged him to alight. It was Monsieur Maillard himself. He was a portly, fine-looking gentleman of the old school, with a polished manner, and a certain air of gravity, dignity, and authority, which was very impressive. My friend, having presented me, mentioned my desire to inspect the establishment, and received Monsieur Maillard's assurance that he would show me all attention. Now took leave, and I saw him no more. When he had gone, the superintendent ushered me into a small and exceedingly neat parlor, containing, among other indications of refined taste, many books, drawings, pots of flowers, and musical instruments. A cheerful fire blazed upon the hearth. At a piano, singing an aria from Bellini, sat a young and very beautiful woman, who at my entrance paused in her song and received me with graceful courtesy. Her voice was low, and her whole manner subdued. I thought, too, that I perceived the traces of sorrow in her countenance, which was excessively, although to my taste, not unpleasingly pale. She was attired in deep mourning, and excited in my bosom a feeling of mingled respect, interest, and admiration. I had heard at Paris that the institution of Monsieur Maillard was managed upon what is vulgarly termed the system of soothing, that all punishments were avoided, that even confinement was seldom resorted to, that the patients, while secretly watched, were left much apparent liberty, and that most of them were permitted to roam about the house and grounds in the ordinary apparel of persons in right mind. Keeping these impressions in view, I was cautious in what I said before the young lady, for I could not be sure that she was sane, and in fact there was a certain restless brilliancy about her eyes, which half led me to imagine she was not. I confined my remarks therefore to general topics, and to such as I thought would not be displeasing or exciting even to a lunatic. She replied in a perfectly rational manner to all that I said, and even her original observations were marked with the soundest good sense. But a long acquaintance with the metaphysics of mania had taught me to put no faith in such evidence of sanity, and I continued to practice throughout the interview the caution with which I commenced it. Presently a smart footman in livery brought in a tray with fruit wine and other refreshments, of which I partook. The lady soon afterward leaving the room. As she departed, I turned my eyes in an inquiring manner toward my host. "No," he said. "Oh no, a member of my family, me niece, and a most accomplished woman." "I beg 1,000 pardons for the suspicion," I replied, "but of course you will know how to excuse me. The excellent administration of your affairs here is well understood in Paris, and I thought it just possible, you know." Yes, say no more, rather it is myself who should thank you for the commendable prudence you have displayed. We seldom find so much of forethought in young men, and more than once some unhappy contretemps has occurred in consequence of thoughtlessness on the part of our visitors while my former system was in operation, and my patients were permitted the privilege of roaming to and fro at will. They were often aroused to a dangerous frenzy by injudicious persons who called to inspect the house. Hence, I was obliged to enforce a rigid system of exclusion, and none obtained access to the premises upon whose discretion I could not rely. While your former system was in operation, I said, repeating his words, "Stowe, I understand you then to say that the soothing system, of which I have heard so much, is no longer in force." "It is now," he replied, "several weeks since we have concluded to renounce it forever." "Indeed, you astonish me." "We found it, sir," he said, with a sigh, "absolutely necessary to return to the old usages. The danger of the soothing system was at all times appalling, and its advantages have been much overrated. I believe, sir, that in this house it has been given a fair trial. If ever in any we did everything that rational humanity could suggest. I am sorry that you could not have paid us a visit at an earlier period, that you might have judged for yourself. But I presume you are conversant with the soothing practice, with its details." "Not altogether. What I have heard has been at third or fourth hand." "I may state the system, then, in general terms, as one in which the patients were managed-humored. We contradicted no fancies which entered the brains of the mad. On the contrary, we not only indulged, but encouraged them, and many of our most permanent cures have been thus effected. There is no argument which so touches the feeble reason of the madman as the argumentum ad absurdum. We have had men, for example, who fancied themselves chickens. The cure was to insist upon the thing, as a facto, accuse the patient of stupidity in not sufficiently perceiving it to be a fact, and thus to refuse him any other diet for a week than that which properly appertains to a chicken. In this manner, a little corn and gravel were made to perform wonders." But was this species of acquiescence all? By no means. We put much faith in amusements of a simple kind, such as music, dancing, gymnastic exercises, generally cards, certain classes of books, and so forth. We affected to treat each individual as if for some ordinary physical disorder, and the word lunacy was never employed. A great point was to set each lunatic to guard the actions of all the others. To repose confidence in the understanding or discretion of a madman is to gain him body and soul. In this way we were enabled to dispense with an expensive body of keepers. "And you had no punishments of any kind?" "None." "And you never confined your patients?" "Very rarely now and then. The malady of some individual growing to a crisis, or taking a sudden turn of fury, we conveyed him to a secret cell, lest his disorder should infect the rest, and there kept him until we could dismiss him to his friends. For with the raging maniac we have nothing to do. He is usually removed to the public hospitals." "And you have now changed all this, and you think for the better?" "Decidedly. The system had its disadvantages, and even its dangers. It is now happily exploded throughout all the Masons' descent of France." "I am very much surprised," I said, "at what you tell me, for I made sure that at this moment no other method of treatment for mania existed in any portion of the country." "You are young yet, my friend," replied my host, "but the time will arrive when you will learn to judge for yourself of what is going on in the world, without trusting to the gossip of others. Believe nothing you hear, and only one half that you see now about our Masons' descent. It is clear that some ignoramus has misled you. After dinner, however, when you have sufficiently recovered from the fatigue of your ride, I will be happy to take you over the house and introduce to you a system which, in my opinion, and in that of every one who has witnessed its operation, is incomparably the most effectual as yet devised." "Your own?" I inquired. "Of your own invention." "I am proud," he replied, "to acknowledge that it is at least in some measure." In this manner I conversed with Monsieur Maillard for an hour or two, during which he showed me the gardens and conservatories of the place. "I cannot let you see my patients," he said, "just at present. To a sensitive mind there is always more or less of the shocking in such exhibitions, and I do not wish to spoil your appetite for dinner. We will dine. I can give you some veal à la Meniholt, with cauliflowers in velout saucifter, that a glass of clos de Vougeot. Then your nerves will be sufficiently steadied." At 6 dinner was announced, and my host conducted me into a large salle, a manger, where a very numerous company were assembled, 25 or 30. In all they were apparently people of rank, certainly of high breeding. Gothic. Their habiliments, I thought, were extravagantly rich, partaking somewhat too much of the ostentatious finery of the Viel Coeur. I noticed that at least 2/3 of these guests were ladies, and some of the latter were by no means accoutred in what a Parisian would consider good taste at the present day. Many females, for example, whose age could not have been less than 70, were bedecked with a profusion of jewelry, such as rings, bracelets, and earrings, and wore their bosoms and arms shamefully bare. I observed, too, that very few of the dresses were well made, or at least, that very few of them fitted the wearers. In looking about, I discovered the interesting girl to whom Monsieur Maillard had presented me in the little parlor, but my surprise was great to see her wearing a hoop and farthingale with high-heeled shoes, and a dirty cap of Brussels lace so much too large for her that it gave her face a ridiculously diminutive expression. When I had first seen her she was attired most becomingly in deep mourning. There was an air of oddity, in short, about the dress of the whole party, which at first caused me to recur to my original idea of the soothing system, and to fancy that Monsieur Maillard had been willing to deceive me until after dinner, that I might experience no uncomfortable feelings during the repast at finding myself dining with lunatics. But I remembered having been informed in Paris that the southern provincialists were a peculiarly eccentric people, with a vast number of antiquated notions. And then, too, upon conversing with several members of the company, my apprehensions were immediately and fully dispelled. The dining room itself, although perhaps sufficiently comfortable and of good dimensions, had nothing too much of elegance about it. For example, the floor was uncarpeted. In France, however, a carpet is frequently dispensed, with the windows, too, were without curtains. The shutters, being shut, were securely fastened with iron bars applied diagonally after the fashion of our ordinary shop shutters. The apartment, I observed, formed in itself a wing of the chateau, and thus the windows were on 3 sides of the parallelogram, the door being at the other. There were no less than 10 windows in all. The table was superbly set out. It was loaded with plate, and more than loaded with delicacies. The profusion was absolutely barbaric. There were meats enough to have feasted the Anakim. Never in all my life had I witnessed so lavish, so wasteful an expenditure of the good things of life. There seemed very little taste, however, in the arrangements, and my eyes, accustomed to quiet lights, were sadly offended by the prodigious glare of a multitude of wax candles which in silver candelabra were deposited upon the table, and all about the room, wherever it was possible to find a place, there were several active servants in attendance, and upon a large table at the farther end of the apartment were seated 7 or 8 people with fiddles, fifes, trombones, and a drum. These fellows annoyed me very much at intervals during the repast by an infinite variety of noises which were intended for music, and which appeared to afford much entertainment to all present with the exception of myself. Upon the whole, I could not help thinking that there was much of the bizarre about everything I saw. But then the world is made up of all kinds of persons, with all modes of thought, and all sorts of conventional customs. I had traveled too so much as to be quite an adept at the nil admirari, so I took my seat very coolly at the right hand of my host, and having an excellent appetite, did justice to the good cheer set before me. The conversation in the meantime was spirited and general. The ladies, as usual, talked a great deal. I soon found that nearly all the company were well educated, and my host was a world of good-humored anecdote in himself. He seemed quite willing to speak of his position as superintendent of a maison de sant, and indeed the topic of lunacy was, much to my surprise, a favorite one. With all present, a great many amusing stories were told having reference to the whims of the patients. "We had a fellow here once," said a fat little gentleman who sat at my right, "a fellow that fancied himself a teapot. And by the way, is it not especially singular how often this particular crotchet has entered the brain of the lunatic? There is scarcely an insane asylum in France which cannot supply a human teapot. Our gentleman was a Britannia-ware teapot, and was careful to polish himself every morning with buckskin and whiting." And then said a tall man just opposite, "We had here not long ago a person who had taken it into his head that he was a donkey, which, allegorically speaking, you will say was quite true. He was a troublesome patient, and we had much ado to keep him within bounds. For a long time he would eat nothing but thistles, but of this idea we soon cured him by insisting upon his eating nothing else. Then he was perpetually kicking out his heel sauce." Mr. de Kock, I will thank you to behave yourself here, interrupted an old lady who sat next to the speaker. Please keep your feet to yourself. You have spoiled my brocade. Is it necessary, pray, to illustrate a remark in so practical a style? Our friend here can surely comprehend you without all this. Upon my word, you are nearly as great a donkey as the poor unfortunate imagined himself. Your acting is very natural, as I live. Mille pardons, Mamselle, replied Monsieur de Cock, thus addressed. 1,000 pardons. I had no intention of offending Mamselle Laplace. Monsieur de Cock will do himself the honor of taking wine with you. Here Monsieur de Cock bowed low, kissed his hand with much ceremony, and took wine with Mamselle Laplace. Allow me, mon ami, now, said Monsieur Maillard, addressing myself, allow me to send you a morsel of this veal. La Saint Manyhole to you will find it particularly fine. At this instant 3 sturdy waiters had just succeeded in depositing safely upon the table an enormous dish or trencher containing what I suppose to be the monstrum horrendum in form ingens cui lumen ademptum. A closer scrutiny assured me, however, that it was only a small calf roasted whole, and set upon its knees with an apple in its mouth, as is the English fashion of dressing a hare. Thank you, no, I replied, to say the truth, I am not particularly partial to veal. Alas, Stewart, is it for? I do not find that it altogether agrees with me. I will change my plate, however, and try some of the rabbit. There were several side dishes on the table, containing what appeared to be the ordinary French rabbita, very delicious morceau, which I can recommend. Pierre, cried the host, change this gentleman's plate, and give him a side piece of this rabbit au cat. This what, said Roman 1, this rabbit au cat? Why, thank you. Upon second thoughts, no, I will just help myself to some of the ham. There is no knowing what one eats, thought I to myself, at the tables of these people of the province. I will have none of their rabbit au cat, and, for the matter of that, none of their catarabbit either. And then said a cadaverous-looking personage near the foot of the table, taking up the thread of the conversation where it had been broken off, and then, among other oddities, we had a patient once upon a time who very pertinaciously maintained himself to be a Cordova cheese, and went about with a knife in his hand, soliciting his friends to try a small slice from the middle of his leg. He was a great fool beyond doubt, interposed someone, but not to be compared with a certain individual, whom we all know with the exception of this strange gentleman. I mean the man who took himself for a bottle of champagne, and always went off with a pop and a fizz in this fashion. Here the speaker very rudely, as I thought, put his right thumb in his left cheek, withdrew it with a sound resembling the popping of a cork, and then by a dexterous movement of the tongue upon the teeth, created a sharp hissing and fizzing, which lasted for several minutes, in imitation of the frothing of champagne. This behavior, I saw plainly, was not very pleasing to Monsieur Maillard, but that gentleman said nothing, and the conversation was resumed by a very lean little man in a big. And then there was an ignoramus, said he, who mistook himself for a frog, which by the way he resembled in no little degree. I wish you could have seen him, sir. Her, the speaker addressed myself, it would have done your heart good to see the natural airs that he put on, sir. If that man was not a frog, I can only observe that it is a pity he was not his croak. Thusughoog was the finest note in the world, B flat, and when he put his elbows upon the table, thusafter, taking a glass or two of wind, distended his mouth thus, and rolled up his eyes thus, and winked them with excessive rapidity, thus. Why then, sir, I take it upon myself to say positively that you would have been lost in admiration of the genius of the man. I have no doubt of it, I said. And then said somebody else. Then there was Petty Gaillard, who thought himself a pinch of snuff, and was truly distressed because he could not take himself between his own finger and thumb. And then there was Jules de Soliers, who was a very singular genius indeed, and went mad with the idea that he was a pumpkin. He persecuted the cook to make him up into pièce, a thing which the cook indignantly refused to do. For my part, I am by no means sure that a pumpkin pie à la de Soliers would not have been very capital eating indeed. You astonish me, said I, and I looked inquisitively at Monsieur Maillard. Ha ha ha, said that gentleman, he ha hi hi he ho 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 hoo very good indeed. You must not be astonished, mon ami, our friend here is a weeda droll, you must not understand him to the letter. And then said some other one of the party, then There was Buffon le grand another extraordinary personage. In his way, he grew deranged through love, and fancied himself possessed of two heads. One of these he maintained to be the head of Cicero, the other he imagined a composite, one being Demosthenes from the top of the forehead to the mouth and Lord Brougham's from the mouth to the chin. It is not impossible that he was wrong, but he would have convinced you of his being in the right, for he was a man of great eloquence. He had an absolute passion for oratory, and could not refrain from display. For example, he used to leap upon the dinner table thus and. Here a friend at the side of the speaker put a hand upon his shoulder, and whispered a few words in his ear, upon which he ceased talking with great suddenness, and sank back within his chair. And then said the friend who had whispered, "There was Boulard the teetotum. I call him the teetotum, because in fact he was seized with the droll, but not altogether irrational crotchet, that he had been converted into a teetotum. You would have roared with laughter to see him spin. He would turn round upon one heel by the hour in this manner so." Here the friend whom he had just interrupted by a whisper performed an exactly similar office for himself. "But then," cried the old lady at the top of her voice, "your Monsieur Boulard was a madman, and a very silly madman at best, for who, allow me to ask, you ever heard of a human teetotum? The thing is absurd. Madame Joyeuse was a more sensible person. As you know, she had a crotchet, but it was instinct with common sense, and gave pleasure to all who had the honor of her acquaintance. She found upon mature deliberation that by some accident she had been turned into a chicken-cock, but as such she behaved with propriety. She flapped her wings with prodigious effectsasasund. As for her crow, it was delicious. Cock-a-doodle dooka-cadoodle dooka-cadoodle dedu duo-duo." "Madame Joyeuse, I will thank you to behave yourself here," interrupted our host, very angrily. "You can either conduct yourself as a lady should do, or you can quit the table forthwith. Take your choice." The lady, whom I was much astonished to hear addressed as Madame Joyeuse, after the description of Madame Joyeuse she had just given, blushed up to the eyebrows, and seemed exceedingly abashed at the reproof. She hung down her head, and said not a syllable in reply. But another and younger lady resumed the theme. It was my beautiful girl of the little parlor. "Oh, Madame Joyeuse was a fool," she exclaimed, "but there was really much sound sense, after all, in the opinion of Eugenie Salsafette. She was a very beautiful and painfully modest young lady, who thought the ordinary mode of habiliment indecent, and wished to dress herself always by getting outside instead of inside of her clothes. It is a thing very easily done. After all, you have only to do sound, then saucissoned, then saucissoned, then saucissoned, then." "Mon Dieu, Mademoiselle Salsafette here," cried a dozen voices at once. "What are you about for, Berthet? Is sufficient. We see very plainly how it is done. Hold." And several persons were already leaping from their seats to withhold Mademoiselle Salsafette from putting herself upon a par with the Medicean Venus, when the point was very effectually and suddenly accomplished by a series of loud screams or yells from some portion of the main body of the chateau. My nerves were very much affected indeed by these yells, but the rest of the company I really pitied. I never saw any set of reasonable people so thoroughly frightened in my life. They all grew as pale as so many corpses, and shrinking within their seats, sat quivering and gibbering with terror, and listening for a repetition of the sound. It came again louder, and seemingly nearer, and then a third time very loud, and then a fourth time with a vigor evidently diminished at this apparent dying away of the noise. The spirits of the company were immediately regained, and all was life and anecdote, as before. I now ventured to inquire the cause of the disturbance. "A mere bagatelle," said Monsieur Maillard. "We are used to these things, and care really very little about them. The lunatics every now and then get up a howl in concert, one starting another, as is sometimes the case with a bevy of dogs at night. It occasionally happens, however, that the concerto yells are succeeded by a simultaneous effort at breaking loose, when of course some little danger is to be apprehended." "And how many have you in charge?" "At present, we have not more than 10 altogether. Principally females, I presume." "Oh no, every one of them men, and stout fellows too, I can tell you. Indeed, I have always understood that the majority of lunatics were of the gentler sex." "It is generally so, but not always. Some time ago, there were about 27 patients here, and of that number no less than 18 were women, but lately matters have changed very much, as you see." "Yes, have changed very much, as you see here," interrupted the gentleman who had broken the shins of Mamselle Laplace. "Yes, have changed very much, as you see," chimed in the whole company at once. "Hold your tongues, every one of you," said my host in a great rage, whereupon the whole company maintained a dead silence for nearly a minute. As for one lady, she obeyed Monsieur Maillard to the letter, and thrusting out her tongue, which was an excessively long one, held it very resignedly with both hands until the end of the entertainment. "And this gentlewoman," said I to Monsieur Maillard, bending over and addressing him in a whisper, "this good lady who has just spoken, and who gives us the cock-a-doodle-de-douche, I presume, is harmless, quite harmless, eh?" "Harmless," ejaculated he in unfeigned surprise. "Oui, what can you mean?" "Only slightly touched," said I, touching my head. "I take it for granted that she is not particularly, not dangerously affected, eh?" "Mon Dieu, what is it you imagine? This lady, my particular old friend, Madame Joyeuse, is as absolutely sane as myself. She has her little eccentricities, to be sure, but then, you know, all old women, all very old women, are more or less eccentric." "To be sure," said Ito, "be sure, and then the rest of these ladies and gentlemen are my friends and keepers," interrupted Monsieur Maillard, drawing himself up with hauteur, "very good friends and assistants." "What, all of them?" I asked. "The women and all." "Assuredly," he said, "we could not do at all without the women. They are the best lunatic nurses in the world. They have a way of their own, you know. Their bright eyes have a marvelous effect, something like the fascination of the snake, you know." "To be sure," said Ito, "be sure. They behave a little odd, they are a little queer, don't you think so?" "Odd queer, we do you really think so? We are not very prudish, to be sure, here in the South, though, pretty much as we please enjoy life, and all that sort of thing, you know." "To be sure," said Ito, "be sure. And then perhaps this closed avougiat is a little heady, you know, a little strong, you understand, eh?" "To be sure," said Ito, "be sure. By the by, monsieur, did I understand you to say that the system you have adopted in place of the celebrated soothing system was one of very rigorous severity?" "By no means. Our confinement is necessarily close, but the treatment, medical treatment, I mean, is rather agreeable to the patients than otherwise." "And the new system is one of your own invention?" "Not altogether. Some portions of it are referable to Professor Tarr, of whom you have necessarily heard, and again, there are modifications in my plan, which I am happy to acknowledge as belonging of right to the celebrated Feather, with whom, if I mistake not, you have the honor of an intimate acquaintance." "I am quite ashamed to confess," I replied, "that I have never even heard the names of either gentleman before." "Good heavens!" ejaculated my host, drawing back his chair abruptly, and uplifting his hands, "I surely do not hear you aright. You did not intend to say, that you had never heard either of the learned Dr. Tarr or of the celebrated Professor Feather?" "I am forced to acknowledge my ignorance," I replied, "but the truth should be held inviolate above all things. Nevertheless, I feel humbled to the dust not to be acquainted with the works of these no doubt extraordinary men. I will seek out their writings forthwith, and peruse them with deliberate care. Monsieur Maillard, you have really, I must confess, you have really made me ashamed of myself." And this was the fact. "Say no more, my good young friend," he said, kindly pressing my hand in me now in a glass of sauterne. We drank. The company followed our example. Without stint, they chatted, jested, laughed, perpetrated 1,000 absurdities, fiddles shrieked, drum routed, trombones bellowed, like so many brazen bulls of Phalaris, and the whole scene, growing gradually worse and worse, as the wines gained the ascendancy, became at length a sort of pandemonium in petto. In the meantime, Monsieur Maillard and myself, with some bottles of sauterne and vougiat between us, continued our conversation at the top of the voice. A word spoken in an ordinary key stood no more chance of being heard than the voice of a fish from the bottom of Niagara Falls. "And sir," said I, screaming in his ear, "you mentioned something before dinner about the danger incurred in the old system of soothing. How is that?" "Yes," he replied, "there was occasionally very great danger indeed. there is no accounting for the caprices of madmen, and in my opinion, as well as in that of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather, it is never safe to permit them to run at large, unattended. A lunatic may be soothed, as it is called, for a time, but in the end he is very apt to become obstreperous. His cunning, too, is proverbial and great. If he has a project in view, he conceals his design with a marvelous wisdom, and the dexterity with which he counterfeits sanity presents to the metaphysician one of the most singular problems in the study of mind. When a madman appears thoroughly sane, indeed, it is high time to put him in a straitjacket. But the danger, my dear sir, of which you were speaking in your own experience during your control of this househave, you had practical reason to think liberty hazardous in the case of a lunatic. Herein my own experience, I may say yes. For example, very long while ago a singular circumstance occurred in this very house. The soothing system, was then in operation, and the patients were at large. They behaved remarkably well, especially Sony. One of sense might have known that some devilish scheme was brewing from that particular fact that the fellows behaved so remarkably well, and sure enough, one fine morning, the keepers found themselves pinioned hand and foot, and thrown into the cells where they were attended, as if they were the lunatics, by the lunatics themselves, who had usurped the offices of the keepers. You don't tell me so? I never heard of anything so absurd in my life. Fact, it all came to pass by means of a stupid fellow, a lunatic, who, by some means, had taken it into his head that he had invented a better system of government than any ever heard of before. Off lunatic government, I mean. He wished to give his invention a trial, I suppose, and so he persuaded the rest of the patients to join him in a conspiracy for the overthrow of the reigning powers. And he really succeeded. No doubt of it. The keepers and kept were soon made to exchange places, not that exactly either, for the madmen had been free, but the keepers were shut up in cells forthwith, and treated, I am sorry to say, in a very cavalier manner. But I presume a counter-revolution was soon effected. This condition of things could not have long existed. The country people in the neighborhood, visitors coming to see the establishment, would have given the alarm. There you are out. The head rebel was too cunning for that. He admitted no visitors at all, with the exception one day of a very stupid-looking young gentleman, of whom he had no reason to be afraid. He let him in to see the place just by way of variety, have a little fun with him. As soon as he had gammoned him sufficiently, he let him out and sent him about his business. And how long, then, did the madmen reign? Oh, a very long time indeed, a month certainly. How much longer, I can't precisely say. In the meantime, the lunatics had a jolly season of it that, you may swear, they doffed their own shabby clothes, and made free with the family wardrobe and jewels. The cellars of the chateau were well stocked with wine, and these madmen are just the devils that know how to drink it. They lived well, I can tell you. And the treatment, what was the particular species of treatment which the leader of the rebels put into operation? Why, as for that, a madman is not necessarily a fool, as I have already observed, and it is my honest opinion that his treatment was a much better treatment than that which it superseded. It was a very capital system, indeed. Simple, no trouble at Allan. Fact, it was delicious, it was. Here my host's observations were cut short by another series of yells of the same character as those which had previously disconcerted us. This time, however, they seemed to proceed from persons rapidly approaching. Gracious heavens, I ejaculate, the lunatics have most undoubtedly broken loose. I very much fear it is so, replied Monsieur Maillard, now becoming excessively pale. He had scarcely finished the sentence before loud shouts and imprecations were heard beneath the windows, and immediately afterward it became evident that some persons outside were endeavoring to gain entrance into the room. The door was beaten with what appeared to be a sledgehammer, and the shutters were wrenched and shaken with prodigious violence. A scene of the most terrible confusion ensued. Monsieur Maillard, to my excessive astonishment, threw himself under the sideboard. I had expected more resolution at his hands. The members of the orchestra, who for the last 15 minutes had been seemingly too much intoxicated to do duty, now sprang all at once to their feet and to their instruments, and scrambling upon their table, broke out with one accord into Yankee Doodle, which they performed, if not exactly in tune at least, with an energy superhuman during the whole of the uproar. Meantime, upon the main dining table among the bottles and glasses leaped the gentleman who, with such difficulty, had been restrained from leaping there, before as soon as he fairly settled himself, he commenced an oration which no doubt was a very capital one, if it could only have been heard at the same moment. The man with the teetotum predilection set himself to spinning around the apartment with immense energy, and with arms outstretched at right angles with his body, so that he had all the air of a teetotum in fact, and knocked everybody down that happened to get in his way, and now too hearing an incredible popping and fizzing of champagne, I discovered at length that it proceeded from the person who performed the bottle of that delicate drink during dinner. And then again the frogman croaked away, as if the salvation of his soul depended upon every note that he uttered, and in the midst of all this the continuous braying of a donkey arose over all as, for my old friend Madame Joyeuse, I really could have wept for the poor lady, she appeared so terribly perplexed. All she did, however, was to stand up in a corner by the fireplace, and sing out incessantly at the top of her voice, cock-a-doodle-doo. And now came the climax catastrophe of the drama, as no resistance beyond whooping and yelling and cock-a-doodling was offered to the encroachments of the party. Without, the 10 windows were very speedily and almost simultaneously broken in, but I shall never forget the emotions of wonder and horror with which I gazed when, leaping through these windows, and down among us, pell-mell fighting, stamping, scratching, and howling, there rushed a perfect army of what I took to be chimpanzees or orangutans, or big black baboons of the Cape of Good Hope. I received a terrible beating after, which I rolled under a sofa and lay still, after lying there some 15 minutes, during which time I listened with all my ears to what was going on in the room. I came to same satisfactory denouement of this tragedy, Monsieur Maillard. It appeared in giving me the account of the lunatic who had excited his fellows to rebellion, had been merely relating his own exploits. This gentleman had indeed some 2 or 3 years before been the superintendent of the establishment, but grew crazy himself, and so became a patient. This fact was unknown to the traveling companion who introduced me. The keepers, 10 in number, having been suddenly overpowered, were first well tarred, then carefully feathered, and then shut up in underground cells. They had been so imprisoned for more than a month, during which period Monsieur Maillard had generously allowed them not only the tar and feathers which constituted his system, but some bread and abundance of water. The latter was pumped on them daily. At length, one, escaping through a sewer, gave freedom to all the rest. The soothing system, with important modifications, has been resumed at the chateau, yet I cannot help agreeing with Monsieur Maillard that his own treatment was a very capital one of its kind. As he justly observed, it was simple, neat, and gave no trouble at all, not the least. I have only to add that, although I have searched every library in Europe for the works of Dr. Tar and Professor Feather, I have up to the present day utterly failed in my endeavors at procuring an edition. The Literary Life of Thingum Bob Esk, late editor of the Goose Therumfoodle, by himself. I am now growing in years, and since I understand that Shakespeare and Mr. Emmons are deceased, it is not impossible that I may even die. It has occurred to me, therefore, that I may as well retire from the field of letters and repose upon my laurels, but I am ambitious of signalizing my abdication of the literary scepter by some important bequest to posterity, and perhaps I cannot do a better thing than just pen for it an account of my earlier career. My name, indeed, has been so long and so constantly before the public eye that I am not only willing to admit the naturalness of the interest which it has everywhere excited, but ready to satisfy the extreme curiosity which it has inspired. In fact, it is no more than the duty of him who achieves greatness to leave behind him in his ascent such landmarks as may guide others to be great. I propose, therefore, in the present paper, which I had some idea of calling Memoranda, to serve for the literary history of America, to give a detail of those important, yet feeble, and tottering first steps by which at length I attain the high road to the pinnacle of human renown. Of one's very remote ancestors, it is superfluous to say much. My father, Thomas Bob Esk, stood for many years at the summit of his profession, which was that of a merchant barber in the city of Smug. His warehouse was the resort of all the principal people of the place, and especially of the editorial corpse body, which inspires all about it with profound veneration and awe. For my own part, I regarded them as gods, and drank in with avidity the rich wit and wisdom which continuously flowed from their august mouths. During the process of what is styled lather, my first moment of positive inspiration must be dated from that ever-memorable epoch when the brilliant conductor of the gadfly, in the intervals of the important process just mentioned, recited aloud before a conclave of our apprentices an inimitable poem in honor of the only genuine Olaf Bob, so called from its talented inventor, my father, and for which effusion the editor of the Fly was remunerated with a regal liberality by the firm of Thomas Bob Company Merchant Barbers. The genius of the stanzas to the Olaf Bob first breathed into me, I say, the divine afflatus. I resolved at once to become a great man, and to commence by becoming a great poet. That very evening I fell upon my knees at the feet of my father. Father, I said, pardon me, but I have a soul above lather. It is my firm intention to cut the shop. I would be an editor, I would be a poet, I would pen stanzas to the Olaf Bob. Pardon me, and aid me to be great. My dear Thingum, replied my father, I had been christened Thingum, after a wealthy relative so surnamed. My dear Thingum, he said, raising me from my knees, by the ears, Thingum, my boy, you're a trump, and take after your father in having a soul. You have an immense head too, and it must hold a great many brains. This I have long seen, and therefore had thoughts of making you a lawyer. The business, however, has grown ungenteel, and that of a politician don't pay upon the whole. You judge Weislithe trade of editor is bestand if you can be a poet at the same time as most of the editors are. By the byway, you will kill two birds with one stone. To encourage you in the beginning of things, I will allow you a garret pen, ink and paper, a rhyming dictionary, and a copy of the gadfly. I suppose you would scarcely demand any more. I would be an ungrateful villain if I did, I replied with enthusiasm. Your generosity is boundless. I will repay it by making you the father of a genius. Thus ended my conference with the best of men, and immediately upon its termination I betook myself with zeal to my poetical labors, as upon these chiefly I founded my hopes of ultimate elevation to the editorial chair. In my first attempts at composition, I found the stanzas to the Olaf Bob rather a drawback than otherwise. Their splendor more dazzled than enlightened me. The contemplation of their excellence tended naturally to discourage me by comparison with my own abortions, so that for a long time I labored in vain. At length there came into my head one of those exquisitely original ideas which now and then will permeate the brain of a man of genius. It was Thiser, rather thus was it carried into execution. From the rubbish of an old bookstall in a very remote corner of the town, I got together several antique and altogether unknown or forgotten volumes. The bookseller sold them to me for a song from one of these, which purported to be a translation of one Dante's Inferno. I copied with remarkable neatness a long passage about a man named Ugolino, who had a parcel of brats from another, which contained a good many old plays by some person whose name I forget. I extracted in the same manner, and with the same care, a great number of lines about angels and ministers saying grace and goblins damned, and more besides of that sort from a third, which was the composition of some blind man or other, either Greek or a Choctaw. I cannot be at the pains of remembering every trifle exactly. I took about 50 verses, beginning with Achilles' wrath and Greece, and something else from a fourth, which I recollect was also the work of a blind man. I selected a page or two, all about hail and holy light, and although a blind man has no business to write about light, still the verses were sufficiently good in their way. Having made fair copies of these poems, I signed every one of them Apoduldoc, a fine sonorous name, and doing each up nicely in a separate envelope, I dispatched one to each of the 4 principal magazines with a request for speedy insertion and prompt pay. The result of this well-conceived plan, however, the success of which would have saved me much trouble in after life, served to convince me that some editors are not to be bamboozled, and gave the coup de grace, as they say in France, to my nascent hopes, as they say in the city of the transcendentals. The fact is that each and every one of the magazines in question gave Mr. Opoldaldock a complete using up in the monthly notices. To correspondence, the humdrum gave him a dressing after this fashion. Opoldaldock, whoever he is, has sent us a long tirade concerning a bedlamite whom he styles Ugolino, who had a great many children that should have been all whipped and sent to bed without their suppers. The whole affair is exceedingly tame, not to say flat. Opoldaldock, whoever he is entirely devoid of imagination, and imagination, in our humble opinion, is not only the soul of poesy but also its very heart. Opoldaldock, whoever he is, has the audacity to demand of us for his twaddle a speedy insertion and prompt pay. We neither insert nor purchase any stuff of the sort. There can be no doubt, however, that he would meet with a ready sale for all the balderdash he can scribble at the office of either the rowdy-dow, the lollipop, or the goose-the-rumfoodle. All this, it must be acknowledged, was very severe upon Opoldaldock, but the unkindest cut was putting the word poesy in small caps in those 5 preeminent letters. What a world of bitterness is there not involved! But Opoldaldock was punished with equal severity in the rowdy-dow, which spoke thus: "We have received a most singular and insolent communication from a person, whoever he is, signing himself Opoldaldock, thus desecrating the greatness of the illustrious Roman Emperor, so named. Accompanying the letter of Opoldaldock, whoever he is, we find sundry lines of most disgusting and unmeaning rant about angels and ministers of Grasserant, such as no madman short of a Nat Lee or an Opoldaldock could possibly perpetrate, and for this trash of trash we are modestly requested to pay promptly. No, sir, no, we pay for nothing of that sort. Apply to the humdrum, the lollipop, or the goose-the-rumfoodle. These periodicals will undoubtedly accept any literary offal you may send them, and as undoubtedly promise to pay for it." This was bitter indeed upon poor Opoldaldock, but in this instance the weight of the satire falls upon the humdrum, the lollipop, and the goose-the-rumfoodle, who are pungently styled periodicals in italics, to a thing that must have cut them to the heart. Scarcely less savage was the lollipop, which thus discoursed: "Some individual who rejoices in the appellation Opoldaldock, to what low uses are the names of the illustrious dead too often applied, has enclosed us some 50 or 60 verses, commencing after this fashion: Achilles' wrath to Greece, the direful spring of woes unnumbered, Roman 100, Roman 100, Roman 100, Roman 100. Opoldaldock, whoever he is respectfully informed that there is not a printer's devil in our office who is not in the daily habit of composing better lines. Those of Opoldaldock will not scan. Opoldaldock should learn to count, but why he should have conceived the idea that we, of all others, we would disgrace our pages with his ineffable nonsense is utterly beyond comprehension. Why the absurd twaddle is scarcely good enough for the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, the goose-the-rumfoodle, things that are in the practice of publishing Mother Goose's melodies as original lyrics, and Opoldaldock, whoever he is, has even the assurance to demand pay for this drivel. Does Opoldaldock, whoever he is, knows he aware that we could not be paid to insert it?" As I perused this, I felt myself growing gradually smaller and smaller, and when I came to the point at which the editor sneered at the poem as verses, there was little more than an ounce of me left. As for Opoldaldock, I began to experience compassion for the poor fellow, but the goose-the-rumfoodle showed, if possible, less mercy than the lollipop. It was the goose-the-rumfoodle that said: "A wretched poetaster who signs himself Opoldaldock is silly enough to fancy that we will print and pay for a medley of incoherent and ungrammatical bombast which he has transmitted to us, and which commences with the following most intelligible line: Hail, holy light, offspring of heaven first-born." We say most intelligible. Opoldaldock, whoever he is, will be kind enough to tell us perhaps how hail can be holy light. We always regarded it as frozen rain. Will he inform us also how frozen rain can be at one and the same time both holy light, whatever that is, and an offspring, which latter term, if we understand any thing about English, is only employed with propriety in reference to small babies of about 6 weeks old. But it is preposterous to descant upon such absurdity. Although Opoldaldock, whoever he is, has the unparalleled effrontery to suppose that we will not only insert his ignorant ravings, but absolutely pay for them. Now this is finite, is rich, and we have half a mind to punish this young scribbler for his egotism, by really publishing his effusion verbatim et literatum, as he has written it. We could inflict no punishment so severe, and we would inflict it, but for the boredom which we should cause our readers in so doing. Let Opodeldoc, whoever he is, send any future composition of like character to the humdrum, the lollipop, or the rowdy-dow, they will insert it, they insert every month, just such stuff, send it to them, we are not to be insulted with impunity. This made an end of me, and as for the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the lollipop, I never could comprehend how they survived it, the putting them in the smallest possible minion, that was the ruptharebi, insinuating their lowness, their baseness, while we stood looking down upon them in gigantic capital. So it was too bitter, it was wormwood, it was gall. Had I been either of these periodicals, I would have spared no pains to have the Goostherumfudel prosecuted. It might have been done under the Act for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. As for Opodeldoc, whoever he was, I had by this time lost all patience with the fellow, and sympathized with him no longer. He was a fool beyond doubt, whoever he was, and got not a kick more than he deserved. The result of my experiment with the old books convinced me in the first place that honesty is the best policy, and in the second, that if I could not write better than Mr. Dante and the two blind men, and the rest of the old set, it would at least be a difficult matter to write worse. I took heart therefore, and determined to prosecute the entirely original, as they say on the covers of the magazines, at whatever cost of study and pains. I again placed before my eyes, as a model, the brilliant stanzas on the Olaf Bob, by the editor of the Gadfly, and resolved to construct an ode on the same sublime theme, in rivalry of what had already been done. With my first verse, I had no material difficulty. It ran thus: to pen an ode upon the Olaf Bobs. Having carefully looked out, however, all the legitimate rhymes to Bob, I found it impossible to proceed in this dilemma. I had recourse to paternal aid, and after some hours of mature thought, my father and myself thus constructed the poem. To pen an ode upon the Olaf Bobs is all sorts of a job. Signed, Snob. To be sure, this composition was of no very great length, but I have yet to learn, as they say in the Edinburgh Review, that the mere extent of a literary work has anything to do with its merit. As for the quarterly cant about sustained effort, it is impossible to see the sense of it. Upon the whole, therefore, I was satisfied with the success of my maiden attempt, and now the only question regarded the disposal I should make of it. My father suggested that I should send it to the Gadfly, but there were two reasons which operated to prevent me from so doing. I dreaded the jealousy of the editor, and I had ascertained that he did not pay for original contributions. I therefore, after due deliberation, consigned the article to the more dignified pages of the Lollipop, and awaited the event in anxiety, but with resignation. In the very next published number, I had the proud satisfaction of seeing my poem printed at length as the leading article, with the following significant words prefixed in italics and between brackets. We call the attention of our readers to the subjoined admirable stanza on the Oil of Bob. We need say nothing of their sublimity or their pathos. It is impossible to peruse them without tears. Those who have been nauseated with a sad dose on the same august topic from the goose quill of the editor of the Gadfly will do well to compare the two compositions. P.S. We are consumed with anxiety to probe the mystery which envelops the evident pseudonym Snob. May we hope for a personal interview? All this was scarcely more than justice, but it was, I confess, rather more than I had expected. I acknowledged this, be it observed, to the everlasting disgrace of my country and of mankind. I lost no time, however, in calling upon the editor of the Lollipop, and had the good fortune to find this gentleman at home. He saluted me with an air of profound respect, slightly blended with a fatherly and patronizing admiration, wrought in him, no doubt, by my appearance of extreme youth and inexperience. Begging me to be seated, he entered at once upon the subject of my poem, but modesty will ever forbid me to repeat the 1,000 compliments which he lavished upon me. The eulogies of Mr. Crabbe, such was the editor's name, were, however, by no means fulsomely indiscriminate. He analyzed my composition with much freedom and great ability, not hesitating to point out a few trivial defects of circumstance, which elevated him highly in my esteem. The gadfly was of course brought upon the tapis, and I hope never to be subjected to a criticism so searching, or to rebuke so withering, as were bestowed by Mr. Crabbe upon that unhappy effusion. I had been accustomed to regard the editor of the gadfly as something superhuman, but Mr. Crabbe soon disabused me of that idea. He set the literary, as well as the personal character of the fly, so Mr. Roman 100 satirically designated the rival editor in its true light. He, the fly, was very little better than he should be. He had written infamous things. He was a penny-a-liner, and a buffoon. He was a villain. He had composed a tragedy which set the whole country in a guffaw, and a farce which deluged the universe in tears. Besides all this, he had the impudence to pen what he meant for a lampoon upon himself, Mr. Crabbe, and the temerity to style him an ass, should I at any time wish to express my opinion of Mr. Fry. The pages of the Lollipop, Mr. Crabbe assured me, were at my unlimited disposal. In the meantime, as it was very certain that I would be attacked in the fly for my attempt at composing a rival poem on the Olaf Bob, he, Mr. Crabbe, would take it upon himself to attend pointedly to my private and personal interests. If I were not made a man of at once, it should not be the fault of himself, Mr. Crabbe. Mr. Crabbe having now paused in his discourse, the latter portion of which I found it impossible to comprehend, I ventured to suggest something about the remuneration which I had been taught to expect for my poem by an announcement on the cover of the Lollipop, declaring that the Lollipop insisted upon being permitted to pay exorbitant prices for all accepted contributions, frequently expending more money for a single brief poem than the whole annual cost of the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the goose-therumfiddle combined. As I mentioned the word remuneration, Mr. Crabbe first opened his eyes, and then his mouth to quite a remarkable extent, causing his personal appearance to resemble that of a highly agitated elderly duck in the act of quacking. And in this condition he remained ever and anon, pressing his hands tightly to his forehead, as if in a state of desperate bewilderment, until I had nearly made an end of what I had to say. Upon my conclusion, he sank back into his seat, as if much overcome, letting his arms fall lifelessly by his side, but keeping his mouth still rigorously open after the fashion of the duck. While I remained in speechless astonishment at behavior so alarming, he suddenly leaped to his feet and made a rush at the bell-rope, but just as he reached this, he appeared to have altered his intention, whatever it was, for he dived under a table, and immediately reappeared with a cudgel. This he was in the act of uplifting, for what purpose I am at a loss to imagine, when all at once there came a benign smile over his features, and he sank placidly back in his chair. "Mr. Bob," he said, for I had sent up my card before ascending myself, "Mr. Bob, you are a young man, I presume." I assented, adding that I had not yet concluded my third lustrum. "Ah," he replied, "very good. I see how it is. No more touching this matter of compensation. What you observe is very just. In fact, it is excessively so. But our first contribution, first I say it, is never the magazine custom to pay for. You comprehend. The truth is we are usually the recipients in such case." Mr. Crabbe smiled blandly as he emphasized the word recipients. "For the most part we are paid for the insertion of a maiden attempt, especially in verse. In the second place, Mr. Bob, the magazine rule is never to disperse what we term in France the argent comptant. I have no doubt you understand. In a quarter or two after publication of the article, in a year or two, we make no objection to giving our note at 9 months, provided always that we can so arrange our affairs as to be quite certain of a burst up in 6. I really do hope, Mr. Bob, that you will look upon this explanation as satisfactory." Here Mr. Crabbe concluded, and the tears stood in his eyes. Grieved to the soul at having been, however innocently, the cause of pain to so eminent and so sensitive a man, I hastened to apologize, and to reassure him by expressing my perfect coincidence with his views, as well as my entire appreciation of the delicacy of his position. Having done all this in a neat speech, I took leave. One fine morning, very shortly afterwards, I awoke and found myself famous. The extent of my renown will be best estimated by reference to the editorial opinions of the day. These opinions, it will be seen, were embodied in critical notices of the number of the Lollipop containing my poem, and are perfectly satisfactory, conclusive, and clear, with the exception, perhaps, of the hieroglyphical mark SEP 151T, appended to each of the critiques. The Owl, a journal of profound sagacity, and well known for the deliberate gravity of its literary decisions, Owl, I say, spoke as follows. The Lollipop, the October number of this delicious magazine, surpasses its predecessors and sets competition at defiance in the beauty of its typography, and paper, in the number and excellence of its steel plates, as well as in the literary merit of its contributions. Lollipop compares with its slow-paced rivals as Hyperion, with a satyr, the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the goose-thrumfiddle excel, it is true, in braggadocio. But in all other points, give us the Lollipop, how this celebrated journal can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can understand. To be sure, it has a circulation of 100,000, and its subscription list has increased 1/4 during the last month. But on the other hand, the sums it disperses constantly for contributions are inconceivable. It is reported that Mr. Slyus received no less than 37.5 cents for his inimitable paper on pigs, with Mr. Crabbe as editor, and with such names upon the list of contributors as Snob and Slyus, there can be no such word as fail for the Lollipop. Go and subscribe SEP 151T. I must say that I was gratified with this heightened notice from a paper so respectable as the Owl. The placing my name, that is to say my nom de guerre priority of station, to that of the great Slyus, was a compliment as happy as I felt it to be deserved. My attention was next arrested by these paragraphs in the Toad, a print highly distinguished for its uprightness and independence, for its entire freedom from sycophancy and subservience to the givers of dinners. The Lollipop for October is out in advance of all its contemporaries, and infinitely surpasses them, of course, in the splendor of its embellishments, as well as in the richness of its literary contents. The humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the goose-thrumfiddle excel, we admit, in braggadocio, but in all other points, give us the Lollipop, how this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can understand. To be sure, it has a circulation of 200,000, and its subscription list has increased 1/3 during the last fortnight. But on the other hand, the sums it disperses monthly for contributions are fearfully great. We learn that Mr. Mumblethumb received no less than 50 cents for his late monody in a mud puddle. Among the original contributors to the present number, we notice, besides the eminent editor Mr. Crabbe, such men as Snob, Slyus, and Mumblethumb. Apart from the editorial matter, the most valuable paper, nevertheless, is, we think, a poetical gem by Snob on the Oilof Bobbot. Our readers must not suppose from the title of this incomparable bijou that it bears any similitude to some balderdash on the same subject by a certain contemptible individual whose name is unmentionable to ears polite. The present poem on the Oilof Bob has excited universal anxiety and curiosity in respect to the owner of the evident pseudonym Snoba. Curiosity, which happily we have it in our power to satisfy. Snob is the nom de plume of Mr. Thingham Bob of this city, relative of the great Mr. Thingham, after whom he is named, and otherwise connected with the most illustrious families of the state. His father, Thomas Bob Esk, is an opulent merchant in smug Sep 151T. This generous approbation touched me to the heart, more especially as it emanated from a source so avowedly, so proverbially pure as the Toad. The word balderdash, as applied to the Oilof Bob of the Fly, I considered singularly pungent, and appropriate the words gem and bijou, however used in reference to my composition, struck me as being in some degree feeble, and seemed to me to be deficient in force. They were not sufficiently prononces, as we have it in France. I had hardly finished reading the Toad when a friend placed in my hands a copy of the Mole, a daily enjoying high reputation for the keenness of its perception about matters in general, and for the open, honest, above-ground style of its editorials. The Mole spoke of the Lollipop as follows. We have just received the Lollipop for October, and must say that never before have we perused any single number of any periodical which afforded us a felicity so supreme. We speak advisedly. The humdrum, the rowdy-dow, and the goose-thrumfiddle must look well to their laurels. These prints no doubt surpass everything in loudness of pretension, but in all other points, give us the lollipop how this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is more than we can comprehend. To be sure, it has a circulation of 300,000, and its subscription list has increased one-half within the last week. But then the sum it disperses monthly for contributions is astoundingly enormous. We have it upon good authority that Mr. Fatquack received no less than 62 cents and a half for his late domestic novelette The Dishclout. The contributors to the number before us are Mr. Crabbe, the eminent editor, Snob, Mumblethumb, Fatquack, and others. But after the inimitable compositions of the editor himself, we prefer a diamond-like effusion from the pen of a rising poet who writes over the signature Snoba Nom de Guerre, which we predict will one day extinguish the radiance of Boz Snob. We learn is a Mr. Thingum Bob-esque sole heir, wealthy merchant of this city, Thomas Bob-esque, and a near relative of the distinguished Mr. Thingum. The title of Mr. B.'s admirable poem is the Oilof Boba, somewhat unfortunate name by Thebe, as some contemptible vagabond connected with the penny press has already disgusted the town with a great deal of drivel upon the same topic. There will be no danger, however, of confounding the compositions Sep. 151t. The generous approbation of so clear-sighted a journal as the Mole penetrated my soul with delight. The only objection which occurred to me was that the terms contemptible vagabond might have been better written odious and contemptible wretch villain. And vagabond, this would have sounded more gracefully. I think diamond-like also was scarcely, it will be admitted, of sufficient intensity to express what the Mole evidently thought of the brilliancy of the Oilof Bob. On the same afternoon in which I saw these notices in the Owl, the Toad, and the Mole, I happened to meet with a copy of the Daddy-long-legs, a periodical proverbial for the extreme extent of its understanding, and it was the Daddy-long-legs which spoke thus. The Lollipop, this gorgeous magazine, is already before the public for October. The question of preeminence is forever put to rest, and hereafter it will be excessively preposterous in the humdrum, the rowdy-dow, or the goose-thrumfoodle to make any farther spasmodic attempts at competition. These journals may excel the Lollipop in outcry, but in all other points, give us the Lollipop how this celebrated magazine can sustain its evidently tremendous expenses is past comprehension. To be sure, it has a circulation of precisely 500,000, and its subscription list has increased 75% within the last couple of days. But then the sums it disperses monthly for contributions are scarcely credible. We are cognizant of the fact that Mademoiselle Cribblelittle received no less than 87 cents and a half for her late valuable revolutionary tale, entitled The Yorktown Katy Did, and the Bunker Hill Katy Didn't. The most able papers in the present number are of course those furnished by the editor, the eminent Mr. Crabbe, but there are numerous magnificent contributions from such names as Snob, Mademoiselle Cribblelittle, Slyess, Mrs. Fibblelittle, Mumblethumb, Mrs. Squibbelittle, and last, though not least, Fatquack. The world may well be challenged to produce so rich a galaxy of genius. The poem over the signature Snob is, we find, attracting universal commendation, and we are constrained to say deserves, if possible, even more applause than it has received. The Oilof Bob is the title of this masterpiece of eloquence and art. One or two of our readers may have a very faint, although sufficiently disgusting recollection of a poem similarly entitled The Perpetration of a Miserable Penny-a-liner Mendicant and Cutthroat, connected in the capacity of scullion, we believe, with one of the indecent prints about the purlieus of the city. We beg them, for God's sake, not to confound the compositions. The author of the Oilof Bob is, we hear, Thingum Bob-esque, a gentleman of high genius, and a scholar. Snob is merely a nom de guerre, Sept. 151t. I could scarcely restrain my indignation while I perused the concluding portions of this diatribe. It was clear to me that the yene manner, not to say the gentleness, positive forbearance, with which the Daddy-long-legs spoke of that pig, the editor of the Gad Fleet, was evident. To me, I say that this gentleness of speech could proceed from nothing else than a partiality for the flyhoom. It was clearly the intention of the Daddy-long-legs to elevate into reputation at my expense. Anyone indeed might perceive with half an eye that had the real design of the Daddy been what it wished to appear, the Daddy might have expressed itself in terms more direct, more pungent, and altogether more to the purpose. The words penny-a-liner, mendicant, scullion, and cutthroat were epithets so intentionally inexpressive and equivocal as to be worse. The nothing when applied to the author of the very worst stanzas ever penned by one of the human race. We all know what is meant by damning with faint praise, and on the other hand, who could fail seeing through the covert purpose of the dadithat of glorifying with feeble abuse. What the daddy chose to say of the fly, however, was no business of mine. What it said of myself was after the noble manner in which the owl, the toad, the mole had expressed themselves in respect to my ability. It was rather too much to be coolly spoken of by a thing like the daddy-long-legs as merely a gentleman of high genius and a scholar gentleman. Indeed, I made up my mind at once either to get a written apology from the daddy-long-legs or to call it out. Full of this purpose, I looked about me to find a friend whom I could entrust with a message to his daddyship, and as the editor of the Lollipop had given me marked tokens of regard, I at length concluded to seek assistance upon the present occasion. I have never yet been able to account in a manner satisfactory to my own understanding for the very peculiar countenance and demeanor with which Mr. Crabbe listened to me as I unfolded to him my design. He again went through the scene of the bell-rope and cudgel, and did not omit the duck at one period. I thought he really intended to quack. His fit nevertheless finally subsided as before, and he began to act and speak in a rational way. He declined bearing the cartel, however, and in fact dissuaded me from sending it at all, but was candid enough to admit that the daddy-long-legs had been disgracefully in the wrong, more especially in what related to the epithets gentleman and scholar. Towards the end of this interview with Mr. Crabbe, who really appeared to take a paternal interest in my welfare, he suggested to me that I might turn an honest penny and at the same time advance my reputation by occasionally playing Thomas Hawk for the Lollipop. I begged Mr. Crabbe to inform me who was Mr. Thomas Hawk and how it was expected that I should play him. Here Mr. Crabbe again made great eyes, as we say in Germany, but at length recovering himself from a profound attack of astonishment, he assured me that he employed the words Thomas Hawk to avoid the colloquialism Tommy, which was low, but that the true idea was Tommy Hawker tomahawk, and that by playing tomahawk he referred to scalping, browbeating, and otherwise using up the herd of poor devil authors. I assured my patron that if this was all, I was perfectly resigned to the task of playing Thomas Hawk. Hereupon Mr. Crabbe desired me to usurp the editor of the Gadfly forthwith, in the fiercest style, within the scope of my ability, and as a specimen of my powers, this I did upon the spot in a review of the original Olaf Bob, occupying 36 pages of the Lollipop. I found playing Thomas Hawk indeed a far less onerous occupation than poetizing, for I went upon system altogether, and thus it was easy to do the thing thoroughly and well. My practice was this: I bought auction copies cheap of Lord Brougham's speeches, Cobbett's complete works, the new slang syllabus, the whole art of snubbing, Prentice's Billingsgate folio edition, and Lewis G. Clark on tongue. These works I cut up thoroughly with a currycomb, and then throwing the shreds into a sieve sifted out carefully all that might be thought decent, a mere trifle, reserving the hard phrases, which I threw into a large tin pepper caster with longitudinal holes, so that an entire sentence could get through without material injury. The mixture was then ready for use. When called upon to play Thomas Hawk, I anointed a sheet of foolscap with the white of a gander's egg, then shredding the thing to be reviewed, as I had previously shredded the Buxonly, with more care, so as to get every word separati through the latter shreds in, with the former screwed on the lid of the caster, gave it a shake, and so dusted out the mixture upon the egged foolscap. Where it stuck, the effect was beautiful to behold. It was captivating. Indeed, the reviews I brought to pass by this simple expedient have never been approached, and were the wonder of the world. At first, through bashfulness, result of inexperience, I was a little put out by certain inconsistencia, certain air of the bizarre, as we say in France, worn by the composition as a whole. All the phrases did not fit, as we say in the Anglo-Saxon. Many were quite awry, some even were upside down, and there were none of them which were not in some measure injured in regard to effect by this latter species of accident, when it occurred, with the exception of Mr. Lewis Clark's paragraphs, which were so vigorous and altogether stout that they seemed not particularly disconcerted by any extreme of position, but looked equally happy and satisfactory whether on their heads or on their heels. What became of the editor of the Gadfly after the publication of my criticism on his Olaf Bob? It is somewhat difficult to determine. The most reasonable conclusion is that he wept himself to death. At all events, he disappeared instantaneously from the face of the earth, and no man has seen even the ghost of him since. This matter having been properly accomplished, and the Furies appeased, I grew at once into high favor with Mr. Crabbe. He took me into his confidence, gave me a permanent situation as Thomas Hawk of the Lollipop, and as for the present, he could afford me no salary, allowed me to profit at discretion by his advice. "My dear Thingum," said he to me one day after dinner, "I respect your abilities and love you as a son. You shall be my heir when I die. I will bequeath you the Lollipop. In the meantime, I will make a man of you. I will, provided always that you follow my counsel. The first thing to do is to get rid of the old bore." "Bore," said I, inquiringlipig ehepa, as we say in Latin. "How?" "Your father," said he. "Precisely," I replied, piggy. "You have your fortune to make, Thingum," resumed Mr. Crabbe, "and that governor of yours is a millstone about your neck. We must cut him at once." Here I took out my knife. "We must cut him," continued Mr. Crabbe decidedly, "and forever. He want upon second thoughts, you had better kick him or cane him or something of that kind." "What do you say?" I suggested modestly. "To my kicking him in the first instance, caning him afterwards, and winding up by tweaking his nose." Mr. Crabbe looked at me musingly for some moments, and then answered, "I think, Mr. Bob, that what you propose would answer sufficiently well, indeed remarkably well. That is to say, as far as it went, but barbers are exceedingly hard to cut. And I think upon the whole that, having performed upon Thomas Bob the operations you suggest, it would be advisable to blacken with your fists both his eyes very carefully and thoroughly, to prevent his ever seeing you again in fashionable promenades. After doing this, I really do not perceive that you can do any more. However, it might be just as well to roll him once or twice in the gutter, and then put him in charge of the police. Any time the next morning you can call at the watch-house and swear an assault." I was much affected by the kindness of feeling towards me personally which was evinced in this excellent advice of Mr. Crabbe, and I did not fail to profit by it forthwith. The result was that I got rid of the old bore and began to feel a little independent and gentlemanlike. The want of money, however, was for a few weeks a source of some discomfort, but at length, by carefully putting to use my two eyes and observing how matters went just in front of my nose, I perceived how the thing was to be brought about. I say thingbit, observed, for they tell me the Latin for it is rem. By the way, talking of Latin, can anyone tell me the meaning of quaquenquia? What is the meaning of modo? My plan was exceedingly simple. I bought for a song a 16th of the snapping turtle. That was all. The thing was done, and I put money in my purse. There were some trivial arrangements afterwards, to be sure, but these formed no portion of the plan. They were a consequentia result. For example, I bought pen, ink, and paper, and put them into furious activity. Having thus completed magazine article, I gave it for appellation fal lal by the author of the Olaf Bob, and enveloped it to the Goostherumfudel. That journal, however, having pronounced it twaddle in the monthly notices to correspondence, I reheaded the paper Hey Diddle Diddle by Thingum Bob-esque, author of the Ode on the Olaf Bob, and editor of the Snapping Turtle. With this amendment, I re-enclosed it to the Goostherumfudel, and while I awaited a reply, published daily in the Turtle 6 columns of what may be termed philosophical and analytical investigation of the literary merits of the Goostherumfudel, as well as of the personal character of the editor of the Goostherumfudel. At the end of a week, the Goostherumfudel discovered that it had by some odd mistake confounded a stupid article headed Hey Diddle Diddle, and composed by some unknown ignoramus with a gem of resplendent luster, similarly entitled the work of Thingum Bob-esque, the celebrated author of the Olaf Bob. The Goostherumfudel deeply regretted this very natural accident, and promised moreover an insertion of the genuine Hey Diddle Diddle in the very next number of the magazine. The fact is, I really thought, at the time I thought then, and have no reason for thinking otherwise now, that the Goostherumfudel did make a mistake. With the best intentions in the world, I never knew anything that made as many singular mistakes. as the Goose-the-Rumfoodle. From that day, I took a liking to the Goose-the-Rumfoodle, and the result was I soon saw into the very depths of its literary merits, and did not fail to expatiate upon them in the Turtle whenever a fitting opportunity occurred, and it is to be regarded as a very peculiar coincidences, one of those positively remarkable coincidences which set a man to serious thinking that just such a total revolution of opinion, just such entire bouleversement, as we say in French, just such thorough topsy-turviness, if I may be permitted to employ a rather forcible term, of the Choctaws as happened pro and con between myself on the one part and the Goose-the-Rumfoodle on the other, did actually again happen in a brief period afterwards, and with precisely similar circumstances in the case of myself and the rowdy-dow, and in the case of myself and the humdrum. Thus it was that by a masterstroke of genius I at length consummated my triumphs by putting money in my purse, and thus may be said really and fairly to have commenced that brilliant and eventful career which rendered me illustrious, and which now enables me to say with Chateaubriand, I have made history, j'ai fait l'histoire. I have indeed made history from the bright epoch, which I now record my actions, me works ere the property of mankind, they are familiar to the world. It is then needless for me to detail how soaring rapidly I fell heir to the lollipop. I merged this journal in the humdrum how again, I made purchase of the rowdy-dow, thus combining the three periodical show. Lastly, I effected a bargain for the sole remaining rival, and united all the literature of the country in one magnificent magazine known everywhere as the Rowdy-dow Lollipop Humdrum and Goose-the-Rumfoodle. Yes, I have made history. My fame is universal. It extends to the uttermost ends of the earth. You cannot take up a common newspaper in which you shall not see some allusion to the immortal Thingumbob. It is Mr. Thingumbob said so, and Mr. Thingumbob wrote this, and Mr. Thingumbob did that, but I am meek, and expire with an humble heart. After all, what is it thy's indescribable something which men will persist in terming genius, I agree with Buffon with Hogarth, it is but diligence after all. Look at me how I laboured, how I toiled, how I wrote, ye gods, did I not write? I knew not the word ease. By day I adhered to my desk, and at night a pale student, I consumed the midnight oil. You should have seen me. Should I lean to the right, I leaned to the left. I sat forward, I sat backward, I sat upon end, I sat teat basie, as they have it in the Kickapoo, bowing my head close to the alabaster page, and through all wrote, through joy and through sorrow, wrote, through hunger and through thirst, wrote, through good report and through ill report, wrote, through sunshine and through moonshine, wrote. What I wrote, it is unnecessary to say the style that was the thing. I caught it from Fat Quickwizfiz, and I am giving you a specimen of it now. How to write a Blackwood article. In the name of the prophet figs. Cry of the Turkish fig peddler. I presume everybody has heard of me. My name is the Signora Psyche Zenobia. This I know to be a fact. Nobody but my enemies ever calls me Sucky snobs. I have been assured that Sucky is but a vulgar corruption of Psyche, which is good Greek, and means the soul. That's me, I am all soul, and sometimes a butterfly, which latter meaning undoubtedly alludes to my appearance in my new crimson satin dress, with the sky-blue Arabian mantelet, and the trimmings of green agrafas, and the 7 flounces of orange-colored auriculas. As for snobs, any person who should look at me would be instantly aware that my name wasn't Snobs. Miss Tabitha Turnip propagated that report through she. Envy Tabitha Turnip, indeed, oh the little wretch. But what can we expect from a turnip wonder if she remembers the old adage about blood out of a turnip? Roman 100 mem, put her in mind of it, the first opportunity mem again pull her nose. Where was I? I have been assured that Snobs is a mere corruption of Zenobia, and that Zenobia was a queen. So am Roman 1 Dr. Moneypenny always calls me the queen of the hearts, and that Zenobia as well as Psyche is good Greek, and that my father was a Greek, and that consequently I have a right to our patronymic, which is Zenobia, and not by any means Snobs. Nobody but Tabitha Turnip calls me Sucky Snobs. I am the Signora Psyche Zenobia. As I said before, everybody has heard of me. I am that very Signora Psyche Zenobia, so justly celebrated as corresponding secretary to the Philadelphia Regular Exchange, Teetotal Young Belles, Letters Universal Experimental Bibliographical Association, To civilize humanity, Dr. Moneypenny made the title for us, and says he chose it because it sounded big like an empty rumpuncheon, a vulgar man, that sometimes but he's deep. We all sign the initials of the society after our names in the fashion of the R.S., a Royal Society of Arts, S. Roman 500 UK Society, for the diffusion of useful knowledge, see Roman 100. Dr. Moneypenny says that S stands for stale, and that Roman 500 UK spells duck, but it don't that S Roman 500 UK stands for stale duck, and not for Lord Brougham's society. But then Dr. Moneypenny is such a queer man that I am never sure when he is telling me the truth. At any rate, we always add to our names the initials PRETTYB Roman 50 UEB AT Roman 100 H. That to say Philadelphia Regular Exchange, T Total Young Bells, Letters Universal Experimental Bibliographical Association, to civilize humanity, one letter for each word, which is a decided improvement upon Lord Brougham. Dr. Moneypenny will have it that our initials give our true character, but for my life, I can't see what he means. Notwithstanding the good offices of the doctor and the strenuous exertions of the association to get itself into notice, it met with no very great success. Until I joined it, the truth is the members indulged in too flippant a tone of discussion. The papers read every Saturday evening were characterized less by depth than buffoonery. They were all whipped syllabub. There was no investigation of first causes, first principles. There was no investigation of anything at all. There was no attention paid to that great point, the fitness of things. In short, there was no fine writing like this. It was all lovery, no profundity, no reading, no metaphysics, nothing which the learned call spirituality, and which the unlearned choose to stigmatize as cant. Dr. Roman 1000 says I ought to spell cant with a capital K, but I know better. When I joined the society, it was my endeavor to introduce a better style of thinking and writing, and all the world knows how well I have succeeded. We get up as good papers now in the PRETTYB Roman 50 UEB AT Roman 100 H as any to be found even in Blackwood. I say Blackwood because I have been assured that the finest writing upon every subject is to be discovered in the pages of that justly celebrated magazine. We now take it for our model upon all themes, and are getting into rapid notice accordingly. And after all, it's not so very difficult a matter to compose an article of the genuine Blackwood stamp, if one only goes properly about it. Of course, I don't speak of the political articles. Everybody knows how they are managed, since Dr. Moneypenny explained it. Mr. Blackwood has a pair of tailor shears and 3 apprentices who stand by him for orders. One hands him the Times, another the Examiner, and a third, a Cully's new compendium of slangwang. Mr. B merely cuts out and intersperses. It is soon do nothing but Examiner slangwang and Times, then Times slangwang and Examiner, and then Times Examiner and slangwang. But the chief merit of the magazine lies in its miscellaneous articles, and the best of these come under the head of what Dr. Moneypenny calls the bizarreries, whatever that may mean, and what everybody else calls the intensities. This is a species of writing which I have long known how to appreciate, although it is only since my late visit to Mr. Blackwood, deputed by the Society, that I have been made aware of the exact method of composition. This method is very simple, but not so much so as the politics. Upon my calling at Mr. B.S. and making known to him the wishes of the Society, he received me with great civility, took me into his study, and gave me a clear explanation of the whole process. "My dear madam," said he, evidently struck with my majestic appearance, for I had on the crimson satin with the green agraffas and orange-colored auriclas. "My dear madam," said he, "sit down. The matter stands thus. In the first place, your writer of intensities must have very black ink, and a very big pen with a very blunt nib. And mark me, Miss Psyche Zenobia," he continued after a pause, with the most expressive energy and solemnity of manner, "mark me, that pen must never be mended. Herein, madam, lies the secret, the soul of intensity. I assume upon myself to say that no individual of however great genius ever wrote with a good pen. Understand me, good article. You may take it for granted that when manuscript can be read, it is never worth reading. This is a leading principle in our faith, to which, if you cannot readily assent, our conference is at an end." He paused, but of course, as I had no wish to put an end to the conference, I assented to a proposition so very obvious and one too of whose truth I had all along been sufficiently aware. He seemed pleased, and went on with his instructions. It may appear invidious in me, Miss Psyche Zenobia, to refer you to any article or set of articles in the way of model or study, yet perhaps I may as well call your attention to a few cases. Let me see. There was the Dead Alive, a capital thing record of a gentleman's sensations, when entombed before the breath was out of his body full of tastes, terror, sentiment, metaphysics, and erudition. You would have sworn that the writer had been born and brought up in a coffin. Then we had the Confessions of an Opium Eater, fine, very fine, glorious imagination, deep philosophy, acute speculation, plenty of fire and fury, and a good spicing of the decidedly unintelligible that was a nice bit of flummery, and went down the throats of the people delightfully. They would have it that Coleridge wrote the paper, but not so. It was composed by my pet baboon Juniper over a rummer of Hollands and water hot, without sugar. This I could scarcely have believed had it been anybody but Mr. Blackwood who assured me of it. Then there was the Involuntary Experimentalist, all about a gentleman who got baked in an oven and came out alive and well, although certainly done to a turn. And then there was the Diary of a Late Physician, where the merit lay in good rant and indifferent Greek, both of them taking things with the public. And then there was The Man in the Bell, a paper by Thebe, Miss Zenobia, which I cannot sufficiently recommend to your attention. It is the history of a young person who goes to sleep under the clapper of a church bell and is awakened by its tolling for a funeral. The sound drives him mad, and accordingly, pulling out his tablets, he gives a record of his sensations. Sensations are the great things after all. Should you ever be drowned or hung, be sure and make a note of your sensations. They will be worth to you 10 guineas a sheet. If you wish to write forcibly, Miss Zenobia, pay minute attention to the sensations. That I certainly will, Mr. Blackwood, said Roman. One good, he replied. I see you are a pupil after my own heart, but I must put you au fait to the details necessary in composing what may be denominated a genuine Blackwood article of the sensations stamp, the kind which you will understand me to say I consider the best for all purposes. The first thing requisite is to get yourself into such a scrape as no one ever got into before. The oven, for instance, that was a good hit. But if you have no oven or big bell at hand, and if you cannot conveniently tumble out of a balloon or be swallowed up in an earthquake or get stuck fast in a chimney, you will have to be contented with simply imagining some similar misadventure. I should prefer, however, that you have the actual fact to bear you out. Nothing so well assists the fancy as an experimental knowledge of the matter in hand. Truth is strange, you know, stranger than fiction, besides being more to the purpose. Here I assured him I had an excellent pair of garters, and would go and hang myself forthwith. Good, he replied. Do so, though hanging is somewhat hackneyed perhaps. You might do better take a dose of Brandreth's pills, and then give us your sensations. However, my instructions will apply equally well to any variety of misadventure, and in your way home you may easily get knocked in the head, or run over by an omnibus, or bitten by a mad dog, or drowned in a gutter. But to proceed. Having determined upon your subject, you must next consider the tone or manner of your narration. There is the tone didactic, the tone enthusiastic, the tone natural or commonplace. Enough, but then there is the tone laconic or curt, which has lately come much into use. It consists in short sentences, somehow thus can't be too brief, can't be too snappish, always a full stop, and never a paragraph. Then there is the tone elevated, diffusive, and interjectional. Some of our best novelists patronize this tone. The words must be all in a whirl like a humming top, and make a noise very similar, which answers remarkably well, instead of meaning. This is the best of all possible styles, where the writer is in too great a hurry to think. The tone metaphysical is also a good one. If you know any big words, this is your chance for them. Talk of the Ionic and Eleatic schools, Archytas, Gorgias, and Alcmaeon. Say something about objectivity and subjectivity. Be sure and abuse a man named Locke. Turn up your nose at things in general, and when you let slip anything a little too absurd, you need not be at the trouble of scratching it out, but just add a footnote and say that you are indebted for the above profound observation to the critic der Reinem Vernunft, or to the Metaphysite Anfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaft. This would look erudite and frank. There are various other tones of equal celebrity, but I shall mention only two more: the tone transcendental, and the tone heterogeneous. In the former, the merit consists in seeing into the nature of affairs a very great deal farther than anybody else. This second sight is very efficient. When properly managed, a little reading of the dial will carry you a great way. Eschew, in this case, big words, get them as small as possible, and write them upside down. Look over Channing's poems, and quote what he says about a fat little man with a delusive show of can. Put in something about the supernal oneness. Don't say a syllable about the infernal two-ness. Above all, study innuendo. Hint everything. Gassert nothing. If you feel inclined to say bread and butter, do not, by any means, say it outright. You may say anything and everything approaching to bread and butter. You may hint at buckwheat cake, or you may even go so far as to insinuate oatmeal porridge. But if bread and butter be your real meaning, be cautious, my dear Miss Psyche, not on any account to say bread and butter. I assured him that I should never say it again as long as I lived. He kissed me and continued. As for the tone heterogeneous, it is merely a judicious mixture in equal proportions of all the other tones in the world, and is consequently made up of everything deep, great, odd, piquant, pertinent, and pretty. Let us suppose now you have determined upon your incidents, and tone the most important portion. In fact, the soul of the whole business is yet to be attended to. I allude to the filling up. It is not to be supposed that a lady or gentleman either has been leading the life of a bookworm, and yet above all things it is necessary that your article have an air of erudition, or at least afford evidence of extensive general reading. Now ill put you in the way of accomplishing this point. See here, pulling down some 3 or 4 ordinary-looking volumes and opening them at random. By casting your eye down almost any page of any book in the world, you will be able to perceive at once a host of little scraps of either learning or bellesperitism, which are the very thing for the spicing of a Blackwood article. You might as well note down a few while I read them to you. I shall make 2 divisions. First, piquant facts for the manufacture of similes, and second, piquant expressions to be introduced as occasion may require. Write no, and I wrote as he dictated. Piquant facts for similes. There were originally but 3 muses: melit, neme, ademeditation, memory, and singing. You may make a good deal of that little fact if properly worked. You see, it is not generally known, and looks research. You must be careful and give the thing with a downright improviso air. Again, the river Alpheus passed beneath the sea and emerged without injury to the purity of its waters, rather stale, that to be sure, but if properly dressed and dished up, will look quite as fresh as ever. Here is something better. The Persian iris appears to some persons to possess a sweet and very powerful perfume, while to others it is perfectly scentless. Fine that and very delicate. Turn it about a little, and it will do wonders. Well, have something else in the botanical line. There's nothing goes down so well, especially with the help of a little Latin rite. The Epidendrum flos eris of Java bears a very beautiful flower, and will live when pulled up by the roots. The natives suspend it by a cord from the ceiling, and enjoy its fragrance for years. That's capital. That will do for the similes. Now for the piquant expressions. Piquant expressions, the venerable Chinese novel Ju Cairo Roman 51. Good. By introducing these few words with dexterity, you will evince your intimate acquaintance with the language and literature of the Chinese. With the aid of this, you may either get along without either Arabic or Sanskrit or Chickasaw. There is no passing muster, however, without Spanish, Italian, German, Latin, and Greek. I must look you out a little specimen of each. Any scrap will answer, because you must depend upon your own ingenuity to make it fit into your article. Now write. Aussi tender que zeras tender as Zaire. French alludes to the frequent repetition of the phrase la tendre Zaire in the French tragedy. Of that name properly introduced will show not only your knowledge of the language, but your general reading and wit. You can say, for instance, that the chicken you were eating. Write an article about being choked to death by a chicken bone was not altogether aussi tender que Zaire. Write. Van muert tan escondido. Que no te sienta venir. Pork el placer del Marius. No mestorn a dar la vida. That's Spanish from Miguel de Cervantes. Come quickly, O death, but be sure, and don't let me see you coming, lest the pleasure I shall feel at your appearance should unfortunately bring me back again to life. This you may slip in quite apropos when you are struggling in the last agonies with the chicken bone right. Il pover uomo chi non sen era accorto. Andava combattendo e era morto. That's Italian, you perceive from Ariosto. It means that a great hero in the heat of combat, not perceiving that he had been fairly killed, continued to fight valiantly dead. As he was the application of this to your own case, is obvious for, I trust, Miss Psyche, that you will not neglect to kick, for at least an hour and a half, after you have been choked to death, by that chicken bone pleased to write. Unsturbich dark, no sturbich den. Durch sie durch sei. That's German from Schiller, and if I die at least I die verthiefe thee. Here it is clear that you are apostrophizing the cause of your disaster, the chicken. Indeed, what gentleman or lady, either of sense, wouldn't die, I should like to know, for a well-fattened capon of the right Malacca breed, stuffed with capers and mushrooms, and served up in a salad bowl with orangegeles and masaches. Right, you can get them that way at Tortoni's, right, if you please. Here is a nice little Latin phrase, and rare too. One can't be too research or brief in one's Latin. It's getting so common. Ignoratio elenchi. He has committed an ignoratio elenchithat, is to say he has understood the words of your proposition, but not the idea. The man was a fool. You see, some poor fellow whom you address while choking with that chicken bone, and who therefore didn't precisely understand what you were talking about, throw the ignoratio elenchi in his teeth, and at once you have him annihilated. If he dares to reply, you can tell him from Lucan, here it is, that speeches are mere anemone, verborum anemone, words. The anemone with great brilliancy has no smell, or, if he begins to bluster, you may be down upon him with insomnia Javis reveries of Jupiter, a phrase which Silius Italicus see here applies to thoughts pompous and inflated. This will be sure and cut him to the heart. He can do nothing but roll over and die. Will you be kind enough to write? In Greek, we must have something pretty from Demosthenes. For example, Aner o fugon kai palin maxetai. There is a tolerably good translation of it in Hudibras. For he that flies may fight again, which he can never do that's slain. In a Blackwood article, nothing makes so fine a show as your Greek. The very letters have an air of profundity about them. Only observe, madam, the astute look of that epsilon. That phi ought certainly to be a bishop. Was ever there a smarter fellow than that omicron? Just twig that tau. In short, there is nothing like Greek for genuine sensation paper. In the present case, your application is the most obvious thing in the world. Rap out the sentence with a huge oath, and by way of ultimatum, at the good-for-nothing dunderheaded villain who couldn't understand your plain English. In relation to the chicken bone, hell, take the hint, and be off, you may depend upon it. These were all the instructions Mr. B could afford me upon the topic in question, but I felt they would be entirely sufficient. I was at length able to write a genuine Blackwood article, and determined to do it forthwith. In taking leave of me, Mr. B made a proposition for the purchase of the paper when written, but as he could offer me only 50 guineas a sheet, I thought it better to let our society have it than sacrifice it for so paltry a sum. Notwithstanding this niggardly spirit, however, the gentleman showed his consideration for me in all other respects, and indeed treated me with the greatest civility. His parting words made a deep impression upon my heart, and I hope I shall always remember them with gratitude. My dear Miss Zenobia, he said, while the tears stood in his eyes, is there anything else I can do to promote the success of your laudable undertaking? Let me reflect. It is just possible that you may not be able so soon as convenient to touch it yourself, drowned or choked with a chicken bone or a hungerbitten by a but stay now, I think me of it. There are a couple of very excellent bulldogs in the yard, fine fellows, I assure you, savage and all. That indeed just the thing for your moneythile. Have you eaten up auricula? And all in less than 5 minutes. Here's my watch end. Then only think of the sensations here. I say, Tom Peter Dick, you villain, let out those. But as I was really in a great hurry, and had not another moment to spare, I was reluctantly forced to expedite my departure, and accordingly took leave at once, somewhat more abruptly, I admit, than strict courtesy would have otherwise allowed. It was my primary object, upon quitting Mr. Blackwood, to get into some immediate difficulty pursuant to his advice, and with this view I spent the greater part of the day in wandering about Edinburgh, seeking for desperate adventures adequate to the intensity of my feelings, and adapted to the vast character of the article I intended to write in. This excursion I was attended by one Negro servant Pompey and my little lapdog Diana, whom I had brought with me from Philadelphia. It was not, however, until late in the afternoon that I fully succeeded in my arduous undertaking an important event. Then happened of which the following Blackwood article in the tone heterogeneous is the substance and result. A predicament. What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus comers? It was a quiet and still afternoon when I strolled forth in the goodly city of Edina. The confusion and bustle in the streets were terrible. Men were talking, women were screaming, children were choking, pigs were whistling carts, they rattled bulls, they bellowed cows, they lowed horses, they neighed cats, they caterwauled dogs, they danced. Could it then be possible? Danced, alas, thought I, my dancing days are over thus. It is ever what a host of gloomy recollections will ever and anon be awakened in the mind of genius and imaginative contemplation, especially of a genius doomed to the everlasting and eternal and continual, and as one might say, the continuedize, the continued and continuous, bitter, harassing, disturbing, and if I may be allowed the expression, the very disturbing influence of the serene and godlike, and heavenly and exalted and elevated and purifying effect of what may be rightly termed the most enviable, the most truly enviable, nay, the most benignly beautiful, the most deliciously ethereal, and as it were the most pretty, if I may use so bold an expression, thing, pardon me, gentle reader, in the world, but I am always led away by my feelings in such a mind. I repeat, what host of recollections are stirred up by a trifle. The dogs danced, I could not, they frisked, I wept, they capered, I sobbed, aloud, touching circumstances, which cannot fail to bring to the recollection of the classical reader that exquisite passage in relation to the fitness of things, which is to be found in the commencement of the 3rd volume of that admirable and venerable Chinese novel, The Joe Goes Slow. In my solitary walk through the city I had 2 humble but faithful companions, Diana, my poodle, sweetest of creatures. She had a quantity of hair over her one eye, and a blue ribbon tied fashionably around her neck. Diana was not more than 5 inches in height, but her head was somewhat bigger than her body, and her tail, being cut off exceedingly close, gave an air of injured innocence to the interesting animal, which rendered her a favorite with all. And Pompey, my negro sweet Pompey, how shall I ever forget the eye had taken Pompey's arm? He was 3 feet in height, I like to be particular, and about 70 or perhaps 80 years of age. He had bow legs, and was corpulent. His mouth should not be called small, nor his ears short. His teeth, however, were like pearl, and his large, full eyes were deliciously white. Nature had endowed him with no neck, and had placed his ankles, as usual with that race, in the middle of the upper portion of the feet. He was clad with a striking simplicity. His sole garments were a stock of 9 inches in height, and a nearly new drab overcoat, which had formerly been in the service of the tall, stately, and illustrious Dr. Moneypenny. It was a good overcoat, it was well cut, it was well made, the coat was nearly new. Pompey held it up out of the dirt with both hands. There were 3 persons in our party, and 2 of them have already been the subject of remark. There was a third. That person was myself. I am the Signora Psyche Zenobia. I am not sucky snobs. My appearance is commanding on the memorable occasion of which I speak. I was habited in a crimson satin dress, with a sky-blue Arabian mantelet, and the dress had trimmings of green agrafas and 7 graceful flounces of the orange-colored auricula. I thus formed the third of the party. There was the poodle, there was Pompey, there was myself. We were 3, thus, it is said, there were originally but 3 furies, melty nimi and heady meditation, memory and fiddling. Leaning upon the arm of the gallant Pompey, and attended at a respectable distance by Diana, I proceeded down one of the populous and very pleasant streets of the now deserted Edina. On a sudden, there presented itself to view a church, a Gothic cathedral, vast, venerable, and with a tall steeple which towered into the sky. What madness now possessed me? Why did I rush upon my fate? I was seized with an uncontrollable desire to ascend the giddy pinnacle, and then survey the immense extent of the city. The door of the cathedral stood invitingly open. My destiny prevailed. I entered the ominous archway, where then was my guardian Angelif. Indeed, such angels there be. If distressing monosyllable, what world of mystery and meaning and doubt and uncertainty is there involved in thy 2 letters? I entered the ominous archway. I entered, and without injury to my orange-colored auriculars, I passed beneath the portal and emerged within the vestibule. Thus, it is said the immense river Alfred passed unscathed and unwetted beneath the sea. I thought the staircase would never have an end round. Yes, they went round and up and round and up and round and up, until I could not help surmising with the sagacious Pompey, upon whose supporting arm I leaned, in all the confidence of early affection, I could not help surmising that the upper end of this continuous spiral ladder had been accidentally or perhaps designedly removed. I paused for breath, and in the meantime an accident occurred of too momentous a nature in a moral, and also in a metaphysical point of view, to be passed over without notice. It appeared to me, indeed, I was quite confident of the fact I could not be mistaken. Oh, I had for some moments carefully and anxiously observed the motions of my Diana. I say that I could not be mistaken. Diana smelt a rat. At once I called Pompey's attention to the subject, and he agreed with me. There was then no longer any reasonable room for doubt. The rat had been smelled, and, by Diana, heavens, shall I ever forget the intense excitement of the moment? Alas, what is the boasted intellect of man? The rat-eat was there, that is to say, it was somewhere. Diana smelled the rat. I could not. Thus, it is said, the Prussian Isis has for some persons a sweet and very powerful perfume, while to others it is perfectly scentless. The staircase had been surmounted, and there were now only 3 or 4 more upward steps intervening between us and the summit. We still ascended, and now only one step remained. One step, one little step, upon one such little step, in the great staircase of human life. How vast a sum of human happiness or misery depends. I thought of myself, then of Pompey, and then of the mysterious and inexplicable destiny which surrounded us. I thought of Pompeiola's, I thought of love, I thought of my many false steps which have been taken, and may be taken again. I resolved to be more cautious, more reserved. I abandoned the arm of Pompey, and without his assistance, surmounted the one remaining step, and gained the chamber of the belfry. I was followed immediately afterward by my poodle. Pompey alone remained behind. I stood at the head of the staircase, and encouraged him to ascend. He stretched forth to me his hand, and unfortunately, in so doing, was forced to abandon his firm hold upon the overcoat. Will the gods never cease their persecution? The overcoat is dropped, and with one of his feet, Pompey stepped upon the long and trailing skirt of the overcoat. He stumbled, and felt his consequence was inevitable. He fell forward, and with his accursed head striking me full in thane, the breast precipitated me headlong together with himself upon the hard, filthy, and detestable floor of the belfry. But my revenge was sure, sudden and complete. Seizing him furiously by the wool with both hands, I tore out a vast quantity of black and crisp and curling material, and tossed it from me with every manifestation of disdain. It fell among the ropes of the belfry, and remained. Pompey arose, and said no word, but he regarded me piteously with his large eyes, and sighed. Ye gods, that sigh! It sunk into my heart, and the hair's wool could I have reached, that wool, I would have bathed it with my tears in testimony of regret. But alas, it was now far beyond my grasp, as it dangled among the cordage of the bell. I fancied it alive. I fancied that it stood on end with indignation. Thus the happy-dandy flows heiress of Java bears, it is said, a beautiful flower, which will live when pulled up by the roots. The natives suspend it by a cord from the ceiling, and enjoy its fragrance for years. Our quarrel was now made up, and we looked about the room for an aperture through which to survey the city of Edina. Windows there were none. The sole light admitted into the gloomy chamber proceeded from a square opening about a foot in diameter, at a height of about 7 feet from the floor. Yet what will the energy of true genius not effect? I resolved to clamber up to this hole. A vast quantity of wheels, pinions, and other cabalistic-looking machinery stood opposite the hole close to it, and through the hole there passed an iron rod from the machinery between the wheels and the wall. Where the hole lay, there was barely room for my body. I was desperate and determined to persevere. I called Pompey to my side. You perceive that aperture, Pompey? I wish to look through it. You will stand here just beneath the haliso. Now hold out one of your hands, Pompey, and let me step upon it. Thus, now the other hand, Pompey, and with its aid I will get upon your shoulders. He did everything I wished, and I found upon getting up that I could easily pass my head and neck through the aperture. The prospect was sublime. Nothing could be more magnificent. I merely paused a moment to bid Diana behave herself, and assure Pompey that I would be considerate and bear as lightly as possible upon his shoulders. I told him I would be tender of his feeling saucy tender beefsteak. Having done this justice to my faithful friend, I gave myself up with great zest and enthusiasm to the enjoyment of the scene which so obligingly spread itself out before my eyes. Upon this subject, however, I shall forbear to dilate. I will not describe the city of Edinburgh. Every one has been to the city of Edinburgh. Every one has been to Edinburgh Classic Edina. I will confine myself to the momentous details of my own lamentable adventure, having in some measure satisfied my curiosity in regard to the extent, situation, and general appearance of the city. I had leisure to survey the church in which I was, and the delicate architecture of the steeple. I observed that the aperture through which I had thrust my head was an opening in the dial plate of a gigantic clock, and must have appeared from the street as a large keyhole, such as we see in the face of the French watches. No doubt, the true object was to admit the arm of an attendant to adjust, when necessary, the hands of the clock. From within, I observed also with surprise the immense size of these hands, the longest of which could not have been less than 10 feet in length, and where broadest 8 or 9 inches in breadth. They were of solid steel apparently, and their edges appeared to be sharp. Having noticed these particulars, and some others, I again turned my eyes upon the glorious prospect below, and soon became absorbed in contemplation. From this, after some minutes, I was aroused by the voice of Pompey, who declared that he could stand it no longer, and requested that I would be so kind as to come down. This was unreasonable, and I told him so. In a speech of some length he replied, but with an evident misunderstanding of my ideas upon the subject. I accordingly grew angry, and told him in plain words that he was a fool, that he had committed an ignoramus ecclenchi, that his notions were mere insomere bovis, and his words little better than an enemiraborum. With this, he appeared satisfied, and I resumed my contemplations. It might have been half an hour after this altercation, when, as I was deeply absorbed in the heavenly scenery beneath me, I was startled by something very cold, which pressed with a gentle pressure on the back of my neck. It is needless to say that I felt inexpressibly alarmed. I knew that Pompey was beneath my feet, and that Diana was sitting, according to my explicit directions, upon her hind legs in the farthest corner of the room. What could it be? Alas, I but too soon discovered. Turning my head gently to one side, I perceived to my extreme horror that the huge glittering cimeter-like minute hand of the clock had in the course of its hourly revolution descended upon my neck. There was, I knew not, a second to be lost. I pulled back at answer, but it was too late. There was no chance of forcing my head through the mouth of that terrible trap in which it was so fairly caught, and which grew narrower and narrower with a rapidity too horrible to be conceived. The agony of that moment is not to be imagined. I threw up my hands, and endeavored with all my strength to force upward the ponderous iron bar. I might as well have tried to lift the cathedral itself. Down, down, down. It came closer, and yet closer. I screamed to Pompey for aid, but he said that I had hurt his feelings by calling him an ignorant old squinty. I yelled to Diana, but she only said bow wow, and that I had told her on no account to stir from the corner. Thus, I had no relief to expect from my associates. Meantime, the ponderous and terrific scythe of time, for I now discovered the literal import of that classical phrase, had not stopped, nor was it likely to stop in its career. Down, and still down it came. It had already buried its sharp edge a full inch in my flesh, and my sensations grew indistinct and confused. At one time, fancied myself in Philadelphia with the stately Dr. Moneypenny, at another in the back parlor of Mr. Blackwood, receiving his invaluable instructions. And then again the sweet recollection of better and earlier times came over me, and I thought of that happy period when the world was not all a desert and Pompey not altogether cruel. The ticking of the machinery amused me, I say, for my sensations now bordered upon perfect happiness, and the most trifling circumstances afforded me pleasure. The eternal click-clack of the clock was the most melodious of music in my ears, and occasionally even put me in mind of the graceful sermonic harangues of Dr. Alipod. Then there were the great figures upon the dial plate. How intelligent, how intellectual they all looked, and presently they took to dancing the mazurka, and I think it was the figure Roman 5 who performed the most to my satisfaction. She was evidently a lady of breeding, none of your swaggerers, and nothing at all indelicate in her motions. She did the pirouette to admiration, whirling round upon her apex. I made an endeavor to hand her a chair, for I saw that she appeared fatigued with her exertions, and it was not until then that I fully perceived my lamentable situation. Lamentable, indeed. The bar had buried itself 2 inches in my neck. I was aroused to a sense of exquisite pain. I prayed for death, and in the agony of the moment could not help repeating those exquisite verses of the poet Miguel de Cervantes. Vani buren tan escondida, query no te senti veni, pork and pleasure deli mori, nami torni dari witty. But now a new horror presented itself, and one indeed sufficient to startle the strongest nerves. My eyes, from the cruel pressure of the machine, were absolutely starting from their sockets. While I was thinking how I should possibly manage without them, one actually tumbled out of my head, and rolling down the steep side of the steeple lodged in the rain gutter, which ran along the eaves of the main building. The loss of the eye was not so much as the insolent air of independence and contempt with which it regarded me after it was out there. It lay in the gutter just under my nose, and the airs it gave itself would have been ridiculous had they not been disgusting. Such a winking and blinking were never before seen. This behavior on the part of my eye in the gutter was not only irritating on account of its manifest insolence and shameful ingratitude, but was also exceedingly inconvenient on account of the sympathy which always exists between 2 eyes of the same head, however far apart. I was forced, in a manner, to wink and to blink whether I would or not, in exact concert with the scoundrelly thing that lay just under my nose. I was presently relieved, however, by the dropping out of the other eye. In falling, it took the same direction, possibly a concerted plot, as its fellow. Both rolled out of the gutter together, and in truth, I was very glad to get rid of them. The bar was now 4 inches and a half deep in my neck, and there was only a little bit of skin to cut through. My sensations were those of entire happiness, for I felt that in a few minutes at farthest I should be relieved from my disagreeable situation, and in this expectation I was not at all deceived. At 25 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, precisely, the huge, minute hand had proceeded sufficiently far on its terrible revolution to sever the small remainder of my neck. I was not sorry to see the head, which had occasioned me so much embarrassment, at length make a final separation from my body. It first rolled down the side of the steeple, then lodged for a few seconds in the gutter, and then made its way with a plunge into the middle of the street. I will candidly confess that my feelings were now of the most singular, the most mysterious, the most perplexing and incomprehensible character. My senses were here and there at one and the same moment with my head. I imagined at one time that I, the head, was the real Signora Psyche Zenobia. At another, I felt convinced that myself, the body, was the proper identity. To clear my ideas on this topic, I felt in my pocket for my snuff-box, but upon getting it and endeavoring to apply a pinch of its grateful contents in the ordinary manner, I became immediately aware of my peculiar deficiency, and threw the box at once down to my head. It took a pinch with great satisfaction, and smiled me an acknowledgment in return. Shortly afterward, it made me a speech which I could hear, but indistinctly, without ears. I gathered enough, however, to know that it was astonished at my wishing to remain alive under such circumstances. In the concluding sentences, it quoted the noble words of Ariosto: Il pover hami chi non sira corti, and have a combat tenti uri morti, thus comparing me to the hero who, in the heat of the combat, not perceiving that he was dead, continued to contest the battle with inextinguishable valor. There was nothing now to prevent my getting down from my elevation, and I did so. What it was that Pompey saw so very peculiar in my appearance, I have never yet been able to find out. The fellow opened his mouth from ear to ear and shut his 2 eyes as if he were endeavoring to crack nuts between the lids. Finally, throwing off his overcoat, he made one spring for the staircase and disappeared. I hurled after the scoundrel these vehement words of Demosthenes: Andrew O'Phlegethon, you really make haste to fly. And then turned to the darling of my heart, to the one-eyed, the shaggy-haired Diana. Alas, what a horrible vision affronted my eyes! Was that a rat I saw skulking into his hole? Are these the picked bones of the little angel who has been cruelly devoured by the monster? Ye gods, And what do I beholdies that the departed spirit, the shade, the ghost of my beloved puppy, which I perceive sitting with a grace so melancholy in the corner, hearken, for she speaks, and heavens, it is in the German of Schiller. Unstubby duck, so stubby done. Ducksy, ducksy. Alas, and are not her words too true? And if I died, at least I died. For thiefer thee. Sweet creature, she too has sacrificed herself in my behalf, dogless, niggerless, headless. What now remains for the unhappy Signora Psyche, Zenobia? Alas, nothing I have done. Mystification. Slid, if these be your passados and montantes, ill, have none owe them. Ned Knowles. The Baron Ritzner von Jung was a noble Hungarian family, every member of which, at least as far back into antiquity as any certain records extend, was more or less remarkable for talent of some description, majority for that species of grotesquerie, in conception of which Tyche, a scion of the house, has given a vivid, although by no means the most vivid exemplifications. My acquaintance with Ritzner commenced at the magnificent Chateau Jung, into which a train of droll adventures not to be made public threw me during the summer months of the year 18. Here it was that I obtained a place in his regard, and here, with somewhat more difficulty, a partial insight into his mental conformation in later days. This insight grew more clear as the intimacy which had at first permitted it became more close. And when after 3 years' separation we met at Gien, I knew all that it was necessary to know of the character of the Baron Ritzner von Jung. I remember the buzz of curiosity which his advent excited within the college precincts on the night of the 25th of June. I remember still more distinctly that while he was pronounced by all parties at first sight the most remarkable man in the world, no person made any attempt at accounting for his opinion that he was unique appeared so undeniable that it was deemed impertinent to inquire wherein the uniquity consisted. But letting this matter pass for the present, I will merely observe that, from the first moment of his setting foot within the limits of the university, he began to exercise over the habits, manners, persons, purses, and propensities of the whole community, which surrounded him, an influence the most extensive and despotic, yet at the same time the most indefinite and altogether unaccountable. Thus, the brief period of his residence at the university forms an era in its annals, and is characterized by all classes of people appertaining to it or its dependencies as that very extraordinary epoch forming the domination of the Baron Ritzner von Jung. Upon his advent to Gien, he sought me out in my apartments. He was then of no particular age, by which I mean that it was impossible to form a guess respecting his age by any data personally afforded. He might have been 15 or 50, and was 21 years and 7 months. He was by no means a handsome man, perhaps the reverse. The contour of his face was somewhat angular and harsh. His forehead was lofty and very fair, his nose a snub, his eyes large, heavy, glassy, and meaningless about the mouth. There was more to be observed. The lips were gently protruded, and rested the one upon the other after such a fashion that it is impossible to conceive any even the most complex combination of human features conveying so entirely and so singly the idea of unmitigated gravity, solemnity, and repose. It will be perceived, no doubt, from what I have already said, that the Baron was one of those human anomalies now and then to be found, who make the science of mystification the study and the business of their lives. For this science, a peculiar turn of mind gave him instinctively the cue, while his physical appearance afforded him unusual facilities for carrying his prospects into effect. I firmly believe that no student at Gien during that renowned epoch, so quaintly termed the domination of the Baron Ritzner von Jung, ever rightly entered into the mystery which overshadowed his character. I truly think that no person at the university, with the exception of myself, ever suspected him to be capable of a joke, verbal or practical. The old bulldog at the garden gate would sooner have been accused the ghost of Heraclitus, the wig of the emeritus professor of theology. This too, when it was evident that the most egregious and unpardonable of all conceivable tricks, whimsicalities, and buffooneries were brought about, if not directly by him, at least plainly through his intermediate agency or connivance. The beauty, if I may so call it, of his art mystique lay in that consummate ability, resulting from an almost intuitive knowledge of human nature, and a most wonderful self-possession, by means of which he never failed to make it appear that the drolleries he was occupied in bringing to a point arose partly in spite, and partly in consequence of the laudable efforts he was making for their prevention, and for the preservation of the good order and dignity of alma mater, the deep, the poignant, the overwhelming mortification, which upon each such failure of his praise-worthy endeavors would suffuse every lineament of his countenance, left not the slightest room for doubt of his sincerity in the bosoms of even his most skeptical companions. The adroitness, too, was no less worthy of observation by which he contrived to shift the sense of the grotesque from the creator to the created, from his own person to the absurdities to which he had given rise. In no instance before that of which I speak have I known the habitual mystific escape the natural consequence of his manoeuvres. Attachment of the ludicrous to his own character and person, continually enveloped in an atmosphere of whim, my friend appeared to live only for the severities of society, and not even his own household have for a moment associated other ideas than those of the rigid and august with the memory of the Baron Ritzner von Jung. During the epoch of his residence at Gien, it really appeared that the demon of the dolce far niente lay like an incubus upon the university. Nothing at least was done beyond eating and drinking, and making merry. The apartments of the students were converted into so many pothouses, and there was no pothouse of them all more famous or more frequented than that of the Baron. Our carousals here were many and boisterous and long, and never unfruitful of events. Upon one occasion we had protracted our sitting until nearly daybreak, and an unusual quantity of wine had been drunk. The company consisted of 7 or 8 individuals besides the Baron and myself. Most of these were young men of wealth, of high connection, of great family pride, and all alive with an exaggerated sense of honor. They abounded in the most ultra-German opinions respecting the duello. To these quixotic notions, some recent Parisian publications, backed by 3 or 4 desperate and fatal rencounters at Gien, had given new vigor and impulse, and thus the conversation during the greater part of the night had run wild upon the all-engrossing topic of the times. The Baron, who had been unusually silent and abstracted in the earlier portion of the evening, at length seemed to be aroused from his apathy, took a leading part in the discourse, and dwelt upon the benefits, and more especially upon the beauties of the received code of etiquette, in passages of arms, with an ardor and eloquence and impressiveness, and an affectionateness of manner, which elicited the warmest enthusiasm from his hearers in general, and absolutely staggered even myself, who well knew him to be at heart a ridiculer of those very points for which he contended, and especially to hold the entire fanfaronade of dueling etiquette in the sovereign contempt which it deserves. Looking around me during a pause in the Baron's discourse, of which my readers may gather some faint idea when I say that it bore resemblance to the fervid chanting, monotonous, yet musical sermonic manner of Coleridge, I perceived symptoms of even more than the general interest in the countenance of one of the party. This gentleman, whom I shall call Hermann, was an original in every respect except, perhaps, in the single particular that he was a very great fool. He contrived to bear, however, among a particular set at the university, a reputation for deep metaphysical thinking, and I believe for some logical talent. As a duelist, he had acquired great renown. Even at Gien, I forget the precise number of victims who had fallen at his hands, but they were many. He was a man of courage, undoubtedly, but it was upon his minute acquaintance with the etiquette of the duello and the nicety of his sense of honor that he most especially prided himself. These things were a hobby which he rode to the death. To Ritzner, ever upon the lookout for the grotesque, his peculiarities had for a long time past afforded food for mystification. Of this, however, I was not aware, although, in the present instance, I saw clearly that something of a whimsical nature was upon the tapis with my friend, and that Hermann was its especial object. As the former proceeded in his discourse, or rather monologue, I perceived the excitement of the latter momently increasing. At length he spoke, offering some objection to a point insisted upon by R, and giving his reasons in detail. To these the Baron replied at length, still maintaining his exaggerated tone of sentiment, and concluding in what I thought very bad taste with a sarcasm and a sneer. The hobby of Hermann now took the bit in his teeth. This I could discern by the studied hair-splitting. Farrago of his rejoinder, his last words, I distinctly remember your opinions allow me to say Baron von Jung, although in the main correct, are in many nice points discreditable to yourself, and to the university of which you are a member in a few respects. They are even unworthy of serious refutation. I would say more than this, sir. Were it not for the fear of giving you offense here, the speaker smiled blandly. I would say, sir, that your opinions are not the opinions to be expected from a gentleman. As Hermann completed this equivocal sentence, all eyes were turned upon the Baron. He became pale, then excessively red, then dropping his pocket handkerchief, stooped to recover it, when I caught a glimpse of his countenance, while it could be seen by no one else. At the table it was radiant with the quizzical expression which was its natural character, but which I had never seen it assume, except when we were alone together. And when he unbent himself freely, in an instant afterward, he stood erect confronting Hermann. And so total an alteration of countenance in so short a period, I certainly never saw before. For a moment I even fancied that I had misconceived him, and that he was in sober earnest. He appeared to be stifling with passion, and his face was cadaverously white. For a short time he remained silent, apparently striving to master his emotion. Having at length seemingly succeeded, he reached a decanter which stood near him, saying, as he held it firmly clenched the language, "You have thought proper to employ Mynheer Hermann. In addressing yourself to me is objectionable in so many particulars that I have neither temper nor time for specification. That my opinions, however, are not the opinions to be expected from a gentleman is an observation so directly offensive as to allow me. But one line of conduct, some courtesy nevertheless, is due to the presence of this company, and to yourself at this moment. As my guest, you will pardon me therefore, if upon this consideration I deviate slightly from the general usage among gentlemen in similar cases of personal affront. You will forgive me for the moderate tax I shall make upon your imagination, and endeavor to consider for an instant the reflection of your person in yonder mirror, as the living Mynheer Hermann himself. This being done, there will be no difficulty whatever. I shall discharge this decanter of wine at your image in yonder mirror, and thus fulfill all the spirit, if not the exact letter of resentment for your insult, while the necessity of physical violence to your real person will be obviated." With these words, he hurled the decanter full of wine against the mirror, which hung directly opposite Hermann, striking the reflection of his person with great precision, and of course shattering the glass into fragments. The whole company at once started to their feet, and with the exception of myself and Ritzner, took their departure. As Hermann went out, the Baron whispered me that I should follow him and make an offer of my services. To this I agreed, not knowing precisely what to make of so ridiculous a piece of business. The duellist accepted my aid with his stiff and ultra-recherche air, and taking my arm led me to his apartment. I could hardly forbear laughing in his face, while he proceeded to discuss, with the profoundest gravity, what he termed the refinedly peculiar character of the insult he had received. After a tiresome harangue in his ordinary style, he took down from his book shelves a number of musty volumes on the subject of the duello, entertained me for a long time with their contents, reading aloud and commenting earnestly. As he read, I can just remember the titles of some of the works. There were the Ordinance of Philip le Bel on Single Combat, the Theatre of Honor by Favin, and a treatise on the Permission of Duels by Andegeyer. He displayed also with much pomposity Brantôme's Memoirs of Duels, published at Cologne 1666, in the types of Elzevira, precious and unique vellum paper volume with a fine margin and bound by Derome. But he requested my attention particularly, and with an air of mysterious sagacity, to a thick octavo written in barbarous Latin by one Hedelin, a Frenchman, and having the quaint title Duelli lex scripta et non alliteration. From this he read me one of the drollest chapters in the world concerning injurii per applicationem per constructionem et per se, about half of which he averred was strictly applicable to his own refinedly peculiar case, although not one syllable of the whole matter could I understand for the life of me. Having finished the chapter, he closed the book, and demanded what I thought necessary to be done. I replied that I had entire confidence in his superior delicacy of feeling, and would abide by what he proposed. With this answer, he seemed flattered, and sat down to write a note to the Baron. It ran thus: "Sir, my friend Roman 1000p will hand you this note, I find it incumbent upon me to request at your earliest convenience an explanation of this evening's occurrences at your chambers. In the event of your declining this request, Mr. P. will be happy to arrange with any friend whom you may appoint the steps preliminary to a meeting. With sentiments of perfect respect, your most humble servant, Johann Hermanns. To the Baron Ritzner von Jung. August 18th, 18. Not knowing what better to do, I called upon Ritzner with this epistle. He bowed, as I presented it, then with a grave countenance, motioned me to a seat. Having perused the cartel, he wrote the following reply, which I carried to Hermann. Sir, through our common friend Mr. P., I have received your note of this evening. Upon due reflection, I frankly admit the propriety of the explanation you suggest. This being admitted, I still find great difficulty owing to the refinedly peculiar nature of our disagreement and of the personal affront offered on my part in so wording what I have to say by way of apology as to meet all the minute exigencies and all the variable shadows of the case. I have great reliance, however, on that extreme delicacy of discrimination in matters appertaining to the rules of etiquette, for which you have been so long and so preeminently distinguished with perfect certainty. Therefore, of being comprehended, I beg leave, in lieu of offering any sentiments of my own, to refer you to the opinions of Sieur Hedelin, as set forth in the 9th paragraph of the chapter of injuriae per applicationem per constructionem, et per se in his duly lex scripta, et non alliteration. The nicety of your discernment in all the matters here treated will be sufficient, I am assured, to convince you that the mere circumstance of me referring you to this admirable passage ought to satisfy your request as a man of honor for explanation. With sentiments of profound respect, your most obedient servant, von Jung. The Herr Johann Hermanns. August 18th, 18. Hermann commenced the perusal of this epistle with a scowl which, however, was converted into a smile of the most ludicrous self-complacency, as he came to the rigmarole about injuriae per applicationem per constructionem et per se. Having finished reading, he begged me, with the blandest of all possible smiles, to be seated, while he made reference to the treatise in question. Turning to the passage specified, he read it with great care to himself, then closed the book, and desired me in my character of confidential acquaintance to express to the Baron von Jung his exalted sense of his chivalrous behavior, and in that of second to assure him that the explanation offered was of the fullest, the most honorable, and the most unequivocally satisfactory nature. Somewhat amazed at all this, I made my retreat to the Baron. He seemed to receive Hermann's amicable letter as a matter of course, and after a few words of general conversation went to an inner room and brought out the everlasting treatise, duly lex scripta et non alliteration. He handed me the volume and asked me to look over some portion of it. I did so, but to little purpose, not being able to gather the least particle of meaning. He then took the book himself and read me a chapter aloud. To my surprise, what he read proved to be a most horribly absurd account of a duel between two baboons. He now explained the mystery, showing that the volume, as it appeared prima facie, was written upon the plan of the nonsense verses of Du Bartas. That is to say, the language was ingeniously framed so as to present to the ear all the outward signs of intelligibility and even of profundity, while in fact not a shadow of meaning existed. The key to the whole was found in leaving out every second and third word alternately, when there appeared a series of ludicrous quizzes upon a single combat, as practiced in modern times. The Baron afterwards informed me that he had purposely thrown the treatise in Hermann's way 2 or 3 weeks before the adventure, and that he was satisfied from the general tenor of his conversation that he had studied it with the deepest attention, and firmly believed it to be a work of unusual merit. Upon this hint, he proceeded, Hermann would have died 1,000 deaths rather than acknowledge his inability to understand anything and everything in the universe that had ever been written about the duello. Diddling, considered as one of the exact sciences. Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. Since the world began, there have been 2 Jeremies. The one wrote a Jeremiad about usury, and was called Jeremy Bentham. He has been much admired by Mr. John Neal, and was a great man in a small way. The other gave name to the most important of the exact sciences, and was a great man in a great way, I may say indeed, in the very greatest of ways. Diddlinger, the abstract idea conveyed by the verb to diddle, is sufficiently well understood, yet the fact, the deed, the thing diddling, is somewhat difficult to define. We may get, however, at a tolerably distinct conception of the matter in hand, by defining not the thing diddling in itself but man, as an animal that diddles. Had Plato but hit upon this, he would have been spared the affront of the picked chicken. Very pertinently, it was demanded of Plato why a picked chicken, which was clearly a biped without feathers, was not, according to his own definition, a man. But I am not to be bothered by any similar query. Man is an animal that diddles, and there is no animal that diddles but man. It will take an entire hencoop of picked chickens to get over that. What constitutes the essence, the nair, the principle of diddling, is in fact peculiar to the class of creatures that wear coats and pantaloons. A crow thieves a fox, cheats a weasel, outwits a man. Diddles to diddle is his destiny. Man was made to mourn, says the poet, but not so was made to diddle. This is his aim, his object, his end. And for this reason, when a man's diddled, we say he's done. Diddling, rightly considered, is a compound of which the ingredients are minuteness, interest, perseverance, ingenuity, audacity, nonchalance, originality, impertinence, and grin. Minuteness. Your diddler is minute. His operations are upon a small scale. His business is retail for cash or approved paper at sight. Should he ever be tempted into magnificent speculation, he then at once loses his distinctive features and becomes what we term financier. This latter word conveys the diddling idea in every respect, except that of magnitude. A diddler may thus be regarded as a banker in petto, a financial operation, as a diddle at Brobdingnag. The one is to the other as Homer to Flacuses, a mastodon to a Mausias, the tail of a comet to that of a pig. Interest. Your diddler is guided by self-interest. He scorns to diddle for the mere sake of the diddle. He has an object in view. His pocketan. Yours. He regards always the main chance. He looks to number one, you are number two, and must look to yourself. Perseverance. Your diddler perseveres. He is not readily discouraged. Should even the banks break, he cares nothing about it. He steadily pursues his end. And uncanny's accorio nunquam absteribiter unct. So he never lets go of his game. Ingenuity. Your diddler is ingenious. He has constructiveness large. He understands plot. He invents and circumvents. Were he not Alexander, he would be Diogenes. Were he not a diddler, he would be a maker of patent rat traps or an angler for trout. Audacity. Your diddler is audacious. He is a bold man. He carries the war into Africa. He conquers all by assault. He would not fear the daggers of Frey Heron. With a little more prudence, Dick Turpin would have made a good diddler. With a trifle less blarney, Daniel O'Connell. With a pound or two more brains, Charles XII. Nonchalance. Your diddler is nonchalant. He is not at all nervous. He never had any nerves. He is never seduced into a flurry. He is never put out unless put out of doors. He is cool as a cucumber. He is calm as a smile from Lady Berry. He is easy as an old glove, or the damsels of ancient Bai. Originality. Your diddler is original conscientiously, so his thoughts are his own. He would scorn to employ those of another. A stale trick is his aversion. He would return a purse, I am sure, upon discovering that he had obtained it by an unoriginal diddle. Impertinence. Your diddler is impertinent. He swaggers. He sets his arms akimbo. He thrusts his hands in his trousers pockets. He sneers in your face. He treads on your corns. He eats your dinner. He drinks your wine. He borrows your money. He pulls your nose. He kicks your poodle. And he kisses your wife. Grin. Your true diddler wins up all with a grin, but this nobody sees but himself. He grins when his daily work is done, when his allotted labors are accomplished at night in his own closet, and altogether for his own private entertainment. He goes home, he locks his door, he divests himself of his clothes, he puts out his candle, he gets into bed, he places his head upon the pillow. All this done, and your diddler grins. This is no hypothesis, it is a matter of course. I reason a priori, and a diddle would be no diddle without a grin. The origin of the diddle is referable to the infancy of the human race. Perhaps the first diddler was Adam. At all events, we can trace the science back to a very remote period of antiquity. The moderns, however, have brought it to a perfection never dreamed of by our thick-headed progenitors. Without pausing to speak of the old saws, therefore, I shall content myself with a compendious account of some of the more modern instances. A very good diddle is this: a housekeeper in want of a sofa, for instance, is seen to go in and out of several cabinet warehouses. At length she arrives at one, offering an excellent variety. She is accosted and invited to enter by a polite and voluble individual at the door. She finds a sofa well adapted to her views, and upon inquiring the price is surprised and delighted to hear a sum named at least 20% lower than her expectations. She hastens to make the purchase, gets a bill and receipt, leaves her address with a request that the article be sent home as speedily as possible, and retires. Amid a profusion of bows from the shopkeeper, the night arrives, and no sofa. A servant is sent to make inquiry about the delay. The whole transaction is denied. No sofa has been sold, no money received except by the diddler who played shopkeeper for the nonce. Our cabinet warehouses are left entirely unattended, and thus afford every facility for a trick of this kind. Visitors enter, look at furniture, and depart unheeded and unseen. Should anyone wish to purchase or to inquire the price of an article, a bell is at hand, and this is considered amply sufficient. Again, quite a respectable diddle is this: a well-dressed individual enters a shop, makes a purchase to the value of $1, finds much to his vexation that he has left his pocketbook in another coat pocket, and so says to the shopkeeper, "My dear sir, never mind, just oblige me, will you, by sending the bundle home. But stay, I really believe that I have nothing less than a $5 bill. Even there, however, you can send $4 in change with the bundle, you know." "Very good, sir," replies the shopkeeper, who entertains at once a lofty opinion of the high-mindedness of his customer. "I know fellows," he says to himself, "who would just have put the goods under their arm and walked off with a promise to call and pay the $1 as they came by in the afternoon." A boy is sent with the parcel and change on the route. Quite accidentally, he is met by the purchaser, who exclaims, "Ah, this is my bundle. I see. I thought you had been home with it long ago. Well, go on. My wife, Mrs. Trotter, will give you the $5. I left instructions with her to that effect. The change you might as well give to me. I shall want some silver for the post office." "Very good one, too. Is this a good quarter? 3/4. Quite right. Say to Mrs. Trotter that you met me, and be sure now, and do not loiter on the way." The boy doesn't loiter at all, but he is a very long time in getting back from his errand, for no lady of the precise name of Mrs. Trotter is to be discovered. He consoles himself, however, that he has not been such a fool as to leave the goods without the money, and re-entering his shop with a self-satisfied air, feels sensibly hurt and indignant when his master asks him what has become of the change. A very simple diddle indeed is this. The captain of a ship which is about to sail is presented by an official-looking person with an unusually moderate bill of city charges, glad to get off so easily and confused by 100 duties pressing upon him all at once. He discharges the claim forthwith. In about 15 minutes another and less reasonable bill is handed him by one who soon makes it evident that the first collector was a diddler, and the original collection a diddle. And here, too, is a somewhat similar thing. A steamboat is casting loose from the wharf. A traveler, portmanteau in hand, is discovered running toward the wharf at full speed. Suddenly, he makes a dead halt, stoops, and picks up something from the ground in a very agitated manner. It is a pocketbook, and has any gentleman lost a pocketbook? He cries. No one can say that he has exactly lost a pocketbook, but a great excitement ensues when the treasure trove is found to be of value. The boat, however, must not be detained. "Time and tide wait for no man," says the captain. "For God's sake, stay only a few minutes," says the finder of the book. "The true claimant will presently appear." "Can't wait," replies the man in authority. "Cast off their die here." "What am I to do?" asks the finder in great tribulation. "I am about to leave the country for some years, and I cannot conscientiously retain this large amount in my possession. I beg your pardon, sir." Here he addresses a gentleman on shore. "But you have the air of an honest man. Will you confer upon me the favor of taking charge of this pocketbook? I know I can trust you, and of advertising it. the notes you see amount to a very considerable sum. The owner will no doubt insist upon rewarding you for your trouble. Menno, it was you who found the book. Well, if you must have it so, I will take a small reward just to satisfy your scruples. Let me see, these notes are all hundreds plus my soul. 100 is too much to take. 50 would be quite enough, I am sure. Cast off there, says the captain. But then I have no change for 100, and upon the whole you had better. Cast off there, says the captain. Never mind, cries the gentleman on shore, who has been examining his own pocketbook for the last minute or so. Never mind, I can fix either. Is a 50 on the Bank of North America. Throw the book. And the overconscientious finder takes the 50 with marked reluctance and throws the gentleman the book as desired, while the steamboat fumes and fizzes on her way in. About half an hour after her departure, the large amount is seen to be a counterfeit presentment, and the whole thing a capital diddle. A bold diddle is this. A camp meeting or something similar is to be held at a certain spot, which is accessible only by means of a free bridge. A diddler stations himself upon this bridge, respectfully informs all passers-by of the new county law, which establishes a toll of 1 cent for foot passengers, 2 for horses and donkeys, and so forth, and so forth. Some grumble, but all submit, and the diddler goes home a wealthier man by some $50 or $60 well earned. This, taking a toll from a great crowd of people, is an excessively troublesome thing. A neat diddle is this. A friend holds one of the diddler's promises to pay filled up and signed in due form upon the ordinary blanks printed in red ink. The diddler purchases 1 or 2 dozen of these blanks, and every day dips one of them in his soup, makes his dog jump for it, and finally gives it to him as a bon vouch. The note arriving at maturity, the diddler with the diddler's dog calls upon the friend, and the promise to pay is made the topic of discussion. The friend produces it from his escritoire, and is in the act of reaching it to the diddler when up jumps the diddler's dog, and devours it forthwith. The diddler is not only surprised, but vexed and incensed at the absurd behavior of his dog, and expresses his entire readiness to cancel the obligation at any moment, when the evidence of the obligation shall be forthcoming. A very mean diddle is this. A lady is insulted in the street by a diddler's accomplice. The diddler himself flies to her assistance, and giving his friend a comfortable thrashing, insists upon attending the lady to her own door. He bows with his hand upon his heart and most respectfully bids her adieu. She entreats him as her deliverer to walk in and be introduced to her big brother and her papa. With a sigh he declines to do so. Is there no way then, sir, she murmurs, in which I may be permitted to testify my gratitude? Why, yes, madam, there is. Will you be kind enough to lend me a couple of shillings? In the first excitement of the moment, the lady decides upon fainting outright. Upon second thought, however, she opens her purse strings and delivers the specie. Now this, I say, is a diddle minute. For 1 entire moiety of the sum borrowed has to be paid to the gentleman who had the trouble of performing the insult, and who had then to stand still and be thrashed for performing it. Rather a small but still a scientific diddle is this. The diddler approaches the bar of a tavern and demands a couple of twists of tobacco. These are handed to him, when having slightly examined them he says, I don't much like this tobacco. Here, take it back, and give me a glass of brandy and water in its place. The brandy and water is furnished and imbibed, and the diddler makes his way to the door, but the voice of the tavern keeper arrests him. I believe, sir, you have forgotten to pay for your brandy and water. Pay for my brandy and water? Didn't I give you the tobacco for the brandy and water? What more would you have? But, sir, if you please, I don't remember that you paid me for the tobacco. What do you mean by that, you scoundrel? Didn't I give you back your tobacco? Isn't that your tobacco lying there? Do you expect me to pay for what I did not take? But, sir, says the publican, now rather at a loss what to say. But, sir. But me no, but, sir, interrupts the diddler, apparently in very high dudgeon, and slamming the door after him as he makes his escape. But me no, but, sir, and none of your tricks upon travellers. Here again is a very clever diddle, of which the simplicity is not its least recommendation. A purse or pocketbook being really lost, the loser inserts, in one of the daily papers of a large city, a fully descriptive advertisement. Whereupon our diddler copies the facts of this advertisement with a change of heading of general phraseology, and address the original, for instance, is long, and verbose is headed a pocketbook lost, and requires the treasure when found to be left at no 1 Tom Street. The copy is brief, and being headed with lost only indicates no 2 Dick or no 3 Harry Street as the locality at which the owner may be seen. Moreover, it is inserted in at least 5 or 6 of the daily papers of the day, while in point of time, it makes its appearance only a few hours after the original. Should it be read by the loser of the purse, he would hardly suspect it to have any reference to his own misfortune. But of course the chances are 5 or 6 to 1 that the finder will repair to the address given by the diddler rather than to that pointed out by the rightful proprietor. The former pays the reward, pockets the treasure, and decamps. Quite an analogous diddle is this: a lady of ton has dropped somewhere in the street a diamond ring of very unusual value. For its recovery, she offers some $40 or $50 reward, giving in her advertisement a very minute description of the gem and of its settings, and declaring that on its restoration at no so and so in such and such avenue, the reward would be paid instanter, without a single question being asked. During the lady's absence from home a day or 2 afterwards, a ring is heard at the door of no so and so in such and such avenue. A servant appears, the lady of the house is asked for, and is declared to be out, at which astounding information the visitor expresses the most poignant regret. His business is of importance, and concerns the lady herself. In fact, he had the good fortune to find her diamond ring, but perhaps it would be as well that he should call again. By no means, says the servant, and by no means, says the lady's sister and the lady's sister-in-law, who are summoned forthwith. The ring is clamorously identified, the reward is paid, and the finder nearly thrust out of doors. The lady returns and expresses some little dissatisfaction with her sister and sister-in-law, because they happen to have paid $40 or $50 for a facsimile of her diamond ring, facsimile made out of real pinchbeck and unquestionable paste. But as there is really no end to diddling, so there would be none to this essay, were I even to hint at half the variations or inflections of which this science is susceptible. I must bring this paper perforce to a conclusion, and this I cannot do better than by a summary notice of a very decent, but rather elaborate diddle, of which our own city was made the theatre not very long ago, and which was subsequently repeated with success in other still more verdant localities of the Union. A middle-aged gentleman arrives in town from parts unknown. He is remarkably precise, cautious, staid, and deliberate in his demeanor. His dress is scrupulously neat, but plain, unostentatious. He wears a white cravat, an ample waistcoat made with an eye to comfort alone, thick-soled, cozy-looking shoes and pantaloons without straps. He has the whole air, in fact, of your well-todo, sober-sided, exact, and respectable man of business par excellentione, of the stern and outwardly hard, internally soft sort of people that we see in the crack high comedies fellows, whose words are so many bonds, and who are noted for giving away guineas in charity with the one hand, while in the way of mere bargain they exact the uttermost fraction of a farthing with the other. He makes much ado before he can get suited with a boarding house. He dislikes children. He has been accustomed to quiet. His habits are methodical, and then he would prefer getting into a private and respectable small family. Piously inclined terms, however, are no objectionly. He must insist upon settling his bill on the 1st of every month. It is now the 2nd, and begs his landlady, when he finally obtains one to his mind, not on any account to forget his instructions upon this point, but to send in a bill and receipt precisely at 10 o'clock on the 1st day of every month, and under no circumstances to put it off to the 2nd. These arrangements made, our man of business rents an office in a reputable rather than a fashionable quarter of the town. There is nothing he more despises than pretense. Where there is much show, he says, there is seldom anything very solid behind an observation, which so profoundly impresses his landlady's fancy that she makes a pencil memorandum of it forthwith in her great family Bible on the broad margin of the Proverbs of Solomon. The next step is to advertise after some such fashion as this: in the principal business 6 pennies of the sithe pennies are eschewed as not respectable, and as demanding payment for all advertisements in advance our man of business, holds it as a point of his faith that work should never be paid for until done. Wanted the advertisers being about to commence extensive business operations in this city will require the services of 3 or 4 intelligent and competent clerks, to whom a liberal salary will be paid, the very best recommendations not so much for capacity as for integrity will be expected indeed, as the duties to be performed involve high responsibilities and large amounts of money must necessarily pass through the hands of those engaged. It is deemed advisable to demand a deposit of $50 from each clerk employed. No person need apply therefore who is not prepared to leave this sum in the possession of the advertisers, and who cannot furnish the most satisfactory testimonials of morality. Young gentlemen piously inclined will be preferred. Application should be made between the hours of 10 and 11, a Roman 1000, and 4 and 5 p. Roman 1000 of Messrs. Boggs, Hogs, Logs, Frogs Co. No. 110, Dog Street. By the 31st day of the month, this advertisement has brought to the office of Messrs. Boggs, Hogs, Logs, Frogs, and Company some 15 or 20 young gentlemen piously inclined. But our man of business is in no hurry to conclude a contract with any. No man of business is ever precipitate, and it is not until the most rigid catechism in respect to the piety of each young gentleman's inclination that his services are engaged and his $50 receipted for just by way of proper precaution on the part of the respectable firm of Boggs, Hogs, Logs, Frogs and Company on the morning of the first day of the next month. The landlady does not present her bill, according to promisee, a piece of neglect, for which the comfortable head of the house ending in Oggs would no doubt have chided her severely, could he have been prevailed upon to remain in town a day or two for that purpose. As it is, the constables have had a sad time of it running hither and thither, and all they can do is to declare the man of business most emphatically a hen nihilbe, which some persons imagine them to imply that in fact he is n.e. Roman 1, by which again the very classical phrase non est inventus is supposed to be understood. In the meantime, the young gentlemen one and all are somewhat less piously inclined than before, while the landlady purchases a shilling's worth of the Indian rubber, and very carefully obliterates the pencil memorandum that some fool has made in her great family Bible on the broad margin of the Proverbs of Solomon. The angel of the odds. An extravaganza. It was a chilly November afternoon. I had just consummated an unusually hearty dinner, of which the dyspeptic truff formed not the least important item, and was sitting alone in the dining-room with my feet upon the fender, and at my elbow a small table which I had rolled up to the fire, and upon which were some apologies for dessert, with some miscellaneous bottles of wine, spirit, and liqueur. In the morning I had been reading Glover's Leonidas Wilkie's Epigoniad, Lamartine's Pilgrimage, Barlow's Columbiad, Tuckerman's Sicily, and Griswold's Curiosities. I am willing to confess, therefore, that I now felt a little stupid. I made effort to arouse myself by aid of frequent Lafitte, and all failing, I betook myself to a stray newspaper in despair, having carefully perused the column of houses to let, and the column of dogs lost, and then the 2 columns of wives and apprentices runaway. I attacked with great resolution the editorial matter, and reading it from beginning to end without understanding a syllable, conceived the possibility of its being Chinese, and so reread it from the end to the beginning, but with no more satisfactory result. I was about throwing away in disgust this folio of 4 pages happy work, which not even critics criticize, when I felt my attention somewhat aroused by the paragraph which follows. The avenues to death are numerous and strange. A London paper mentions the decease of a person from a singular cause. He was playing at puff the dart, which is played with a long needle, inserted in some worsted and blown at a target through a tin tube. He placed the needle at the wrong end of the tube, and drawing his breath strongly to puff the dart forward with force, drew the needle into his throat. It entered the lungs, and in a few days killed him. Upon seeing this, I fell into a great rage, without exactly knowing why. This thing, I exclaimed, is a contemptible falsehood, a poor hoax, lees of the invention of some pitiable Pennylinoroff, some wretched concoctor of accidents in Cacaney. These fellows, knowing the extravagant gullibility of the age, set their wits to work in the imagination of improbable possibilities of odd accidents, as they term them. But to a reflecting intellect like mine, I added in parenthesis, putting my forefinger unconsciously to the side of my nose, to a contemplative understanding such as I myself possess, it seems evident at once that the marvelous increase of late in these odd accidents is by far the oddest accident of all. For my own part, I intend to believe nothing henceforward that has anything of the singular about it. Mein Gott den Vat avul ubes for dat, replied one of the most remarkable voices I ever heard. At first I took it for a rumbling in my ear, such as a man sometimes experiences when getting very drunk, but upon second thought, I considered the sound as more nearly resembling that which proceeds from an empty barrel beaten with a big stick, and in fact this I should have concluded it to be, but for the articulation of the syllables and words. I am by no means naturally nervous, and the very few glasses of Lafitte which I had sipped served to embolden me no little, so that I felt nothing of trepidation, but merely uplifted my eyes with a leisurely movement, and looked carefully around the room for the intruder. I could not, however, perceive anyone at all. Humph, resumed the voice, as I continued my survey, you muse be so dronk as de pig den, for not see me, as I zit here at your side. Hereupon I bethought me of looking immediately before my nose, and there sure enough, confronting me at the table, sat a personage nondescript, although not altogether indescribable. His body was a winepipe or a rumpuncheon or something of that character, and had a truly Falstaffian air. In its nether extremity were inserted two kegs, which seemed to answer all the purposes of legs for arms. There dangled from the upper portion of the carcass two tolerably long bottles, with the necks outward for hands. All the head that I saw the monster possessed of was one of those Hessian canteens, which resemble a large snuff-box with a hole in the middle of the Roman 549. This canteen, with a funnel on its top, like a cavalier cap slouched over the eyes, was set on edge upon the puncheon with the hole toward myself, and through this hole, which seemed puckered up like the mouth of a very precise old maid, the creature was emitting certain rumbling and grumbling noises, which he evidently intended for intelligible talk. I say, said he, you mos p dronk as de pig vor zit der, and not zie me zit air, and I say do you mos p pigger voel, as de goose vor te de spellief, vat is print in de print tis de truth dat, it Isbury vord arbit. Who are you, pray, said I with much dignity, although somewhat puzzled. How did you get here, and what is it you are talking about? As vor ou I kom die air, replied the figure, dat is none of your peatsness, and as vor vat I be talking about, I be talk about vat I tink proper, and as vor who I be vi dat is de very ting I kom die here for to let you see for yourself. You are a drunken vagabond, said I, and I shall ring the bell and order my footman to kick you into the street. He said the fellow, who dat you can't do. Can't do, said I, what do you mean I can't do what? Ring de bell, he replied, attempting a grin with his little villainous mouth. Upon this, I made an effort to get up in order to put my threat into execution, but the ruffian just reached across the table very deliberately, and hitting me a tap on the forehead with the neck of one of the long bottles, knocked me back into the armchair from which I had half arisen. I was utterly astounded, and for a moment was quite at a loss what to do. In the meantime, he continued his talk. You see, said he, it is t best vor zit still, and now you shall know who I p. Look at me, z, I am t, angel of t odd. And odd enough too, I ventured to reply, but I was always under the impression that an angel had wings. T wing, he cried, highly incensed, vat I p do mit t, wing main got, do you take me for a chicken? No, I replied, much alarmed, you are no chicken, certainly not. Well den zit still, and behave yourself, or ill rap you again mid me vist. It is t chicken, ob t wing un t owl ob t wing un t imp ob t wing un t headtuful ob t wing t angel ob not t wing, and I am t angel of t odd. And your business with me at present, Isis? My peatsness, ejaculated the thing, vi vat a low-bred buppy you mos p vor, to ask a gentleman and an angel about his peatsiness. This language was rather more than I could bear even from an angel, so plucking up courage, I seized a salt-cellar which lay within reach, and hurled it at the head of the intruder. Either he dodged, however, or my aim was inaccurate, for all I accomplished was the demolition of the crystal which protected the dial of the clock upon the mantelpiece. As for the angel, he evinced his sense of my assault by giving me 2 or 3 hard consecutive raps upon the forehead, as before these reduced me at once to submission, and I am almost ashamed to confess that either through pain or vexation there came a few tears into my eyes. "Mein Gott," said the angel of the odd, apparently much softened at my distress. "Mein Gott, man, is Edgar ferry dronk or ferry sorry? You mos not trink it so strong, you mos put tea water in tea wine here trink, dis, like a gut veller, und don't gry nodont." Hereupon the angel of the odd replenished my goblet, which was about 1/3 full of port, with a colorless fluid that he poured from one of his hand bottles. I observed that these bottles had labels about their necks, and that these labels were inscribed Kirchenwasser. The considerate kindness of the angel mollified me in no little measure, and aided by the water with which he diluted my port, more than once I at length regained sufficient temper to listen to his very extraordinary discourse. I cannot pretend to recount all that he told me, but I gleaned from what he said that he was the genius who presided over the contretemps of mankind, and whose business it was to bring about the odd accidents which are continually astonishing the skeptic. Once or twice, upon my venturing to express my total incredulity in respect to his pretensions, he grew very angry indeed, so that at length I considered it the wiser policy to say nothing at all, and let him have his own way. He talked on therefore at great length, while I merely leaned back in my chair with my eyes shut, and amused myself with munching raisins, and filliping the stems about the room. But by and by the angel suddenly construed this behavior of mine into contempt. He arose in a terrible passion, slouched his funnel down over his eyes, swore a vast oath, uttered a threat of some character, which I did not precisely comprehend, and finally made me a low bow, and departed, wishing me in the language of the Archbishop in Gil Blas beaucoup de bonheur et un peu plus de bon sens. His departure afforded me relief. The very few glasses of Lafitte that I had sipped had the effect of rendering me drowsy, and I felt inclined to take a nap of some 15 or 20 minutes, as is my custom after dinner at 6. I had an appointment of consequence, which it was quite indispensable that I should keep. The policy of insurance for my dwelling house had expired the day before, and some dispute having arisen, it was agreed that at 6 I should meet the board of directors of the company and settle the terms of a renewal. Glancing upward at the clock on the mantelpiece, for I felt too drowsy to take out my watch, I had the pleasure to find that I had still 25 minutes to spare. It was 5:30. I could easily walk to the insurance office in 5 minutes, and my usual siestas had never been known to exceed 25. I felt sufficiently safe therefore, and composed myself to my slumbers forthwith. Having completed them to my satisfaction, I again looked toward the timepiece, and was half inclined to believe in the possibility of odd accidents, when I found that instead of my ordinary 15 or 20 minutes, I had been dozing only 3, for it still wanted 7:20 of the appointed hour. I betook myself again to my nap, and at length a second time awoke, when to my utter amazement it still wanted 27 minutes of 6. I jumped up to examine the clock, and found that it had ceased running. My watch informed me that it was 7:30, and of course, having slept 2 hours, I was too late for my appointment. "It will make no difference," I said. "I can call at the office in the morning, and apologize in the meantime. What can be the matter with the clock?" Upon examining it, I discovered that one of the raisin stems, which I had been filliping about the room during the discourse of the angel of the odd, had flown through the fractured crystal, and lodging singularly enough in the keyhole, with an end projecting outward, had thus arrested the revolution of the minute hand. "Ah," said I see how it is. This thing speaks for itself, a natural accident, such as will happen now and then." I gave the matter no further consideration, and at my usual hour retired to bed. Here, having placed a candle upon a reading stand at the bed head, and having made an attempt to peruse some pages of the Omnipresence of the Deity, I unfortunately fell asleep in less than 20 seconds, leaving the light burning as it was. My dreams were terrifically disturbed by visions of the angel of the odd. Methought he stood at the foot of the couch, drew aside the curtains, and in the hollow, detestable tones of a rum puncheon menaced me with the bitterest vengeance For the contempt with which I had treated him, he concluded a long harangue by taking off his funnel cap, inserting the tube into my gullet, and thus deluging me with an ocean of Kirschenwasser, which he poured in a continuous flood from one of the long-necked bottles that stood him instead of an arm. My agony was at length insufferable, and I awoke just in time to perceive that a rat had ran off with the lighted candle from the stand, but not in season to prevent his making his escape with it through the hole. Very soon a strong, suffocating odor assailed my nostrils. The house, I clearly perceived, was on fire. In a few minutes the blaze broke forth with violence, and in an incredibly brief period the entire building was wrapped in flames. All egress from my chamber, except through a window, was cut off. The crowd, however, quickly procured and raised a long ladder. By means of this I was descending rapidly and in apparent safety, when a huge hog, about whose rotund stomach, and indeed about whose whole air and physiognomy, there was something which reminded me of the angel of the odd one. This hog, I say, which hitherto had been quietly slumbering in the mud, took it suddenly into his head that his left shoulder needed scratching, and could find no more convenient rubbing post than that afforded by the foot of the ladder. In an instant I was precipitated, and had the misfortune to fracture my arm. This accident, with the loss of my insurance, and with the more serious loss of my hair, the whole of which had been singed off by the fire, predisposed me to serious impressions, so that finally I made up my mind to take a wife. There was a rich widow disconsolate for the loss of her 7th husband, and to her wounded spirit I offered the balm of my vows. She yielded a reluctant consent to my prayers. I knelt at her feet in gratitude and adoration. She blushed and bowed her luxuriant tresses into close contact with those supplied me temporarily by Grangian. I know not how the entanglement took place, but so it was. I arose with a shining pate, wigless, she in disdain and wrath half buried in alien hair. Thus ended my hopes of the widow, by an accident which could not have been anticipated, to be sure, but which the natural sequence of events had brought about. Without despairing, however, I undertook the siege of a less implacable heart. The fates were again propitious for a brief period, but again a trivial incident interfered. Meeting my betrothed in an avenue thronged with the elite of the city, I was hastening to greet her with one of my best considered bows, when a small particle of some foreign matter, lodging in the corner of my eye, rendered me for the moment completely blind. Before I could recover my sight, the lady of my love had disappeared, irreparably affronted at what she chose to consider my premeditated rudeness in passing her by ungreeted, while I stood bewildered at the suddenness of this accident, which might have happened nevertheless to anyone under the sun. And while I still continued incapable of sight, I was accosted by the angel of the odd, who proffered me his aid. With a civility which I had no reason to expect, he examined my disordered eye with much gentleness and skill, informed me that I had a drop in it, and whatever a drop was took it out, and afforded me relief. I now considered it high time to die, since fortune had so determined to persecute me, and accordingly made my way to the nearest river, here divesting myself of my clothes, for there is no reason why we cannot die. As we were born, I threw myself headlong into the current, the sole witness of my fate being a solitary crow that had been seduced into the eating of brandisaturated corn, and so had staggered away from his fellows. No sooner had I entered the water than this bird took it into its head to fly away with the most indispensable portion of my apparel. Postponing, therefore, for the present my suicidal design, I just slipped my nether extremities into the sleeves of my coat, and betook myself to a pursuit of the felon with all the nimbleness which the case required, and its circumstances would admit. But my evil destiny attended me still, as I ran at full speed, with my nose up in the atmosphere and intent only upon the purloiner of my property. I suddenly perceived that my feet rested no longer upon terra firma. The fact is, I had thrown myself over a precipice, and should inevitably have been dashed to pieces, but for my good fortune in grasping the end of a long guide rope, which depended from a passing balloon. As soon as I sufficiently recovered my senses to comprehend the terrific predicament in which I stood, or rather hung, I exerted all the power of my lungs to make that predicament known to the Ronot overhead. But for a long time I exerted myself in vain. Either the fool could not, or the villain would not perceive me. Meantime the machine rapidly soared, while my strength even more rapidly failed. I was soon upon the point of resigning myself to my fate, dropping quietly into the sea when my spirits were suddenly revived by hearing a hollow voice from above which seemed to be lazily humming an opera air. Looking up, I perceived the angel of the odd. He was leaning with his arms folded over the rim of the car, and with a pipe in his mouth, at which he puffed leisurely, seemed to be upon excellent terms with himself and the universe. I was too much exhausted to speak, so I merely regarded him with an imploring air. For several minutes, although he looked me full in the face, he said nothing. At length, removing carefully his meerschaum from the right to the left corner of his mouth, he condescended to speak. "Who pe you?" he asked, "and what dare tufel you pe do dare?" To this piece of impudence, cruelty, and affectation, I could reply only by ejaculating the monosyllable "help." "Help," echoed the ruffianot Roman. "One dare is t, pottle help yourself, und p tammed." With these words, he let fall a heavy bottle of Kirschenwasser, which, dropping precisely upon the crown of my head, caused me to imagine that my brains were entirely knocked out. Impressed with this idea, I was about to relinquish my hold and give up the ghost with a good grace when I was arrested by the cry of the angel, who bade me hold on. "Hold on," he said, "don't pee in t iridont. Will you p take de otter pottle, or ave you p got sober yet, and come to your senses?" I made haste hereupon to nod my head twice in the negative, meaning thereby that I would prefer not taking the other bottle at present, and once in the affirmative, intending thus to imply that I was sober and had positively come to my senses. By these means, I somewhat softened the angel. "Und you pelif 10, he inquired. At t last you pelif 10, in t possibility of t odd." I again nodded my head in assent. "Und you ave pelif in me t, angel of t odd." I nodded again. "Und you acknowledged tat you pt, blind dronk and t vool." I nodded once more. "Put your right hand into your left hand preacher's pocket 10, in token of your vulsubmission unto t, angel of t odd." This thing, for very obvious reasons, I found it quite impossible to do. In the first place, my left arm had been broken in my fall from the ladder, and therefore, had I let go my hold with the right hand, I must have let go altogether. In the second place, I could have no breeches until I came across the crow. I was therefore obliged, much to my regret, to shake my head in the negative, intending thus to give the angel to understand that I found it inconvenient just at that moment to comply with his very reasonable demand. No sooner, however, had I ceased shaking my head than "Go to der Teufel 10, roared the angel of the odd. In pronouncing these words, he drew a sharp knife across the guide rope by which I was suspended, and as we then happened to be precisely over my own house, which during my peregrinations had been handsomely rebuilt, it so occurred that I tumbled headlong down the ample chimney and alit upon the dining-room hearth. Upon coming to my senses, for the fall had very thoroughly stunned me, I found it about 4 o'clock in the morning. I lay outstretched, where I had fallen from the balloon. My head groveled in the ashes of an extinguished fire, while my feet reposed upon the wreck of a small table overthrown, and amid the fragments of a miscellaneous dessert, intermingled with a newspaper, some broken glass and shattered bottles, and an empty jug of the Schiedam Kirschenwasser. Thus revenged himself the angel of the odd. Mabot states that Griswold obviously had a revised form for use in the 1856 volume of Poe's works. Mabot does not substantiate this claim, but it is surely not unreasonable. An editor, and even typographical errors, may have produced nearly all of the very minor changes made in this version. Indeed, 2 very necessary words were clearly dropped by accident. An editor might have corrected Wycliffe's Epigoniad to Wilkie's Epigoniad, but is unlikely to have added Tuckerman's Sicily to the list of books read by the narrator. Griswold was not above forgery in Poe's letters when it suited his purpose, but would have too little to gain by such an effort in this instance. Melonte Torte. To the editors of The Lady's Book. I have the honor of sending you for your magazine an article which I hope you will be able to comprehend rather more distinctly than I do myself. It is a translation by my friend Martin van Buren Mavis, sometimes called the Poughkeepsie Seer of an odd-looking MS, which I found about a year ago tightly corked up in a jug floating in the Mare Tenebrarum, sea well described by the Nubian geographer, but seldom visited nowadays, except for the transcendentalists and divers for crotchets. Truly yours, Edgar Poe. This paragraph not in the volume. On board balloon Skylark. April 1, 48. Now, my dear friend, know for your sins you are to suffer the infliction of a long gossiping letter. I tell you distinctly that I am going to punish you for all your impertinences by being as tedious, as discursive, as incoherent, and as unsatisfactory as possible. Besides, here I am cooped up in a dirty balloon, with some 100 or 200 of the canaille, all bound on a pleasure excursion. What a funny idea some people have of pleasure, and I have no prospect of touching terra firma for a month, at least nobody to talk to, nothing to do. When one has nothing to do, then is the time to correspond with one's friends, you perceive. Then why it is that I write you this letter, it is on account of my ennui and your sins. Get ready your spectacles and make up your mind to be annoyed. I mean to write at you every day during this odious voyage. Hey, when will any invention visit the human pericranium? Are we forever to be doomed to the 1,000 inconveniences of the balloon? Will nobody contrive a more expeditious mode of progress? The jog-trot movement, to my thinking, is little less than positive torture. Upon my word, we have not made more than 100 miles the hour since leaving home. The very birds beat. Use at least some of them. I assure you that I do not exaggerate at all. Our motion, no doubt, seems slower than it actually is, on account of our having no objects about us by which to estimate our velocity, and on account of our going with the wind. To be sure, whenever we meet a balloon, we have a chance of perceiving our rate. And then I admit things do not appear so very bad. Accustomed as I am to this mode of traveling, I cannot get over a kind of giddiness. Whenever a balloon passes us in a current directly overhead, it always seems to me like an immense bird of prey about to pounce upon us and carry us off in its claws. One went over us this morning, about sunrise, and so nearly overhead that its drag rope actually brushed the network suspending our car and caused us very serious apprehension. Our captain said that if the material of the bag had been the trumpery varnished silk of 500 or 1,000 years ago, we should inevitably have been damaged. This silk, as he explained it to me, was a fabric composed of the entrails of a species of earthworm. The worm was carefully fed on mulberry-essa kind of fruit, resembling a watermelon, and, when sufficiently fat was crushed in a Roman 1099, the paste thus arising was called papyrus in its primary state, and went through a variety of processes until it finally became silk singular. To relate, it was once much admired as an article of female dress. Balloons were also very generally constructed from it. A better kind of material, it appears, was subsequently found in the down surrounding the seed vessels of a plant vulgarly called euphorbium, and at that time botanically termed milkweed. This latter kind of silk was designated as silkbekingam on account of its superior durability, and was usually prepared for use by being varnished with a solution of gum caoutchouc, a substance which in some respects must have resembled the gutta percha now in common use. This caoutchouc was occasionally called Indian rubber or rubber of twist, and was no doubt one of the numerous fungi. Never tell me again that I am not at heart an antiquarian. Talking of drag ropes, our own, it seems, has this moment knocked a man overboard from one of the small magnetic propellers that swarm in ocean below USA boat of about 6,000 tons, and from all accounts shamefully crowded. These diminutive barks should be prohibited from carrying more than a definite number of passengers. The man, of course, was not permitted to get on board again, and was soon out of sight, he and his life-preserver. I rejoice, my dear friend, that we live in an age so enlightened that no such a thing as an individual is supposed to exist. It is the mass for which the true humanity cares. By Thebe, talking of humanity, do you know that our immortal Wiggins is not so original in his views of the social condition, and so forth, as his contemporaries are inclined to suppose? Pundit assures me that the same ideas were put nearly in the same way about 1,000 years ago by an Irish philosopher called Fourier, on account of his keeping a retail shop for cat peltries and other furs. Pundit knows, you know, there can be no mistake about it. How very wonderfully do we see verified every day the profound observation of the Hindu Aries Total as quoted by Pundit thus, "Must we say that not once or twice or a few times, but with almost infinite repetitions, the same opinions come round in a circle among men." April 2 spoke today the magnetic cutter in charge of the middle section of floating telegraph wires. I learn that when this species of telegraph was first put into operation by Horse, it was considered quite impossible to convey the wires over sea, but now we are at a loss to comprehend where the difficulty lay. So wags the world tempora mutantur. Excuse me for quoting the Etruscan, what would we do without the Atlantic telegraph? Pundit says Atlantic was the ancient adjective we lay to a few minutes to ask the cutter some questions, and learned among other glorious news that civil war is raging in Africa, while the plague is doing its good work beautifully both in Europe and Asia. Is it not truly remarkable that before the magnificent light shed upon philosophy by humanity, the world was accustomed to regard war and pestilence as calamities? Do you know that prayers were actually offered up in the ancient temples to the end that these evils might not be visited upon mankind? Is it not really difficult to comprehend upon what principle of interest our forefathers acted? Were they so blind as not to perceive that the destruction of a myriad of individuals is only so much positive advantage to the mass? April 3, it is really a very fine amusement to ascend the rope ladder leading to the summit of the balloon bag, and thence survey the surrounding world from the car below. You know, the prospect is not so comprehensive. I can see little vertically, but seated here, where I write this, in the luxuriously cushioned open piazza of the summit, one can see everything that is going on in all directions. Just now, there is quite a crowd of balloons in sight, and they present a very animated appearance, while the air is resonant with the hum of so many millions of human voices. I have heard it asserted that when yellow or Pundit will have it violet, who is supposed to have been the first aeronaut, maintained the practicability of traversing the atmosphere in all directions by merely ascending or descending, until a favorable current was attained. He was scarcely hearkened to at all by his contemporaries, who looked upon him as merely an ingenious sort of madman, because the philosophers of the day declared the thing impossible. Really now, it does seem to me quite unaccountable how anything so obviously feasible could have escaped the sagacity of the ancient savants. But in all ages, the great obstacles to advancement in art have been opposed by the so-called men of science. To be sure, our men of science are not quite so bigoted as those of oldo. I have something so queer to tell you on this topic. Do you know that it is not more than 1,000 years ago since the metaphysicians consented to relieve the people of the singular fancy that there existed but two possible roads for the attainment of truth? Believe it, if you can. It appears that long, long ago in the night of time, there lived a Turkish philosopher or Hindu, possibly called Aries Total. This person introduced, or at all events propagated, what was termed the deductive or a priori mode of investigation. He started with what he maintained to be axioms or self-evident truths, and thence proceeded logically to results. His greatest disciples were one Euclid and one Kant. Well, Aries Total flourished supreme until advent of one Hogg, surnamed the Ettrick Shepherd, who preached an entirely different system, which he called the posteriori or inductive. His plan referred altogether to sensation. He proceeded by observing, analyzing, and classifying facts instantiae naturae, as they were effectively calidinto general laws. Aries Total's mode, in a word, was based on noumena, Hogg's on phenomena. Well, so great was the admiration excited by this latter system that at its first introduction Aries Total fell into disrepute, but finally he recovered ground and was permitted to divide the realm of truth with his more modern rival. The savants now maintained the Aristotelian and Baconian roads were the sole possible avenues to knowledge. Baconian, you must know, was an adjective invented as equivalent to Hogan, and more euphonious and dignified. Now, my dear friend, I do assure you most positively that I represent this matter fairly on the soundest authority, and you can easily understand how a notion so absurd on its very face must have operated to retard the progress of all true knowledge, which makes its advances almost invariably by intuitive bounds. The ancient idea confined investigations to crawling, and for hundreds of years so great was the infatuation about Hogg especially, that a virtual end was put to all thinking properly, so-called no man dared utter a truth to, which he felt himself indebted to his soul alone. It mattered not whether the truth was even demonstrably a truth, for the bullet-headed savants of the time regarded only the road by which he had attained it. They would not even look at the end. Let us see the means, they cried. The means, if upon investigation of the means, it was found to come under neither the category Aries, that is to say ram, nor under the category Hog, why then the savants went no farther, but pronounced the theorist a fool, and would have nothing to do with him or his truths. Now it cannot be maintained, even that by the crawling system, the greatest amount of truth would be attained in any long series of ages, for the repression of imagination was an evil not to be compensated for by any superior certainty in the ancient modes of investigation. The error of these Germans, these French, these English, and these Americans, the latter, by the way, were our own immediate progenitors, was an error quite analogous with that of the wiseacre who fancies that he must necessarily see an object the better the more closely he holds it to his eyes. These people blinded themselves by details when they proceeded hoggishly. Their facts were by no means always facts, a matter of little consequence, had it not been for assuming that they were facts, and must be facts, because they appeared to be such when they proceeded on the path of the ram. Their course was scarcely as straight as a ram's horn, for they never had an axiom which was an axiom at all. They must have been very blind not to see this, even in their own day, for even in their own day, many of the long-established axioms had been rejected. For example, ex nihilo nihil fit, a body cannot act, where it is not, there cannot exist, antipodes darkness cannot come out of light. All these, and a dozen other similar propositions, formerly admitted without hesitation as axioms, were even at the period of which I speak seen to be untenable. How absurd in these people, then, to persist in putting faith in axioms as immutable bases of truth. But even out of the mouths of their soundest reasoners, it is easy to demonstrate the futility, the impalpability of their axioms in general. Who was the soundest of their logicians? Let me see, I will go and ask Pundit, and be back in a minute. Ah, here, we have it. Here is a book written nearly 1,000 years ago, and lately translated from the English, which, by the way, appears to have been the rudiment of the American. Pundit says it is decidedly the cleverest ancient work on its topic, logic. The author, who was much thought of in his day, was one Miller or Mill, and we find it recorded of him as a point of some importance that he had a mill horse called Bentham. But let us glance at the treatise. Ability or inability to conceive, says Mr. Mill very properly, is in no case to be received as a criterion of axiomatic truth. What modern in his senses would ever think of disputing this truism? The only wonder with us must be how it happened that Mr. Mill conceived it necessary even to hint at anything so obvious. So far good, but let us turn over another paper. What have we here? Contradictories cannot both be true. That is, cannot coexist in nature. Here Mr. Mill means, for example, that a tree must be either a tree or not a tree. That it cannot be at the same time a tree and not a tree. Very well, but I ask him why. His reply is this, and never pretends to be anything else than this: because it is impossible to conceive that contradictories can both be true. But this is no answer at all by his own showing, for has he not just admitted as a truism that ability or inability to conceive is in no case to be received as a criterion of axiomatic truth? Now I do not complain of these ancients so much because their logic is by their own showing utterly baseless, worthless, and fantastic altogether, as because of their pompous and imbecile proscription of all other roads of truth, of all other means for its attainment, than the two preposterous paths, one of creeping and the one of crawling, to which they have dared to confine the soul that loves nothing so well as to soar. By the by, my dear friend, do you not think it would have puzzled these ancient dogmaticians to have determined by which of their two roads it was that the most important and most sublime of all their truths was in effect attained? I mean the truth of gravitation. Newton owed it to Kepler. Kepler admitted that his three laws were guessed. It he's three laws of all laws, which led the great English mathematician to his principle, the basis of all physical principlito, go behind which we must enter the kingdom of metaphysics. Kepler guessed, that is to say imagined. He was essentially a theorist. That word, now of so much sanctity, formerly an epithet of contempt, would it not have puzzled these old moles too to have explained by which of the two roads a cryptographist unriddles a cryptograph of more than usual secrecy, or by which of the two roads Champollion directed mankind to those enduring and almost innumerable truths, which resulted from his deciphering the hieroglyphics. One word more on this topic, and I will be done boring you. Is it not passing strange that with their eternal prattling about roads to truth, these bigoted people missed what we now so clearly perceive to be the great highway, that of consistency? Does it not seem singular how they should have failed to deduce from the works of God the vital fact that a perfect consistency must be an absolute truth? How plain has been our progress since the late announcement of this proposition. Investigation has been taken out of the hands of the ground moles and given as a task to the true and only true thinkers, the men of ardent imagination. These latter theorize. Can you not fancy the shout of scorn with which my words would be received by our progenitors, were it possible for them to be now looking over my shoulder? These men, I say, theorize, and their theories are simply corrected, reduced, systematized, cleared, little by little, of their dross of inconsistency, until, finally, a perfect consistency stands apparent, which even the most stolid admit, because it is a consistency to be an absolute and an unquestionable truth. April 4, the new gas is doing wonders, in conjunction with the new improvement with gutta percha. How very safe, commodious, manageable, and in every respect convenient are our modern balloons. Here is an immense one approaching us at the rate of at least 150 miles an hour. It seems to be crowded with people. Perhaps there are 300 or 400 passengers, and yet it soars to an elevation of nearly a mile, looking down upon poor us with sovereign contempt. Still, 100 or even 200 miles an hour is slow traveling after all. Do you remember our flight on the railroad across the Canada continentally? 300 miles. The hour that was traveling, nothing to be seen, though nothing to be done, but flirt, feast, and dance in the magnificent saloons. Do you remember what an odd sensation was experienced when by chance we caught a glimpse of external objects while the cars were in full flight? Everything seemed uniquely one mass. For my part, I cannot say but that I preferred the traveling by the slow train of 100 miles the hour. Here we were permitted to have glass windows, even to have them open, and something like a distinct view of the country was attainable. Pundit says that the route for the Great Canada Railroad must have been in some measure marked out about 900 years ago. In fact, he goes so far as to assert that actual traces of a road are still discernible, traces referable to a period quite as remote as that mentioned. The track, it appears, was double. Only ours, you know, has 12 paths, and 3 or 4 new ones are in preparation. The ancient rails were very slight and placed so close together as to be, according to modern notions, quite frivolous, if not dangerous in the extreme. The present width of track, 50 feet, is considered, indeed, scarcely secure enough. For my part, I make no doubt that a track of some sort must have existed in very remote times, as Pundit asserts, for nothing can be clearer to my mind than that at some period not less than 7 centuries ago certain lithe northern and southern Canada continents were united. The Canadians then would have been driven by necessity to a great railroad across the continent. April 5, I am almost devoured by ennui. Pundit is the only conversable person on board, and he, poor soul, can speak of nothing but antiquities. He has been occupied all the day in the attempt to convince me that the ancient Americans governed themselves. Did ever anybody hear of such an absurdity, that they existed in a sort of every man for himself confederacy, after the fashion of the prairie dogs that we read of in fable? He says that they started with the queerest idea conceivable, viz., that all men are born free, and he quoths, in the very teeth of the laws of gradation, so visibly impressed upon all things, both in the moral and physical universe, every man voted, as they called it, that is to say, meddled with public affairs, until at length it was discovered that what is everybody's business is nobody's, and that the republic, so the absurd thing was called, was without a government at all. It is related, however, that the first circumstance which disturbed very particularly the self-complacency of the philosophers who constructed this republic was the startling discovery that universal suffrage gave opportunity for fraudulent schemes, by means of which any desired number of votes might at any time be polled, without the possibility of prevention or even detection by any party which should be merely villainous enough not to be ashamed of the fraud. A little reflection upon this discovery sufficed to render evident the consequences which were that rascality must predominate in a word, that a republican government could never be anything but a rascally one, while the philosophers, however, were busied in blushing at their stupidity, in not having foreseen these inevitable evils, and, intent upon the invention of new theories, the matter was put to an abrupt issue by a fellow of the name of Mob, who took everything into his own hands, and set up a despotism in comparison with which those of the fabulous Zeros and Heliophagabalises were respectable and delectable. This Mob, a foreigner by Thebe, is said to have been the most odious of all men that ever encumbered the earth. He was a giant in stature, insolent, rapacious, filthy, had the gall of a bullock, with the heart of a hyena, and the brains of a peacock. He died at length by dint of his own energies, which exhausted him. Nevertheless, he had his uses, as everything has, however vile, and taught mankind a lesson which, to this day, it is in no danger of forgetting, never to run directly contrary to the natural analogies. As for republicanism, no analogy could be found for it upon the face of the earth, unless we accept the case of the prairie dogs, an exception which seems to demonstrate, if anything, that democracy is a very admirable form of government for dogs. April 6. Last night had a fine view of Alpha Larry, whose disk through our captain's spyglass subtends an angle of half a degree, looking very much as our sun does to the naked eye on a misty day. Alpha Larry, although so very much larger than our sun, by the by resembles him closely as regards its spots, its atmosphere, and in many other particulars. It is only within the last century, pundit tells me, that the binary relation existing between these two orbs began even to be suspected. The evident motion of our system in the heavens was, strange to say, referred to an orbit about a prodigious star, in the center of the galaxy. About this star, or at all events about a center of gravity common to all the globes of the Milky Way, and supposed to be near Alcyone in the Pleiades, every one of these globes was declared to be revolving our own, performing the circuit in a period of 117 million of years. We, with our present lights, our vast telescopic improvements, and so forth, of course, find it difficult to comprehend the ground of an idea such as this. Its first propagator was one Muddler. He was led, we must presume, to this wild hypothesis by mere analogy in the first instance. But this being the case, he should have at least adhered to analogy in its development. A great central orb was in fact suggested. So far Muddler was consistent. This central orb, however dynamically, should have been greater than all its surrounding orbs taken together. The question might then have been asked, why do we not see it, we, especially who occupy the mid-region of the cluster, the very locality near which at least must be situated this inconceivable central sun? The astronomer, perhaps at this point, took refuge in the suggestion of non-luminosity, and here analogy was suddenly let fall. But even admitting the central orb non-luminous, how did he manage to explain its failure to be rendered visible by the incalculable host of glorious suns glaring in all directions about it? No doubt what he finally maintained was merely a center of gravity common to all the revolving orbs. But here again analogy must have been let fall. Our system revolves, it is true, about a common center of gravity, but it does this in connection with, and in consequence of, a material sun, whose mass more than counterbalances the rest of the system. The mathematical circle is a curve composed of an infinity of straight lines, but this idea of the circlethes, idea of it which in regard to all earthly geometry we consider as merely the mathematical, in contradistinction from the practical ideas, in sober fact, the practical conception which alone we have any right to entertain in respect to those titanic circles, with which we have to deal at least in fancy, when we suppose our system with its fellows revolving about a point in the center of the galaxy. Let the most vigorous of human imaginations but attempt to take a single step toward the comprehension of a circuit so unutterable, it would scarcely be paradoxical to say that a flash of lightning itself, traveling forever upon the circumference of this inconceivable circle, would still forever be traveling in a straight line, that the path of our sun along such a circumference, that the direction of our system in such an orbit would, to any human perception, deviate in the slightest degree from a straight line, even in a million of years, is a proposition not to be entertained, and yet these ancient astronomers were absolutely cajoled it appears into believing that a decisive curvature had become apparent during the brief period of their astronomical history during the mere point during the utter nothingness of 2,000 or 3,000 years. How incomprehensible that considerations such as this did not at once indicate to them the true state of affairs, that of the binary revolution of our Sun and Alpha Lyrae around a common center of gravity. April 7 continued last night. Our astronomical amusements had a fine view of the 5 Neptunian asteroids and watched with much interest the putting up of a huge impost on a couple of lintels in the new temple at Daphnis in the moon. It was amusing to think that creatures so diminutive as the Lunarians and bearing so little resemblance to humanity, yet evinced a mechanical ingenuity so much superior to our own one, finds it difficult too to conceive the vast masses which these people handle so easily to be as light as our own reason tells us they actually are. April 8 Eureka Pundit is in his glory. A balloon from Canada spoke us today and threw on board several late papers. They contain some exceedingly curious information relative to Canadian, or rather American antiquities. You know, I presume that laborers have for some months been employed in preparing the ground for a new fountain at Paradise, the Emperor's principal pleasure garden. Paradise, it appears, has been literally speaking an island time out of mind. That is to say, its northern boundary was always as far back as any record extends a rivulet, or rather, a very narrow arm of the sea. This arm was gradually widened until it attained its present breadth, a mile. The whole length of the island is 9 miles. The breadth varies materially. The entire area, so pundit says, was about 800 years ago densely packed with houses, some of them 20 stories high. Land, for some most unaccountable reason, being considered as especially precious just in this vicinity. The disastrous earthquake, however, of the year 2050 so totally uprooted and overwhelmed the town, for it was almost too large to be called a village, that the most indefatigable of our antiquarians have never yet been able to obtain from the site any sufficient data in the shape of coins, medals, or inscriptions, wherewith to build up even the ghost of a theory concerning the manners, customs, Roman 100 of the aboriginal inhabitants. Nearly all that we have hitherto known of them is that they were a portion of the Knickerbocker tribe of savages infesting the continent at its first discovery by Recorder Riker, a knight of the Golden Fleece. They were by no means uncivilized, however, but cultivated various arts and even sciences after a fashion of their own. It is related of them that they were acute in many respects, but were oddly afflicted with monomania for building what in the ancient American was denominated churches, a kind of pagoda, instituted for the worship of 2 idols that went by the names of wealth and fashion. In the end, it is said the island became 9/10 of it church. The women too, it appears, were oddly deformed by a natural protuberance of the region just below the small of the backle, though most unaccountably this deformity was looked upon altogether in the light of a beauty. 1 or 2 pictures of these singular women have in fact been miraculously preserved. They look very odd, very like something between a turkeycock and a dromedary. Well, these few details are nearly all that have descended to us respecting the ancient Knickerbockers. It seems, however, that while digging in the center of the Emperor's garden, which you know covers the whole island, some of the workmen unearthed a cubical and evidently chiseled block of granite weighing several hundred pounds. It was in good preservation, having received apparently little injury from the convulsion which entombed it. On one of its surfaces was a marble slab, with only, think of it, an inscription. A legible inscription. Pundit is in ecstasies upon detaching the slab. A cavity appeared containing a leaden box filled with various coins, a long scroll of names, several documents, which appear to resemble newspapers, with other matters of intense interest to the antiquarian. There can be no doubt that all these are genuine American relics belonging to the tribe called Knickerbocker. The papers thrown on board our balloon are filled with facsimiles of the coins. MSS typography Roman 100 I copy, for your amusement, the Knickerbocker inscription on the marble slab. This cornerstone of a monument to the memory of George Washington was laid with appropriate ceremonies. On the 19th day of October, 1847, the anniversary of the surrender of Lord Cornwallis to General Washington at Yorktown, a Roman 500, under the auspices of the Washington Monument Association of the City of New York. This, as I give it, is a verbatim translation done by Pundit himself, so there can be no mistake about it. From the few words thus preserved, we glean several important items of knowledge, not the least interesting of which is the fact that 1,000 years ago actual monuments had fallen into dissoucias, was all very proper, the people contenting themselves, as we do now with a mere indication of the design, to erect a monument at some future time, a cornerstone being cautiously laid by itself solitary and alone, excuse me for quoting the great American poet Benton, as a guarantee of the magnanimous intention. We ascertain two very distinctly from this admirable inscription, the how as well as the where and the what of the great surrender in question. As to the where, it was Yorktown, wherever that was, and as to the what, it was General Cornwallis, no doubt some wealthy dealer in corn. He was surrendered. The inscription commemorates the surrender of what we of Lord Cornwallis. The only question is, what could the savages wish him surrendered for? But when we remember that these savages were undoubtedly cannibals, we are led to the conclusion that they intended him for sausage. As to the how of the surrender, no language can be more explicit. Lord Cornwallis was surrendered for sausage under the auspices of the Washington Monument Association, no doubt a charitable institution for the depositing of cornerstones. But heaven bless me, what is the matter? Our seeth balloon has collapsed, and we shall have a tumble into the sea. I have therefore only time enough to add that, from a hasty inspection of the facsimiles of newspapers, Roman 100, I find that the great men in those days among the Americans were one John a Smith and one Zachary a tailor. Goodbye until I see you again. Whether you ever get this letter or not is point of little importance, as I write altogether for my own amusement. I shall cork the MS up in a bottle, however, and throw it into the sea. Yours everlastingly, Pundito. The Duc de l'Omelette, and stepped at once into a cooler clime. Cowper. Keats fell by a criticism, who was it died of the Andromache, one ignoble souls de l'Omelette, perished of an ortolan l'histoire, en est breve assist me spirit of Apicius. A golden cage bore the little winged wanderer, enamored, melting, indolent to the Chaussee d'Antin, from its home in far Peru, from its queenly possessor La Bellissima, to the Duc de l'Omelette. 6 peers of the empire conveyed the happy bird. That night the Duc was to sup alone in the privacy of his bureau. He reclined languidly on that ottoman, for which he sacrificed his loyalty in outbidding his king, notorious Ottoman of cadets. He buries his face in the pillow. The clock strikes, unable to restrain his feelings. His Grace swallows an olive. At this moment, the door gently opens to the sound of soft music, and lo, the most delicate of birds is before the most enamored of men. But what inexpressible dismay now overshadows the countenance of the Duc Horuchian Baptistel? So, a bon diacite oiso modeste, que tu, as déshabille de ses plumes, et que tu, as servi sans papier. It is superfluous to say more. The Duc expired in a paroxysm of disgust. Ha ha ha, said his Grace, on the 3rd day after his decease. He replied the devil, faintly drawing himself up with an air of hauteur. Why, surely you are not serious, retorted de l'Omelette. I have sinexist, vrai, but my good sir, consider you have no actual intention of putting such barbarous threats into execution. No, what said his majesticum, sir? Strip. Strip indeed, very pretty, I faith no, sir, I shall not strip. Who are you, pray, that I Duc de l'Omelette, Prince de Foy Gras, just come of age, author of the Mazurkiad and member of the Academy, should divest myself at your bidding of the sweetest pantaloons, ever made by Bourdon, the daintiest robe de chamber, ever put together by Romertot, say nothing of the taking my hair out of paper, not to mention the trouble I should have in drawing off my gloves. Who am I? A true, I am Baal Zebub, Prince of the Fly. I took thee just now from a rosewood coffin inlaid with ivory. Thou wast curiously scented and labelled, as per invoice Belial, sent Themi, inspector of cemeteries. The pantaloons which thou sayest were made by Bourdon are an excellent pair of linen drawers, and thy robe-de-chamber is a shroud of no scanty dimensions. So replied the duck, I am not to be insulted with impunity, sir. I shall take the earliest opportunity of avenging this insult, sir. You shall hear from me in the meantime, au revoir. And the duck was bowing himself out of the satanic presence when he was interrupted and brought back by a gentleman in waiting. Hereupon his grace rubbed his eyes, yawned, shrugged his shoulders, reflected. Having become satisfied of his identity, he took a bird's-eye view of his whereabouts. The apartment was superb, even de l'omelette pronounced it by en comme il faut. It was not its length, nor its breadth, but its height that was appalling. There was no ceiling, certainly none, but a dense whirling mass of fiery-colored clouds. His grace's brain reeled as he glanced upward. From above hung a chain of an unknown blood-red metal, its upper end lost like the city of Boston. Parmi less news. From its nether extremity swung a large cresset. The duck knew it to be a ruby, but from it there poured a light so intense, so still, so terrible. Persia never worshipped such Geber, never imagined such Mussulman, never dreamed of such. When drugged with opium, he has tottered to a bed of poppies, his back to the flowers, and his face to the god Apollo. The duck muttered a slight oath, decidedly approbate. The corners of the room were rounded into niches. 3 of these were filled with statues of gigantic proportions. Their beauty was Grecian, their deformity Egyptian, their tout ensemble French. In the 4th niche, the statue was veiled. It was not colossal, but then there was a taper ankle, a sandaled foot. De l'omelette pressed his hand upon his heart, closed his eyes, raised them, and caught his satanic majesty in a blush. But the paintings, Cupris, Astarte, Astoreth 1,000, and the same, and Raphael has beheld them. Yes, Raphael has been here, for did he not paint thee? And was he not consequently damned? The paintings, O luxury, O love, who gazing on those forbidden beauties shall have eyes for the dainty devices of the golden frames that besprinkled like stars the hyacinth and the porphyry walls. But the duck's heart is fainting within him. He is not, however, as you suppose, dizzy with magnificence, nor drunk with the ecstatic breath of those innumerable censors. C'est vrai queditouts, ces choses. Il pense beaucoup mais. The duck de l'omelette is terror-stricken, for through the lurid vista, which a single uncurtained window is affording, low gleams the most ghastly of all fires. Le pauvre duck, he could not help imagining that the glorious, the voluptuous, the never-dying melodies which pervaded that hall as they passed, filtered and transmuted through the alchemy of the enchanted window-panes, were the wailings and the howlings of the hopeless and the damned, and their Tutherupon, the Ottoman. Who could he behear? The petit maîtreno, the deity who sat, as if carved in marble, et qui sourit with his pale countenance. See amurement. Mais il faut Agathat, is to say, a Frenchman never faints outright. Besides, his grace hated a scene. De l'omelette is himself again. There were some foils upon a table, some points. Also the duck had studied under B. Il avait two says 6 homs now. Then il pute s'échappe, he measures 2 points, and with a grace inimitable offers his majesty the choice. Horror, his majesty does not fence. Mais il jouit, how happy a thought! But his grace had always an excellent memory. He had dipped in the diable of Ab Gualtier. Therein, it is said, que le diable knows, par refuser, undue Descartes. But the chances true desperate, but scarcely more desperate than the duck. Besides, was he not in the secrethad? He not skimmed over Pierre Lebrun? Was he not a member of the club Vington? C.G. Perds, said he, G. serai du fois perdu, I shall be doubly damned. Voila tout. Here his grace shrugged his shoulders. C.G. Gagny G. reviendrai amis ortolansk, les cartes soyant prepares. His grace was all care, all attention, his majesty, all confidence. A spectator would have thought of Francis, and Charles. His grace thought of his game. His majesty did not think. He shuffled the duck. The cards were dealt. The trump is turned. It isth king noit was the queen. His majesty cursed her masculine habiliments. De l'omelette placed his hand upon his heart. They play. The duck counts. The hand is out. His majesty counts heavily, smiles, and is taking wine. The duck slips a card. C'est à vous affaire, said his majesty, cutting. His grace bowed, dealt, and arose from the table en présentant Leroy. His majesty looked chagrined. Had Alexander not been Alexander, he would have been Diogenes, and the duck assured his antagonist, in taking leave, Quesil, nut et de l'omelette il, narrate point d'objection, de tre le diable. The oblong box. Some years ago, I engaged passage from Charleston S. Roman 100 to the city of New York. In the fine packet ship Independence, Captain Hardy, we were to sail on the 15th of the month June, weather permitting, and on the 14th, I went on board to arrange some matters in my stateroom. I found that we were to have a great many passengers, including a more than usual number of ladies. On the list were several of my acquaintances, and among other names, I was rejoiced to see that of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt, a young artist, for whom I entertained feelings of warm friendship. He had been with me a fellow student at C University, where we were very much together. He had the ordinary temperament of genius, and was a compound of misanthropy, sensibility, and enthusiasm. To these qualities, he united the warmest and truest heart which ever beat in a human bosom. I observed that his name was carded upon 3 staterooms, and upon again referring to the list of passengers, I found that he had engaged passage for himself, wife, and 2 sisters. She's own the staterooms were sufficiently roomy, and each had 2 berths, one above the other. These berths, to be sure, were so exceedingly narrow as to be insufficient for more than one person. Still, I could not comprehend why there were 3 staterooms for these 4 persons. I was just at that epoch in one of those moody frames of mind which make a man abnormally inquisitive about trifles, and I confess with shame that I busied myself in a variety of ill-bred and preposterous conjectures about this matter of the supernumerary stateroom. It was no business of mine, to be sure, but with none the less pertinacity did I occupy myself in attempts to resolve the enigma. At last, I reached a conclusion which wrought in me great wonder why I had not arrived at it before. It is a servant, of course. I said, what a fool I am not sooner to have thought of so obvious a solution. And then I again repaired to the list, but here I saw distinctly that no servant was to come with the party, although in fact it had been the original design to bring one, for the words and servant had been first written, and then overscored. Oh, extra baggage. To be sure, I now said to myself, something he wishes not to be put in the hold, something to be kept under his own eye. I have either painting or sewn. This is what he has been bargaining about with Nicolino the Italian Jew. This idea satisfied me, and I dismissed my curiosity for the nonce. Wyatt's 2 sisters I knew very well, and most amiable and clever girls. They were his wife. He had newly married, and I had never yet seen her. He had often talked about her in my presence, however, and in his usual style of enthusiasm he described her as of surpassing beauty, wit, and accomplishment. I was therefore quite anxious to make her acquaintance. On the day in which I visited the ship, the 14th, Wyatt and party were also to visit Itso. The captain informed me I waited on board an hour longer than I had designed in hope of being presented to the bride. But then an apology came. Mrs. W. was a little indisposed and would decline coming on board until tomorrow at the hour of sailing. The morrow having arrived, I was going from my hotel to the wharf when Captain Hardy met me and said that, owing to circumstances, a stupid but convenient phrase, he rather thought the Independence would not sail for a day or 2, and that when all was ready he would send up and let me know. This I thought strange, for there was a stiff southerly breeze, but as the circumstances were not forthcoming, although I pumped for them with much perseverance, I had nothing to do but to return home and digest my impatience at leisure. I did not receive the expected message from the captain for nearly a week. It came at length, however, and I immediately went on board. The ship was crowded with passengers, and everything was in the bustle attendant upon making sail. Wyatt's party arrived in about 10 minutes after myself. There were the 2 sisters, the bride, and the artist. The latter, in one of his customary fits of moody misanthropy. I was too well used to these, however, to pay them any special attention. He did not even introduce me to his wife, Thigh's courtesy devolving perforce upon his sister Mariana, very sweet and intelligent girl, who in a few hurried words made us acquainted. Mrs. Wyatt had been closely veiled, and when she raised her veil in acknowledging my bow, I confess that I was very profoundly astonished. I should have been much more so, however, had not long experience advised me not to trust with too implicit a reliance the enthusiastic descriptions of my friend the artist, when indulging in comments upon the loveliness of woman. When beauty was the theme, I well knew with what facility he soared into the regions of the purely ideal. The truth is, I could not help regarding Mrs. Wyatt as a decidedly plain-looking woman, if not positively ugly, she was not, I think, very far from it. She was dressed, however, in exquisite taste, and then I had no doubt that she had captivated my friend's heart by the more enduring graces of the intellect and soul. She said very few words, and passed at once into her stateroom with Mr. W. My old inquisitiveness now returned. There was no servant, that was a settled point. I looked therefore for the extra baggage. After some delay, a cart arrived at the wharf, with an oblong pine box, which was everything that seemed to be expected. Immediately upon its arrival, we made sail, and in a short time were safely over the bar and standing out to sea. The box in question was, as I say, oblong. It was about 6 feet in length by 2.5 in breadth. I observed it attentively, and like to be precise. Now this shape was peculiar, and no sooner had I seen it than I took credit to myself for the accuracy of my guessing. I had reached the conclusion, it will be remembered, that the extra baggage of my friend the artist would prove to be pictures, or at least a picture, for I knew he had been for several weeks in conference with Nicolino. Now here was a box which, from its shape, could possibly contain nothing in the world but a copy of Leonardo's Last Supper, and a copy of this very Last Supper, done by Rubini the Younger at Florence, I had known for some time to be in the possession of Nicolino. This point, therefore, I considered as sufficiently settled. I chuckled excessively when I thought of my acumen. It was the first time I had ever known Wyatt to keep from me any of his artistical secrets, but here he evidently intended to steal a march upon me and smuggle a fine picture to New York under my very nose. Expecting me to know nothing of the matter, I resolved to quiz him well now and hereafter. One thing, however, annoyed me not a little. The box did not go into the extra stateroom. It was deposited in Wyatt's own, and there too it remained, occupying very nearly the whole of the floor, no doubt, to the exceeding discomfort of the artist and his wife, thighs the more especially, as the taro paint with which it was lettered in sprawling capitals emitted a strong, disagreeable, and to my fancy, a peculiarly disgusting odor. On the lid were painted the words Mrs. Adelaide Curtis, Albany, New York, charge of Cornelius Wyatt, Esq., this side up, to be handled with care. Now I was aware that Mrs. Adelaide Curtis of Albany was the artist's wife's mother, but then I looked upon the whole address as a mystification intended especially for myself. I made up my mind, of course, that the box and contents would never get farther north than the studio of my misanthropic friend in Chambers Street, New York. For the first 3 or 4 days we had fine weather, although the wind was dead ahead, having chopped round to the northward immediately upon our losing sight of the coast. The passengers were consequently in high spirits and disposed to be social. I must except, however, Wyatt and his sisters, who behaved stiffly, and I could not help thinking uncourteously to the rest of the party. Wyatt's conduct I did not so much regard. He was gloomy even beyond his usual habit. In fact, he was morose, but in him I was prepared for eccentricity. For the sisters, however, I could make no excuse. They secluded themselves in their staterooms during the greater part of the passage, and absolutely refused, although I repeatedly urged them, to hold communication with any person on board. Mrs. Wyatt herself was far more agreeable, that is to say, she was chatty, and to be chatty is no slight recommendation at sea. She became excessively intimate with most of the ladies, and to my profound astonishment, evinced no equivocal disposition to coquet with the men. She amused us all very much. I say amused and scarcely know how to explain myself. The truth is, I soon found that Mrs. W. was far oftener laughed at than with the gentlemen, said little about her, but the ladies in a little while pronounced her a good-hearted thing, rather indifferent-looking, totally uneducated, and decidedly vulgar. The great wonder was how Wyatt had been entrapped into such a match. Wealth was the general solution, but this I knew to be no solution at all, for Wyatt had told me that she neither brought him a dollar nor had any expectations from any source. Whatever he had married, he said, for love, and for love only, and his bride was far more than worthy of his love. When I thought of these expressions on the part of my friend, I confess that I felt indescribably puzzled. Could it be possible that he was taking leave of his senses? What else could I think? He so refined, so intellectual, so fastidious, with so exquisite a perception of the faulty, and so keen an appreciation of the beautiful. To be sure, the lady seemed especially fond of him, particularly so in his absence. She made herself ridiculous by frequent quotations of what had been said by her beloved husband, Mr. Wyatt. The word husband seemed for Roberto use one of her own delicate expressions forever on the tip of her tongue. In the meantime, it was observed by all on board that he avoided her in the most pointed manner, and for the most part shut himself up alone in his stateroom, where in fact he might have been said to live altogether, leaving his wife at full liberty to amuse herself, as she thought best, in the public society of the main cabin. My conclusion from what I saw and heard was that the artist, by some unaccountable freak of fate, or perhaps in some fit of enthusiastic and fanciful passion, had been induced to unite himself with a person altogether beneath him, and that the natural result, entire and speedy disgust, had ensued. I pitied him from the bottom of my heart, but could not for that reason quite forgive his incommunicativeness in the matter of the Last Supper. For this I resolved to have my revenge. One day he came upon deck, and taking his arm as had been my wont, I sauntered with him backward and forward. His gloom, however, which I considered quite natural under the circumstances, seemed entirely unabated. He said little, and that moodily, and with evident effort. I ventured a jest or two, and he made a sickening attempt at a smile. Poor fellow, as I thought of his wife, I wondered that he could have heart to put on even the semblance of mirth. I determined to commence a series of covert insinuations or innuendos about the oblong box, just to let him perceive gradually that I was not altogether the butt or victim of his little bit of pleasant mystification. My first observation was by way of opening a masked battery. I said something about the peculiar shape of that box, and as I spoke the words I smiled, knowingly winked, and touched him gently with my forefinger in the ribs. The manner in which Wyatt received this harmless pleasantry convinced me at once that he was mad. At first he stared at me as if he found it impossible to comprehend the witticism of my remark, but as its point seemed slowly to make its way into his brain, his eyes, in the same proportion, seemed protruding from their sockets. Then he grew very red, then hideously pallid, then, as if highly amused with what I had insinuated, he began a loud and boisterous laugh, which to my astonishment he kept up with gradually increasing vigor for 10 minutes or more. In conclusion, he fell flat and heavily upon the deck. When I ran to uplift him, to all appearance he was dead. I called assistance, and with much difficulty we brought him to himself. Upon reviving, he spoke incoherently for some time. At length we bled him and put him to bed. The next morning he was quite recovered so far as regarded his mere bodily health. Of his mind I say nothing, of course. I avoided him during the rest of the passage, by advice of the captain, who seemed to coincide with me altogether in my views of his insanity, but cautioned me to say nothing on this head to any person on board. Several circumstances occurred immediately after this fit of Wyatt, which contributed to heighten the curiosity with which I was already possessed. Among other things, this: I had been nervous, drank too much strong green tea, and slept ill at night. In fact, for 2 nights I could not be properly said to sleep at all. Now my stateroom opened into the main cabin or dining room, as did those of all the single men on board. Wyatt's 3 rooms were in the after cabin, which was separated from the main one by a slight sliding door, never locked even at night, as we were almost constantly on a wind, and the breeze was not a little stiff. The ship heeled to leeward very considerably, and whenever her starboard side was to leeward, the sliding door between the cabins slid open, and so remained, nobody taking the trouble to get up and shut it. But my berth was in such a position that, when my own stateroom door was open, as well as the sliding door in question, and my own door was always open on account of the heat, I could see into the after cabin quite distinctly, and just at that portion of it too where were situated the staterooms of Mr. Wyatt. Well, during 2 nights not consecutive, while I lay awake, I clearly saw Mrs. W. about 11 o'clock upon each night steal cautiously from the stateroom of Mr. W. and enter the extra room, where she remained until daybreak, when she was called by her husband, and went back. That they were virtually separated was clear. They had separate apartments, no doubt, in contemplation of a more permanent divorce. And here, after all, I thought, was the mystery of the extra stateroom. There was another circumstance, too, which interested me much during the 2 wakeful nights in question, and immediately after the disappearance of Mrs. Wyatt into the extra stateroom, I was attracted by certain singular, cautious, subdued noises in that of her husband. After listening to them for some time, with thoughtful attention, I at length succeeded perfectly in translating their import. They were sounds occasioned by the artist in prying open the oblong box by means of a chisel and mallet, the latter being apparently muffled or deadened by some soft woolen or cotton substance in which its head was enveloped. In this manner, I fancied I could distinguish the precise moment when he fairly disengaged the lid so that I could determine when he removed it altogether, and when he deposited it upon the lower berth in his room. This latter point I knew, for example, by certain slight taps which the lid made in striking against the wooden edges of the berth, as he endeavored to lay it down very gently. There being no room for it on the floor after this, there was a dead stillness, and I heard nothing more upon either occasion until nearly daybreak, unless perhaps I may mention a low sobbing or murmuring sound so very much suppressed as to be nearly inaudible. Indeed, the whole of this latter noise were not rather produced by my own imagination. I say it seemed to resemble sobbing or sighing, but of course it could not have been either. I rather think it was a ringing in my own ears. Mr. Wyatt, no doubt, according to custom, was merely giving the rein to one of his hobbies. Indulging in one of his fits of artistic enthusiasm, he had opened his oblong box in order to feast his eyes on the pictorial treasure within. There was nothing in this, however, to make him sob. I repeat, therefore, that it must have been simply a freak of my own fancy, distempered by good Captain Hardy's green tea just before dawn. On each of the 2 nights of which I speak, I distinctly heard Mr. Wyatt replace the lid upon the oblong box and force the nails into their old places by means of the muffled mallet. Having done this, he issued from his stateroom fully dressed and proceeded to call Mrs. W. from hers. We had been at sea 7 days and were now off Cape Hatteras when there came a tremendously heavy blow from the southwest. We were in a measure prepared for it, however, as the weather had been holding out threats for some time. Everything was made snug alow and aloft, and as the wind steadily freshened, we lay to at length under spanker and foretopsail, both double-reefed. In this trim we rode safely enough for 48 hours, the ship proving herself an excellent sea-boat in many respects, and shipping no water of any consequence at the end of this period. However, the gale had freshened into a hurricane, and our aftersail split into ribbons, bringing us so much in the trough of the water that we shipped several prodigious seas, one immediately after the other. By this accident we lost 3 men overboard with the caboose, and nearly the whole of the larboard bulwark. Scarcely had we recovered our senses before the foretopsail went into shreds, when we got up a storm staysail, and with this did pretty well for some hours, the ship heading the sea much more steadily than before. The gale still held on, however, and we saw no signs of its abating. The rigging was found to be ill-fitted and greatly strained, and on the 3rd day of the blow, about 5 in the afternoon, our mizzenmast, in a heavy lurch to windward, went by the board. For an hour or more we tried in vain to get rid of it on account of the prodigious rolling of the ship, and before we had succeeded, the carpenter came aft and announced 4 feet of water in the hold. To add to our dilemma, we found the pumps choked and nearly useless. All was now confusion and despair, but an effort was made to lighten the ship by throwing overboard as much of her cargo as could be reached, and by cutting away the 2 masts that remained. This we at last accomplished, but we were still unable to do anything at the pumps, and in the meantime the leak gained on us very fast. At sundown the gale had sensibly diminished in violence, and as the sea went down with it, we still entertained faint hopes of saving ourselves in the boats. At 8 Roman 1000, the clouds broke away to windward, and we had the advantage of a full moon, a piece of good fortune which served wonderfully to cheer our drooping spirits. After incredible labor, we succeeded at length in getting the longboat over the side without material accident, and into this we crowded the whole of the crew and most of the passengers. This party made off immediately, and after undergoing much suffering finally arrived in safety at Ocracoke Inlet on the 3rd day after the wreck. 14 passengers with the captain remained on board, resolving to trust their fortunes to the jollyboat at the stern. We lowered it without difficulty, although it was only by a miracle that we prevented it from swamping as it touched the water it contained. When afloat, the captain and his wife, Mr. Wyatt, and party, a Mexican officer, wife, 4 children, and myself, with a Negro valet. We had no room, of course, for anything except a few positively necessary instruments, some provisions, and the clothes upon our backs. No one had thought of even attempting to save anything more. What must have been the astonishment of all then, when, having proceeded a few fathoms from the ship, Mr. Wyatt stood up in the stern sheets, and coolly demanded of Captain Hardy that the boat should be put back for the purpose of taking in his oblong box. "Sit down, Mr. Wyatt," replied the captain somewhat sternly. "You will capsize us. If you do not sit quite still, our gunwale is almost in the water now." "The box," vociferated Mr. Wyatt, still standing. "The box. I say, Captain Hardy, you will not refuse me. Its weight will be but a triflate is nothing, mere nothing, by the mother who bore you, for the love of heaven be your hope of salvation. I implore you to put back for the box." The captain for a moment seemed touched by the earnest appeal of the artist, but he regained his stern composure and merely said, "Mr. Wyatt, you are mad. I cannot listen to you. Sit down, I say, or you will swamp the boat. Stayhold him sees him is about to spring overboard. The I knew Ithe is over." As the captain said this, Mr. Wyatt, in fact, sprang from the boat, and as we were yet in the lee of the wreck, succeeded by almost superhuman exertion in getting hold of a rope, which hung from the forechains. In another moment, he was on board and rushing frantically down into the cabin. In the meantime, we had been swept astern of the ship, and being quite out of her lee, were at the mercy of the tremendous sea, which was still running. We made a determined effort to put back, but our little boat was like a feather in the breath of the tempest. We saw at a glance that the doom of the unfortunate artist was sealed. As our distance from the wreck rapidly increased, the madman, for as such only could we regard him, was seen to emerge from the companionway, up which, by dint of strength that appeared gigantic, he dragged bodily the oblong box. While we gazed in the extremity of astonishment, he passed rapidly several turns of a 3-inch rope, first around the box, and then around his body. In another instant, both body and box were in the sea, disappearing suddenly at once and forever. We lingered a while sadly upon our oars, with our eyes riveted upon the spot. At length, we pulled away. The silence remained unbroken for an hour. Finally, I hazarded a remark. "Did you observe, Captain, how suddenly they sank? Was not that an exceedingly singular thing? I confess that I entertained some feeble hope of his final deliverance, when I saw him lash himself to the box and commit himself to the sea." "They sank as a matter of course," replied the captain, "and that like a shot. They will soon rise again, however, but not till the salt melts." "The salt!" I ejaculated. "Hush," said the captain, pointing to the wife and sisters of the deceased. "We must talk of these things at some more appropriate time. We suffered much and made a narrow escape, but fortune befriended us, as well as our mates in the longboat. We landed, in fine, more dead than alive, after 4 days of intense distress, upon the beach opposite Roanoke Island. We remained here a week, were not ill-treated by the wreckers, and at length obtained a passage to New York. About a month after the loss of the Independence, I happened to meet Captain Hardy in Broadway. Our conversation turned naturally upon the disaster, and especially upon the sad fate of poor Wyatt. I thus learned the following particulars. The artist had engaged passage for himself, wife, 2 sisters, and a servant. His wife was indeed, as she had been represented, a most lovely and most accomplished woman. On the morning of the 14th of June, the day in which I first visited the ship, the lady suddenly sickened and died. The young husband was frantic with grief, but circumstances imperatively forbade the deferring his voyage to New York. It was necessary to take to her mother the corpse of his adored wife, and on the other hand, the universal prejudice, which would prevent his doing so openly, was well known. 9/10 of the passengers would have abandoned the ship rather than take passage with a dead body. In this dilemma, Captain Hardy arranged that the corpse, being first partially embalmed and packed with a large quantity of salt in a box of suitable dimensions, should be conveyed on board as merchandise. Nothing was to be said of the lady's decease, and as it was well understood that Mr. Wyatt had engaged passage for his wife, it became necessary that some person should personate her during the voyage. This, the deceased lady's maid was easily prevailed on to do. The extra stateroom, originally engaged for this girl during her mistress' life, was now merely retained in this stateroom. The pseudo-wife slept, of course, every night. In the daytime, she performed to the best of her ability the part of her mistress, whose person, it had been carefully ascertained, was unknown to any of the passengers on board. My own mistake arose naturally enough through too careless, too inquisitive, and too impulsive a temperament, but of late it is a rare thing that I sleep soundly at night. There is a countenance which haunts me turn, as I will there is an hysterical laugh, which will forever ring within my ears. Loss of breath. Oh, breathe not, etc. Moore's melodies. The most notorious ill fortune must in the end yield to the untiring courage of philosophers, the most stubborn city to the ceaseless vigilance of an enemy Shalmaneser. As we have it in holy writings, lay 3 years before Samaria, yet it fell Sardanapalus. Diodorus maintained himself 7 in Nineveh, but to no purpose. Troy expired at the close of the second lustrum, and Azoth, as Aristeas declares upon his honor, as a gentleman, opened at last her gates to Psammaticius, after having barred them for the 5th part of a century. Thou wretch thu vixen thu shrew, said I to my wife on the morning after our wedding, thou witch thu hag thu whippersnapper thu sink, of iniquity thu fear-effaced quintessence, of all that is abominable thou thu here, standing upon tiptoe, seizing her by the throat, and, placing my mouth close to her ear, I was preparing to launch forth a new and more decided epithet of opprobrium, which should not fail, if ejaculated, to convince her of her insignificance, when to my extreme horror and astonishment, I discovered that I had lost my breath. The phrases "I am out of breath," "I have lost my breath," etc. are often enough repeated in common conversation, but it had never occurred to me that the terrible accident of which I speak could bona fide and actually happen. Imagineth it is, if you have a fanciful turn, imagine, I say, my wonder me, consternation me, despair. There is a good genius, however, which has never entirely deserted me in my most ungovernable moods. I still retain a sense of propriety, et lacemin des passions me conduitas. Lord Edward, in the Julie, says, it did hema la philosophie veritable. Although I could not at first precisely ascertain to what degree the occurrence had affected me, I determined, at all events, to conceal the matter from my wife, until further experience should discover to me the extent of this, my unheard of calamity, altering my countenance, therefore, in a moment, from its bepuffed and distorted appearance, to an expression of arch and coquettish benignity. I gave my lady a pat on the one cheek and a kiss on the other, and without saying one syllable, furies, I could not left her astonished at my drollery, as I pirouetted out of the room in a pas de zephyr. Behold me then safely ensconced in my private boudoir, a fearful instance of the ill consequences attending upon irascibility. I live with the qualifications of the diaded, with the propensities of the Livingan anomaly, on the face of the earth, being very calm, yet breathless. Yes, breathless. I am serious in asserting that my breath was entirely gone. I could not have stirred with it a feather if my life had been at issue, or sullied even the delicacy of a mirror hard fate. Yet there was some alleviation to the first overwhelming paroxysm of my sorrow. I found upon trial that the powers of utterance, which upon my inability to proceed in the conversation with my wife, I then concluded to be totally destroyed, were in fact only partially impeded, and I discovered that had I at that interesting crisis dropped my voice to a singularly deep guttural, I might still have continued to her the communication of my sentiments. This pitch of voice, the guttural, depending, I find, not upon the current of the breath, but upon a certain spasmodic action of the muscles of the throat. Throwing myself upon a chair, I remained for some time absorbed in meditation. My reflections, be sure, were of no consolatory kind. 1,000 vague and lachrymatory fancies took possession of my soul, and even the idea of suicide flitted across my brain. But it is a trait in the perversity of human nature to reject the obvious and the ready for the far distant and equivocal. Thus I shuddered at self-murder as the most decided of atrocities, while the tabby cat purred strenuously upon the rug, and the very water-dog wheezed assiduously under the table, each taking to itself much merit for the strength of its lungs, and all obviously done in derision of my own pulmonary incapacity. Oppressed with a tumult of vague hopes and fears, I at length heard the footsteps of my wife descending the staircase. Being now assured of her absence, I returned with a palpitating heart to the scene of my disaster. Carefully locking the door on the inside, I commenced a vigorous search. It was possible, I thought, that concealed in some obscure corner or lurking in some closet or drawer, might be found the lost object of my inquiry, it might have a vaporate, might even have a tangible form. Most philosophers, upon many points of philosophy, are still very unphilosophical. William Godwin, however, says in his Manville that invisible things are the only realities, and this all will allow is a case in point. I would have the judicious reader pause before accusing such asseverations of an undue quantum of absurdity. Anaxagoras, it will be remembered, maintained that snow is black, and this I have since found to be the case. Long and earnestly did I continue the investigation, but the contemptible reward of my industry and perseverance proved to be only a set of false teeth, 2 pair of hips, an eye, and a bundle of billets due from Mr. Windenuff to my wife. I might as well here observe that this confirmation of my lady's partiality for Mr. W. occasioned me little uneasiness. That Mrs. Lacabreth should admire anything so dissimilar to myself was a natural and necessary evil. I am, it is well known, of a robust and corpulent appearance, and at the same time somewhat diminutive in stature. What wonder then that the lath-like tenuity of my acquaintance and his altitude, which has grown into a proverb, should have met with all due estimation in the eyes of Mrs. Lacabreth. But to return. My exertions, as I have before said, proved fruitless. Closet after closet, drawer after drawer, corner after corner was scrutinized to no purpose. At one time, however, I thought myself sure of my prize, having, in rummaging a dressing case, accidentally demolished a bottle of Grangian's oil of archangel, which, as an agreeable perfume, I here take the liberty of recommending. With a heavy heart, I returned to my boudoir to ponder upon some method of eluding my wife's penetration, until I could make arrangements prior to my leaving the country, for to this I had already made up my mind. In a foreign climate, being unknown, I might with some probability of success endeavor to conceal my unhappy calamity, a calamity calculated even more than beggary to estrange the affections of the multitude, and to draw down upon the wretch the well-merited indignation of the virtuous and the happy. I was not long in hesitation. Being naturally quick, I committed to memory the entire tragedy of Metamora. I had the good fortune to recollect that in the accentuation of this drama, or at least of such portion of it as is allotted to the hero, the tones of voice, in which I found myself deficient, were altogether unnecessary, and the deep guttural was expected to reign monotonously throughout. I practiced for some time by the borders of a well-frequented marsharine, however, having no reference to a similar proceeding of Demosthenes, but from a design peculiarly and conscientiously my own. Thus armed at all points, I determined to make my wife believe that I was suddenly smitten with a passion for the stage. In this I succeeded to a miracle, and to every question or suggestion found myself at liberty to reply in my most frog-like and sepulchral tones with some passage from the tragedian portion of which, as I soon took great pleasure in observing, would apply equally well to any particular subject. It is not to be supposed, however, that in the delivery of such passages I was found at all deficient in the looking asquint, showing my teeth, working my knees, shuffling my feet, in any of those unmentionable graces, which are now justly considered the characteristics of a popular performer. To be sure, they spoke of confining me in a straitjacket, but, good God, they never suspected me of having lost my breath. Having at length put my affairs in order, I took my seat very early one morning in the mail stage, forgiving it to be understood among my acquaintances that business of the last importance required my immediate personal attendance in that city. The coach was crammed to repletion, but in the uncertain twilight the features of my companions could not be distinguished. Without making any effectual resistance, I suffered myself to be placed between 2 gentlemen of colossal dimensions, while a third of a size larger, requesting pardon for the liberty he was about to take, threw himself upon my body at full length, and falling asleep in an instant drowned all my guttural ejaculations for relief in a snore which would have put to blush the roarings of the bull of Phalaris. Happily, the state of my respiratory faculties rendered suffocation an accident entirely out of the question. As, however, the day broke more distinctly in our approach to the outskirts of the city, my tormentor, arising and adjusting his shirt-collar, thanked me in a very friendly manner for my civility. Seeing that I remained motionless, all my limbs were dislocated, and my head twisted on one side, his apprehensions began to be excited, and arousing the rest of the passengers, he communicated, in a very decided manner his opinion that a dead man had been palmed upon them during the night, for a living and responsible fellow-traveler here giving me a thump on the right eye by way of demonstrating the truth of his suggestion. Hereupon, all one after another, there were 9 in company, believed it their duty to pull me by the ear, a young practicing physician too, having applied a pocket mirror to my mouth, and found me without breath. The assertion of my persecutor was pronounced a true bill, and the whole party expressed a determination to endure tamely no such impositions for the future, and to proceed no farther with any such carcasses for the present. I was here accordingly thrown out at the sign of the Crow, by which tavern the coach happened to be passing without meeting with any farther accident than the breaking of both my arms under the left hind wheel of the vehicle. I must besides do the driver the justice to state that he did not forget to throw after me the largest of my trunks, which unfortunately falling on my head, fractured my skull in a manner at once interesting and extraordinary. The landlord of the Crow, who is a hospitable man, finding that my trunk contained sufficient to indemnify him for any little trouble he might take in my behalf, sent forthwith for a surgeon of his acquaintance, and delivered me to his care with a bill and receipt for $10. The purchaser took me to his apartments and commenced operations immediately. Having cut off my ears, however, he discovered signs of animation. He now rang the bell and sent for a neighboring apothecary with whom to consult in the emergency in case of his suspicions with regard to my existence proving ultimately correct. He in the meantime made an incision in my stomach and removed several of my viscera for private dissection. The apothecary had an idea that I was actually dead. This idea I endeavored to confute, kicking and plunging with all my might, and making the most furious contortions. For the operations of the surgeon had in a measure restored me to the possession of my faculties. All, however, was attributed to the effects of a new galvanic battery, wherewith the apothecary, who is really a man of information, performed several curious experiments in which, from my personal share in their fulfillment, I could not help feeling deeply interested. It was a course of mortification to me, nevertheless, that although I made several attempts at conversation, my powers of speech were so entirely in abeyance that I could not even open my mouth, much less then make reply to some ingenious but fanciful theories, of which under other circumstances my minute acquaintance with the Hippocratian pathology would have afforded me a ready confutation. Not being able to arrive at a conclusion, the practitioners remanded me for farther examination. I was taken up into a garret, and the surgeon's lady having accommodated me with drawers and stockings, the surgeon himself fastened my hands and tied up my jaws with a pocket handkerchief, then bolted the door on the outside as he hurried to his dinner, leaving me alone to silence and to meditation. I now discovered, to my extreme delight, that I could have spoken had not my mouth been tied up with the pocket handkerchief. Consoling myself with this reflection, I was mentally repeating some passages of the omnipresence of the deity, as is my custom, before resigning myself to sleep, when 2 cats of a greedy and vituperative turn, entering at a hole in the wall, leaped up with a flourish à la Catalani, and alighting opposite one another on my visage, betook themselves to indecorous contention for the paltry consideration of my nose. But as the loss of his ears proved the means of elevating to the throne of Cyrus the Magian or Mage gush of Persia, and as the cutting off his nose gave Zopyrus possession of Babylon, so the loss of a few ounces of my countenance proved the salvation of my body. Aroused by the pain and burning with indignation, I burst at a single effort the fastenings and the bandage stalking across the room. I cast a glance of contempt at the belligerents, and throwing open the sash, to their extreme horror and disappointment, precipitated myself very dexterously from the window. The Mayrobber W., to whom I bore a singular resemblance, was at this moment passing from the city jail to the scaffold erected for his execution in the suburbs. His extreme infirmity and long-continued ill health had obtained him the privilege of remaining unmanacled and habited in his gallows costume, very similar to my own, lay at full length in the bottom of the hangman's cart, which happened to be under the windows of the surgeon at the moment of my precipitation, without any other guard than the driver, who was asleep, and 2 recruits of the 6th Infantry who were drunk. As ill luck would have it, I alit upon my feet within the vehicle. W, who was an acute fellow, perceived his opportunity, leaping up immediately. He bolted out behind, and turning down an alley, was out of sight in the twinkling of an eye. The recruits, aroused by the bustle, could not exactly comprehend the merits of the transaction, seeing, however, a man, the precise counterpart of the felon, standing upright in the cart before their eyes. They were of the opinion that the rascal, meaning W, was after making his escape, so they expressed themselves. And having communicated this opinion to one another, they took each a dram, and then knocked me down with the butt ends of their muskets. It was not long ere we arrived at the place of destination. Of course, nothing could be said in my defense. Hanging was my inevitable fate. I resigned myself thereto with a feeling half stupid, half acrimonious. Being little of a cynic, I had all the sentiments of a dog. The hangman, however, adjusted the noose about my neck. The drop. I forbear to depict my sensations upon the gallows, although here undoubtedly I could speak to the point, and it is a topic upon which nothing has been well said. In fact, to write upon such a theme, it is necessary to have been hanged. Every author should confine himself to matters of experience. Thus Mark Antony composed a treatise upon getting drunk. I may just mention, however, that I did not, my body was, but I had no breath to be suspended, and but for the knot under my left ear, which had the feel of a military stock, I dare say that I should have experienced very little inconvenience. As for the jerk given to my neck upon the falling of the drop, it merely proved a corrective to the twist afforded me by the fat gentleman in the coach. For good reasons, however, I did my best to give the crowd the worth of their trouble. My convulsions were said to be extraordinary, my spasms. It would have been difficult to beat the populace encore. Several gentlemen swooned, and a multitude of ladies were carried home in hysterics. Pinxit availed himself of the opportunity to retouch from a sketch taken upon the spot his admirable painting of the Marsyas flayed alive. When I had afforded sufficient amusement, it was thought proper to remove my body from the gallows, the more especially as the real culprit had in the meantime been retaken, and recognized, a fact which I was so unlucky as not to know. Much sympathy was, of course, exercised in my behalf, and as no one made claim to my corpse, it was ordered that I should be interred in a public vault. Here, after due interval, I was deposited, the sexton departed, and I was left alone, a line of Marston's malcontent. Death's a good fellow and keeps open house, struck me at that moment as a palpable lie. I knocked off, however, the lid of my coffin, and stepped out. The place was dreadfully dreary and damp, and I became troubled with ennui. By way of amusement, I felt my way among the numerous coffins ranged in order around. I lifted them down one by one, and breaking open their lids, busied myself in speculations about the mortality within. This I soliloquized, tumbling over a carcass, puffy, bloated, and Retunthes has been, no doubt, in every sense of the word, an unhappy and unfortunate man. It has been his terrible lot not to walk, but to waddle, to pass through life, not like a human being, but like an elephant, not like a man, but like a rhinoceros. His attempts at getting on have been mere abortions, and his circumgyratory proceedings a palpable failure. Taking a step forward, it has been his misfortune to take 2 toward the right and 3 toward the left. His studies have been confined to the poetry of Crabbe. He can have no idea of the wonder of a pirouette. To him, a pas de papillon has been an abstract conception. He has never ascended the summit of a hill. He has never viewed from any steeple the glories of a metropolis. Heat has been his mortal enemy. In the dog days, his days have been the days of a dog. Therein he has dreamed of flames and suffocation off mountains, upon mountains, off Pelion, upon Ossa. He was short of breath. To say all in a word, he was short of breath. He thought it extravagant to play upon wind instruments. He was the inventor of self-moving fans, windsails, and ventilators. He patronized Dupont, the bellows maker, and he died miserably in attempting to smoke a cigar. His was a case in which I feel a deep interest, a lot in which I sincerely sympathize. At Harrised Iharend, I dragged spitefully from its receptacle a gaunt, tall, and peculiar-looking form, whose remarkable appearance struck me with a sense of unwelcome familiarity. Her is a wretch entitled to no earthly commiseration. Thus saying, in order to obtain a more distinct view of my subject, I applied my thumb and forefinger to its nose, and causing it to assume a sitting position upon the ground, held it thus, at the length of my arm, while I continued my soliloquy. Entitled, I repeated to no earthly commiseration, who indeed would think of compassioning a shadow besides? Has he not had his full share of the blessings of mortality? He was the originator of tall monuments Taurus Lightningrod's Lombardy. Poplar's his treatise upon shades and shadows has immortalized him. He edited with distinguished ability the last edition of South on the Bones. He went early to college and studied pneumatics. He then came home, talked eternally, and played upon the French horn. He patronized the bagpipes. Captain Barclay, who walked against time, would not walk against him. Wyndham and Allbreath were his favorite writer. She's favorite artist. Fizz, he died gloriously, while inhaling Gaslevic flatu corrupita, like the Fama Pudicity in Hieronymus I, he was indubitably. How can you interrupted the object of my animadversions, gasping for breath, and tearing off with a desperate exertion the bandage around its jawshow. Can you, Mr. Lackabreath, be so infernally cruel as to pinch me in that manner by the nose? Did you not see how they had fastened up my mouth hand? You must know, if you know anything, how vast a superfluity of breath I have to dispose of. If you do not know, however, sit down, and you shall see in my situation. It is really a great relief to be able to open one's mouth, to be able to expatiatito, be able to communicate with a person like yourself, who do not think yourself called upon at every period to interrupt the thread of a gentleman's discourse. Interruptions are annoying, and should undoubtedly be abolished. Don't you think so? No. Reply, I beg youn person is enough to be speaking at a time. I shall be done by and by, and then you may begin. How the devil, sir, did you get into this place? Not a word, I beseech you. Been here some time myself, durable accident, third of it, I suppose. Awful calamity, walking under your windows some short while ago. About the time you were stage struck, horrible occurrence heard of catching one's breath. Hold your tongue, I tell you. I caught somebody else. Shed always too much of my own blab at the corner of the street. Wouldn't give me a chance for a word. Couldn't get in a syllable. Edgeway sat act. Consequently, with epilepsis, blab made his escape. All fools, thee took me up for dead and put me in this place. Pretty doings, all of them heard all you said about me, every word. A lee horrible, wonderful, outrageous, hideous, incomprehensibly, ceterit, 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 cetera. It is impossible to conceive my astonishment at so unexpected a discourse, or the joy with which I became gradually convinced that the breath so fortunately caught by the gentleman, whom I soon recognized as my neighbor Windenough, was in fact the identical expiration mislaid by myself. In the conversation with my wife, time, place, and circumstances rendered it a matter beyond question. I did not, however, immediately release my hold upon Mr. W.S. Probasis, not, at least during the long period in which the inventor of Lombardy poplars continued to favor me with his explanations. In this respect, I was actuated by that habitual prudence which has ever been my predominating trait. I reflected that many difficulties might still lie in the path of my preservation, which only extreme exertion on my part would be able to surmount. Many persons I considered are prone to estimate commodities in their possession, however valueless, to the then proprietor, however troublesome or distressing, in direct ratio with the advantages to be derived by others from their attainment, or by themselves from their abandonment. Might not this be the case with Mr. Windenough, in displaying anxiety for the breath of which he was at present so willing to get rid? Might I not lay myself open to the exactions of his avarice? There are scoundrels in this world, I remembered with a sigh, who will not scruple to take unfair opportunities with even a next-door neighbor. And this remark is from Epictetus. It is precisely at that time when men are most anxious to throw off the burden of their own calamities that they feel the least desirous of relieving them in others. Upon considerations similar to these, and still retaining my grasp upon the nose of Mr. W., I accordingly thought proper to model my reply. Monster, I began in a tone of the deepest indignation. Monster and double-winded idiot, dost thou, whom for thine iniquities it has pleased heaven to accurse with a twofold respimption, dost thou, I say, presume to address me in the familiar language of an old acquaintance? I lie forsooth, and hold my tongue to be sure. Pretty conversation, indeed, to a gentleman with a single breath. All this too when I have it in my power to relieve the calamity under which thou dost so justly suffer, to curtail the superfluities of thine unhappy respiration. Like Brutus, I paused for a replueth, which like a tornado Mr. Wind enough immediately overwhelmed me. Protestation followed upon protestation, and apology upon apology. There were no terms with which he was unwilling to comply, and there were none of which I failed to take the fullest advantage. Preliminaries being at length arranged, my acquaintance delivered me the respiration, for which, having carefully examined it, I gave him afterward a receipt. I am aware that by many I shall be held to blame for speaking in a manner so cursory of a transaction so impalpable. It will be thought that I should have entered more minutely into the details of an occurrence, by which end, this is very true, much new light might be thrown upon a highly interesting branch of physical philosophy. To all this I am sorry that I cannot reply. A hint is the only answer which I am permitted to make. There were circumstances, but I think it much safer upon consideration to say as little as possible about an affair so delicate, I repeat, and at the time involving the interests of a third party whose sulphurous resentment I have not the least desire at this moment of incurring. We were not long after this necessary arrangement in effecting an escape from the dungeons of the sepulchre. The united strength of our resuscitated voices was soon sufficiently apparent. Scissors, the Whig editor, republished a treatise upon the nature and origin of subterranean noises. A reply, rejoinder, confutation, and justification followed in the columns of a democratic gazette. It was not until the opening of the vault to decide the controversy that the appearance of Mr. Windenough and myself proved both parties to have been decidedly in the wrong. I cannot conclude these details of some very singular passages in a life at all times sufficiently eventful, without again recalling to the attention of the reader the merits of that indiscriminate philosophy which is a sure and ready shield against those shafts of calamity which can neither be seen, felt, nor fully understood. It was in the spirit of this wisdom that among the ancient Hebrews it was believed the gates of heaven would be inevitably open to that sinner or saint who with good lungs and implicit confidence should vociferate the word Amen. It was in the spirit of this wisdom that, when a great plague raged at Athens, and every means had been in vain attempted for its removal, Epimenides, as Laertius relates in his second book of that philosopher, advised the erection of a shrine and temple to the proper god. Littleton Barry, the man that was used up. A tale of the late Bugaboo and Kickapoo campaign. Pleures, mes eu et fondes vous eno. La moitié de ma vie amis el otterotamo. Corneille. I cannot just now remember when or where I first made the acquaintance of that truly fine-looking fellow, Brevet Brigadier General John A. B. Roman 100 Smith. Someone did introduce me to the gentleman, I am sure, at some public meeting I know very well held about something of great importance, no doubt at some place or other, I feel convinced, whose name I have unaccountably forgotten. The truth is that the introduction was attended upon my part with a degree of anxious embarrassment, which operated to prevent any definite impressions of either time or place. I am constitutionally nervous. This with me is a family failing, and I can't help it, in especial the slightest appearance of mystery of any point I cannot exactly comprehend puts me at once into a pitiable state of agitation. There was something, as it were, remarkable, although this is but a feeble term to express my full meaning, about the entire individuality of the personage in question. He was perhaps 6 feet in height, and of a presence singularly commanding. There was an air distinct pervading the whole man, which spoke of high breeding and hinted at high birth. Upon this topic, the topic of Smith's personal appearance, I have a kind of melancholy satisfaction in being minute. His head of hair would have done honor to a Brutus. Nothing could be more richly flowing or possess a brighter gloss. It was of a jetty black, which was also the color, or more properly, the no color, of his unimaginable whiskers. You perceive I cannot speak of these latter without enthusiasm. It is not too much to say that they were the handsomest pair of whiskers under the sun. At all events they encircled, and at times partially overshadowed, a mouth utterly unequaled here, with the most entirely even and the most brilliantly white of all conceivable teeth. From between them, upon every proper occasion, issued a voice of surpassing clearness, melody, and strength. In the matter of eyes, also my acquaintance was preeminently endowed. Either one of such a pair was worth a couple of the ordinary ocular organs. They were of a deep hazel, exceedingly large and lustrous, and there was perceptible about them ever and anon just that amount of interesting obliquity which gives pregnancy to expression. The bust of the general was unquestionably the finest bust I ever saw. For your life you could not have found a fault with its wonderful proportion. This rare peculiarity set off to great advantage a pair of shoulders which would have called up a blush of conscious inferiority into the countenance of the marble Apollo. I have a passion for fine shoulders, and may say that I never beheld them in perfection before. The arms altogether were admirably modelled, nor were the lower limbs less superb. These were indeed the ne plus ultra of good legs. Every connoisseur in such matters admitted the legs to be good. There was neither too much flesh, nor too little, neither rudeness nor fragility. I could not imagine a more graceful curve than that of the os femoris, and there was just that due gentle prominence in the rear of the fibula, which goes to the conformation of a properly proportioned calf. I wish to God my young and talented friend Chippino, the sculptor, had but seen the legs of Brevet Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100 Smiths. But although men so absolutely fine-looking are neither as plenty as reasons or blackberries, still I could not bring myself to believe that the remarkable something to which I alluded just now, that the odd air of je ne sais quoi, which hung about my new acquaintance, lay altogether, or indeed at all, in the supreme excellence of his bodily endowments. Perhaps it might be traced to the manner. Yet here again I could not pretend to be positive. There was a primness, not to say stiffness, in his carriagia, degree of measured, and if I may so express it, of rectangular precision, attending his every movement, which, observed in a more diminutive figure, would have had the least little savour in the world of affectation, pomposity, or constraint, but which, noticed in a gentleman of his undoubted dimensions, was readily placed to the account of reserve, hauteur, a commendable sense, in short, of what is due to the dignity of colossal proportion. The kind friend who presented me to General Smith whispered in my ear some few words of comment upon the man. He was a remarkable very remarkable man indeed, one of the most remarkable men of the age. He was an especial favourite, too, with the Lady Esifli, on account of his high reputation for courage. In that point he is unrivalled indeed. He is a perfect desperado, a downright fireator, and no mistake, said my friend here, dropping his voice excessively low, and thrilling me with the mystery of his tone. A downright fireator, and no mistake, showed that I should say to some purpose in the late tremendous swamp fight away down south, with the Bugaboo and Kickapoo Indians. Here my friend opened his eyes, to some extent, bless my soul, blood and thunder, and all that prodigies of valor heard of him. Of course you know he's the man. Man alive, how do you do? Why, how are ye? Very glad to see ye indeed. Here interrupted the general himself, seizing my companion by the hand as he drew near, and bowing stiffly but profoundly as I was presented. I then thought, and I think so still, that I never heard a clearer nor a stronger voice, nor beheld a finer set of teeth. But I must say that I was sorry for the interruption just at that moment, as owing to the whispers and insinuations aforesaid my interest had been greatly excited in the hero of the Bugaboo and Kickapoo campaign. However, the delightfully luminous conversation of Brevet Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100 Smith soon completely dissipated this chagrin. My friend leaving us immediately, we had quite a long tete-a-tete, and I was not only pleased, but real instructed. I never heard a more fluent talker, or a man of greater general information. With becoming modesty, he forbore nevertheless to touch upon the theme I had just then most at heart, I mean the mysterious circumstances attending the Bugaboo war, and on my own part, what I conceived to be a proper sense of delicacy forbade me to broach the subject, although in truth I was exceedingly tempted to do so. I perceived, too, that the gallant soldier preferred topics of philosophical interest, and that he delighted especially in commenting upon the rapid march of mechanical invention. Indeed, lead him where I would, this was a point to which he invariably came back. There is nothing at all like it, he would say. We are a wonderful people, and live in a wonderful age. Parachutes and railroads, mantraps and spring guns, our steamboats, are upon every sea, and the Nassau balloon packet is about to run regular trips fare, either way only £20 sterling between London and Timbuktu, and who shall calculate the immense influence upon social life, upon arts, upon commerce, upon literature, which will be the immediate result of the great principles of electromagnetics. Nor is this all, let me assure you. There is really no end to the march of invention, the most wonderful, the most ingenious, and, let me add, Mr. Thompson, I believe, is your name, let me add, I say, the most useful, the most truly useful mechanical contrivances are daily springing up like mushrooms, if I may so express myself, or more figuratively like our grasshoppers, Mr. Thompson, about us, and around us. Thompson, to be sure, is not my name, but it is needless to say that I left General Smith with a heightened interest in the man, with an exalted opinion of his conversational powers, and a deep sense of the valuable privileges we enjoy in living in this age of mechanical invention. My curiosity, however, had not been altogether satisfied, and I resolved to prosecute immediate inquiry among my acquaintances touching the brevet brigadier general himself, and particularly respecting the tremendous events quorum pars magna fuit during the Bugaboo and Kickapoo campaign. The first opportunity which presented itself, and which Horresco referens, I did not in the least scruple to seize, occurred at the church of the Reverend Dr. Drumamup, where I found myself established one Sunday, just at sermon time, not only in the pew, but by the side of that worthy and communicative little friend of mine, Miss Tabitha T. Thus seated, I congratulated myself, and with much reason, upon the very flattering state of affairs. If any person knew anything about Brevet Brigadier General John A. B. Roman 100 Smith, that person, it was clear to me, was Miss Tabitha T. We telegraphed a few signals, and then commenced sotto voce, a brisk tete-a-tete. Smith, said she, in reply to my very earnest inquiry, Smithwy, not General John A. B. Roman 100. Bless me, I thought you knew all about him. This is a wonderfully inventive age, horrid, a fair thought, a bloody set of wretches, those Kickapoos fought, like a hero prodigies, of valor immortal renown, Smith Brevet Brigadier General John A. B. Roman 100. Why, you know he's the man. Man, here broke in Dr. Drumamup at the top of his voice, and with a thump that came near knocking the pulpit about our earsman, that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, he cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. I started to the extremity of the pew, and perceived by the animated looks of the divine that the wrath, which had nearly proved fatal to the pulpit, had been excited by the whispers of the lady and myself. There was no help for it, so I submitted with a good grace, and listened in all the martyrdom of dignified silence to the balance of that very capital discourse. Next evening found me a somewhat late visitor at the Rantipole Theatre, where I felt sure of satisfying my curiosity at once by merely stepping into the box of those exquisite specimens of affability and omniscience, the Misses Arabella and Miranda Cognoscenti. That fine tragedian climax was doing Iago to a very crowded house, and I experienced some little difficulty in making my wishes understood, especially as our box was next the slips and completely overlooked the stage. Smith, said Miss Arabella, as she at length comprehended the purport of my query, Smithwy, not General John A. B. Roman 100. Smith, inquired Miranda musingly. God bless me, did you ever behold a finer figure? Never, madam, but do tell me. Or so inimitable grace? Never, upon my word, but pray, inform me. Or so just an appreciation of stage effect? Madam, or a more delicate sense of the true beauties of Shakespeare, be so good as to look at that leg. The devil and I turned again to her sister. Smith, said she, why not General John A. B. Roman 100 horrid, affair that wasn't it great wretches those Bugaboo savage, and so on, but we live in a wonderfully inventive age, Smitho. Yes, great man, perfect desperado. Mortal renown, prodigies of valor, never heard this, was given in a scream, bless my soul, why he's the man. Mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep, which thou owedst yesterday. Here roared our climax just in my ear, and shaking his fist in my face all the time in a way that I couldn't stand, and I left the Mrs. Cognoscenti, immediately went behind the scenes forthwith, and gave the beggarly scoundrel such a thrashing as I trust he will remember to the day of his death. At the soiree of the lovely widow Mrs. Kathleen O'Trump, I was confident that I should meet with no similar disappointment. Accordingly, I was no sooner seated at the card table with my pretty hostess for a vis-a-vis than I propounded those questions, the solution of which had become a matter so essential to my peace. "Smith," said my partner, "why not General John, A.B. Roman 100 horrid affair that wasn't it diamonds, did you satirable wretches, those kickapusui are playing whist. If you please, Mr. Tattle, however, this is the age of invention, most certainly, the age, one may say, the age par excellence, speak Frencho, quite a hero perfect disperdono hearts, Mr. Tattle, I don't believe it immortal renown, and all that prodigies of valor, never heard we, bless me, he's the man." "Man, Captain Man," here screamed some little feminine interloper from the farthest corner of the room, "are you talking about Captain Man? And the duello I must heard o telgo on Mrs. O Trumpto, now go on, and go on Mrs. O Trump did all about a certain Captain Man who was either shot or hung, or should have been both shot and hung. Yes, Mrs. O Trump," she went on, and I went off. There was no chance of hearing anything farther that evening in regard to Brevet Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100 Smiths. Still, I consoled myself with the reflection that the tide of ill luck would not run against me forever, and so determined to make a bold push for information at the rout of that bewitching little angel, the graceful Mrs. Pirouette. "Smith," said Mrs. P., as we twirled about together, "in a pas de zephyr, Smith, we not General John A.B. Roman 100 dreadful business, that of the bugaboos wasn't it dreadful creatures, those Indiansto turn out your toes. I really am ashamed of Yowman of great courage, poor fellow, but this is a wonderful age for invention. Oh, dear me, I am out of breath quite, a disparate prodigies of valor never heard, can't believe it. I shall have to sit down and enlighten you, Smith, why he's the man. Manfred, I tell you," here bawled out Miss Bass Blue, as I led Mrs. Pirouette to a seat. "Did ever anybody hear the like? It's Manfred, I say, and not at all by any means Manfride." Here Miss Bass Blue beckoned to me in a very peremptory manner, and I was obliged, will I nil I, to leave Mrs. P. for the purpose of deciding a dispute touching the title of a certain poetical drama of Lord Byron's, although I pronounced with great promptness that the true title was Manfride, and not by any means Manfred. Yet, when I returned to seek Mrs. Pirouette, she was not to be discovered, and I made my retreat from the house in a very bitter spirit of animosity against the whole race of the Bass Blues. Matters had now assumed a really serious aspect, and I resolved to call at once upon my particular friend Mr. Theodore Sinovate, for I knew that here, at least, I should get something like definite information. "Smith," said he in his well-known peculiar way of drawling out his syllables, "Smith, we not General John A.B. Roman 100 savage affair, that with the kickapoos wasn't it, say, don't you think, so perfect despair at a great pity pon, my honor wonderfully inventive age prodigies of valor. By the by, did you ever hear about Captain Man?" "Captain Man, BDD, said I, please to go on with your story." "Hemo well quite la meme choose, as we say in France, Smith, a Brigadier General John A.B. Roman 100, I say her Mr. S. thought proper to put his finger to the side of his nose. I say, you don't mean to insinuate now really and truly and conscientiously that you don't know all about that affair of Smith's, as well as I do, A. Smith, John A.B. Roman 100. Why, bless me, he's the man." "Mr. Sinovate," said I imploringly, "is he the man in the mask?" "No," said he, looking wise, "nor the man in the muon." This reply I considered a pointed and positive insult, and so left the house at once in high dudgeon with a firm resolve to call my friend Mr. Sinovate to a speedy account for his ungentlemanly conduct and ill-breeding. In the meantime, however, I had no notion of being thwarted touching the information I desired. There was one resource left me, yet I would go to the fountainhead. I would call forthwith upon the general himself, and demand in explicit terms a solution of this abominable piece of mystery. Here at least there should be no chance for equivocation. I would be plain, positive, peremptory, as short as Pycrustes, concise as Tacitus or Montesquieu. It was early when I called, and the general was dressing, but I pleaded urgent business, and was shown at once into his bedroom by an old Negro valet who remained in attendance during my visit. As I entered the chamber, I looked about, of course, for the occupant, but did not immediately perceive him. There was a large and exceedingly odd-looking bundle of something which lay close by my feet on the floor, and as I was not in the best humor in the world, I gave it a kick out of the way. "Hem-a-hum, rather civil that I should say," said the bundle in one of the smallest and altogether the funniest little voices between a squeak and a whistle that I ever heard in all the days of my existence. "A hum, rather civil that I should observe." I fairly shouted with terror and made off at a tangent into the farthest extremity of the room. "God bless me, my dear fellow, here again," whistled the bundle. What is the matter? I really believe you don't know me at all."